So if you're concerned, just check the animal. Asafar under 308 place, because this particular kind of holds that ultimately, again, even if the animal is able to walk, the only way to know that it's not a shaitan is if it leaves for like 24 hours. Ultimately, again, and if it walked, ultimately, again, still you would require internal examination. So the Armenia says,
what's up? I can't talk right now, big dog. Apologies.
Piece of their shaitan is where it's the offspring of a shaitan. The Armenia had been told that the offspring of a shaitan is ultimately again unfit for sacrificial use. Now here's what's interesting. Now the offspring of a shaitan, fascinatingly enough, could be totally and wholly healthy on its own. Its disqualification is that of the offspring of a shaitan. So it looks like point of it here is these are all three different opinions as to what the case of the treifa is in the Mishnah. And no matter which opinion you hold, like you can't distinguish the treifa from the rest of the tevra. Hence, the Mishnah says you have to allow the whole sacrificial group to graze until they develop movement and then sell them off. Now the Gemara says, the offspring of the treifa cannot be used for sacrificial purposes. Now the Gemara says, now the Gemara is going to discuss why each opinion does not agree with the other. So the other two opinions don't hold with Rabbi Yanai. Why? They say, the Gemara says, the Jews have said, people can't have a difference between a wolf fight and a hole made or a puncture made by a thorn. Why? I must get by ugly. So apparently, again, a wolf's bite is elongated versus a thorn puncture is circular. Okay? It's like a salami. They don't hold like it's like a like a sabri comes in the sheep of deep in its legs. If you hold this animal fell off an elevation, and if you look at it does not require any further examination. Holcroft, when the animal actually walks, he gets feet of the deep does not require internal examination after its slaughter. And ultimately, again, they don't hold it to why? The Gemara says, because they don't hold it to because again, they hold that last shreifa ultimately, again, is going to be permitted. All right, so bottom line on both sides, the opinions, the opinions don't agree with each other. The bottom line for us is halacha l'meisa. That's three different opinions as to what the case of the treifa is in the Mishnah. Beautiful. That's good. Like that. The min benino. So remember again, the last part of the Mishnah, the last part of the Mishnah was very interesting. The last part of the Mishnah is if you have different karbanos mixed in. Let me just read to you from the Mishnah. The Mishnah said, kachim min benino. Right? Let's say you have different karbanos that are mixed in with each other. Right? Same type of carbon, all mixed in with each other. So what's the issue in that case? The issue in that case is we don't know who the owner is. Right? So let's say Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, this is a big parsha, right? All of the Chevra, right? Everybody's born in this parsha. Not everybody, you better get up to Yosef. Everybody's born in this parsha. So let's say they all had karbanos. Their karbanos, they all had shlamim, for argument's sake, right? So therefore, all of their karbanos got mixed together. So the Gemara says, the Mishnah says, what's the halacha? No problem. Just offer it up. Just let the coin go ahead and offer them up. And even though we don't know explicitly which animal belongs to which person, it's okay. It's okay. The coin will just simply go ahead and have in mind this is Reuben's carbon, this is Shimon's carbon. Again, even though he doesn't know which animal is which. So he says, 1 second. For 1 second, you need smicha. So let's remember again, smicha is the act and the meaning on the animal. So again, you can't do smicha if you don't know which is your animal. So how is this being offered up? So Rabbi Yosef, the carbon nashim. You're right. The Mishnah is talking about women's karbanos. So women don't do smicha. Women don't have a din of smicha. Smicha is a din by men. So the Mishnah was talking about women's karbanos that don't require smicha. So the Gemara says, okay, about the carbon nashim. So you tell me then that the Mishnah's halacha would not apply to men. So as if I have a group of men's karbanos that gets mixed in, even though again it's all the same type of karbanos, you're telling me then you couldn't offer it. Right? You couldn't offer it since smicha ultimately again is not possible. So which the Gemara says, well, that's the top of hey, good 75A, Abai is the kasha. Carbon Yachid, Shinis Arid, the carbon Yachid, the carbon Seabird, Shinis Arid, the carbon Seabird. So let's say the following case, you have an individual carbon that gets mixed with another individual carbon, or a carbon Seabird that gets mixed with another carbon Seabird. The carbon Yachid, the carbon Seabird, Shinis Arid, Zevazah, or for that matter again, a carbon Yachid and a carbon Seabird that get mixed together. No sin Dalid Matanos, we call Echad Ve'echad. So let's say, so what do? You do 4 blood applications ultimately again from each and every carbon. This way, again, you're covering all of the blood applications, all the possibilities. You're nasa matana echad, then nasa mikol echad yatsa. Sorry, you're nasa matana mikol echad yatsa. And if you did 1 matana from each, ultimately again, you yotze as well. You're nasa arba mikul yatsa. And if you did 4 from each, ultimately again, you yotze as well. So again, we actually saw this before. And when you have carbonates that get mixed together, we're going to see this again on Kevadalit. When you get carbonates that get mixed together, essentially what you do is you kind of appeal to the highest common denominator, and your yolks. When is this so? This is when the animals will mix together. They got mixed together while they were still alive. About this but if they got mixed together post-slaughter, then no say arba matanos mikulan. You give 4 matanos from all of them. And ultimately, if you did 1 matana from all of them, ultimately you're yotze. Okay, we'll see that it's being brought down. Rebbe already says, Lo Nesamatana. Now, we'll say, this so far unrelated, you see what is being brought up. This can be an interesting fact. But this is Lo Nesamatana. You look at the actual amount of blood for the blood application. In each, what could they learn that, Shira, and Machsula. So let's say we've actually never seen this before in all of our travels we've spoken about what do you think of blood applications? Is there a shear? Right? Is there an amount of blood that actually has to be applied? So that means the first person who comes along and says, by the way, when it comes to matanos, in this case over here, because you're doing a matana, but for potentially multiple kavanos, so that means you have to make sure that in the blood application, there's enough blood for each of the kavanos. Now we've never seen that before. Again, like I said, so Katani, Yochid Jumya Dixibor. Now both say, interestingly enough, according to this price that we just mentioned, we are comparing an individual carbon to a communal carbon. Not Sibor Gavri, Yochid Gavri, just like Sibor, ultimately again is brought on behalf of men. So to again, the Yochid, the carbon Yochid we must be talking about is also talking about men. And let's take a step back over here. What was the Mishnah's case? The Mishnah's case was that a bunch of people get their carbonos mixed together. Right now, the good news is, what's the good news? Same type of carbon. Bad news, we don't know whose carbon belongs to. Mishnah says, no problem. Just offer them all up, and the Kohen will just have in mind that whoever's carbon belongs to whoever should ultimately again it should work out. And then everybody's carbon should go ahead and satisfy their obligation. I have a Gemara for 1 second. What about smicha? What was the answer to that? Women's carbonos. That this thing of mixed carbonos, mixed up carbonos is only within by women's carbonos, which don't require smicha. And by inference, if it would be men's carbonos, then this mechanism, this advice would not work. So let's say, you might then quote the Bryce stuff. The Bryce is talking about a case of mixed carbonos. And it's telling you that what? You could offer them up. Now it says, carbon Seabird, carbon Yachid. Now the Gemara says, just like a carbon Seabird is a men's carbon, because also interestingly enough, the way the Gemara understands carbonos Seabird, like for example, carbonos Seabird are generally, whenever you have a communal carbon, that is generally the criteria is based on the male population. So just like a carbon Seabird ultimately is a men's carbon, so too carbon Yachid is talking about a men's carbon. And what do you see from here? That in the case of mixed up carbonos, you can offer it up, obviously with asmicha, that contradicts what we said before. To which the Gemara says, Amar Rava says, with this Bara, Rava says, hold up. You're presupposing that the version of the Brisa that you're reading right now is correct. How do you know it's correct? The Gemara says, Diktani Benadam, where when is this so? This Kishan is Abu Chayyim. Remember again, we spoke on this idea. The Brisa just said before, when is this so? When the Kabbalas were mixed up while they were alive. About this Arbu Shvutin, that if they were mixed up once they were slaughtered, low. then this doesn't happen. Now it comes along Rava and I understand. Mali Chayil, Mali Shtukim. What are you talking about? What does it matter if the Kabbalahs were alive or they were slaughtered already? The same halacha should apply. Allah, come on, these are what I mean to say. When is this so? Shis Arbu Shchutim Ke'en Chayim Bikosos. And ultimately, again, when is this so? When is this halacha so? That in other words, that you could do these blood applications that work for everything. That's ultimately, again, when they are mixed together, even if they're slaughtered, but like they're alive. What's the case? The kosos. Ultimately, again, where you have the blood of each of these kabbanos in individual receptacles about the bolel, but ultimately, again, if it's mixed together, no sing dalit matanos tekulah. You do 4 blood applications for all of the collective kabbanos. In nasa matana atos, the kulan yasa, and ultimately, again, if you did 1 blood application for all of them, then you are yotze. So we'll say, what's the point over here? The point over here is that the Gemara is saying that this is not talking about live animals. That's the point over here. It's not talking about live animals. Rather, it's talking about animals that have already been slaughtered, and the Gemara is talking about the blood got mixed up. In other words, so that's what's over here. In other words, so which means that what? There was smicha. In other words, when the animals were alive, we knew exactly who everything belonged to. They did smicha, they did shchita. Now we're up to this time of zrika, blood application. And now what ends up happening? Now everything gets mixed up. And there's 2 different cases of either you have individual receptacles of blood or all the blood that mixed together. Either way, the confusion sets in at the time of zrika. That's when this Brisa picks up. And the Brisa saying, okay, here's what to do if it's mixed together, if it's individual, here's the blood applications. But I love when I saw it, this is a case where at the time of Shechita, there was ownership clarity. So because there's ownership clarity, whoever needed to do smicha did smicha, and therefore again it's not comparable to our case. Incredible. Rabbi says, so now that we resolved that, so therefore again, halacha l'maisa, this brisa is not a contradiction ultimately against what Rabbi Yosef says. We are dealing with the case of karbanos and women's karbanos in our Mishnah that don't require smicha. Everyone just seizes upon that statement of Rebbe, and what did Rebbe say? Rebbe אומר, לא אנס המתן הנשפע כדי לזה או כדי לזה כשרה ואם רב פסולה. So we're going to say, Rebbe was the one who said that now when you're doing these collective zrikos, so Rebbe said we have to look at the amount of blood that you have. If there's enough of a blood application for this and for this, then ultimately again you're yochai. The Gemara says, now by the way, how much blood that is not Rebbe what does that mean? Enough for this and enough for this. How much blood exactly does that mean? So obviously, I will say that we have to go through. So what's been used by the Rebbe Haisra is Rebbe really go this way. But that's what we learned. Rebbe says, Rebbe Ezra, what's the other days? Rebbe says, Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. So what's that? Here's what's interesting. So Rebbe said as follows. Rebbe says, according to Rebbe Ezra, Hazah, and we're switching gears. What's Hazah? Hazah is Paraduma. Hazah is like Paraduma, right? Which means, again, this is talking about someone is coming. There's only one way to become ritually pure from corpse pumice, and that is to ultimately, again, take the waters of the Paraduma and have them sprinkled upon you. So the Gemara says, Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. How much water, how much paraduma water do you need to have sprinkled upon you? Ultimately, again, in order to go ahead and become tar, kosher, any amount. Look at us for just a moment. First Rashi on 75, the Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. Tiger Milshiki, Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas will come on the forest on my front. Hazah Koshevu Mitaharas. Hazah is the so now, here's the thing to say. The Gemara is presupposing that whatever is true for Hazah is true for Zrika. That's what the Gemara is presupposing. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, with Hazah, the sprinkling of the waters of the Para Aduma doesn't have a share. Any amount is going to work. So to halacha l'maisa for Zrika, any amount of blood application is going to work as well. So the Gemara says, no. Hazah in the Tzvita Shir. As the Gemara says, Hazah not the kasha, not the parcel. So it's a Hazah kosher mitaharas. Why? Because Hazah in the Tzvita Shir. Apparently, again, Hazah sprinkling of the water does not require any shear. The Gemara says, Hazot nefta kasha nefta apostle. The Sigmar says if you look at actually Hazot nefta kasha nefta apostle. The Lomar the Lothima Dazot kosher the Nikaras the Buddha's in and in his arbus apostle Elatidu in Nish Hakarobes apostle Shira Umefta in Hakarobes apostle Shira Mefta Lav Dafka Eleleka Shir Dua Dilamatan Tani. Which the Gemara says, the barge of Elazar Kamar, Levi's Ima Hazalu Kot Umasina. So I said that Hadamina ultimately was that Halacha Ramaisa, whenever it applies to Hazal, ultimately again should apply to Zrika as well. Hamash Malon, Hazal Lokot, and Zrika Lokot. Two different halachas. Zrika, mainly that's the question. I both say now, again, like I said, this should be better in a couple of days, but now we're going to get to it on 8. Do we pass like ready? Is there actual shear for Zerika or not? That remains ultimately again to be seen. But what comes out clearly is, at least according to over here, as according to right now, there may be a difference between Hazah and Zerika. It's possible that again Hazah has no shear. The Haraya again, even if some of the water that gets mixed in may be invalid water, we'll have to see about that. But Allah Zerika may still require a shear. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. This Argo B'Becharu Meiser, so we'll say, now we're coming to the end of the Mishnah. The Mishnah that spoke about the idea that if you have a sacrificial, regular animal that gets mixed in with the Char and Meiser. And again, I've also remember again, the Char and Meiser are unique. Why? Because they become the property of the Kohen. Remember again, a Bechar animal, Meiser animal, there are sacrificial parts, but the Meiser ultimately again become the property of the Kohen. So what was the halacha? If you have a regular animal that's mixed in with these other animals, you will actually stavu. Ultimately, again, you let them graze until they develop a long tree in the Mishnah. And then again, all of the animals are consumed in accordance with the standards of Bechar and Meiser. He says the Gemara, Amrai Rakama, Rami Barchava, Bechar Lebeishana in Ma'achim Remidus. I would say, I just mentioned just my previous Gemara. How beautiful this is. It's the same contemplate that when it comes ultimately again to Zerika, it's possible to make a fundamental difference between Zerika and Hazal. Zerika representing glorification on the there. Hazal, the sprinkling of the waters, ultimately again of the parting waters on the sun is coming. And the Gemara just made a tremendous interesting distinction. And it is possible that Zerika needs a shear, but Hazah, any amount ultimately again affects Kara, purifies. And let's say, what a tremendous lesson. It could be that, when it comes ultimately again to one's Avodas Hashem, when it comes to the service of Hashem's powerful, there are rules and regulations. This is shear. That's what it's like. Person goes ahead and says, I'm only going to put on my Tzulim Shayad. I'm not going to put on my Tzulim Shalom. So again, it's not the best example because it needs to for that also. But the nice doesn't work that way. There's a shear. There's a shear. Person says, I'm going to keep these halachas, not those halachas. By the way, we all do that. I'm going to keep these halachas, not those halachas. But again, at least if I do it, I know that it's wrong, and I'm trying to do something better. When it comes to Avodas Hashem, there's a shear. There's a shear. There are rules. There are things you have to do. So when it comes to Tara, any little bit has the ability to purify. You don't struggle with too much life. You don't struggle with different forms of impurity of thought, impurity of action, impurity of just of lifestyle. We all have that. It's important to know that sometimes it's even the smallest thing that could rectify impurity in life. It's even the smallest drop that has the ability. Sometimes all I need is a little bit of kedusha, a little bit of holiness to rectify the impurities of life. It may only be an episodic rectification, right? It may only be a little bit of a temporary fix. And sometimes all you need is that little bit of that little splash of paragima water, like that little splash of tara. And at least in that moment, everything is as it should be. I don't know, does not necessarily require ongoing comprehensive change. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of that splash of beautiful paradigm or ruchnius, that little splash of inspiration, that little splash of holiness, and at least in that moment, everything is as it should be. The mother's like it. The Lord says, I'm running back on Before the Shammai, when it comes to a Bakar, I will say, and I'm again, what happens with Bakar? What happens with Bakar? The Bakar animal is either first part of my spot, what do? I give it to the Kohen. I give it to the Kohen, right? Now that belongs to the Kohen. Sacrificial parts offered up on the Messiah, and that ultimately again goes to the Kohen. So what's the halacha? Ein ma'achilin l'nido. A nido can't eat Bakar meat. Right? Because now, again, when the Kohen goes ahead and slaughters it, it's his. But even though it's his, I will say, even though it's his, nevertheless, what? It has a heightened level of kedusha. Because of that heightened level of kedusha, a woman who is tmeya because she is in nida, ultimately can consume it. Tmura somehow. What is eating tmura? Now, remember again, what's tmura? What's tmura? You have a sacrificial animal and you exchange it for something else. What's halacha when you do that? By Yahoo, tmura safol Hashem. Both animals, the original animal and the exchange animal, are so now, the Kohen gets the tmura also. Is a nida allowed to eat from the tmura? Similarly, again, bakar ain't on this guy. So ultimately, again, a bakar can't be redeemed. Can't be redeemed. Can't redeem a bakar. Tmura somehow. What if again? I will say I'm Yisrael. So now I give it tmura. Can the tmura be redeemed? Bakar ain't on Mishka v'lishra tmura somehow. So remember, really has the Mishnah. Part of the sanctity of a bakar is that even though it belongs to the Kohen, you can't treat it like regular meat, which means you can't check it in the slaughterhouse, right? And you can't weigh it on a scale. Like that's the way like regular meat, that's like transactional meat. You can't do that with bakar meat. What about the tmura of a bakar? Can you go ahead and check it in the slaughterhouse and can you weigh it with a scale? Tell her, Rabbi said, Tanya, bakar in my son, Yishuhumu, also tmura. With tmura and kiyos lebayim, because this is the right said, bakar animal and nice animal, when they develop a womb, ultimately, again, you can go ahead and make it tmura, and the tmura ultimately has the sanctity of the original animal. So, Bayram Racham asked the following shayla: it is bakar. So, I'll say so again. What that sounds like ultimately is that Allah myself, the tmura of a bakar has the same status. Whatever applies to bakar applies to tmura. So, therefore, again, I just need that can't eat bakar. I need they can't eat tmura. Just like ultimately, again, you can't go ahead and check the bakar in the slaughterhouse or weight it on the scale. So to the tmura, if we checked it in the slaughterhouse or weight on the scale. Okay, incredible. So the next case. This bakar of the kabayis, mahu sheyishko b'litra. So this is very interesting. Let's say a Kohen has a bakar animal. All right, a bakar animal, right? And what happens? It develops a mum. Listen, obviously, at that point, when a bakar animal develops a mum, loses some elements of its bakar sanctity. At that point, and I says, what do? I pledge that animal to bedekabayis. Bedekabayis, right? Just that barkeep, which means financial sanctity. So now what's the shaila? Can I measure it on a scale? Now what's the cap over here? Now, I'm going to end up selling off this meat. Now, it's in the interest of the Beis Hamikdash that I measured on a scale. Why? Because it's more exact. The more exact the measurements are, the more money I can make. Who's making the money? The Beis Hamikdash. So the shaila is normally, we would say, that you cannot go ahead and use a scale for the meat of a bakar animal, right? That's what we just established because that's a lack of sanctity or lack of respect towards the meat. What about here, where the use of the scale is actually for the benefit of the Beis Hamikdash? Is that permitted? So the Moshe not from the hektish of it. Do we say that again? Profit to the Beis Hamikdash is more important. Or Zidusa the Bakar Adif. Or do we say
why
no?
don't you do so much teaching? Is it? We're listening to this. This is interesting.
Well, so we have competing values of
Just some little
here.
questions.
Which one do we choose? I'm going to discuss it. Let's analyze this. This argument the Bakar nice. So we'll say,
stranger shit is happening.
Is you have a regular animal
Stranger
that
things
gets
have
mixed
happened.
in with Bakar
Really?
nice animals? What's the what do you do? What do you do with the chavra? You actually stab them. You let them graze until they develop a lung. And ultimately, again, then you consume all of the animals. You can consume them, but you have to do so in accordance with the strictures of Meiser and Bakar. To which the Gemara says, doesn't that mean Lav L'mein Rod? That obviously means that you can't weigh it. You can't weigh it in a normal way. So what do you see from here? But ultimately, again, even once the Bachar animal develops a mum, halacha l'maisa still retains elements of its Bachar sanctity. Most notably, you can't weigh it on a scale.
Alright, how long is this fucking thing gonna take?
Hassam, so in the case of the Mishnah, Shtei Kedushos, Shtei Gufim. Remember again, in the case of the Mishnah, that will say you have two Kedushos and two Gufim. Now, what does that mean? Remember again, in the case, you have different animals and different Kedushos. In our case, our case, which is the case of the Bakar that becomes blemished, that you went ahead and you gave to the Beis Hamikdash Kabayis. Ultimately, again, it is Hachash Shtei Kedushos and Gufachar. In our case over here, it's two kedushos with one body, right? Because it's one animal. What are the two kedushos? On one hand, Bachar, on the other hand, Beda Kabayis. So the cases really are incomparable.
Dude, this creating image bullshit is like back in the day when you have to wait for the internet to be able to show a picture and show you like that.
Imagine if a person would say, so
Kids
let's
have no idea.
let's go with this case.
Good
I have a Bachar animal.
This shit in the future will just be like boom, generated images, generated videos, boom, boom, boom,
Imagine
boom.
I came forward and I said,
Really,
the
to pay
following.
for
I
credits
said,
and bullshit like
"Hit
that.
hit
Worst
Bachar shit, Yisla Beda Kabayis. I'd like
system
to redeem the Bachar.
ever. Dog,
Pledge
come on.
the Beda Kabayis. The Gemara says, Klum Shomim Lo. Ultimately, again, what do you listen to him? So of course not, because you can't redeem Bachar. You can't redeem it. To which the Gemara says, Rahmana Omar Heftu Lo Sipta. The Torah says you can't redeem it. So both says, so again, the Gemara says,
What is this? What the fuck?
So both say, so
Dude, that shit takes so
in
long.
general, when you convey
I
something,
watched a Chabad video
you
on
convey that which you have. In other words, a conveyance, the person who receives a conveyance has no more rights than the conveyor himself. That's the way conveyances work. Say for both sides, you must look at actually just a moment. It's the third of the intermediate wide lines. Sorry, Hakoin Zelabed Kabayis Elamash Kanala Bugufo, the Bukhorza, the Haven the Etzlo, Hotel the Shkavalitra, and Yakala Haknos the Vedakabayis, all the Tamits and Sumish Kalintros. Once this remember again, what was our case? Our case was that the coin has a blemished Bakar, and he wants to give to the Beis Hamikdash for Vedakabayis and Ba'arkis. Now again, remember, when the coin has a Bakar, there are certain strictures in the consumption of that meat. Namely, you can't weigh it on a scale. The Shaila now is when it gives it over to Vedakabayis, can it have the meat weighed on a scale? Why would you want that? That's the benefits for the Beis Hamikdash. Definitely beneficial for the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately again, to have the meat weighed. Have the meat weighed. So now the Gemara says, Halacha l'maisa over here, Halacha l'maisa. So now, bottom line, think of this. What's halacha? The halacha it doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? Because the coin's conveyance to the Beis Hamikdash can be no greater than his actual rights. And since when the Bachar was his, he wasn't allowed to weigh it. Therefore, again, even though now he's giving to the Beis Hamikdash, and it's to the benefit of the Beis Hamikdash to weigh it on a scale, ultimately, again, this works. Even halacha l'maisa, since that Bachar has been given over to the Beis Hamikdash, they cannot weigh it on a scale because the received Bachar can be no stronger. Therefore, as I said, the conveyance ultimately only conveys the rights of the actual coin himself, no more, no less. Incredible. Moses, let's finish up. Finish up our call. You called him in his Aleph. Moses, remember again the Mishnah said, end of the Mishnah. End of the Mishnah. Anything can get mixed together. In other words, the Mishnah says all these cases of mixtures are possible. There's one exception. Puts minachatas va'ash. Chatas and an asham can't get mixed together in a mixture of sacrificial animals.
Picture, John?
Says the Gemara. Why not? So, mashna chatas va'asham. Why can't the chatas and an asham get mixed together? Well, the Gemara would say on a simple level, the high zachar, the high nikiva. Because ultimately, again, an asham is a male animal, and a nikiva is a chatas. So again, I will say, can't really have a mixture of male and female, no matter how they identify, right? Because the nice, again, anatomically, they're going to be distinct. So because they are distinct, therefore, halacha l'maisa, again, there's no mixture. To which the Gemara says, 1 second, chatas va'olanani. But then you make the same argument to the chatas and an ola. Why? Is that because the chatas ultimately is always a female animal, and an ola is a zachar. So again, I can make this argument over here. The Gemara says, no, there is an exception to this. Why? Ika seir nasi. Ultimately, the Gemara says there is the seir of the nasi, right, which ultimately, again, is a chatas offering, but halacha l'maisa is a zachar. So the Gemara says, "Hi seir v'hai tzana." Sorry, "Hi seir v'hai tzana." But I will say there is a different ultimately again between a goat and the sheep. So apparently, again, one has hair and one has wool. A goat has seir. Ultimately, again, a sheep has wool. I guess those who know. Right. So let's say so. Again, there will be a distinction between those two as well. I Pesach Asham Nani Lomar. Right. So again, you make the same argument. A Pesach, Chavad Pesach, and then Asham also wouldn't be able to get mixed together. Why not? High Ben Shana, the High Ben Station, with different ages. Chavad Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year, versus ultimately again an Asham which is 2 years. Which the Gemara says, Ika Asham Nazir Asham Mitzora. First of all, again, about the other type of Asham, like Asham Nazir, Asham Mitzora, that ultimately again are animals that are within 1 year. The by saying the other possibility is Ika Ben Shana the Mechse Ben Shtei Shanin, the Ika Ben Stein the Mechse Ben Shana. Here's the difference also. When you have animals of the same type, ultimately, again, but different ages, that's not necessarily a distinguishable thing. Because I will say sometimes you can have an animal that is 1 year old that looks like 2, and sometimes you can have an animal that is 2 years old that looks like 1. I will say a profound Musar Haskell, right? That when it comes to living beings, sometimes you can have something that is young that acts incredibly mature. Sometimes you can have something that is mature that acts incredibly young. And I will say this is important for us because this is a good chizuk. Biological age need not be a determinant for our ability to succeed in life. A person could be young and ultimately, again, not have a lot of life experience, but could have the wisdom to attach, like the Tzavik says, could have the wisdom ultimately, again, to attach himself to people who have more life experience and therefore live the life of someone a little bit more seasoned. On the other hand, sometimes a person could be older, but yet still repeat the same mistakes of youth over and over and over. So much of life, we'd love to say that life is about not making mistakes. That's impossible. Everyone makes mistakes. So what's life about? Life is about not making the same mistakes over and over and over. The goal in life is don't be a 2-year-old who looks like a 1-year-old. Right? Don't go or behaves like a 1-year-old. Don't be someone who is mature. Don't be someone who is biologically advanced, who is still making the same exact mistakes as he did when he was young. To make no mistakes is impossible, but at least to learn from our mistakes, to try to do better, to try to do different. Well, I'm not making different mistakes, but at least if we're not repeating the same ones, right? As long as I'm not a 2-year-old acting like a 1-year-old, then ultimately, again, that is a life well lived, a life well led. I want to say, great run today. Shkoyach, everyone. All right. We caught up with the rest of Klal Yisrael by Shabbos. Shkoyach. Good Shabbos, everyone. Come on Zoom. Have a great Shabbos.
We'll do this tonight. We'll go into a fucking
Yeah.
Are you done? This thing's still not done.
Good morning, everybody. Today's daf is Ayin Vav. We are going to pick up on the bottom of Ayin Ham and Bays. We've got until the Gemara. Just a quick review of the Mishnah. The Mishnah brought down a machlokas. If you have an ashram and a shlamim that get mixed together, Rabbi Shimon says that you bring both the karbanos and you bring it with the chumras of each. So you have to bring them both in the north, and they're limited in their eating time. And the Rabbanan argued on that and said we don't do that because we don't want to take the less stringent carbon and apply additional stringencies to it. because we're worried about the principle of Emivin Kachim Vesapsul by limiting the um, time or certain other aspects of the carbon. You're potentially bringing that carbon to be disqualified if again you miss the time of eating or it's not brought in the proper place. And so the Rabbanan say we don't, instead of taking the summers of both, we just have both the carbonos grazed until they get a mum, and then we redeem them that way. So the Gemara is going to discuss this concept of how do we apply this concept of, or how widely does Rabbi Shimon not apply his concept. He's not worried about bringing carbonos, limiting their time frame, and potentially bringing carbonos to a psur. So pick up in the Gemara. Tani Tana Kame de Rav. So they brought a brisa in front of Rav. It said, Shvius, if you have Peros Shvius, a lochem b'dameha truma, neshmematim b'achilas. So if you have Peros Shvius, you redeem them onto coins, you can't go and take that money and buy truma. Why? Because when you redeem the shvius onto the money now has kedusha shvius. You go ahead and you buy truma. You are going to be limiting the ability to eat that truma. Why? Because shvius. Look in Rashi 2 lines from the bottom. Why should tzricha shetispire min ha'olam kolam kodem shetekla lachia shebesada? So because shvius, the time for eating shvius is limited, you can only eat the produce of shmita when that particular min is still available out in the field. And so when you now infuse this truma that you're buying with the kedusha of shvius, this truma has to be eaten by that certain time. While truma, Rashi continues, truma, when it's not truma it's not from the shemitah year, there's no truma in the shemitah year. So there's no limiting factor. Truma can technically, as long as it lasts, can be eaten forever. And so if we go ahead and we purchase truma with this shvius money, what we're doing is limiting the ability to eat that truma and potentially bringing that truma to the psul that if it goes past the time, that truma now needs to be destroyed. So that's the brisa. So Amruha, back in the Gemara. So Amruha Rabbana Kame Rabba. He said this in front of Rabba. He said, the Loka Rabbi Shimon. This brisa must not be like Rabbi Shimon from our Mishnah. Why? Because Rabbi Shimon Amar may be in touch with the base of source. Rabbi Shimon did not have an issue with this. Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah said that right, if the two karbanos get mixed together, we can go ahead and offer them with chumras of each, and therefore limiting the time for eating of one of the karbanos, and Rabbi Shimon did not have a problem with it. So Amar Lahu, so Rabbi said back to them, no, I feel the Rabbi Shimon. This brisa could still follow the opinion of Rabbi Shimon in our Mishnah. Hani be like the Eved, because perhaps when Rabbi Shimon said his position in the Mishnah, that was only with the Eved, meaning the karbanos were already mixed together, and then we're figuring out what we can do with them. But this case of shvius, of shmita money, is a case of lechatila. We're actively going and taking money that has kedusha shvius and going ahead and purchasing truma, and therefore actively limiting the time to eat the truma. It's not a case where the mixture has already happened. So maybe Rabbi Shimon's position only works in a case where the mixture has already taken place, and now you're figuring out what to do, as opposed to actively going lechatila and limiting the time for eating the kachim. So no proof from there. So comes along the Gemara and asks, and is it true that Rabbi Shimon only would apply his position, that he's not worried about Mevin Kachim Vesapsul only in a case of the Diavad and not Lechatila? Abai comes and is going to ask a series of questions where it seems that Rabbi Shimon would apply his principle no matter whether it's the Diavad or Lechatila. Abai, top of Ayav Amar Al. Kulon Rishon Kohanim the Shanos Ba'achilasam. So this is a mission from later on in the Masechta. It's talking about how the Kohanim eat their various types of kachim. And the mission tells us, in all cases, Kohanim are allowed to eat these karbanos in different ways. Whether lacham skuyim, whether they want to roast them, shlukim, to overcook them, shalom regular cooked, the tavle truma, and that's the key for us. They can put on the kohanim can put on spices that are just regular fluid spices, or even put on truma spices. Divrei Rabbi Shimon, the Shimon. So we see we're talking about truma spices. What happens if you're adding truma spices onto these spices? You are effectively limiting the time to eat the truma, just like we had before, right? The spices that are truma could be eaten for as long as they last. If you add them to a korban, now you're limiting the time that you can eat those spices. And it seems that you're putting it on the fatila. So it seems that Rabbi Shimon is holding this position that he's not worried about limiting the ability to eat truma, even in the case of the fatila. This can't bring people here because here we're talking about truma of spices, and spices would only be truma derabanan. The deraisa truma is limited to grapes, olives, and the 5 grapes. So here we're talking about spices. We're not talking about truma deraisa. So maybe again we wouldn't be worried about this principle of we wouldn't be worried about that in a case of truma derabanan, but we may still, maybe Rabbi Shimon still would be worried about it in a case of truma deraisa. Okay, so Abai comes to another question. Ein lochin truma bekesef meiser. So now this case is talking about mixing. Or sorry, not mixing, but purchasing truma with the kesef of meiser sheni. And what's the issue there? Rashi notation of my ba'afilasan, the makom afilasan. And the issue is if you use meiser sheni money, whatever you buy it, maybe it's inside the wall, and otherwise, truma could be used anyway. Again, you're now limiting what you can do with that truma, and potentially, if that truma is now moved outside Yerushalayim, it can't be eaten. You can again bring it to become impossible. That's not a comment in this. But Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah, Rabbi Shimon comes along and is not here. So we see here clearly in the case of lechatila, you're taking your money that you infused with spices and your lechatila going ahead and purchasing truma with it, which then limits the potential of eating the truma because you can now only eat it in Yerushalayim. And we see in Tanakh says that's a problem because he goes like the Rabbanan that A would be in touch with Rabbi Shimon comes along and says it's okay. So we see Rabbi Shimon applies his opinion in a case where it is deraisa and it is lechatila. So Rabbi Shimon's opinion in the Mishnah is a little bit more far-reaching than we may have thought. And so Rava was quiet and he accepted Abaya's question and agreed that Rabbi Shimon's opinion would apply even in the case of the fatila. So when Abai then went and was referring to Yosef, so even though Abai asked a big question on Rava, Yosef wants to know, why didn't you ask from a different place? But about a couple questions on Rava's face. And that's this. Let's say we have a case where you want to cook a vegetable that is a sweet vegetable, and you want to use oil that is truma oil. And again, what's the issue? The base of soup. Again, what the issue is, if you're taking the truma oil and using it to cook a vegetable that is truma, so then you're again taking that oil that was otherwise truma to be eaten, for any time period, and now limiting it to being intertwined with the shmita, and it can only be eaten for the same time that vegetable is still out in the field. So again, just like we had before, it's a case where you're going ahead and limiting the availability to eat the truma. And Tanakh says you can't do that. Rabbi Shimon not here. Rabbi Shimon comes along and says it's okay. So again, this could be another question that Abaye could have asked on Rava. Amarlai Abaye says to Yosef, Amarlai Abaye, Lav me was Vise Meha the Tabin. But didn't I already ask Rava from the case of the spices, putting truma spice on kashrim? And the issue was, but Amarli, honestly, truma's tavlin. And there, my question was pushed aside because Abaye says, because Rava said that the the truma spices are only truma derabanan. It's not one of the deoraisa truma levels, and that's why there was no, that wasn't a valid question on Rab's opinion. Nachanami, trumas yar derabanan. Also here, why don't we say the same thing? This oil, this truma oil, must be made from some vegetable that isn't subject to, it's not olive oil, which would be subject to truma deraisa. It's some other type of oil, which is only truma derabanan, and therefore I didn't ask this question because I already was drugged up when I asked a different question relating to truma that was derabanan. Yossi says back, if that's the case, that we're talking about oil that's not olive oil, but rather some other vegetable oil that's only a derabanan, then the Mishnah should have taught us this case in the opposite way. What's the opposite way? Yeresh shel truma should be the case of the vegetable being truma, the shemen shel shvius, and the oil would be shvius. Why? Let's look at the Rashi. It's about 7 lines down where it gets in. Should have said eating of Ashton Yeresh shel truma b'shem shvius. Rabbi Shimon Matir and Rabbi Shimon would be not in that case. Right? About Pashka. Shemen, truma, deraisa. Rather, but if it switched it around and specifically said that the shemen is the truma and the yerech is the shvius, it must be that it's because we're talking about truma deraisa. Why? Because oil has the possibility of being olive oil, which would be truma deraisa, or vegetable oil, which would be truma derabanan. But if it just said the vegetables were of truma and the oil was of shvius, so all vegetables are truma derabanan. So if one would teach us that would have been the more concise way to teach Brisa. And the fact that we instead said the oil is what is truma and the vegetables are what is, it must be that we're talking about olive oil, which is deraisa. So therefore, it would be this would still could have been a good question on Rava. So Yossi says back. Abaye says back to say why he didn't use this as his line of questioning. So the law me speaking racisin in Matir Rabbi Shimon. Amrali the Orev Achanai the Orev. So Abaye says, didn't I also have one from the question that I asked on the initial question that I asked on Rava? The answer was given was that we're talking about a case where the mixture was already in existence. We're talking about a case together. We weren't in the fact we were going ahead and mixing it. Instead, it was a case where something was already mixed. So why don't we say in this Mishnah the oil of truma and the vegetable of shvius, and it's already a case where they mixed together. So the oil is already infused, and you're just going ahead and cooking it afterwards, but you already encountered a situation where the two are already mixed. So if that's the case, it wouldn't be a good question. So this is back up. If we're talking about a case here where the mixture was already in existence, so why would the Rabbanan have their position, right? In this Mishnah, the Rabbanan said you are not allowed to go ahead and cook it. If it was a case where they encountered the mixture already in existence, why wouldn't the Rabba? What's the reason behind the Rabbanan's position? Why would they prohibit going ahead and cooking that vegetable that's soaked in the truma oil, the shvius vegetable soaked in truma oil? So what is this answer? No, we did have a ashmi comment. No, it's just like the case in our Mishnah, right? We started this whole case in our Mishnah where we had ashmi shlomin mixing together, and in that case as well, the Rabbanan said you cannot go ahead and chef them with the stones of both, but rather you let them raise and get a month. So the same thing here. We don't. If we compare to that case, we already have the mixture in existence. We're not going to let you go ahead and cook it and really infuse those two together and limit the truma. So, by step, we done it. Also, just like that kata b'riyah, the case we had in the Mishnah, there was another alternative. Rather than shafting the two karvanos and limiting one of them, you could go ahead and let them both raise, and then you can leave the other. There's a second alternative. The Rabbanan said, because we have another option, we're not going to go ahead and let you limit, go ahead with the principle of anything touching. But however, here, let's say the continuity. In this case, you have the vegetable oil and the vegetable mixed together. There's no other alternative to be able to take them apart or to figure out what to do with this mixture. Like Abaye says, no, hello dummy. This is not comparable to the first case of Mishnah, where we had a live animal asham and asham and plum mixed together. But rather, this is comparable to the second case of the Mishnah, which was the chatifas. You had already shechted pieces of meat that were mixed together. So you couldn't go ahead and do anything else. The meat was already there and done. And so in that case, it came into less like katanta or the. So there, in that case, the Rabbanan agreed that you can go ahead and use treat it with the things of the day. So in this case, the same thing. When you have a mixture that's already infused, there isn't another option to be able to separate them. So they're here together. So Rabbanan would say you can go ahead, you would agree to Rabbi Shimon, you can go ahead and cook them together. Master Ravina asked me, dummy, chatikos, the case of the Mishnah, the second case of the Mishnah, the Seifa was two pieces of meat. There really is nothing else to do. Either you go to waste or you eat them with the chumrah, with the chumrah of the two of them. But here, in our case of the oil, the sweet and vegetable, the oil of truma, here's the kind of a skita. Why don't we wring out the vegetable, squeeze out all those oils, and therefore we're taking the mixture apart basically. And so why don't the Rabbanan say we should do that instead of going ahead and allowing it to cook? That's the opinion of that's the advice. So they'll say taking this much. What does the Rabbanan say to that? He says no. How exactly would you go ahead and do this pressure squeezing? This tuba, if you go ahead and you really have to squeeze hard to make sure you get every little bit of the truma oil out from the vegetable, a massive shvius. Then we're going to have an issue. You're going to be ruining some of the shvius. Inevitably, when you're crushing the vegetable and get all the oil out, some of it's going to get ruined and dissipate. So you're not going to be able to do that because you have to treat the vegetable of the proper pizza. So okay, so find this for puta. So then what's it going to do another? Then so you will be married. You're not going to be able to fully get all of the oil out unless you do a really hard squeeze. So according to that side, we still come up with is I guess in the Matthias of whether it is possible to properly Rabbi held that you couldn't, and therefore it wasn't. He didn't use this to ask the question on Rava because it was different than the case that we had. Okay, so I guess now after Yosef is coming to ask Abai why he didn't have some of these other questions on Rava, there were, I guess Abai had a couple of different other questions that he could have asked on Rabbi Shita, again, to see how far Rabbi Shimon would apply his dinner. He's not worried about him being kosher based on shul, and he would allow active measures to limit truma or other kosher as long as there's a mixture, as long as you are satisfied with the trumas of what the two things that are mixed together. So, Shimon comes, so I asked the following question on Rabbi Shimon Omar, and here we're talking about, look, in Rashi L'Macharas, talking about the Safek Mitzvah, talking about somebody who, something sort of Mukhlab, and Safek Mitzvah. Someone had some blemish on their skin, and they came to the coin, and they were put away for 7 days, and it's a Safek whether they were just set aside for the 7 days, but never actually became a full-fledged Mitzvah, and therefore they're coming out at the end of their time, they're done, or if they actually were, they actually became a full-fledged Mitzvah, in which case they have to go through the Tahara process. And then they're sitting on the cusp of the 8th day, which would be when they bring their korbanos. Shimon Amar L'Macharas, back in the Gemara, the last line, L'Macharas on the 8th day, maybe Ashamo Lubalina. This person who's a Safek full-fledged Mitzorah, and a Safek maybe just someone who's lost out as a potential Mitzorah, they have to go, if they were a full-fledged Mitzorah, they would have to bring Korban Hashem and a look of oil on the 8th day. So now the 8th day comes, what do? They bring an asham and the oil, roll it, and they make it to say, in Shom Mitzorah, if this person actually was Mitzorah, so this asham is a real asham of asham Mitzorah, or is the asham of then this kava is a required asham, and the look of Shemin is the required look. On our base, I love them safe. The in-laws, if however, this person is not an actual Mitzorah, but just was locked up as potential Mitzvah, is now getting out, and therefore does not need to actually bring the Karban Asham or the Logan Shemen. So then, Asham Zah, Shalmei Nedava. Then this Asham is being brought. It's just in Nedava. It's just being brought as a, non-required Karban. And therefore, what do you do with that? What do you now have to do with that Karban, right? It might be an Asham Mitzvah, and it might just be the Dava. So what do the Kohanim do with it? Also, Asham, Kohen Shita, it's Safon, so it has to have Shita, the Safon, which is the Chomer of the Asham, that's the tree like Asham and slaughtered in the north. But also, but it also has other stringencies. It also has the stringencies of the Nedava. It has to be some from the Mitzorah, where it has to be placed on the thumbs. And you have to do proper smicha, and you have to do with it. You have to bring the custom to choke. And also, it's limited in the time of eating for only 1 day and 1 night. So again, we have a situation now where the Karban is being brought. It might be a full-fledged Asham Mitzorah. It might just be a Nedava. And therefore, we have to chef this Karban and follow the stringencies of both. But what do we see here? We see this, again, there's limited to be a machlokes in this Mishnah. And we see in this Mishnah that one is allowed to bring this Karban, even though this animal is now you're going to be potentially limited, right? Actually, in this case, it's either way. Whether it's Asham Mitzorah or an Asham Nedava, you're taking certain stringencies from each. So what you're doing is effectively taking a Karban that is either an Asham or a Nedava and infusing it with additional stringencies. And so that seems to be going against our Mishnah, which said, A, Megin Kachim is a Beis. So what would you do? How does this Mishnah fit in? How does this Mishnah fit in with the approach of our Mishnah? That says we're not allowed to go ahead and chef these animals in a way that would limit what their availability is for eating and certain things that have to be done with it. Gemara comes to answers. 4 lines from the bottom, from the top, on the base. This case is different. Why? We have a person who's really sitting in limbo. And what's the option? This person might be a full-fledged Mitzorah and might not be a full-fledged Mitzorah. So we have to give him some option to be able to become Tahor or move out of his state of suffering. So if we would apply the principle that we are not allowed to limit this Karban in any different way that's not required, you're going to put this person just in a constant state of limbo. They would never be able to get out of their sexual status. So because we have a person that needs some resolution, therefore the Rabbanu would relax their principle and in this case allow you to bring this Karban with stringencies of the Dava and of a Asham Mitzorah. So now the Gemara goes a little bit on a tangent once we brought down this case. So we talked about what to do with the Asham. We're now going to discuss what would happen or what are the parameters of this Logan Shemen that also needs to be brought. Because again, if this person is a real Mitzorah, then they also have to bring a Logan Shemen as part of their Karban. And if this person is not, then the Logan Shemen is obviously not necessary. So 4 lines down. So fine. We now worked out what you need to do with that Asham Karban and how you properly shaft it with the stringencies of both. What do you do with this Logan Shemen? And the Amar, so the Amar simply says, you take the log and you say, if this person is not a Mitzorah, then they're bringing the Logan Shemen just as again as the Dava. So the Gemara asks, okay, that makes sense. So if the person is actually Mitzorah, the Logan Shemen is fine. It's part of the process. But if not, and now the Logan Shemen is regarding the Dava has different requirements. You have to do mitzvah on the Logan Shemen because the Logan Shemen has the same requirements as was learned from the Karban Mincha, which the Karban needs to take, right, the Kohen take a piece of the Mincha offering off and burn it. The same thing, if you bring an oil that's a Dava, you have to take some of the oil off as the mitzvah. So you have to follow that parameter as well. So, what do I say? Not good. Okay, so you take the mitzvah. All right, well, that's not so simple. But Dilma, Mitzorahu, you buy Matan Sheva. But, okay, so that's fine if you're talking about in a Dava. But what if it's a log of Shem from its oil, then it also needs to have the seven sprinkling. So you're like, okay, no, should we do the seven sprinkling as well? Oh, well, that creates an issue of a hot light. But now we have another problem. If you go ahead and you take the seven sprinkles from that oil, now your oil is sufficient. It's sufficient from what you had before. Let's see Rashi.
Now, while he was in the precinct, that he was yelling, screaming, tearing the place up. I didn't do it.
No. Fine. Either way, you're taking off. Well, when you do this thing, you're taking off from that oil. Now your carbon is short. What are we saying? My support to Maui, right? So now we go ahead and we add more oil back on. So we fill it back up. We do the sprinklings and we fill it back up to the appropriate level. It's not. If we, in the case of the dava, after we take the comments, we have some deficiencies in the oil. What we do is we add more oil in first. So we're allowed to do that. So we're trying to figure out a way where we can take this log of oil and treat it both for the soda if it's needed and for the dava if that's what it's needed. Okay. So now the Gemara has another question. So about 8 people that okay, but now we took up the tweets, all right? Because if this was a nadava, that the logo is being drawn, then we said we have to take a piece of the oil off. And now we have to, just taking off the oil not enough, we have to go ahead and burn it. Okay, Doctor, go ahead and burn it. So Gemara asks Amos, all right, well now is where the issue comes up. When exactly are we going to burn the pizza that we took from this loaf? If you go ahead and you want to burn the pizza after you've already done 7 applications, now we have an issue. Now we have an issue because we have a principle that if between taking the pizza and burning the pizza, some of your leftovers, some of your shirayim is removed, the principle is you're no longer allowed to go ahead and burn that pizza. After all the shirayim has to stay intact because after the pizza is burned. And if we take the pizza, we take the bit of oil, then we go ahead and do the 7 applications. We've now reduced it, taken off the shirayim. You can't go ahead and burn the pizza anymore. Okay, so that's not going to work. We can't go ahead and burn it afterwards. So rather, what's the other option? We told them about the trees. Instead, let's say, all right, let's go ahead and take the pizza, burn it, and then want to do the 7 applications. Okay, so that was a problem. We told them about the Shabbat. Now we have another issue. Already looked at Sakir. Another principle called Koshmi Menu Ishim. Already with Sakir. Let's see. That we'll see in Rashi. And Rashi is second wide line in Rashi. We showed them up and check. So as we said, now what we're doing is we're going to burn the pizza before we go ahead and take the 7 applications for the set. If you must see the Mesa, soon enough. But on Shep, right? How once we've gone ahead and burned the pizza, how can we then go ahead and take the Shabbat? Why? Tilma Nidavahi. Perhaps this log is actually a and then the burning of the pizza is actually required and necessary. And now we're left with the shirayim of the oil after the burning of the pizza. Then the issue is when we take off from that remaining oil, we have an issue about the kilo. Right? With our Shinon Bay, Nani Los Akiru, Koshin Yusa Lashem, Yish the Plow, he's a Kachin, Sharon, the Club, and Apple Punch the Fena Comets, Pinabas, within Kaime, Punish Ram Rocky. We say it applies, more widespread to different types of Korbanos. The Hana Hazos, Makalakar, that's the Kila and Rashi. These Hazos of the Minnesota are a form of Avoda. And once we take it and go to Komets and have Shirayim, those shirayim cannot go ahead and be used to perform another avoda. They can be used as their regular shirayim. But once the pizza is burned, you can't go ahead and do an avoda. And if you go ahead and you do the sprinkling for the Torah, you're then taking these and doing an avoda with them after the pizza has already been brought, and that's going to be an issue of the over on this Koshmi Menu Ishim. And so we're now stuck. What are we going to do with this when you're going to go ahead and burn the pizza from the logo traffic, because either way, we're having issues working it out, right? We can't do it actually because of the issue of post-human and we couldn't do it before because then we have an issue where in basically said you can't have any removal of the shirayim before you go ahead and burn the pizza. So the issue is what do we do? Amar Rabbi Yehuda, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the Gemara. Amar Rabbi Yehuda, Reb Shimon Hazi, Masik Lahu, Shem. Here is the shah. You go ahead and make a sign when you are when you're breaking. So let's do that. Rashi was shaving. So Amar, this is what he said. If this is actually a Mitzvah, and therefore the burning of the pizza is really nothing because there was a pizza that so pizza is only required if the load was in the double, but not required if it's a load from the Mitzvah. So how a lot of it. So then, then we don't have a problem because you're taking it from you're doing the hazos from the oil, and there's no issue of shirai because there was no real comments because it was a mitzvah. In a mitzvah, if it's a case where we're not going to write a mitzvah, and rather it's a load, the load is a mitzvah, and then therefore the burning of the comments actually is something official and is a real burning of the comments. It's a and so we would have an issue if we did the sprinklers afterwards. We're worried about the problem of Yishman and Yishman again of taking the shirayim and using them for then so then you make it tonight. When you do the sprinklers of Yitzorah, you say if this is actually Mitzorah, then these are Mitzorah sprinklers, no problem. If this is really a load that's a Midava, then these sprinklers are not an actual avoda. It's just like sprinkling of water. And because you're saying that it's not a avoda, we don't have an issue of taking shirayim and using them for a further avoda. Tanya back in the Gemara, the last second to last line. That's my best guess. Tanya, Omer. The Reach Nichoach, the Atamala, Atamala, the shame. He said the only issue of bringing the shirayim back onto the stuff and doing an avodah is if it's an actual avodah of Reach Nichoach for purposes of being an avodah. But if it's something that's just the shemitzim, like they're burning for the water, something that's not an avodah purpose, you don't have an issue of using the shirayim. So that's the chart. That's what we do in this case. We take the komesh and burn it right away, and then we go ahead and do the hazos. We do it with its night. That if we were doing it, if this actual load is brought because it's a mitzorah, then these are true pilgrims, and it's not a problem because there wasn't really an actual pizza, so that we don't have to issue that way. And if this was really a load that's in a dava, then these sprinklings are nothing to do with any avoda because there's no actual mitzvah, and it's just sprinkling of water on the fat, and that's how we're able to figure out what to do in this case with the load that is blessed.
Dismissing it. No, the murderer is going to go free.
We are now on the top of Ayin Zion Amid Al. Okay, so we're still. So, all right, I guess we're not. I apologize. We're not fully out of the woods. We thought we figured out the logo. We're not fully out of the woods. So, Shirayim, we have another issue. Shirayim, the volume in Lino, if you remember back, what did we say? We said that when we take we take off the comment, we go ahead and we burn it, then we go ahead and do the Sheva Hazal for the credits, all right? And the Gemara had asked on other days, and it asked, well, now you're deficient in the Shirayim, right? Because you did the sprinkling, so you lost some of the oil. And what did it say? Okay, add more oil back. All right, great. Well, what's the issue? That oil just added back. We never took the pizza. So we filled in the amount, but the pizza was already taken from the original oil. So now we have some Shirayim or some additional oil that was added in that did not have pizza taken from it. And if we're in a situation where this load is a mitzvah, not a logo of a mitzvah, you need to have pizza taken from that, or either that, or you have now something mixed in with already proper Yadava oil that has pizza taken from it, and now you have other oil that's mixed in. That doesn't work. So what do you do? You say the current. Or you go ahead and you are
the guy execute that person.
Hold that. that additional piece of oil. Let's see, that Rashi is that's 7 lines down where Rashi gets in the Karflay. Oh, what do you say? In Eno Mitzora, if this is not a logo of Mitzora, and we are stuck with this question where we have Shirayim that was, not Shirayim, but other additional oil that was added in to refill to our previous level. So what do you say? Omer, in Eno Mitzora, in the Dava, a Masha Hosafti, Shelo Litzore. And therefore, what I put back on that was not needed, then it is put onto this oil. And therefore, that's the good thing where I pose that extra. All right, so the Gemara asks, when exactly are we going to go ahead and do this redeem? Or sorry, not when, but where? Where are you going ahead and do this redeem? If you're going to do it when you're still inside of this stuff, then a mile food Lazar. Well, because now you Kohen has now brought Chulin into Lazar. Because previously we had added in, it was part of our mixture of having stuff. But now when we are loaded it onto something else, we now have this Chulin oil that's now mixed in. That's inside the food stuff. That's what we can. We'll bring it Chulin into Lazar. Yeah, right. Okay, fine. So let's take the whole thing out and do it outside. Well, that's a problem because the right is the Leviotza. Then the entire lug is a problem because the lug has this country option. We bring it outside of this Mikdash to do the Kohen. So it's great. That works for the little sliver that we added. And now the entire lug is a problem because we just brought touching outside of this Mikdash. So where exactly are we doing this hijab? So the answer is the Olam. Now really do it on the inside when you're inside this Mikdash. And here's the way we get around it. You were worried that you're bringing a problem of bringing fluid inside the Mikdash, but what you have to understand is this is not actively going to bring any fluid. The issue is we take fluid and actually transport it and bring it inside. What happened here? When it was added inside, it was inside. It was part of the mixture. You went ahead and were pulled it. When you were pulled it became fluid while it was already inside the mixture. It wasn't fluid that was brought in, but rather it was already inside. Then it became fluid. So it's not an active bringing fluid in, which is the issue, but instead it is something that transformed itself or is transformed into fluid while already inside the mixture. And that's not going to be a problem of actually bringing fluid inside the basin. Stop here.
But this is like, I'm past tears at this point. I'm more like, we just gotta keep going and keep fighting. I mean, you get these little victories here and there. Like we've had a few releases recently that were super encouraging, where you're able to get people a second chance, where you're able to, get it to the point where they could, even though they didn't do it, plead guilty. We just had a release.
All right, I will say good morning, a great spot session to be able to continue in the surface spot. And today begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. A number of them. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Allison Adam Steinitz, memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinitz, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi Ruben Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha. The Yochanan of merit of our Talmud Torah is the Shlomo Havan Ali will be a Mele Tzilshe for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Sammy Malka Esterson for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this month in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henach Ephraim, and the memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Ron Gordon and Shemi Kong Gamo, fell in battle in Gaza and Hanukkah in 2023. Always happy for dedicating the Sherman Drushos this month in memory of Paul's family, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachary Ramis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Barry and Rockmayer and Rita Dubin, in honor of the chassan of their children, Sophie Tizari Granat, and Joachim Merzish and Gadol, Binyan and the Advise them and the Israel near the Essen Shani Tobos. And our Dachlomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and the schools of continued work with Shulam Hannah Bas Susha, for an ongoing refuah. Welcome back to Bar Official Kozlovsky, who is also dedicating the daf today. It is a longer dedication, which I'll post on the chat. Baruch Hashem, Bar Official just returned from an inspirational trip to Eretz Yisrael, Poland, and Lithuania, where he was over Baruch Hashem to see many of the incredible former centers of Torah study. And again, he was over to be in the Yeshivas Tachmei Lublin, established by Ramir Shapira, and because of the Laguna Rav's foresight, we, together with countless Jews, are Zocha to learn that. So welcome back, Baruch Hashem, the Bar Official, and a beautiful and beautiful, sure was an uplifting, incredible trip. Thank you for a beautiful sponsorship. For those that we got, let us begin. So today's daf is Ayat Dali. We are picking up the Nir Chashan. We are picking up actually Ayin Gimel. So today's daf is 974. We're going to pick up Ayin Gimel on days 73B, and we are picking up pretty much the middle of the daf. We actually read this yesterday, but let's just pick up with this again today because this is a hard place to start. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 lines up from the bottom on 73. So this says as follows. Hashtag Amr Monakrid, Nakrid moment. So we'll say, sorry, one additional point that's important to highlight. First of all, happy Thanksgiving to everyone. And it is incredibly important for us, I think Jews in general always, and especially from Jews, will always struggle a little bit kind of like what to do with American holidays. Obviously, holidays that have a religious focus, that's not necessarily for us. But certainly at Thanksgiving, it is so incredibly important. Obviously, different families have different traditions. That I celebrate used to end sheer early on Thanksgiving, so as to allow people to go ahead and be home with their families. And it wasn't because necessarily he ascribed a religious significance to Thanksgiving, but it was simply because people are off. Families hopefully try to get together, and that's beautiful, and that's incredible. But particularly, we'll also on that a day that is dedicated to gratitude, a day that is dedicated to Thanksgiving. And Allah has come with a comment, this is from the confluence of events. This week's Parashat Vayetze, the birth of Leah, Yehuda's fourth son, Yehuda, where she says, Hapam Oda Es Hashem, this time open the Kadosh Baruch Hu. And incredibly enough, Rishwa, says, I don't know what's the shot, this time she thanks Hashem, this time with the other, she had 3 sons before, she didn't thank Hashem beforehand. Amma herself says something beautiful, she says that Leah Yehuda discovered something new, which was all of us thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for like miraculous events in life. We all thank Hashem for the things that are out of the ordinary. Sometimes what we fail to thank HaKadosh Baruch Hu for are just the great things, the beautiful things that happen every single day. Just the things that we take for granted. We say in Modin every day, Modin, which is the bracha of Thanksgiving, we say, Amisecha Shabachol Yom Imani. Thank Hashem for the miracles that He does for us every single day. What are the miracles that happen for us every day? You go like this with your hands. That's I don't know, just the doctors in the crowd, the synapses, but just like, but everything works. That you woke up and the sun's out in Baruch Hashem, and hopefully your family is intact, and hopefully there's food in the refrigerator, and maybe there's not as much money as you would like in the bank, right? But you can pay your bills, hopefully, right? That you can meet your expenses, maybe you can't do everything. But when I said, most of the world doesn't have that. Most of the world does not have the things that we all have day in and day out. That's on the Shabbat of Yomi Mother. And the truth is, it's important for us to celebrate Thanksgiving. Not with the turkey. But it's a creation of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can't hate anything, right? But it doesn't need necessarily the cultural trappings. You can do yes or no. But every year should have a Thanksgiving. Every year should have Thanksgiving. So you'll say to yourself, but I don't need to give for God today. The truth is that's fine. But generally, it's kind of like people who say, I don't celebrate Mother's Day because every day is Mother's Day. Yeah, right. I'm sure you're calling your mother every day, telling her how wonderful she was. Thank you for bringing this love. That's not true. Or just celebrate Mother's Day because you're not focused on that day, you're not doing it any other day. Thanksgiving is the same thing. So just take out, we're off on from work,
help shape
you're
the
all off
future
from
of
work.
pet care.
Right? But for Marisa, like, to take a day where maybe you're free from other responsibilities, and literally just take a few moments and just say, what am I grateful for? Like, what am I thanksgiving for? Whether you do that by yourself, you do it with your mishpacha, you do it with your children, you don't like have your parents, do it with your parents. Just to take a few minutes today, Atam Odes Hashem, the world, at least if our country is giving thanksgiving for this country for so many other incredible things. We have to take Thanksgiving as well. And the truth is, for the Jews of this country as well, with everything that is going on and all of the craziness that we see around us, we must have incredible hakaras, hakol, and although we are in Davos, that this is the Davos that we're in. Thanksgiving to the men and women of the armed forces, Thanksgiving again to those who have worked so hard to build this country into a bastion of freedom and of democracy, to give us the strength to fight against those who want to destroy the fundamental underpinnings of this country. We have a lot to be thankful for, and it's important. Okay, to just take a few minutes as individuals, as families, as a kehillah, to express our trust and to HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all. He has given us both as Americans, Jews, as Americans, as human beings, for what we have in our personal life, what we have in our public life, what we have in our communal or our national life, Halabai. Which Baruch continue to shower bracha upon all of humanity for many years to come. Listen, all right, have a great day. Have a great day. Whatever. Listen to last year's recording or something. You know. So let's go. I'm a Rava. Let's go. So remember again, over the last 2 days, what we established is that halacha l'maisa, the case of the Mishnah was dealing with taro. The case of the Mishnah was dealing with mixtures, right? And in the mixtures, ultimately, again, what we had was something prohibited getting mixed into a much greater number of permitted items. Yet again, the prohibited item was not bottled. So we spent the last 2 days, day and a half, yesterday got the part of the previous days got focusing on why not? Why isn't the prohibited item just simply bottled? Wasn't the bottle? The quick answer to that is because of the rubber shabamim. It's chashuv, it's important. And again, the mechanics of it, es shadar galimnos, kol shadar galimnos, so we focus on that. The bottom line is the item, the prohibited item, in this case, prohibited animal that gets mixed in is chashuv, is important, and therefore it is not bottled. Okay, so now comes along Rava. This is the follow-up. I'm a Rava. Now that the rabbi says, any of these cases, remember, these are all carbonic cases where a prohibited carbon or prohibited animal is getting mixed in with another group of carbonos. And therefore, again, the halacha is you can't offer up any of those animals as carbonos. Now, again, remember, we're not going to each case of the Mishnah, so different cases in the Mishnah have different realities. So, for example, in the case of the chatas, right, the group of chatas offerings, there's no remedy at all. You just have to let them all die, unfortunately. In other cases of mixed up carbonos, ultimately, again, you allow them to graze so they develop a more redeem the whole chevra, and so on and so forth. The point is, you can't offer up any of those mixtures of animals as is. That's the halacha. Comes along Rav, and Rav says, Hashtag the Ami Rabbana lo nakis. Now that the rabbi said you can't offer up any of these kabbanos, the Gemara says, what if he did it? What if he did it? What if you ended up offering up these kabbanos? So what's the halacha? Lo maratzi. Lo maratzi means they do not work. They do not affect the union, they don't count towards your obligations. In other words, now that you're not allowed to offer up any of these mixtures of animals, if you did so, it does not go ahead and take care of your carbonic obligation. Okay? Seems to be a pretty straightforward statement. Same thing Gemara is to this. So Gemara is very good about you the Rabbah. So Rabbi said, brings Kasha to Rabbah. Katas, listen to this. Katas is out of all. All is out of the Katas. So we'll say, so this is talking about bird offerings. Remember again, it's actually last paragraph, right? Bird katos. So bird ola. We'll say pitch kazara. So like katos, how many simanim? 1. Where's the blood? 50% on this one, right below. Excellent, Lamata. Good. Ola, 2 simanim and lamala. Excellent again. Remember again, katos, everything burned together. Or I should say katas, excuse me. The only thing that's offered up is the blood. Everything else goes to the coin. Ola, head and body burned separately. Obviously, it's an ola, so not consumed by the kohen. So in this case over here, you have a bird katas and a bird ola. Now what happens? They got mixed in with each other. Now, obviously, that could be a problem because remember again, it's the same type of bird for both offerings. Either again, tar, right, turtle dove, or yodel. or I should say, Torah ben Yon, or a Kitzi. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? So in this case over here, so remember, Chatos offerings are complicated, right? Because again, Chatos doesn't really have redemption. So because of that, again, even if it got mixed in, so again, Chatos shnis arba ola shnis arba Chatos. Even if it's 1 in 10,000, you have to allow the whole mixture to die. This is what ends up happening whenever you have Chatos issues. But when is this? So when is this? So I'm very interested. The coin Nimlock, this is fascinating. That presupposes that after the mixture occurs, the coin comes and asks a shayla, right? If the coin about the coin she'in Nimlock, but if the coin didn't ask a shayla, and instead what did he do? He offered up the kavanos, and what did he do? Asal l'malam. If he offered up all the birds, lamala means what? Above the chotas. In other words, he did the blood applications above the red line. Then what? Mechza kasha, mechza pasul. Half the birds will be kasha, half the birds will be pasul. Right? Because again, remember, we assume that in this mixture, some of them are half, well, it's called half, right? Half of chatos, half of ola. Therefore, half of the birds will be kasha as an ola, half the birds will be pasul as chatos. Lenata, if you offered all of them Lenata, the Rabbi is Lenata, Mechza kasha, mechza pasul, same thing. Half of the birds will be kasher, half of the birds will be pasul. What if you did one above and one below? Then shneim and psulos. Then ultimately, again, both of them will be pasul. Now we'll say, now why if you did one above, one below? Why both of them pasul? Shani Omer, Chatas kevalamala, va'ola kevalamata. Since already there's been so much confusion over here, right? So much mixture. I have to be further concerned that even that Cohen did the Chatas in the wrong place and the Ola in the wrong place. So we'll say, what's the point of all this? What do you see from here? So what's fascinating about this is this seems to directly contradict Rava. Because what's happening here? What's happening here is if the coin were to ask, right? You have a mixture now of Chatas and all the birds. If the coin were to ask, excuse me, what should I do with this? What will we tell him? What will we tell him? What will we tell him? Nothing. Don't do anything. Don't offer anything yet. What's the halacha? If you did offer them up, then what? At least some number of them are going to be kosher. That hurts Rava. Because Rava that halacha l'maisa, whenever you have a situation of karbanos that are not supposed to be offered, and you did so, you offered it, halacha l'maisa, Momarachi doesn't work. So this contradicts Rava. This contradicts Rava. Hello, Hakiman Dama Chaim. Rather again, goes to chapter says, according to Rava's statement goes according to the opinion that says that's Bali Chaim. And Bali Chaim, we've actually seen this concept before. Bali Chaim means that sometimes an animal could be fundamentally set aside for non-use. That once there is a problematic issue with it, it could be fundamentally set aside for non-use. So the Gemara says, Hakiman Dama Bali Chaim versus the brisa that we just read before about the mixture ultimately again at the chatas and bird chatas bird olah. That goes according to the opinion that says animals are not fundamentally or completely set aside. Therefore, Rava's worldview is by Rava's worldview is once a carbon cannot be offered up, halacha l'maisa, it is fundamentally set aside for non-use, which means even if you offer it up, it's irrelevant and doesn't do anything. The rice that we just quoted, the Rafuna by Yehuda just quoted, is going to say the next sometimes there are karbanos that you're not supposed to offer, but if you offer them, they still could affect some type of carbonic reality. So the Gemara sort of fully omnipotent. But 1 second, everyone was like, that's true. And it is not, it is shected, and it's not just for sacrificial use, it is forever unusable. And yet, top of Ayin Dalit, 74a, Gemara says, it's not new learned. Rosa says, I was just to give you the context of the case. This is a case, ultimately, again, where you shechted an animal that was a balmum. The Kohen shechted an animal that was a balmum, and then the parts of that carbon got mixed in with other valid carbonic parts. So now, what do? Rabbi says, in Kara Harosh, so after the head, Rabbi says essentially, if you only offered up the head of one of them, you could offer up the head of the rest of them. The logic behind that is because if one of the heads was already offered up, perhaps you could assume that it was the head of the invalid carton that was already offered up. Once that was offered up, you should be able to offer up the rest of it. So what do you see here? Now this is by an animal that was shluta, right? This is ultimately again by an animal that was already shafted. So again, what do you see from here? That even by a shluta animal, we say bali chayim piyim, that ultimately again that animals that were shafted are not fully set aside for non-use. To which the Gemara says, "Who the Amar ki Chanana Mitzri?" Feels like Chanana Mitzri. What is Chanana Mitzri? Is incredible. The Azan Chanana Mitzri Omer Afidu Dam Bikos maybe Chaberu Umizadek Lo. So literally translated, even if the blood is in the cup, you bring the other cup, and then ultimately again make it as a paraffin first. Now what is that? Let's take a look at Rashi. This is actually a great case. Afidu Dam, second line down from the top in Rashi. Seir Hanasa B'Fnim Bikos Shekba Nishkat. So we'll say, here's the following case. I'm going to take, remember again, you have two goats. You have two goats. One is offered up inside the base of Mikdash, and one is sent out outside. Now they're a pair. Remember again, the Mishnah Second brings down, we draw lots, right? He says, La Hashem, La Azazel, they're a pair. What happens if you shefted what we call the inner compass? Remember again, I both said this is a seer b'fnim. We spent a lot of time on this already in the Zefta. So let's say you shefted the Seir LaHashem. You already have the blood in the kos. You're ready for the sprinkling. And then what happens? It's Azazel, right? It's Azazel counterpart, right? The one that's supposed to be sent out to throw off the cliff, dies. So almost all the other opinions say you gotta redo the whole process. Right? Because they're a pair. Therefore you can't. So if one of the couple dies, you have to start again. Hanana Mitzvahs of the opinion says, no, you don't have to start again. Rather, just get a new Seir Lazazel, right? Just get a new cliff coat, right? Get a new Seir Lazazel. And ultimately, again, go ahead and you could use the blood. You could use the Seir that you already shefted the flint and just bring a new one. So we'll say, so Rashi says over here, so what do you see from here? So what do you see from here? Hanana Mishti is the one who says that Bali Chayim King and Niklin Afidu B'Shkuta. It's a unique idea. So Hanana Mishti is of the opinion that says that even if an animal was shafted already and it's set aside for it doesn't become permanently set aside for non-use. So at that moment again, when the Seir Lazazel dies, the blood is unusable in that moment. Now we'll say, if you would say Bali Chayim Niklin, then what you would say is, once the blood is unusable for a period of time, then what? It remains unusable forever. Hanana Mitzri does not hold that way. He knows that even though it is temporarily unusable, right? Because the blood of the inner chatos is going to be unusable until it has an Azazel counterpart. Just get it an Azazel counterpart, and you're good to go. All right, so what do I do with all this? So remember again, here's the point to remember. Rava, right? Rava says that halacha l'maisa. Once Chazal said, going back, reflecting on our Mishnah was all cases of prohibited animals, prohibited carbonic animals that get mixed in with permitted carbonic animals. What's the result of the mixture? Essentially, it's the same result of every mixture. What's the result of the mixture? Can't offer it up. Now, different mixtures have different mechanisms of dealing with that. But as the mixture stands right now, you can't offer it up. All Rav is saying is, halacha l'maisa, once the rabbi said you can't offer something up, even if you offered it up, it doesn't work. Lomaratzi. The Gemara then goes on just to show there are other opinions. Not everybody agrees with the statement of Rava. Most notably, Hanan HaMitzri. Hanan HaMitzri and others. So again, nevertheless, that was the statement of Rava. Let's go back there. I'm not Rava, who are very training Gemara. Listen to this. Amarav. So now watch this. From Nachman said in the name of God the following ruling. Seems a little bit unrelated at first, but it's going to be related in just a moment. If you have a ring of Avodah Zarah, a ring of Avodah Zarah. Now what's in that? Good. Ring of Avodah Zarah. Now what is the ring of Avodah Zarah? The Pashas, I don't know, they put a ring on the idol. Put a ring on the idol. So I might say, in Tabas Avodah Zarah, she's out of their Tabas, and it got mixed in with 100 other rings. So what's that law? And then one of the rings fell into the sea. So what's the sea? What happened over here? So I have an Avodah Zarah ring. My Avodah Zarah ring, it's not my Avodah Zarah. I don't want to use it. In other words, an Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with 100 of my rings. 100 of my rings.
publicly,
Good. So let's say, so now what happens? Now, obviously, Avodah Zarah, most generally, what's the halacha with Avodah Zarah when it gets mixed into something? I try Avodah Zarah things. What's the halacha? Not possible. Avodah Zarah is not possible, right? So therefore, when that Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with my hundred ring, the Pashas, the mixture is also. Now something interesting happens, which is finally something interesting. Let's say now something interesting happens. That's how one ring falls into the sea. So one ring is into the sea. So let's say, now watch this. It's incredible. So that says, put your kulan. All the rings are permitted. Incredible, no? All rings are permitted. Why? Why? Because I say that the ring that fell into the sea was the prohibited ring. Incredible. And one ring, right? One ring fell aside from the mixture. I say the one ring that fell into the sea, that was the Avodah Zarah ring. Okay. So let's say, so that's a tremendous assumption. But that's how that passing is incredible. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So Rav is Hashel Rav Nachman, Rav Hossein, another ring is Rav Nachman is quoting Rav. So Rav is the question to Rav Nachman, Afilu Achos B'Ribo Yamus V'Kulan. So we'll say, but one second. We learned before, right? We learned before ultimately again in the previous way. So, but a local so when you have a mixture, you have a mixture, and ultimately again, even if one prohibited item gets mixed in with 10,000, Ribo is 10,000. That's how we talk about it. I'm going to make a point. All of them must be left to die. So the Gemara says, Ba'anai. Why is that so? Ba'anai, Neima Dinis Isuris. So let's say, why not say the following? Why not say that halacha l'maisa? Look at Rashi's name. V'amaya Musa, what Rashi says. L'cheivan shenis echamen, literally they v'nima d'isura ma'ay ta'atam yikivu. So let's say, so for argument's sake, if one of them died, why not say that halacha l'maisa, the one that died was the one that was Isser, died. The same way that we say that the one ring that fell into the water, ultimately the sea, was the Avodah Zarah ring. Say that the one that died from the group, ultimately again, is the prohibited one. I'm going to wrap the Omer to the Rosa. Eliezer. Rav holds it Eliezer. What is it? It's not Eliezer Omer. In Kala Harosh Shal Achamehan, you could go Kala Russian. Also, this is exactly his initial quoting the top of the dot. So remember again, this is if you had a Balmum that was shafted, a Balmum carbon that was essentially shafted, then mixed in with other carbonic pieces. So Eliezer says, once you offered up the head, ultimately again, you can go ahead and sacrifice everything, offer up everything else. The Gemara says, why? Because halacha l'maisa again, it's the same thing. That when we have a mixture, and then something is isolated from the mixture, for some reason, halachically, we have the right to assume that it was the prohibited item which was isolated from the mixture. That's the common theme, right? So you have a balmum carbon that was shafted, cut up into pieces. The pieces are mixed with other permitted carbonic pieces. One of the heads was offered, and then as he says, you should assume that it was the prohibited head that was offered. So it's done already. So because it's done already, you might as well go ahead and offer up the rest of the group. So Rav subscribes that same idea. You have an Avodah Zarah ring that got mixed in with 100 other permitted rings. One of the rings fell into the sea. We can assume that it was the Avodah Zarah ring. Ultimately, again, that was dispensed with. Rav Elazar said, "Lo kitchen Rabbi Eliezer ela shnayim." About Echad Lo. So what's very interesting? Even Rabbi Eliezer says that you could offer up the rest of the Kabanos. What does he say? You could offer them up 2 at a time. It's very interesting. 2 at a time. And everyone's saying, now, why 2 at a time? Because like this, if you're offering up the rest of the sacrificial parts 2 at a time, at least there's a probability that one of them is not the prohibited one. Right? So in other words, so that way at least you know because the problem is if you, when you in Rabbi Elazar's case, when you burnt that first sacrificial head, so as much as halachically we'd like to say, okay, you know what, that was the prohibited one, do you know for sure? No. So therefore you can't offer up the rest of the sacrificial parts one at a time because it's possible that the one that you're holding in your hand is the prohibited one. So like this, if you're doing it 2 at a time, there's a probability that at least one of them is not the prohibited one. So that's how I ask you. So again, so therefore I'm going to say, what do you do with the ring case? I'm going to watch this. So I've said, or nothing said, I agree. I agree with the rings. You have to sell them 2 at a time as well. And let's say, now watch this. Let's kind of bring this full circle. So in other words, what Rav is saying is like this. So Rav says, here's the case. There's an Avodah Zarah ring that gets mixed in with 100 of my rings. Now, obviously, at first glance, status of the mixture, awesome, right? Because Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Okay? Yet Rav said that one of the rings falls into the sea. Irretrievably falls into the sea. Right? So then we'll say, what's the halacha? Rav says the rest of the mixture is mutter. Now, again, come full circle. Rav says it's mutter. What he means is like this: you could sell off the rest of those rings, but you need to sell them two at a time. You can't sell them one at a time. Why? Because see what we're doing over here? We're kind of straddling both sides of the fence. That on one hand, what we're saying is the ring that fell into the sea is the Avodah Zarah one. Are we 1,000% sure of that? No. We're pretty sure of that. But then what we're going to do to hedge our bets a little bit more is that when you sell off the rest of the rings, sell them two at a time. Because if you sell two at a time, again, we're confident that at least one of them is not the Avodah Zarah. If you sell it one at a time, the problem is how do you know that one is not the Avodah Zarah one? Okay, fascinating idea. Continuing along. So watch this, and I'll say another kind of building on that previous. That says you have a ring of Avodah Zarah that goes in and gets mixed in with 100 other rings. Okay, so let's say now watch what happens. Then what happens? You take this now. You had 101, right? 100 mutter ones, one Avodah Zarah one. Once again, one of the rings goes ahead and falls into the sea. Okay, so it's now what happens? So the Gemara says, no, I'm sorry. 100 rings, right? And Avodah Zarah goes out and gets mixed in. Now what happens? 40 of the rings are separated into one spot. 60 of the rings are separated into another spot. Okay, so the Gemara says, if now ultimately again, Rashi says over here, now one of the group of 40 is separated, and then what? Rashi says over here, it's almost right across in Rashi. So we'll say, now watch, okay, so just follow this over here. I've got 100 rings. And Avodah Zarah ring ultimately again gets mixed in. Then the group is split. 40 are taken to one spot, 60 are taken to a different spot. Now what happens? One of the 40 Tevra then is separated and gets mixed in with another group of rings. So Rav says that halacha l'maisa, there's achas me'arbaim, eno oseres. Ultimately, again, one of the group of 40 gets mixed in with another group. Ultimately, again, the second group is not us, it's mutter. Achas mishishin oseres. Watch this. But if one of the rings of the group of 60 subsequently gets mixed in with another group, ultimately, again, the secondary group is going to be us. First, okay, what's the shot? Why is it that if one of the 40 group, right, one of the 40 group gets mixed in with the secondary group, that ultimately the secondary group is not usher? This is fascinating. Why? Because they're both saying, remember, let's go back for just a second. The one ring of Avodah Zarah got mixed in with a group of 100. A group of 100 was then split into a group of 60 and a group of 40. If one from the group of 40 gets mixed in with another group, ultimately the secondary group is going to be mutter. Why? Because they'll say, where do we assume the Avodah Zarah ring is? With the group of 60. Why? Why do I make that assumption? Just the majority. That's the statistical probability is that the Avodah Zarah ring is with the larger group. So therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, if a ring from the group of 40 gets mixed in, ultimately again with another group, ultimately the secondary group is going to be mutter. Achas mishishin, Sinimar says, I understand. Achas mishishin, I mean, it's everybody saw. I understand. But even so, when I was watch this. So now what did we say? Therefore, we assume that the Avodah Zarah ring is in the group of 60. And therefore, we said that if one of the group of 60 gets mixed in with another group, it answers the secondary group as well. But why not say that when you get one from the group of 60, chances are that's the mutter one, right? Because where's the Avodah Zarah ring? Where is it? Still with the majority, still in the mixture with the majority. And therefore, again, the secondary group from the one ring from the group of 60 ultimately should still be mutter. The Gemara says, okay, you're right. Let's reframe this. Hello. So let's write what you have to say this. In Pirshu Arban, Pulumakom Echad, Ein Osos. The 40 was separated out of the original group. ultimately again to one place, they do not go ahead and convey any history. Now, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is right across Ella. Havi Kamer. Pershu ha'arban kulu makom echad. V'nis'arvu b'shar tabos. Einon osri. Damina b'sur b'shisha b'sach. The Lord says, now we're reframing the case. What's the case? Same thing. I have a group of 100 rings. Both of our ring gets mixed in. Then the group is split into 40 and 60. So the Lord said, then what happens? Halakha l'maisa now, the entire group of 40 is mixed in with a secondary group of rings. That's the case. So instead of one from the group of 40 getting mixed in with a secondary group, the entire group of 40 is getting mixed in with a secondary group. So it says, what's halakha? They don't answer. Now, once again, why doesn't it answer? Why doesn't the group of 40 answer the secondary group? Why not? Because we assume that the Avodah ring is where? With the group of 60. On the other hand, Shishim Lamakom Echad Oslos. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. If the group of 60 then gets mixed in ultimately again with the secondary group, then what's the halacha? It's also why? Because again, the entire group is 60, because we assume that the Avodah ring is with the group of 60, and therefore it is us. So what I just want to point out over here is, the Gemara is presupposing that the way Avodah works, because it's not bottle, therefore again, because it's not bottle, the Isser keeps moving forward. Right? That in other words, it doesn't make a difference how many mixtures you keep mixing it into. If there's the possibility of Avodah in there, it's going to keep conveying Isser to the group. So, right? Because remember again, now we're already getting a second step removed. We've got Avodah mixed into the group of 100. The group of 100 split between 60 40. If the group of 40 gets mixed in with the secondary group, it's going to be mutter because we assume that the Avodah with a larger group. If the group of 60 gets mixed in with the secondary group, it makes the secondary group usher ultimately again because we assume that the Avodah is the Avodah. What do you see from here? What's the tremendous Musar Haskell? We see from here that there are certain things that are so toxic, certain things that are so negative that it doesn't make a difference how much good you have. It fundamentally erodes all of the good that is, all of the good that may be around. And also we know this. That's why the Rambam writes that there are certain midos that halakha again, no matter how much good you have to eliminate them in totality, right? Chief amongst them is chas, anger. Anger, the Rambam says, and again also there's certain character traits, certain behaviors that no matter, in general, the way life works is all of us have deficiencies. Right? All of us have deficiencies. All of us have things that in any given moment are broken inside of us. And the truth is also all of us have, and even though I know that, I also know I'm not fixing them right now. I'm not. As much as I'd love to, I can't, I won't. We all have stuff like that. I know that it's glaringly broken inside of me right now, but I also know that for whatever the reason, I'm not actively fixing it. So what do? You try to, guess what, leverage from like, not leverage your risk, but hedge your right, hedge what? Hedge your bet.
You didn't follow the rules. You didn't do that. You're not a ticket.
You know, like, I would call it like triage. All of us live with certain inconsistencies that I know I'm not fixing right now. I know I have to fix it, but for whatever the reason, I know I'm not fixing it right now. But what I need to do is I need to kind of balance the equation a little bit. So what do? I bolster myself with some additional good. And although the additional good does not fix the stuff that's broken, it helps to address it at least a little bit. Just a little bit until I can get to it. It's like anything in life. Every person runs a business. There's a million things you want to do in your business. I would assume, not business, but I would assume there's a million things you want to do in your business. I can't do everything right now. So I have to create a hierarchy of what I have to do. So I'm addressing issues 1, 2, and 3. 4, 5, and 6 are important, but I know I can't get to them right now. But they're still glaring issues. So I need to figure out how to triage a little bit, kind of keep those things in check. I'll get to them when I get to them. That's a lot like life. In other words, in myself, there's a whole bunch of things I have to fix. There are things I'm going to fix now, and there are other things that I can't get to right now. But I need to figure out a way to kind of make sure they don't get worse. So I got to band-aid them. How do you band-aid the stuff inside of you that's really broken, but you can't address right now? By choosing more good. Like Torah, more tefillah, tzedakah, more chesed. It doesn't address stuff that's broken, but at least it triages it a little bit. But there are certain things in life that are so costly. There are certain things in life that are so terrible. Certain things that are so abrasive that if you don't deal with it, it's not bottle. No matter how much food you have, it's just not bottle. And those are the things we have to identify within ourselves, like immediately. What are the things that, even though I can't fix it right now, if I don't address it right now, no matter how much good, it's like Avodah Zarah. Avodah Zarah is so costly that it doesn't matter how many more mixtures you put it into, it's never bottle. Okay, man, let's get back to this. Says the Gemara. A lot of profundity over here. So the Gemara says, so that's the case. She's not the record also. So when we say this over Shmuel, I'm going to Avodah don't bring any rayas on Avodah Zarah. Why? Sheseka uspek sveka asura ad ha'olam. Avodah Zarah is different, I will say, right? Because Avodah Zarah, the severity of Avodah Zarah is such that it is asur, and it is continuously asur ad sof ha'olam. It is never bottle. It's never bottle. Which the must do is that so? Meistei safek Avodah Zarah asura uspek sveka mutaras. So the Gemara says, Safek Avodah Zarah is asur, but sex seka, a double Safek, ultimately again is going to be mutter. What's an example of a double Safek? Here we go. Okay, so here we go. Let's see, you have a cup of Avodah Zarah, literally like a cup used for Avodah Zarah. You have a Avodah Zarah becher. Right, so what happens? So my Avodah Zarah becher gets mixed in, not my Avodah Zarah, and Avodah Zarah becher, right, gets mixed in with my other backers, so then we'll say what's out of Hakula Asuin. So all of us, because Avodah Zarah is not bottle. Diresh, after Mehem the Rebo, who may Rebo the Rebo, Mutari. But if one of the backers then separates from the group, and ultimately again gets mixed in with Rebo, I'll say 10,000. 10,000 is the way that the Gemara just uses. Like that's just an exaggerated number. Like it gets mixed in with 10,000, and then I will say one of the group of the 10,000 gets mixed in with another 10,000 mutter. Oh, what do you see from here? You see from here that I will say even Avodah Zarah at a certain point ultimately again will get lost in a super majority. The Gemara says. So which one is it? Do we say that Avodah Zarah is forever mutter, no matter how many stekas you have, or no, at a certain point in time, perhaps Avodah Zarah becomes mutter? To which the Gemara says it's not focused time. Tonight, we said, here we go, Rimoni Badan is from the Chol Shuhu. So we'll say Rimoni Badan. Now we have Rimoni Badan. Remember again, what are Rimoni Badan? That's one of the 6 items, right, that are so chashuv that they're never bottled. So Rimoni Badan, the Chol Shuhu, Rimoni Badan ultimately again are going to be Asher the Chol Shuhu. Case. That's what I'll say. What's the case? Case Nafal Echad Mehem L'Sof Libo. If one of them falls ultimately again into a mixture of 10,000, we may be Libo, and from 10,000 to another 10,000 asur, right? Because it's not bottle. It's not bottle. That's the first thing. Avodah Zarah ultimately again is never bottle. So you shouldn't use on Mishum Rabbi Shimon. Libo asurin, u'meribo v'shlosha, u'mishlosha l'makom echad mutter. So the Shimon says, no. If ultimately again you have Avodah Zarah, and Avodah Zarah falls into a mixture even of 10,000 permitted items, and then something from the group of 10,000 falls into a group of 3, and then something from the group of 3 falls into another smaller group, it's mutter. On the road side, this second opinion holds that at a certain point, Avodah Zarah ultimately again becomes permitted. Shmuel the Amar Riba Asurim, Shmuel the Amar Kiman. So who does Shmuel hold like? Shmuel holds like Kiman. Even by non-Avodah Zarah, ultimately this chashav is not bottle. Rabbi Shimon holds that at a certain point, right, sex sake of Avodah Zarah becomes mutter. Maybe you'll say, according to Rabbi Shimon makes a distinction ultimately again between Avodah Zarah and Shari Surim. Hello, what about the following statement? Following Brisa, Safek Avodah Zarah, if you have a Safek Avodah Zarah, it's answer, Usfeka Muteres. But a double Safek. Someone says, so just to give you this idea, what's a double Safek? Avodah Zarah falls into a group of rings, then one of the members of the group of rings falls into another group, and then that falls into another group. That's sex sake, a double suffix. So ultimately, again, at a certain point in time, it becomes mutter. So who's that money? Rabbi Shimon. We all know Rabbi Shimon. In reality, ultimately, again, effectively Rabbi Shimon, Shmuel Savala Kabid, the Chada, Shmuel the Kabid in one case, i.e. Avodah Zarah, that specs Seka by Avodah Zarah will be mutter, Polit Ali the Chada, and ultimately, again, disagrees with the other case, that ultimately, again, it will be, and disagrees in the secondary case. Omermad, Mary Bol the Chosh Mishosha Makamaka, this was a church of the Gaisa. Right, so remember again, we said that the Avodah Zarah falls into a group of 10,000, and then from a group of 10,000 to another group, and then from that secondary group into a group of 3, it will be mother on the base. My Shosha, the group of 1 to a group of 3, because ultimately there's a row. I was saying, even if it falls into a group of 2, Shnayim Nani Ikaruba, even in a group of 2, there's a row. Think you must be right. My Gimel, Biktani, Tartibu. When we say 3, what's 3? 3 merely means 2 plus 1, that it falls into a group of 2 other items besides itself. By Sima, the other possibility ultimately is several Kavilas, and that ultimately again he holds like Rabbi Eliezer. So let's say, so bottom line, so I'll deal a little bit quickly. Ultimately, again, so that meaning when he holds like Rabbi Eliezer says that Speka by bonus ultimately again it's going to be us. They're going to say, what's the takeaway? Tremendous takeaway over here. Fundamental machlokes about the nature of bittul by Avodah Zarah. Fundamental machlokes. There is a school of thought that says Avodah Zarah is never bought. Never ever buffer, which means it doesn't make a difference how many mixtures the Avodah Zarah keeps falling into. By the way, it's not just Avodah Zarah itself. What is it? It's Suffolk Avodah Zarah. Because remember, in all of these cases what we're talking about over here is Avodah Zarah gets mixed into a mixture, then a part of that mixture gets into a secondary mixture, and then the part of the secondary mixture gets mixed into a tertiary mixture. Right? So let's say, the first school of thought says it's not bottle. It's not bottle. Avodah Zarah is never, ever bottle. And it doesn't matter how many steps you keep going, Avodah Zarah will continuously be us. Second school of thought says no. There's a limit. There's a limit. In other words, Avodah Zarah gets mixed into a mixture, yes, it's usher. That mixture gets into a secondary mixture, it will be usher also. But once you get to a tertiary mixture, what we call now a sveka, it's bottle. It's bottle. Now again, obviously it's only bottle in what? If you have at least a simple majority, right? You will need at least a 2-to-1 ratio, but Allah is a bottle. So what's like fundamental, dramatic, riveting, mind-blowing mathematics? Let's go a little bit back here, a couple of minutes left. Next, Amr Shlakish, Chavish Shal Truma, Shenzar V'Chavish, listen to this. It's like this. You have a barrel of truma that got mixed in with 100 other barrels. So again, I'm about to say, so in this case over here, barrel of truma gets mixed in with another 100 non-truma barrels. Now, I'm again, I'm about to say, normally, the nukla afas and one of the barrels falls into the sea. Now, again, this sounds very much like the case of Rav. Avodah Zarah ring gets mixed in with 100 rings. One of the rings falls into the sea. What's the halacha? Putra kulan. All of the barrels are mutter. Why? Because we assume that the barrel that fell into the sea was the truma barrel. Okay, great. So the Gemara says, why do you need the same case twice? You already told me this. You already illustrated this with the case of the rings of Avodah Zarah. Why do I need both cases? I need Rav Nachman's case. Rav Nachman was the ring case. Rav Nachman was the ring case. Ultimately, again, and I need the case of Reish Lakish. I need both cases. Why? The image of Rav Nachman, if it were just Rav Nachman from the ring case, I would have said like this. Maybe Rav Nachman rules that way in that case, because if you don't rule in that case, if you don't rule in that case that the ring that fell into the sea was the Avodah Zarah ring, there's no way to permit the mixture. Like there's no other mechanism for permitting mixture. They will not hear it. About Truma, the issue, I don't know. But in the Truma case, in the barrel case, there is a way to permit the mixture. How do you permit the mixture? Well, I'm not permit mixture, but there is a mechanism. What's the mechanism? Sell it to a Kohen. What's the worst case scenario over here? The worst case scenario over here is that all the barrels have to be treated like Truma. No problem. Sell it to a Kohen. Now, granted, you're going to take a loss, right? Because the Kohen literally realizes he's got you over the barrel. So why? Because remember, again, Truma is for a very limited population. So you probably will take a loss, but Lamaisim is absolutely a mechanism for resolution. So I might have thought the only time you say that we can assume that the item that fell into the sea of the Avodah Zarah item is when that's the only mechanism of resolution. And therefore, you have Avodah Zarah, that makes sense. But where there is another mechanism of a resolution, like buy Truma, you sell to a coin, maybe we don't make the assumption that the barrel that fell into the sea was the Truma barrel. But you need Reish Lakish, and if you just learned from Reish Lakish, remember again, Reish Lakish is the barrel case. Hallelujah, Chavis, the Minker and the Pilas. Very interesting. I would have said, when does this concept apply? Ultimately, again, by a barrel, because when a barrel falls into the sea and leaves the mixture, it's recognized. About Tabas, the Minker and the Pilas alone. But by a ring, where when one ring falls from the mixture into the sea, it's not recognized. So what do you have to be concerned? That's very interesting. We have to be concerned that maybe since it's not recognizable, people won't realize that a ring fell into the sea, and they will think that the reason why the mixture is permitted is why? Because Avodah Zarah is batal barol. And I will say that's catastrophic. Because again, even if you know that sex steika is mutter by Avodah Zarah, holding that the initial mixture is mutter. Therefore, again, both sides tricky. Therefore, we need both cases. And therefore, both cases are correct. So both in the case of the ring that gets mixed in, when one ring falls in, Halakha Lamais is going to be soon as the Avodah Zarah, the ring that falls in, the rest of the mixture is going to be mutter. The barrel of Truma that gets mixed in with 100 other barrels. One barrel falls into the sea, we assume that it is the barrel of Truma that fell in, and the rest of the barrels are mutter. And therefore, again, even though the cases sound incredibly similar, they both have their own halachic uniqueness, and therefore, ultimately, again, both cases need to be studied. That's what I say. We'll stop over there for today. We're fine. We're fine. We're good. We're good. We'll pick up here tomorrow. Both sides. Go yeah.
These 500 deaths a year. I read a horrible case about a lady
Everyone.
struggling, in pain, really hurting. Kept taking Tylenol. And Tylenol was with codeine. Oh, okay. Tylenol with codeine. Tylenol 3. That's schedule 3.
Say that again.
That's different. Different Tylenol. Different regular. So acetaminophen.
So how do you feel about it being rescheduled?
Well, it's better. Certainly it's better. I believe if it's rescheduled, what does that mean? It can be prescribed now, and it can be prescribed state by state. Even in Texas, there's some medical uses. I feel like it should be like alcohol. I think you should be of a certain age to be able to use it, and I think it's not for everybody. I think that's important. That it isn't for everybody. There are people that have very
all right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Allison, Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ben Ruvain, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ruvain, Ben Shimon Zilfon Lebrach, Sammy Malka Estes, in memory of their parents, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachelbas, Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Hanach Ephraim, in memory of Staff Sergeant Natali Yona Gordon Hashem, Kumdallah, Paul and Kathy Pollock, memory of Paul's sister Leah Bashmuel and Zachary Shulamis Bashmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah, desserts as all during the month of Kislev. A week of learning sponsors Baruch Marina Dubin in honor of the Chasana. Baruch Hashem, we beautifully Bishar told us last night that our daughter Sophie Tzadik Renat made Zilcha to build a bayis Ne'eman B'Yisrael. And I got the only sponsors for today, Hayal and Sarah Steinberg, and Shlusa continued help. But Savamas Hannah Bas Susha and Bas Simra Hakin and daughters Orly and Yael as a source for pushing for Saeed Yosef HaKohen. Ben Tashi is having surgery today. We hope that in Hashem Saeed will have a pushing of Sidus Kol Israel. All the Neshama Shabbat Ali, the families in the film, and all those. Hashem. We need the Zohar Stolas and Bracha should be Zocha to acquire Kodesh Baruch Hu today and the days to come. Also, with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. A really incredible dot ahead of us. Today's stop is Ayin Gimel 73. We are picking up on Ayin Gimel Dalet. So since we left off again, remember, we're trying to answer one simple question. question in the Mishnah, which is, why isn't the animal that is mixed in with the other permitted animals bottle? Right? That's the simple case in the Mishnah, where halacha l'maaseh can have a prohibited animal that is mixed in with a number of permitted animals. So now the shaila is, why don't we say simple bittul? Remember again, midnaraisa had the trade bottle. Right? Anything that is permitted in a mixture of 2 to 1. So why not just say bittul right off the bat? So we gave a couple of different answers. The last answer the Gemara gave, it's very simple. It's what's called a davar sheba minyan. And I will say, now remember, what does davar sheba minyan mean? As opposed to getting into kol shadako limnos, es shadako limnos, which is one of those machlokes, and I will say that make sure you commit it to memory, because we're going to see that throughout all of Shas. We have seen it throughout all of Shas. Leaving that aside, it's a simple idea of darshan minyan. Darshan minyan means anything that is sometimes looked at as an individual unit is not bottle. That's it. Not all the time, not most of the time. That's some of the time, as you have an item that sometimes is sold or looking or reckoned as an individual unit. Halacha l'maaseh is not bottle. Certain animals fit that bill. Right? An animal sometimes is sold as part of a chevra, but also other times is also sold, right, or used commercially as an individual unit. Therefore, again, it's not bottle. So the Gemara says, the second line down from the top, I'm going back to Sanyo. Litra Kitzios, this is a very interesting case. Litra Kitzios, Shadar Sab Eagle. Okay, so here's the thing. So first of all, Litra Kitzios, Litra is a measure. Kitzios is actually interesting. It actually points out the actual etymological root of this word is Kitzios is from the notion of Mitzvah, which was a tool. And what was it a tool used for? So apparently if you had figs, what they used to do is like this. They used to make cakes of pressed figs. How do you make a cake of pressed figs? By the way, Thanksgiving is coming. This may come in handy for you, right? How do you make a cake of pressed figs? Right? So the nice again, you take your fig, then you have to take out the stem. The tool to take out the stem was called the mitzvah. Then it would be spread out to let it dry. Then what they would do is they would pack these together as cakes. You pack, and then afterwards, what you would do is if you would sell a piece of it, you would go and make actually slice like a piece of the cake of the city's all kind of shots. Cake of pressed cake. So interesting, so fascinating. I don't know why this is, but it's called the mitzvah or litra kitzios, based on the lashon of the tool used to destem it. Okay. In any event, so what do you have over there? You have a litra shotzios. Now Rashi points out over here. Look at Rashi. Actually, right across to the right. Litra kitzios, mishkal litra shotzios, shottruma. So what's here's the case. I have a cake of pressed figs. But ultimately again is of truma. That's the important part to remember over here. This is no ordinary cake of pressed figs. It's truma. Now what happened? So the Gemara says, "Shadar Sa'ki Eagle." The Eagle is very interesting. So what did you do? You went ahead and you essentially took this cake of pressed figs of truma, and you press it onto another cake of pressed figs in a cleave. Our eagle actually says over here is shin cleave. There is a utensil called an eagle. The Gemara says, "V'darsin baktios v'nidbakim zubazu v'nasin eagle kamogina." So essentially, this eagle is the utensil in which you would make the cake of pressed figs. So there was a circular cleave. You would press the figs in there, and again, it would become this cake of pressed figs. So you imagine that's the following scenario. So imagine you have this cleave. It's filled with figs. Now, what ends up happening is, if you can imagine, you have a ring of figs. We'll call that the litra shotzios. That ring of figs, ultimately, again, is truma. What did you do? You took that ring and you pressed it into the eagle. So now you mixed the ring of figs of truma, and you pressed it into the top of one of the eagle utensils. What's the issue? You don't know which eagle utensil you pressed it into. So again, so just to give you the imagery, right? You have a bunch of these eagle utensils, like a bunch of these pressed molds, and again, you have a ring of truma figs. You press the truma figs into the mouth of one of those molds. You do not know which one. You do not know which one. Okay, so that's the piece of it. So Richard Shokatios, Shadar Sal Eagle, he took a ring of truma pressed figs, he pressed it into the mouth of one of the molds. The alien of there, the Azel Eagle Darsa. And you don't know which mold you put it into. Now let's say, or Alpichobis, the there, the Azel Chobis Darsa. Similarly, let's say instead of using a mold, you were using a barrel. Same idea. So you took the ring of truma figs, you pressed it into the mouth of one of the barrels, and you do not know which barrel you placed it into. Kaveris, the alien there, the Azel Kaveris Darsa. Kaveris, by the way, normally means it's a beehive. But in this case, it means a mold or a basket shaped like a hive. It's all the same idea. You have this ring of pressed figs of truma. You pressed it into the mouth of one of these utensils, and you don't know which utensil you put it into. So let's say now the shaila is, so now what do I do? Now, what's the good news in this? What's the good news? The good news in this is the one mixed in to the rest of the mold is mixed in. Not really, not like in a classic sense. Why? Because remember again, it's sitting on top. So the good part is I kind of know where it is, but I don't know where it is. In other words, I know that it's sitting on the top of the mouth of one of these utensils, one of these molds. I just don't know which utensil it's in. So what's that about? So Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Lazar Omer, so Rabbi Meir now quotes this machlokas. He says like this, Rabbi Lazar Omer, Rowan and Salionos, Kilavim, Pludos, Dakatonos, Ma'alos, Salionos. So this is very interesting. Rabbi Meir essentially says, we view the top layer. Now remember again, the way these cakes of pressed figs were often made was, essentially what you were doing was, you were stacking layer after layer of figs and then pressing them down. It's like, can't you see like how they make shawarma? If you haven't, don't do it, right? It wouldn't be experience. But for myself, it's not like they're getting like a piece of meat that size. Well, instead what they're doing is they're actually layering pieces of meat, right? One on top of the other on that stick. So it's kind of the cake of pressed fig is made in a similar type of fashion as well. You're layering the figs. So because they're separate and they're very made, so the Luz is something very interesting. He says essentially, we view the layer on top of each, we'll call it mold, of each utensil as if it is separate, right? As if it's separate, and then we view all of the lower layer figs as their own amount. If there's enough figs in the collected bottom layers, more than the figs on the top layer, then ultimately again the truma figs are buckled and everything is more fascinating. So take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Rashi says over here. Lord also killing kudos. Apa pisha in kanko komensal kokirin so hata rivada iser rivakala iser bakatoros killing the fala safik risavno ayoros rivakla. Lord is called Shros Hatachtonos Valyonos Shebachol Akilin Pludos Zumu Zumu Revis Bekulan Batachtonos Mishalaf Salos. So this is an incredible kiddush. And by the way, you might have been under the idea over here that Shuma's bottle. Shuma's going to be bottle ultimately again in a ratio of 100 to 1. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says over here, even though the barrels or the utensils are separate and distinct, halachically we view them as a mixture. And we view essentially the top layer of figs of every barrel mixed in together with the bottom layers of all the barrels. So as long as there is enough of figs, collected figs in the bottom barrels, ultimately again to be mabak of the upper layer, you're good to go. So if there's 100 times more figs in the collective bottom layers, what's the tremendous kiddush of this? Tremendous kiddush is just separate barrels, like the totally separate barrels. But yet again, Rebbe Lozer essentially looks at this as, because the subject develops upon all of the barrels, therefore, I'm using barrels as the example, but whatever the particular utensil, therefore we're able to do them as a mixture. It's incredible. So Yeshua says, Enish mea pumin yalu, ve'imrav hapumin asirin, vashulayim nitarim. So Yeshua says like this, no, the only way it works is if there's 100 other barrels. If there's 100 mouths of utensils, then the truma to be bottle. In other words, as opposed to the lazar, who calculates the 100 to 1 bittul ratio, utilizing the pigs on the bottom of the barrels, the Yeshua says no. The 100 to 1 ratio has to be from the mouth of us. In other words, if you have 101 barrels, and now in one of the barrels a layer of truma pigs got mixed in, then Enoch Inami, you could view the truma as bottle, because we look at the tops of the barrels again as all mixture. But you can't combine the bottom layer of pigs, ultimately again to be Mavako, the truma pigs. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. So fine, that's Rabbi Yeshua. Good. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, so Rabbi Yehuda is a Levius. I will say Rabbi Yehuda is a different. Now remember, this was Rabbi Meir's version of the Machlokas of Elazar Rabbi Yeshua. Rabbi Yehuda has his own version. Yehuda Omer, Rabbi Elazar Omer, Inish Sham Kumen Yalu Ve'Igman HaKumen Asu. So again, in Rabbi Yehuda's version, Rabbi Elazar says like this. Rabbi Elazar says, no, there are 100 other mouths of barrels. In other words, you need a 100 to 1 ratio to be Mavakal Truma. So if at the end of the day there's 100 other mouths of barrels, then Enoch Inami, that all the barrels will be mutter. But if not, ultimately, again, the barrels will be awesome. Yeshua, Rabbi Yeshua says, and also this will be the important part for us today. Rabbi Yeshua says, no. Even if there's 300 barrels, 300 mouths of barrels, the litra of truma is not going to be bottle. Now, why not? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi is in the second wide line. Listen to this. Why? The whole Shadarka Limnos, low bottle, double shibaminion. Because they both say why. So they should say like this. They should say because sometimes things are sold as individual things. So because of that, it's a double shibaminion, and a double shibaminion is never bottle. Wow. So the show says, I don't care. You can have 500 barrels. It does not make a difference. Things again, remember, full circle. What are we doing here? What? It's not an existential question. I'm just asking John, what are we doing here this morning? Right? So remember again, we're answering one simple question, which is Mishnah. Why are you getting all worked up about a prohibited animal getting mixed into a group of permitted animals? Why don't we just say the prohibited animal is bottle? Which, okay, now we've been doing with this, now the second day we're doing with this question. Today's answer is because Davar Shebamini. Davar Shebamini means an item that is at any point in time looked at as an individual unit. And a Davar Shebamini is never bottle. So I'm going to say, so now, who says that Davar Shebamini is never bottle? Oh, Rabbi Yeshua. This is what we've been looking for this whole hour. So what does Rabbi Yeshua say? That if you have truma pigs that got mixed in with other pigs, I don't care if you have 500 other openings of barrels. 500, it doesn't matter. Why? Because pigs are a double shibaminion, sometimes looked at as an individual entity, and therefore halacha l'maisa never bottle. Incredible. Good. So let's go. So let's just sort of like that. This whole discussion, that's the line. That's the line we're looking for in all of this. Darsa, the eagle, the eagle darsa. Now let's say, interestingly enough, in all of these cases, remember, in all of these cases, what's unique about this is, what do I know? What do I know about the litra of truma pigs? What do I know? What do I know? What do I know? I know that I put it in the mouth. I know that it's truma. I know that it's a pig, and I also know that I put it by the mouth of the barrel. Like that's actually just a little bit of leverage in that case. I know the location. I just don't know which barrel it is. Now the price just transitions. That's something over there that is not coming to that stuff. What happens if I mix it into the barrel? So what happens over here? I don't know where in the barrel I put it. Like Old Sona, Old Roma. So I don't know, did I put it in the north of the barrel? Did I put it in the south of the barrel? Did they have coal? Yeah. Everyone agrees that it's possible. That is possible. This is actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi is 6 lines up from bottom. Did I call Yalu? Hold over, let's say the student of the English. And it was in the Bachelos, in the Malamaka, or when I start in Kandamishan in cloud. So let's say this is fascinating. So now the other one says just like this. When do we say Davar Shebaminion in a bottle? When it's to a certain degree still quote unquote like discernible, recognizable. So like in this case, here's what I know. I know that there are truma figs sitting on the mouth of one of these utensils. That is an incontestable truth. Incontestable proof. But the Gemara says, when the figs, let's say, were mixed in. So let's say I mixed in the figs, then everyone agrees it's bottle in 100-to-1 ratio. Why? Because since it's not recognizable and discernible, therefore the regular laws apply to decay. So this section is very interesting. So apparently, and it seems to be a qualification, even if you hold double shiva minion is not bottle, that's only if the mixture is in a way where there's some level of recognizability, right? Where there's some level ultimately again of identifiability. But if it's a cohesive mixture, especially like this, we have like a mini domino, right? Where it's just a whole chunk of figs, right? So which doesn't sound good, right? But all right, let's understand, right? It's a whole mixture of figs, right? So the mice again, even if you're done in a bottle, that's what you would say. Okay, that was saying, so just to point out again, this whole discussion ultimately again was for that statement of Rabbi Yeshua. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting now that perhaps the reason why in our Mishnah the prohibited animal is not bottled in the mixture of the permitted animals is because it is a double shabbat. Third shabbat is reckoned individually, and therefore Allah reminds some of bottle. Good. So the Gemara goes back to Rashi. Rashi says, I will say, I remember again. I also want to point out, remember this whole discussion of double shabbat. This whole discussion of Eshedakalindos, Kolshedakalindos is very important, not just halachically, but it's also incredibly important hashkafically as well. I would say this idea of a double shivaminion low bottle is the source of the mitzvahs, of the eternality of the Jewish people. You look at our story, and it makes absolutely no sense. The story of our people, it makes no sense. How can it be that a nation that is so small in number, right, is so outsized in its influence, and that no matter what has been thrown our way, not only do we survive, but we thrive? How is it that we have not been swallowed up in the sands of time? How is it that we're not bottled in a world that is so much greater than us? And what's the answer? Cover should dominion in a bottle. And also, when you have something where every individual unit is of significance, it's never bottled. What's the power of Klal Yisrael? The power of Klal Yisrael is, yes, we are an incredibly powerful holy nation that is made up of ridiculously amazing individuals. There is no such thing as a Yid, as a Jew who is not special. There is no such thing as a Jew who does not possess limitless koach. There is no such thing as a Jew who is not able to move heaven and earth. Each of us, because each of us is a davar shebeminyan. Davar shebeminyan. Don't say that's right, by the way, right? So when we're counting for a minion, we never go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So that's a whole discussion in Gemara about that bracha is only short of saying something in the eye. You don't count. Why? Because when you count someone, you limit them to a number, you're minimizing their influence. A Jew is the most powerful thing the world has ever seen. Each of us is a davar shebeminyan. Because we are davar shebeminyan, there's a simple halacha. Let's talk about davar shebeminyan in a bottle. In a bottle. That you want to know the mitzvahs, the ties of each mouth of the Jewish people? It's Svachim Ayin Shimo Amud Aleph, Svachim 73a. Called Davar Shebeminyan Afilu B'Drabanan L'Batal B'Choshin D'Oraisa. The world can't negate us. The world can't eradicate us. The world can't unavail us. Why? Because yes, we are powerful as a nation, but also because as individuals, each of us possesses an immeasurable holiness, immeasurable importance, and therefore, no matter what, we are never bottled. Incredible. Let's go back to it. The Rashi says, the Rashi says, our Mishnah could even affect the Rabbanan. Remember again, remember the Rabbanan? You're like, no. All right, okay, so good. That's why I'm here. Remind you of the Rabbanan. Right, so the Rabbanan said in the second, listen, you gotta get a little bit more excited about this stuff, right? They said, this is gold. This is absolute gold.
Meanwhile, your dad can be sitting there watching TV with
a stronger brew, like what's going on over there? What are you saying? Like Starbucks blonde? Like, what is this? Come on. I'm 4 cups in already. I get started. This energy is not natural. This is, this is like performance enhancing stuff over here. So nice stuff.
Jamie is
So
a
I thought
fucking
you could
wizard.
start at 5 Okay, so this is is very important. Remember, the Rabbanan in the Mishnah and Parla, the Rabbanan Mishnah and Parla were the ones who said that there are only normally 6 things that are not possible. Right? Remember, we saw this yesterday. That the Akiva added in 7. This was like, the pomegranates, it goes, it cracks, the limon is badan. So we might interesting. So now the issue with that is, according to the Rabbanan, right, if you know that there are only 6 things that are not possible, according to the Akiva, the 7, Rabbi Akiva added on, Kikar Shonachto, sorry, the lobes of just a regular balabas. So according to that, we're kind of back to our same question, which is, so why not say that the further the animal is buckled? So that's the Rabbanan, this is this. You know, the Rabbanan who say that really, an animal should be in a greater mixture. That really should happen. But even the Rabbanan would agree that Allah again, even in our Mishnah, the further the animal would not be buckled. Why not listen to this? So he said, ultimately, again, so this is very interesting. Even the Rabbanan is saying that animals are kosher. So because animals are kosher, therefore they are not buckled. So once again, what you see happening is something very interesting over here, that everybody seems to be coming around to this same idea, that although when you look at our Mishnah, it is tempting to apply the normative laws of nullification, it's not going to work for the simple idea that an animal is an important unit. Whatever halachic terminology you want to use, es shadar kalimnos, kol shadar kalimnos, davar shadaminion. Bottom line is it's kosher. That's the bottom line. Bottom line is it is kosher, and therefore halacha l'maisa is not possible. So listen, now watch this. The Gemara says is great. The name of the name of called the parish. Wow. So listen to this. I have a great idea. Once I understand that really I can't go ahead and look at the group as a whole. Right? Let's just go back to this, whatever case you want to say, right? The chatos should be like, I have a chatos animal and the owner died, it gets mixed with other chatos animals. Now the Mishnah says I'm stuck, right? Because an animal is kosher, and therefore I'm lost in the mace, again, I can't do anything with the group. So I have a great idea. Let me go over to the group, we go to the cover of animals, and instead of dealing with them as a group, take them out one at a time. Now, let's say I go over to the group. I take out animal 1. There's a concept of saying halacha of kol polish, beruba polish. When something separates from the whole, we could assume that it separates from the majority. Now, what's the majority of this animal chevra? Majority animal chevra? Very majority permitted animals. Maybe the context case is not the exception. But trying to say, in any case, the Mishnah you want. Go ahead and just take one out, and you can assume that the item separate out from the majority. So, see, you know what you are saying? You're going to run into a problem when you look at the group as a group. Why? Why are they going to run into a problem? Because the prohibited animal is not buckled in the group. So you might say something great. Don't look at it as a group. Instead, what should you do? Start pulling out one animal at a time. And when you pull out one animal at a time, again, the book says, when you go out to the animal camera, you pull out one animal. What is the statistical probability? That it's mutter. Why? Because the majority of animals are mutter. And we have a concept like that in halacha. We're going to see in this moment. Called the parish, the group of parish. And let's give you a simple example of this. You go ahead and you have just I'm skipping on the Gemara just for a second. You're walking on the street. You find a piece of meat in the street. Your times have changed a little bit, but you find a piece of meat in the street, right? In your particular locale, there are 9 butcher shops, 1 non-kosher butcher shop. What's the status of the meat? What's the status of the meat? Mutter. Mutter. Why? Because I expect that meat came from a kosher butcher shop. So I said, this is great. Why don't you sell something like this? Just take one animal at a time. And every animal ultimately is going to be taken out. Ultimately what? Because the answer, which I will say better, is a tremendous metaphor in this also. Tremendous metaphor. The whole problem that we're running into is because we're looking at this problem right as a group. Instead of what I'm saying is just taking out one animal at a time. I think it's a tremendous metaphor for the problem. Sometimes in life a person has a lot going on, or maybe all the time in life a person has a lot going on. Like I've got a herd of problems. So they'll say, so what happens when you try to go ahead and deal with your herd of problems? What happens? it's way too overwhelming. And generally, most of us, when we get overwhelmed, we're like, what do we do? What do we do? Absolutely nothing. We shut down and we freeze. So sometimes the avoid in life is don't attack a herd of problems, but instead, what should you do? One animal problem at a time. Pick out one thing from the herd at a time. Don't try to tackle everything because it's not going to work, right? You're just going to get overwhelmed, and chances are you'll do absolutely nothing. But if you address your herd of problems one animal at a time, then you can deal with it. Then you can deal with it. Now, for most of us, it's so uncomfortable because when I'm only attacking one animal at a time, one problem at a time, I know that there's all these other problems that remain unsolved. Yeah, part of life is learning to accept the fact that you're going to be living in a state of disrepair for a while longer. But it's okay. As long as you're attacking one animal at a time, you're making good movement in your life. Some people could address the herd as a whole. Most of us can't. You just get overwhelmed. Just deal with it. One animal problem at a time. Incredible. So the Gemara said, Nimshach, what do you mean pull it out? You pull out one animal at a time. So the Gemara says, Kavua. The Gemara says, Isha Kavua. So finish this moment on the base. The Chol Kavua connects on left Sadami. So let me say this outside. So remember, the classic way, the classic example the Gemara gives about this is the butcher shop. It's the piece of meat. So remember again, going back to our example before. If halacha l'maisa, I'm walking and I find a piece of meat on the ground, right? So again, what's the status of the meat? Let's assume for a moment in my locale, 9 kosher butcher shops, 1 non-kosher ones. What's the status of the meat? What's the status of the meat? Kosher, right? However, let's say I went into a store. I walk out with the package in it. I'm like, I don't remember which store I went into. What's the halacha? The meat is us. Everyone's like, why the distinction? There's a distinction whether the meat came out of its original location versus when I'm going into a primary location. When the meat comes out of its location, then ultimately again we apply the concept of called the parish, meyuba parish. Whatever has separated from the majority. When you're going into a location, that's called kavua. You're going into a fixed location. Whenever you go into a fixed location, you cannot rely on roads. So what the Gemara is saying is like this. If I'm pulling out an animal from the herd, right? So no one's going to say, I can fix this whole problem. Don't look at the herd, but instead deal with this as an individual animal issue. Pull out one animal at a time. You want pulling out one animal at a time, that's finding that piece of meat on the street. This one says, no, it's not. Pulling out one animal at a time is like going into a store. When you go into a fixed location, you can't rely on roads. Pulling out an animal one at a time ultimately is like going into a fixed location, and therefore you can't rely on a road. Which the Gemara says, fine, I can deal with that also. So I will raise 73B. The Gemara was this. The Shinu did not indeed. The neighbor called the Parashut Parish. Very simple. Scatter the chevra. I don't know. How do you scatter a herd of animals? I don't know. Get up and say, in this expansion, right? And then everyone, right? Everyone goes running in different directions, right? So again, whatever you need to do, right? Scatter the chevra, and that way again, scatter them. And then you cut them one animal at a time, then they separated, right? Once they disperse, they're no longer kavua, they're no longer fixed in location. And when you take them one at a time, then that's like finding a piece of meat on the street. And you could say, call this parish, remove a parish, whatever has separated, ultimately, again, has separated from the majority. Great cop. So here's the problem. This is fascinating. Zira, listen to this. So interesting. So the Gemara says, so what's the issue? Okay, so let's say we do this. Let's say for argument's sake, there's 10 animals, right? 10 animals. That doesn't really matter what the number is. So let's say, so now remember again, the case in the Mishnah is where you have a prohibited carbon gets mixed in with a lot of with committed carbonos, right? That's what's happening here. So now the Gemara is saying, okay, I have a great eight. So what's the eight? Scatter the animals, chop whatever you need, right? And that way again, everything is permitted. What are we concerned about? We're concerned about it. Let's say everybody does this mitzvah. They bring the carbon to the base of Hamikdash. The concern is that maybe you're going to have 10 kohanim offering up these 10 animals simultaneously. Now, what's the problem with that? What's the problem with that? The problem with that is, let's say there's 10 animals in the group, right? And now the Kohen are offering this up simultaneously. What do I know? In my heart, what do I know? One of those animals is prohibited. I know that. I know that. So because of the concern that maybe everybody is going to attempt this idea, and it could be that all of these animals will be brought to the base simultaneously, offered up simultaneously, right? This week all done simultaneously, and I know that one of them is Asr, Chazal were uncomfortable with this. Look at that for just a moment. So that's my concern, which is quite an interesting concern. But that's my concern. That Allah 10 people will do the same thing. They're going to bring it to the Hamikdash. Everything's going to be done someplace, and the Kohen are going to end up doing Zrik at the same time. And I know that one of those animals potentially is prohibited. So that's the concern. You want to say, 1 second, hold on. I'm going to be Rabban Rabba. First of all, 1 second. What is it? Now you're going to tell me, if we're talking about the concern of doing Zrik at the same time, that means you've already been shafted. Right? That means there's already been Kabbalah. So is it possible to say that animals that were shafted and did Kabbalah, the heter, right, in a permissible way, potentially could then subsequently become usher? Right? In other words, the logic doesn't. So what's the difference is, once the process, once you utilize the mechanism of cold parts of the river polish, so then really what we have to say is what? The mixture is kind of being disbanded, right? The group, like the band has been disbanded, right? In other words, they're no longer a chevra. If they're no longer a chevra, what are you going to say? That maybe because all 10 people are going to come at the same time, go ahead and just at the same time, now it's going to become us again. It doesn't make any sense. Ella, the Gemara says, I'm going to go up on the level. Ella, the Akram, and this Asira. Rather, the Gemara says, like, you should have Shema Yavo, you kind of us, Achas, the Greek. So the Gemara says, no. What we're concerned about is, if 10 Kohanim go ahead and do this at the same time. Now she says over here, ومشان يشم شم لبو يكون بباساقس يكون كتارobes وخيبا يروبا نفس كي أدادي يكون مفش بيسوع يروبا إيسا. No, what we're concerned about is the website is, all right, everybody obviously is learning the same Gemara, right? All the five cells on the same dot on the second spot. What's going to happen if you have this great idea to go out and remedy the prohibited group? Well, let's say a whole bunch of other people have the same idea also. Everybody comes at the same time. It doesn't look right. It doesn't look right when the group is being disbanded. Everybody's using this mechanism. When I know full well that someone's walking around with the prohibited animal, right? In other words, at the end of the day, somebody is walking away with the animal that is ocean. The prohibited animal is still going to be utilized. We're uncomfortable with that. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. But 1 second. Is it possible for 10 Kohanim to craft an animal simultaneously? When you're worried about Zrika, could you have simultaneity in Zrika? Yeah, that absolutely could happen. Now here's what's interesting. If you're talking about disbanding the group and going ahead and chasing after the animal. Listen, have you ever chased after an animal? Have you ever chased after a sheep? Right? No, right. Everyone's off of work tomorrow, it might be, it might be a nice activity with the family, right? Or I guess the turkey's more, right? But nice, again, so what are the chances of simultaneity when running after a group, right? That doesn't sound like you could actually establish simultaneity. So remember again, the whole issue is only where there's simultaneity. Because remember again, where there's no simultaneity, we're fine. Right? The issue is 10 people doing the same thing at the same time. It's hard to turn a blind eye to the fact that someone is walking away with a living animal. But if there's not simultaneity, we're totally okay. So if we're talking about 10 Kohanim showing up and disbanding the group at the same time, you're going to have to chase the animals. There's no simultaneity in acquisition in that case. The Rava says, Rishum Kavua. Rather, at the end of the day, the reason we don't like this approach is because ultimately, again, our kavua. That's really what it is. Rashi says on Mishum Kavua. It's the last short line in Rashi. Elamar Mishum Kavua. Doma Asr Limshach. The Gemara says, "Ulam Sabinu Chad Chad Kilo Naidu." The real concern over here, ultimately, again, is not about when you actually disperse the group. The real issue over here is actually, again, if you are concerned, you won't disperse the group. That's actually what we're concerned about over here. That halakha l'maisa, you won't end up properly dispersing the group, and you'll end up actually taking it from a fixed group, which is truly halakha l'tana. Does it make sense? In other words, the Gemara is being molded that. Let's say I would agree that there is a mechanism to go ahead, disperse the group. Whatever comes therefore from the group is called the parish me rupa parish. That would work. But the Maisa, we're concerned that you'll take Yama without dispersing the group. And if you do that, it's Kavua. And if it's Kavua, you're really halachically problematic. Rabbi says as follows. Hashti the Amri Rabbanon lo nakrit, e nakrit lo mat. It's the most amazing incredible. Now, Rabbi will at least begin this today. Rabbi is a really exciting Gemara. So therefore, again, halakha l'maisa, it turns out that really we're right back to the Mishnah, which is when you have the prohibited item mixed in ultimately again with the group. So what happens? The group remains prohibited. Now, even though again, now for a variety of different reasons, it's kosher, it's important, and therefore it's not fatal. Now, the Gemara just gives an idea as how you could go ahead and ultimately utilize the animals. How would you do that? Essentially, disperse the group. And if you disperse the group, you could say, call the parish Meruba parish. Because I don't like it at the end. I'm not going to let you do it. Because at the end, I'm concerned you're going to end up coming to take from the animals without dispersing the group. And if you take it without dispersing the group, you're taking it from a fixed location. And whenever you take it from a fixed location, what's the issue? You take it from a fixed location, ultimately, again, it's awesome. It's awesome. Good. So now we can go with that. So Rabbi says, Hashad the Amir Rabbanan lo nakri. Now that the Rabbanan say, you can't go ahead and offer anything from that collective group. If you did so, Lombarati, the cover doesn't work. The cover doesn't work. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up with Rabbi tomorrow in that session. Yeah, I should have gone a little bit further on such a short off, but okay. You know, it's good. Baruch Hashem. Let's say tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Is tomorrow Sunday schedule? Sunday schedule. Okay. All right, I'll send that schedule later on in that session. Then let's say incredible. Incredible. Have a great day. Have a Zoom. Have a great day, everyone.
Countries that have legalized or decriminalized it at least, and you can get it and not have to worry about it being adulterated in some way. It seems like the statistics are overwhelmingly pointing one direction.
100%. But those are smaller countries, and they don't have the consumption problem that America has. We uniquely love to consume drugs, and we are propping up the cartel by doing that. And that, if you want to go to war with the cartel, if you want to stop the flood of illegal drugs in this country, unfortunately, one of the only ways to really do that accurately is to stop them.
All right, we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu Ritova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha. In honor of his Neshama Shtav and Aliyah, to be a Meilitz Yosher for his children, grandchildren, and 934 great grandchildren. Semi Malka Estes, in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Inga Estes, and Inga Bas Henech Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Naftali Yonah Gordon, Shani Cohen Gamo, Felon Battle in Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023, and Paul and Kathy Pollock for dedicating Sherman Urshels this month in memory of Paul's sister Leah Bas Shmuel and Zachrini, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin, in honor of the upcoming Hasana of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yas Hashem, which will take place this evening. B'Sha'ah Tova U'Metzlachas, a Manzel Tov to the Dubin family. Chashem Kalash B'Zokah, Yas Hashem, to build a binyan Adead Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Our Daf Yomi sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, in the source of a continuing refuah for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Mark, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir and Rina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Edgware, England. Mazel Tov again to the Chassan and Kala. Mir Tashem, Ish Mizocha, to stand under the Chum B'Shah Tov, build a binyan build a home that Emer Hashem is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, and Kedusha, and Never Hashem Shanim Tovos. All of the Neshama should have an Aliyah. All those who need a report should have one together with Kol Kolei Yisrael Kushvar, who should continue to share Besoros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. So with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Days 72, and we left off on Ayin Aleph on the base 71b. And we left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained thought. So we'll say, so again, the Lavi Suri Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah of Maseches Svachim, which is a Mishnah that we had on Ayin Days, onto Ayin Aleph, onto Ayin Aleph days. The first Mishnah of this new parak, and a Mishnah in Maseches Tzmura. Now, both of those Mishnayos seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not bottled, is not nullified, and again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that today a little bit in Hashem, and as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately again what's unfolding right here. Now the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy. Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halacha L'Maaseh, the Mishnah Maseches is Zvachim and the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura, we're really dealing with different levels of prohibition. Is the prohibited animal ultimately again Asur Ba'ano, not Asur Ba'ano? That was the distinction. So that was actually the last distinction the Gemara knows. The Gemara actually picks up and the Gemara says, the Lavi Suri Hano, the Lavi Suri Nanu, Hatanale. So the Gemara says, 1 second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Isuri Hano. If once again, if that's the case, then why the need for the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura at all? To which the Gemara says, Mikatani Bekama, Koshen Hasam Katani. So the Gemara says, but 1 second. Does the Mishnah talk about, again, halacha l'maisa, numbers? See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the Choshu, even any amount, ultimately create issues. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tzmura does not speak about, ultimately, again, numbers. So the Gemara says over here, the Nisniha, below Bayha. So just write the Mishnah in Tzmura and don't write the Mishnah in Tzmura. In other words, just go ahead and just put everything. Just go ahead and put everything in Tzmura. Which the Gemara says is very interesting. Hatakanta, someone said Takanta Shtikalei. We'll say what our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting, which the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura does not do, which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, if you notice, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about, first of all, again, the nature of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases, but just to give you an example of remedy, so it could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say let everything graze until you develop a loan, sell it off, and then use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase the type of carbon that get mixed in. Whatever the remedy is, the point over here of our Mishnah is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. So the Gemara says the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura discusses problems and no solutions. The Mishnah Maseches Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. The Boss say, what a tremendous Musa skill. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people, but for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. And they can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems, right? All the problems in the world, right? And I always say, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then I will say there are other people who are also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every single problem. Be a solution-oriented person. Be a person who is good at identifying what's broken, but then also comes forward with a way, with a derech, with a plan to fix it. You could be a Tamura Jew, which means find problems, or you could be a Zvachim Jew, which means find problems and identify solutions. Incredible. The Gemara goes like the Hedyot not make on So the Gemara says 1 second. Now the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Tamura discusses the idea that halacha l'maisa, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for karbanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. To which the Gemara says, well, 1 second, our Mishnah also, not our Mishnah, but we also learned elsewhere about hedyot. So I will say, so hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah Torah, which referenced karbanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Masechus Tzmura is necessary because it seeks out the idea that when you have something prohibited, you get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages, we have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? The most a little Chazara, the Seches Avodah Zarah. Seches Avodah Zarah, by the way, that was a good Masechta, right? Remember Avodah Zachim is excellent also, but Avodah Zarah every day was like, poof. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. The Hedyot Nami Tanale. What do we learn in Avodah Zarah? Here we go. Ve'elu Asurim. Both of the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they prohibit in any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach. So let's remember again. Yayin Nesach is one that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Kochavim and Avodah Zarah. So it says, so these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibit in any amount. Now take a look at before you turn the page. Take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi the Hedyot. Rashi says, "Nami Avodah Zarah." We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. That when you have something that is asur ba'ana, right? It is not batal baruch. Also, I can remember. I think I mentioned this in yesterday's daf, but my days were off a little bit because yesterday's daf I did on Sunday. I recorded on Sunday. So again, in the previous daf, remember the whole novelty. So we're going to discuss this more today. Is in general midda oraisa. Whenever you have something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Right? Chad betray. Generally, the Torah says that prohibited items are bottled in a simple majority. Simple majority. The Torah says follow the majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not bottled is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But here, actually seeing over here that halacha l'maisa, if you're seeing that it's asur ba'ana, something that is and it gets mixed in, even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, misri lahedyo, it is asur, and not only asur for sacrificial purposes, but asur even for everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara Rashi says, "V'lamali lemisnei hacha bechatos hamesos b'shahanostos." Now the Gemara is asking over here. We already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited asur ba'ana that gets mixed in with other permitted items, that is asur ba'ana. We already learned that in Avodah Zarah. Where do we learn it? That if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, halacha l'maisa, the entire mixture is asur ba'ana. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah over here in Zvachim? Top of Ayin Beis 72a. So let's listen to this both sides. I'll tell you why. Because if it was just based on the Gemara Masechus Avodah Zarah, I would have said ultimately again, when do we say that if an item that is asur ba'ana gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is asur? When is that so? Lehedyot, for mundane purposes. But if you're talking about karbanos, then ema lo nisginu l'kulu. And maybe you're about to say, you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. It was just from the Gemara Masechus Avodah Zarah. I would have thought, when did we say that if something is asur ba'ana and gets mixed in with other items that the resulting mixture is asur? That's only the hedyot. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by karbanos, no, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is asur. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is asur, then what? Then what's the issue? You're causing a loss to hektish. And I might have thought that again, we don't cause such a loss to hektish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Isuri Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be asur. And if you would have just written the Mishnah over here by Masechus Zvachim, I would have thought like this. When do we say that if something is usher ba'anar and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is usher? When is that? Really kashim. I would have thought that that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Demais. Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? That the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also. About chulin, when it comes to mundane things, about chulin, the Gemara says the low ma'is, which is not disgusting, Ema isuri hana of the beruba. I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul berov, like nullification in a simple majority. Therefore, it's tzvicha. Therefore, it's therefore, I will say this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that I really have three different sources for these concepts. We have a Mishnah Maseches Tvura, we have a Mishnah Maseches Zvachim, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah and Maseches Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now at the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah and Zvachim, Mishnah and Tamura. Now, the Gemara just introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Maseches Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table, I will say, is that when you have Isurei Hana that get mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be usher, even what we call lehedyot. Even for simple mundane use. Our Mishnah Maseches Zvachim highlights the idea that when a Surei Hana get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is usher legavoa. You cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes. And both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimately, again, Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss for Beis HaMikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if it would have just said Zvachim, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is also for the Beis HaMikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis HaMikdash. But for Hedyot, it's Mother. Therefore, Avodah Zarah, as long as it's for mundane purposes, it's going to be awesome. So I will say, bottom line is that what all of these composites are teaching us is that when you have something that is usher ba'anal that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mixture is going to be usher both legavoa for the Beis HaMikdash and ultimately again for hedyot for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now, again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand that halach l'maisa, not everything has a remedy, right? Because remember, again, that's the first piece of our Mishnah, where the chashas case is, where ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single problem has a solution. So not every single mixture has a remedy. But l'maisa, again, our Mishnah is all about the remedies. Good. Good. So we'll say, so now we've taken care of the Mishnah and Zvachim, we take care of the Mishnah and Tamura, we take care of the Mishnah and Maseches Avodah Zarah. Now the Gemara goes back and kind of like dials us back a little bit. I don't understand. Why don't we apply typical bittul berov? Right? In other words, here's what's fascinating. Let's say the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not buckled, is not nullified in the majority. So take this path. Why not? Why not? Again, I just want to point out, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the third line from the top. But the Haksiv Achirav Mahatos. The Bible says this is incredibly important. Mida Oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is biblical law. Simple majority. So then if you might just ask, understand why in all of these cases, whatever it is, Shahaniska, the Chat, whatever it is, why isn't it Batal Barov? So we'll say this is really interesting. If he came up, Hashibi below Batal, or maybe you'll say like this, because these items are significant, therefore what? They're not Batal. They're not Batal. See, I was like, what's the whole idea of bittul? Right? The whole idea of bittul is that ultimately, again, when you have an item that is finds itself in a majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is chashuv. If it's important, then the mice again is not bottled. It's not bottled. To which the Gemara says, so maybe the items discussed in the Mishnah are chashuv and therefore below bottled. And therefore, ultimately, again, they're not bottled. So once again, this is so super exciting. The Gemara says, Hani chalaman da'amar, kol shedarko linos shaninu. El leman da'amar es shedarko linos shaninu. So we'll say, so now this is so interesting over here. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the items, the prohibited items are not bottled is because they're chashuv. So we'll say, so here's the interesting shayla. What makes something chashuv? What makes something important? So we'll say, so in general, on a most basic level, what makes an item chashuv is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So we'll say, I'll give you a good example of this, right? I'm just using it to illustrate purposes. An egg is a good example of something that's always part of a group, right? You can't, I don't think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store, right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit. So an individual, right? I'm wrong. You can buy 2 eggs in the store.
These experiences where you are in contact.
Oh, peel, right? No, come on, man, come on, seriously. Right, so again, it's a raw egg, right? A raw. Sorry, I'll be more specific, right? Right. So the question is, you can't go to the supermarket and buy buy a raw egg, right? You have to. So that's a good example of something that doesn't have an individual unit significance. So in general, when we speak about something being chashuv, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So most says, yeah, watch this. That is going to be a fundamental focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, right? It's never sold as part of a group? Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's my focus. So watch this. The Gemara says that's what it means over here. So once you look at Rashi's culture darko this is incredible. This is incredible. First line in Rashi, culture darko limnos sheyesh b'nei adam hamakpiten b'minyanam umochim b'minyanam shaninu. But the summer Mishnah is the Chabile Tilson Shakir the Habehemos Sami Hatsa. For example, culture darko just watching up culture darko limnos means anything that is commonly counted. So once again, what that refers to are items that are often sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. So a good example of this, Rashi is we're going to get to bundles of fenugreek in just a moment. But again, listen to animals are good examples of this. Why animals are good examples? Why? Because so again, an animal is a good example of this. Often when you buy livestock, it would be common that ultimately livestock are sold one head at a time. Right? Good. However, I'm going to say it's not uncommon that sometimes a person sells, I don't know, a flock or a herd. Right? So let's say commonly again a flock. I don't know, a flock is, I'm just gonna like 21 sheep, right? Like the Sanhedrin coffin, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say so, but it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to throw in an extra sheep. Right? So that's what it means when it says kol shagat olivos. So in other words, an item that is commonly sold as an individual entity, but yet sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's the lashon of kol shagat olivos. Anything that is normally counted. So the Gemara says, if you'll call Shadak Alimnos, then the Mishnah makes sense. Right? Ultimately, again, then the cut, remember again, both sides. What are we trying to figure out of this? The Gemara is asking a kasha. What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? We don't just say bittul, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in. Just say that it's batal baro. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's chashuv. It's chashuv. It's important, therefore it's not batal. So, okay, so that makes sense if you say kol Shadak Alimnos. Kol Shadak Alimnos means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is chashiv and therefore not batal. But if you hold a leman da'amar es shedak alimnos, so we'll say, what is shedak alimnos? Shedak alimnos means the only item that is chashiv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not chashiv. If that's the case, it makes sense why it's not batal. To which the Gemara says, "Elaman damar eshdak alilo shi." The Michael so look at Rashi. Elaman damar eshdak alilo. Rashi says, "Shedak yuchal lekach she'im leka adam demosef alei nisir lokeach v'lomoka v'lominyan hani in dakam yuchal liminyan sheyish mosif nisir nochik." So both say so again. So if you hold eshdak alilo means the only item that is chashiv is something that is exclusively sold as individual units. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote-unquote kosher, and therefore they could be batal. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies this to our Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this machlokas. And we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important machlokas in by Bittul, that it comes from Bittul. Kol shedak eshdak. Just again, just to define the terms. Kol shedak means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as part, or sometimes sold as part of a group, is still called kosher. It's still looked at as an individual entity. Es shedak means the only thing that is considered to be kosher is something ultimately that is exclusively sold as an individual entity, never sold as part of a group. Here's the Mishnah. This is not. It's very interesting. Someone who had bundles of fenugreek. Fenugreek. Rashi says over here, tilson. What's unique about tilson? Min pavlin. This is a type of spice. So apparently, again, a bundle of fenugreek is considered to be exceptionally kosher. Sha'af tam ha'eit shabalapri. It's actually incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is the one thing where the quote unquote the fruit, the item, tastes the same as the source, as the tree. I think it grows on a bush more than a tree, right? That it grows on. Interesting. This is ubalav fenugreek. Okay, so nice, good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember, fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle of fenugreek, and it's koyakar. Koyakar means it grew it right in a prohibited mixture. A bit of mixture. So we'll say on the days, yadliku. Yadliku means it has to be destroyed. Has to be destroyed. Right, so we'll say, so that, by the way, that's the common expression for koyakar. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture that grew, so ultimately, the lashon that Chazal use is you have to ignite it, you have to burn it, you have to destroy it. Yisagu b'achirim, kulon yadliku div Rabbi Meir. So we'll say, now watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard. So therefore, again, the resulting mixture, that fenugreek, therefore that kula, let's say in close proximity to a vine, is going to be asur. What do you do with koyakar? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundle got mixed with other bundles, and then get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's the halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These words are in there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of permitted fenugreek that get mixed in together with this, and you have one bundle of permitted fenugreek, the Mayor says it all has to be destroyed. So Hamda say no, Yalu no, not true. It's bottle. It's bottle. Now it happens to be for koyakar. The ratio for bittul is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted bundles of fenugreek, ultimately, again, the one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottle and is going to be mutter. I was saying, what's the focus on here? You're ready for this. Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. Remember, we'll come back to this in a little bit. Remember says as follows. Rameir says this. Kol sedarto limnos mekadesh. So again, so there it says kol shedak limnos. Now, what does it mean kol shedak limnos? Kol shedak limnos means anything that is often looked at or is often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively sold, but anything that is commonly sold as an individual unit is chashuv. Because it's chashuv, therefore what? It's not bottle. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's chashuv. Because it's chashuv, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of forbidden fenugreek, it's not going to be bottled, and therefore the entire mixture is aser. The entire mixture is aser. On the other hand, the Chum say no. The Chum say there are only six things that ultimately again are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva says Shiva. Rabbi Kiva says really there's a seventh thing as well. What are these things? Also here it is. Ve'eluin. What are these items that are so important that they are never bottled? Ve'eluin. Egozei prach. So apparently these prach nuts. Rimone badan. These rimone badan is a place. Rimone, right? The Talmud is from badan. Chabios stumos. Very interesting. Sealed barrels of wine. Right, so remember again, a sealed barrel is much more chashuv than an open barrel, right? Because remember again, by the sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine and chilfei targum, stalks of beet stalks. The Gemara says beet stalks. So the Gemara says the kilchei kruf and cabbage stalks, right? The last fungus, and ultimately again this Greek gourd. Okay, so those are the six items of the Chachamim that are apparently so chashuv that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never bottled. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Moses, even loaves of bread that are made by balabayas, as opposed to what? As opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like a pro forma loaf. They are commonly replicated, but the loaf of a balabayas ultimately again is chashuv, because when a person eats bread, the bread is unique to them, therefore it's not bought. That's what Rabbi Akiva adds on. Take a look at Rashi before we go on. Rashi says over Ilashishu Dvarim. It's about that. He lines up in the bottom. Kain Shemakachi as Hakol Amis Arvin Bahem. They told him Gidolim, Uzimeim Nikarim, Techashumim B'Mina. So Rashi says over here, what's common manner amongst these items are they're large. Now, large doesn't mean they're very large. What it just means is they're not tiny. Number two is they're expensive and they're important. So these are the items. These are the items that Chum say. These six items that we keep as in the seventh, the loaves that are never bottled in a mixture. And therefore, haray la'arla arla, haray la'klayakar and klayakar. If the items, if any of these items are arla, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into arla. And if they're klayakar, they turn the rest of the mixture into klayakar. Okay, so now that's Machodis or Meir and the Chachamim. Now watch this. And about that Machodis it was said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Es Shedarka Limnos Shani. Rabbi Yochanan says the unique part of all of these items is Es Shedarka Limnos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah makes it a chashuv. Because the chashuv, they're never bottled. Rishlakish Omer, Rishlakish says no, these items are chashuv. Why? Because kol shadakal limnos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, she says it's the opposite. These items are exclusively sold as individual units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered, they're never bottled. They're never bottled. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're chashuv and not bottled. Again, so before we go on, right? Let's just remember where we were coming from. What did we start with, right? What did the Gemara start with? The Gemara said, let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us to cases of where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottled. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below, right? Simple negation, nullification in a majority. After all, again, that's the biblical law. So what's the answer? What's the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are, one word, chashiv, important. So Rabbi says, so now the fundamental question becomes, well, how do you define chashivos? Right? Now, obviously, we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define chashiv? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. Who never knew the Fenugreek, but the Fenugreek could be so exciting. Right, so we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maisa again, what's bottle, what's not bottle, and all of this comes back ultimately again to Rabbi Yochanan Rish Lakish. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a chashiv item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Rish Lakish says no. Rish Lakish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, is also still called chashiv. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, Hani chal Rish Lakish. So you know both sides. Our Mishnah makes sense to Rish Lakish, right? Why does it make sense to Rish Lakish? Because halacha l'maisa, you know both sides. Our case is animals. Right now we assume what's the status of animals. The status of animals is in general, how is an animal sold in general? As an individual unit, in general. But can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shadar kolinos. So ultimately, again, if you understand, right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Rish Lakish, so let's read this now. Hanichal Rish Lakish. So all of this makes sense according to Rish Lakish. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately, again, by Eshedar Kalinos, what is there to say? To which the Gemara says, Amra Papa, said, Hi Tana, literally Kitsiosu. So what's going to listen to this? The Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately, again, of the litra Kitsios. Once litra is a measure, Kitsios ultimately again refers to items that are harvested. Now we'll see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So the Amar, called Davar Shiyush, here we go. Called Davar Shiyush Minyan, Afidu B'Drabanan Labatal, the Choshkin Rice. So now we're opening the door again, to a whole other group of items over here. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a Davar Shevim. Okay, so what's a Davar Shevim? Take a look at the top Rashi. So we'll see, it's really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing Smichas Chaber, please also say we're not up to this yet, but when we get to Halachas of Tarulas, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again as well. So look at Rashi, top Rashi 73a. Kol Davar Shevim, Kol Shedato Limnos Klau. See, I must say, this is so interesting. Up until now, we were focusing on Kol Shedato Limnos, Es Shedato Limnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as a unit. There's another thing called Davar Sheva Minyan. Rashi says over here, Kol Shadar Kolinos Klau. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit. Kigon Litros Shokitzios Sharov Bnei Adam Ein Mochim Minyan Ela Darsin Osa B'Eagle Umochim Kol Eagle Yachad Hoyel B'Kanim Shemonim HaLitros Levad B'Mochim Minyan. So as Davar Sheva Minyan says, anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own kashivas. So it's fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become kashiv, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as an individual unit, or the majority has sold as an individual unit. There's another concept called Davar Sheva Minyan. Davar Sheva Minyan means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent kashivus as well. So again, I'm also like, there's another time, another school of thought, and this school of thought says any Davar Sheva Minyan, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not bottled. Now, I will say, so this introduces a whole new vista of understanding, and there's Hashem will pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshedar Kalinos, Kol Shadar Kalinos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol davar meaning anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately again is not going to be butler as well. How to apply that ultimately again to our case in Yetz Hashem tomorrow? Nutana,
it's like the price you pay.
All right, Kevin, have a great day, everyone.
And I'm too interested in health. I do too much to stay healthy.
No one sells something. Yeah, the bundle is the individual units because the stock is nothing.
78 years for me is not that
That's small math. Okay, so it only works in very specific ways.
Fear Factor. That's 20 years.
Correct. So by animals, and when you sell a herd, even if you're coming for that triangle, take this dozen. Yeah, no, that's decent. That's decent.
That's 20 years difference. You know what I mean? It's 20 years. For me, to like a dead guy is 20 years. Like 78-year-old guy is a dead guy. So I've been consciously thinking about that. Like, don't let it get away from you. That's the thing. Don't let it get away from you. Like, look at Jelly Roll. Yeah. Fucking insane. Incredible. Yeah. That dude just added decades onto his life. Oh, for sure. He was on his way out. He was close. He was on his way out. Yeah. 500 Sam Talent, 40 pounds. Yeah. Sam Talent dropped it too. Did he? Yeah. How much did he drop? Fucking ton. Oh, no shit. I haven't seen it. Well, I think he did. I don't want to speak for him. I think he took one of the things. Like, fine, man. And I was like, man, whatever you need to do. Just, what are you doing? And he was like, I was going to die. I was like, all right, fair. Yeah. But he get too big, and then he probably has sleep apnea, so he ain't getting any sleep. So at night he's choking. You know, he's lying in bed in these weird hotel rooms. Yeah. And Sam I'm going out from sleep apnea. For sure, bro. I have to wear a mouthpiece every night. Yeah. I wear a mouthpiece every night. I found a great pillow, too. Did you get hurt to die from sleep apnea? No, you just choke. You just stop breathing. That's it. It's a wrap. Probably didn't hurt at all. You probably just go in your sleep. Yeah, so what the fuck? It's not one of the worst ways to be talking about it. Listen, it's just the problem is you're going way too young. You're going because someone's killing you, and that someone's you. Yeah, but see, a lot of football players get it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, because they have giant necks. Yeah. So the giant neck, when you're having all this stuff here, it's kind of closing in, and then you get this big fucking head and this big ass tongue that just falls over that hole. Yeah. And you just slip in the darkness. I talk my language. Well, listen, for a lot of those guys, it's all preventable. You know, you can sleep with a CPAP machine, which sucks. Dude, my dad has a sleep apnea machine, and he doesn't fucking clean it. He gets like eye infections. You just see him. He shows up with double pink eye. You're like, yo, what the fuck? Bro, I tried that thing one time. How do you sleep with that? Can't do it. I can't sleep with a lot of noise. I want to be able to wake up quick. I wake up quick. That's funny. I'm one of those wake up guys. Like if my wife grabs me, if she has to wake me up, she has to like be kind of, ready. That I don't grab her. Yeah, I don't know why. I've always woken up like that, so I don't want any noise. I listen to noise when I sleep, and then I have that thought though. It's like if somebody breaks in. I want to hear everything. Sure. Well, this is like I used to always have a lot of dangerous dogs. I used to have like multiple pit bulls. I used to have. He used to have him both with sleep apnea. But I always wanted things to be awake that would bark if like something was at the door. Like living by yourself in Hollywood. I never lived in Hollywood, but I lived in North Hollywood, and then I lived in Encino, and then I moved further out. I just kept moving further and further out. I even thought about Santa Barbara. I'm like, why don't I get a big piece of property on Santa Barbara, get the fuck away from everybody? But like, I don't want a machine going. Yeah, you're not hearing shit. I would be paranoid. I'd be feeling weird. I think when you hit like machine time, it's like, dude, I hope someone breaks in. I got sleep at. I get sleep apnea when I'm home. That's when I get it. Right. Like, and just I've got on the planes. I'm waking myself up. So,
all right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu Ritova, Allison Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Sheldon Steinmetz, Harav Shlomo Tzvi, Ruvain Ben Shimon Zichron Libracha. In honor of his Nisham Shav and Aliyah, should be a Melitz Yoshef for his children, his grandchildren, Knain and Harav, 34 great-grandchildren. Semi Malka Estes in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hilda Estes and Hilda Bas Nech Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Natalie Yona Gordon, Shimi Cohen Demo, Belen Darrell and Gaza, Erev Hanukkah 2023, and Paul and Kathy Pollock for dedicating Sherman Churches this month in memory of Paul's sister, Leah Bas Shmuel and Zachmini, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir Rina Dubi, in honor of the upcoming chasana of their daughter Sophie, Zevi Granat, and Yas Hashem, which will take place this evening. B'Sha'ah Tova U'Meslachas and Manzul Tov to the Dubin family. Trusting the Kalash B'Zokah, Yas Hashem to Dog, Opinion Aviad, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today is Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and was supposed of the continued refuah for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, as well as Matt and Diane Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Meir and Nina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of their daughter Sophie to Zevi Granat of Ezra, England. Mazel Tov again to the Chassan and Kala. Mir Hashem, Yishbi Zochat stands under the B'Shah Tov Meshachas, build a vineyard, build a home that Mir Hashem is filled with Mazel Bracha, Simcha, and Kedusha, Amer V'Asim Shalom Tovas. All of them is Shem Shav and Aliyah. All those who need a report, Shabbat together with Kol Yisrael Kushvar, who should continue to share the Soros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. So with that, let us begin a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is Ayin Beis 72, and we left off on Ayin Aleph on the base 71b, and we left off actually kind of like in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained thought. So we'll say, so again, Galabi Suri Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up in the bottom, 71b. So remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah Maseches Sfachim, which is a Mishnah that we had on Ayin Aleph Beis, onto Ayin Aleph Beis, the first Mishnah of this new parak, and a Mishnah in Maseches Tzmura. Now, both of those Mishnayos seem to be saying the same exact thing, which is whenever you have a prohibited animal that gets mixed into a mixture, ultimately, again, the prohibited animal is not bottled, is not nullified, and again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that today a little bit in Hashem. And as a result, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. That's ultimately again what's unfolding over there. Now the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy. Why do I need what seems to be the same Mishnah twice? So essentially, the answer that the Gemara was giving was that Halacha L'Maaseh, the Mishnah Maseches Zvachim and the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura were really dealing with different levels of prohibition. Is the prohibited animal ultimately again Asher Ba'ano, not Asher Ba'ano? That was the distinction. So that last distinction the Gemara makes. The Gemara actually picks up and the Gemara says, Galadi Suri Hanal. Galadi Suri Nan, hard turn away. So the Gemara says, one second. But our Mishnah also talks about cases of animals that got mixed in that are not Suri Hanal. If once again, if that's the case, then why the need for the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura at all? To which the Gemara says, "Mi katani bekama koshin hasam katani." The Gemara says, "But one second, does the Mishnah talk about again halacha l'maisa numbers?" See, our Mishnah talks about numbers. It talks about the idea that even the whole shoe, even any amount, ultimately created is. So again, our Mishnah speaks about numbers. The Mishnah in Tzmura does not speak about ultimately again numbers. So the Gemara says over here, "Minisniha v'lo bayna." So just write the Mishnah in Tzmura and don't write the Mishnah in Zvachim. In other words, just go ahead and just put everything. Just go ahead and put everything in Tzmura. Which the Gemara says is very interesting. Hatakanta, Tzmura says takanta tzrikolek. We'll say what our Mishnah does is actually something very interesting, which the Mishnah Maseches Tzmura does not do, which discusses the remedy. Remember again, I will say, if you notice, in every case of mixture, our Mishnah speaks about first of all again the nature of the prohibition, and then tells you how to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases, but just to give you an example of remedy. So it could very well be that in certain cases, for example, let's say let everything graze until they develop a loan, sell it off, and then use the value of the most expensive animal to purchase the type of carbon they're getting extinct. Whatever the remedy is, the point over here is our Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah ultimately again discusses solutions. And the Gemara says the Mishnah Masechah Shmura discusses problems and no solutions. The Mishnah Masechah Shvatim ultimately again discusses problems and discusses solutions. And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss solutions. The Boss say, what a tremendous Musar Haskell. There are two different kinds of people in life. There are many more than two different kinds of people, but for our purposes, two different kinds of people in life. People who are incredibly adept at identifying problems. And they can tell you the problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problems, someone else's problems, not their problems, right? All the problems in the world, right? And I was like, but the one thing they never have are solutions. And there are people like that. And again, it's a skill, not just like a sense, an ability to detect and to identify problems. And then there are other people who, yes, also can identify problems, but also have the God-given talent to find solutions. There is a solution, or at least an approach to every single problem. Be a solution-oriented person. Be a person who is good at identifying what's broken, but then also come forward with a way, with a derech, with a plan to fix it. You can be a Tamura Jew, which means find problems, or you can be a Zvach, which means find problems and identify solutions. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. The head yoke, not make kind of like. So the Gemara says 1 second. Now, the other interesting distinction that the Gemara wanted to make is that perhaps the Mishnah Shmura discusses the idea that halacha l'maisa, that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only prohibited for karbanos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. To which the Gemara says, well, 1 second. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also learned elsewhere about hedyot. So I must say, so hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference karbanos, right? The Gemara wanted to suggest that maybe the Mishnah Masechah Shmura is necessary because it takes out the idea that when you have something prohibited to get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion that a prohibited mixture is prohibited even for mundane usages, we have that in a different Mishnah. Where is that? So the Zara, by the way, that was a good Masechta. Like remember, Zachim that thing also. But Avodah Zara every day was like cool. Okay, we must discuss. The hedyot nami kanale. What do you learn in Avodah Zara? Here we go. The Elo Asiri, Volskin Holshin. Both of the following items are prohibited, and when they get mixed into a mixture, they're prohibited in any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach. So let's remember again. Yayin Nesach is wine that is used for Avodah Zara. Avodah Shkopadim and Avodah Zara. So these are items that when they get mixed in, ultimately again prohibits in any amount. Now take a look at before you turn the page, take a look at the last Rashi on 71b. Rashi's the head yoke. Rashi says, Nami Tanalei Masechah Avodah Zara. We learned this in Avodah Zara already. That when you have something that is asur ba'ana, right? It is not batul baruch. We'll say again. Remember, I think I mentioned this in yesterday's daf, but my days are off a little bit because yesterday's daf I did on Sunday. I put on Sunday. So again, in the previous daf, remember the whole novelty. So we're going to discuss this more today. Is in general mitzvah or raisa. Whenever there's something prohibited that gets mixed into something permitted, what's the halacha? Right? Chad betray. Then the Torah says that prohibited items are bundled in a simple majority. Simple majority. The Torah follows the majority. So this notion that now you have things that are getting mixed in that are not bundled is very unique on a biblical level. Again, we're going to discuss this more. But here, actually saying over here is that if you have something that is asur ba'ana, something that is not given, and it gets mixed in, even if it's mixed into an overwhelming majority of permitted material, it is asur, and not only asur for sacrificial purposes, but asur even for everyday everyday mundane purposes. So the Gemara Rashi says, "V'lamelu lemisnei hacha b'chatos hamesos b'shahay mitzvos." Now the Gemara is asking over here. We already learned the concept that if you have something that is prohibited asur b'ano, that gets mixed in with other permitted items, that is asur b'ano. We already learned that in Avodah Zarah. Where do you learn it? And if you have some yayin nesach, and if you have some Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, halacha l'maisa, the entire mixture is asur b'ano. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah here in Tzvachim? Top of Ayin Day 72a, so much look visible side. Three things. I'll tell you why. Because if it was just based on the Gemara Mesechus Avodah Zarah, Haba Amina Lahediyot, I would have said ultimately again, when do you say that if an item that is Asr Ba'anar gets mixed in with a lot of permitted material, that ultimately again the resulting mixture is Asr? When is that so? Lahediyot, for mundane purposes. But if you're talking about Karbanas, then Ema lo Nifsidimu Luku. And maybe you're going to say, you have to understand something. I might have thought like this. If it was just from the Gemara Mesechus Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, when did he say that if something is Asr Ba'ano, it gets mixed in with other items that the resulting mixture is Asr, that's only the Hedyon. That's only for everyday mundane purposes. But by Karbanas, no, I'm not going to say that the resulting mixture is Asr. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is Asr, then what? Then what's the issue? You're causing a loss to Hekish. And I might have thought that again, you don't cause such a loss to Hekish. Therefore, again, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, when it comes to Surei Hana, even for sacrificial purposes, it is still going to be Asr. And if you would have just written the Mishnah over here by the side of Tzvachim, I would have thought like this. When do you say that if something is Asr Ba'ano and it gets mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Asr? When is that? I would have thought that's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? The mice. Because literally translated is disgusting. What does that mean? That the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not for sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also about chulin. When it comes to mundane things, about chulin, the Gemara says, the low ma'is, which is not disgusting, I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul below, right? Nullification in a simple majority. Therefore, it's Therefore, this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that really have three different sources for these concepts. We have a Mishnah Mesechus Mura, we have a Mishnah Mesechus Tzvachim, and we ultimately again have a Mishnah and Mesechus Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now with the Gemara, so yesterday's daf was really much more focused on Mishnah and Tzvachim, Mishnah and Mura. Now, the Gemara introduced us to this idea that there's another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Mesechus Avodah Zarah? This is very important because what Avodah Zarah brings to the table of Osai is that when you have Isurei Hana that get mixed into a mixture, the resulting mixture is going to be Asr, even what we call Lehedjot, even for simple mundane use. Our Mishnah Mesechus Tzvachim highlights the idea that when Isurei Hana get mixed in with other items, the resulting mixture is Asr L'Gavoa. You cannot use it for sacrificial purposes. Avodah Zarah teaches us you can't even use it for mundane purposes. And both are necessary. Why? Because if it was just ultimately, again, Avodah Zarah, I would have thought, okay, the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not going to cause such a loss to the Beis HaMikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah Zarah. And if we would have just said Tzvachim, I would have said the resulting mixture ultimately, again, is also for the Beis HaMikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like this in the Beis HaMikdash. But for Hedyon, it's mutter. Therefore, Avodah Zarah comes along as it's for mundane purposes. It's going to be awesome. So I will say, bottom line is that what all of these composite mishnahs are teaching us is that when you have something that is asudana that gets mixed in with other permitted items, the resulting mixture is going to be asud both l'gavoa for the Beis HaMikdash, and ultimately, again, for hedyot, for regular mundane use. Now, what's important to understand is depending on the nature of the mixture, there may be remedies, right? And that's our Mishnah. Our Mishnah discusses all of the ways that you can rectify these prohibited mixtures. Now, again, remember, one caveat, it is important to understand And that halacha l'maisa, not everything has a remedy. Right? Because remember, again, that's the first case of our Mishnah, where the chatas case is, where ultimately, again, not every single thing, not every single problem has a solution. So not every single mixture has a remedy. But l'maisa, again, our Mishnah is all about the remedies. Good. Good. So now we take care of the Mishnah in Zvachim, we take care of the Mishnah in Tzmura, we take care of the Mishnah in Masechet Motzah. Now the Gemara goes back and kind of like dials us back a little bit. I don't understand. Did it back to the why don't we apply typical bittul growth? Like, in other words, here's what's fascinating. Let's say the Mishnah is operating under an assumption. What's the assumption? That the prohibited item is not negated, is not nullified in the majority. Why not? Why not? Again, both sides, I just want to point out. You look at Rashi. Rashi says it's the third line from the tab. But the hub sit achirav mahatos. And what said this is incredibly important. Nida oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is biblical law. Simple majority. So then if you might just ask and understand, why all of these pieces, whatever it is, the chat, whatever it is, why isn't it batal barov? So we'll say, this is really interesting. Or maybe you'll say like this, because these items are significant, therefore what? They're not batal. So everyone's like, what's the whole idea of bittul, right? The whole idea of bittul is that ultimately, again, when you have an item that finds itself in a majority, the identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority. But again, however, that's not necessarily true where the minority item is chashuv. If it's important, then the mice again is not batal. It's not batal. So which the Gemara says, so maybe the item is discussing Mishnah chashuv, and therefore velobatu, and therefore ultimately again they're not batal. So once again, ready for this. This is so super exciting. The Gemara says, "Hani chalaman amar kol shedarka linos shaninu, elaman damer es shedarka linos shaninu ma'in kalamina." So once again, now this is so interesting. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in the Mishnah why the prohibited items are not batal is because they're chashuv. So we'll say, so here's the interesting shayla. What makes something chashuv? What makes something important? So we'll say, so in general, on a more basic level, what makes an item chashuv is that it is an item that is reckoned as an individual entity, as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group. So we'll say, I'll give you a good example of this, right? I'm just using it to illustrate the purposes. An egg is a good example of something that's always part of a group, right? You can't, I don't think you can go to the store and buy, right? You can't buy one egg in the store, right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit. So an individual, right? I'm wrong. You can buy 2 eggs in the store.
There's certain guys that never.
Oh, peel. Right. No. Come on, man. Come on. Right? Yeah, seriously. Right. So again, it's a raw egg, right? A raw. Sorry. I'll be more specific, right? Right. So you can't go to the supermarket and buy like buy a raw egg, right? You have to. So that's a good example of something that doesn't have an individual unit significance. So in general, when we speak of something being chashuv, what it means is the item is so important that it's usually sold, right? It's usually sold as an individual unit. So Moshe says, now watch this. That is going to be a fundamental focus. So does that mean that it's an item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, right? It's never sold as part of a group? Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, but sometimes it's also sold as part of a group. So we'll say, so that's not Moses. So watch this. The Gemara says, that's what it means over here. So let's look at Rashi. Rashi is kol shedarka lenos. This is incredible. This is incredible. First short line in Rashi. Kol shedarka lenos. Shivish b'nei adam hamakpidim b'minyanim u'mochim b'minyanim shaninu. The Bati the Samach Mishnah the Chavile Tilson Shakir the Hadehimos Sami Hatchavos, for example, Kol Shadarka, just version of Kol Shadarka means anything that is commonly counted. So once again, what that refers to are items that are often sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. So a good example of this, Rashi says, we're going to get to bundles of fenugreek in just a moment. But again, listen to this, but the Gemara says animals are good examples of this. Why animals are good examples? Why? He says, so again, an animal is a good example of this. Also, when you buy livestock, it would be common that ultimately livestock are sold with one head at a time. Right? Good. However, we're going to say it's not uncommon that sometimes a person sells, I don't know, a flock or a herd. Right? So let's say commonly, again, a flock. I don't know, a flock is like 21 sheep, right? Like the Sanhedrin Calvin, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say so, but it wouldn't be uncommon for a person to throw in an extra sheep, right? So that's what it means where it says kol shadat alino. So in other words, an item that is commonly sold as an individual entity, but yet sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's what of kol shadat alino. Anything that is normally counted. So the Gemara says, if you'll kol shadat alino, then the Mishnah makes sense. Right, ultimately again, then the cut. Remember again, both sides. What are we trying to figure out? The Gemara is asking the kasha. What's the kasha? Why don't we just say bittul? Why don't we just say bittul? Right, the prohibited animal gets mixed in. Just say that it's bottled below. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's chashav. Chashav. It's just part, therefore it's not bottled. So that makes sense if you say kol shadat alino. Kol shadat alino means any item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, is chashiv and therefore not bottled. But if you hold a laman da'amar es shedat alinos, so we'll say, what is shedat alinos? Es shedat alinos means the only item that is chashiv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because animals are often sold as individual units, but often sold as part of a group as well. If that's the case, it's not chashiv, but that's the case, it makes sense why it's not bottled. The which the Gemara says, "Oh man, Damar, Eshdak Alinoshi." The Makler, look at Rashi. Elaman Damar Eshdak Alinos. Rashi says, "Shedako miducha lekach she'im leka adam demosef alei yisir l'lokiach v'lomoka v'lominyan." Hani ein daka miducha l'minyan sheyesh mosif yisir l'lokiach. The Moshe says, so again, if you hold Eshdak Alinos means the only item that is chashuv is something that is exclusively sold as an individual unit. So if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. Because although animals are often sold as individual units, they're often also sold as part of a group as well. Because of that, therefore, again, they would not be quote-unquote chashuv, and therefore they could be bottled. So we'll say, before the Gemara applies it to our Mishnah, the Gemara highlights this machlokes. And we'll say, this probably, by the way, is one of the most important machlokes in by bittul, that it comes to bittul. Kol shadat alinos, just to define the terms. Kol shadat alinos means anything that is often reckoned as an individual entity, even though it's still often sold as part, or sometimes sold as part of a group, it's still called chashuv. It's still looked at as an individual entity. Es shadat alinos means the only thing that is considered to be chashuv is something ultimately that is exclusively sold as an individual entity, never sold as part of a group. Here's the Mishnah. This is not. This is very interesting. Someone who had bundles of fenugreek. Fenugreek. Rashi says over here, tilson, what's unique about tilson? Min tavlin, which is a type of spice. So apparently, again, a bundle of fenugreek is considered to be exceptionally chashuv. She'af tam ha'etz shava l'pri. It's actually incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is the one thing where the quote unquote the fruit, the item, tastes the same as the source, as the tree. The thing it grows on a bush, more than the tree, right? That it grows on. Interesting. It says ubalav fenugreek. Okay, so it's very good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember, fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather, again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle of fenugreek, and it's koyakar. Koyakar means it's fluid, right, in a prohibited mixture. A bit of mixture. So what's that? We'll say on the days, yadliku. Yadliku means it has to be destroyed. Has to be destroyed. Right, so let's say, so that, by the way, that's the common expression for koyakar. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture that grew, so ultimately, the lashon that Chazal use is you have to ignite it, you have to burn it, you have to destroy it. Nisagu b'achirim, kulon yadliku div Rabbi Meir. So let's say, now watch this. So let's say you have this prohibited bundle of fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this fenugreek grew in a vineyard. So therefore, again, the resulting mixture, that fenugreek, therefore that kula, in close proximity to a vine, is going to be awesome. What do you do with What do you do with it? What do you do with it? You destroy it. Let's say now that bundle of fenugreek gets mixed in with other bundles of fenugreek. Right, so the prohibited bundle got mixed with other bundles, and then other get mixed with other bundles afterwards. What's the halacha? All of it has to be destroyed. These words are in there. So again, I will say, even if you have 1,000 bundles of prohibited fenugreek that get mixed in together with this, and you have one bundle of prohibited fenugreek, right there it says it all has to be destroyed. The Chum say no, Yalu no, not true. It's bottle. It's bottle. Now it happens to be for Klaya Keren, the ratio for bittel is 200 to 1. 200 to 1. So as long as you have 200 permitted bundles of fenugreek, ultimately, again, the one bundle of fenugreek is going to be bottle and is going to be mutter. And what's the focus over here? Get ready for this. Now, by the way, why 200 to 1? Why 200 to 1? Rashi points this out. We'll come back to this in a little bit. Rameir says as follows. Rameir says this. Kol shedarko linos mekadesh. The Chum over in the Mekadesh. So again, so Rameir says Kol shedarko linos. Now, what does it mean Kol shedarko linos? Kol shedarko linos means anything that is often looked at or is often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusively sold, anything that is commonly sold as an individual unit is chashav. Because it's chashav, therefore what? It's not bottle. And because of that, fenugreek, which is often sold as an individual unit, therefore it's chashav. Because it's chashav, when it gets mixed in with even 1,000 other bundles of forbidden fenugreek, it's not going to be bottle, and therefore the entire mixture is aser. The entire mixture is aser. On the other hand, the Chum say no. The Chum say there are only 6 things. 6 things that ultimately, again, are never bottle in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva says Shiva. Rabbi Kiva says there's a 7th thing as well. What are these things? Let's see here it is. What are these items that are so important that they are never bottle? It goes a prach, so apparently these prach nuts, Rimone Badan, these Rimone Badan is a place. Rimone is right, the camera is from Badan. Chavios and stumos, very interesting. Sealed barrels of wine. I suppose so remember again, a sealed barrel is much more chashav than an open barrel, right? Because remember again, by the sealed barrel, that means the wine is being kept. So a sealed barrel of wine and still face hardened beef stalks. The Gemara says, beef stalks. So the Gemara says, the kilchei kruf and cabbage stalks, right? The last fungus, and ultimately again this Greek gourd. Okay, so those are the 6 items of the Chachamim that are apparently so chashuv that these items are only sold exclusively as individual units. Because of that, even if they get mixed in with many more permitted items, they're never bottled. Rabbi Kiva adds in over here, Rabbi Kiva Mosif, even loaves of bread that are made by balabayas, as opposed to what? As opposed to loaves of bread, ultimately again, that are made by a baker. Right? Baker's loaves are kind of like a pro forma loaf. They are commonly replicated, but the loaf of a balabayas ultimately again is chashuv. Because when a person makes bread, the bread is unique to them. Therefore, it's not bought. That's where the Akiva adds on. If you look at it actually, before we go on, that's just over in the Shisha Devarim. It's about that. It runs up in the bottom. Hein shemekachin es hakol hamis arvin bahem. They tolchen gidolin u'dmeyan yikarim dechashuvim b'midos. So actually says over here, what comes in there amongst these items are they're large. Now, large doesn't mean they're very large. What it just means is they're not tiny. Number 2 is they're expensive and they're important. So these are the items. These are the items that Chum say. These 6 items that the Kiva adds in the 7th, the loaves that are never bottled in a mixture. And therefore, haray la'arla arla, haray la'klayaken and klayaken. If the items, if any of these items are arla, essentially they turn the rest of the mixture into arla. And if they're klayaken, they turn the rest of the mixture into klayaken. Okay, so now that's machlokes are there and the chachamim. Now watch this. The Itmar law, and about that machlokes it was said, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Es shedarka minos shenu. Rabbi Yochanan says part of all of these items is S Shadakalimnos, which means these items are commonly sold as individual units, but not exclusively sold as individual units. But because they are commonly sold as individual units, therefore what? Therefore, Allah makes it chashuv, because the chashuv they never bottle. Rishlakish Omer, Chol Shadakal Limnosha. Rishlakish says no, these items are chashuv. Why? Because Chol Shadakal Limnos. Ultimately, again, I'm sorry, it says the opposite. These items are exclusively sold as individual units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered that they're never bottled. They're never bottled. Ultimately, again, no, they're not necessarily exclusively sold as individual units, but they are more often than not sold as individual units, and therefore they're chashuv and not bottled. Again, so before we go on, right, let's just remember where we were coming from. Right? What did we start with, right? What did we start with? Gemara said, let's take this back to basics. The Mishnah is introducing us to cases of where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say essentially in all of the cases? That the prohibited item is not bottled. The Gemara says, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below, right? Simple negation of negation in a majority. After all, again, that's the biblical law. So what's the answer? What was the simple answer the Gemara gave? The simple answer is that the prohibited items are, one word, chashuv, important. So now the fundamental question becomes, well, how do you define kashibus? Right? Now, obviously, we're saying is because something that is important is not bottled even in a much larger majority. Great. How do you define kashib? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. We never knew the Fennec Greek, but the Fennec Greek was really so exciting. Right? So we went through this incredibly exciting journey about halacha l'maisa again, what's bottled, what's not bottled, and all of this comes back ultimately against Rabbi Yochanan and Shlokish. Rabbi Yochanan says, what's the definition of a chashuv item? An item that is exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. Reish Lakish says no. Reish Lakish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit, even if sometimes it is sold as part of a group, it's also still called kosher. So the Gemara says, listen to this. The Gemara says, honey, Reish Lakish. So you know, so our Mishnah makes sense according to Reish Lakish, right? Why does it make sense according to Reish Lakish? Because halacha l'maisa, you know, our case is animals. Right now, we assume what's the status of animals? The status of animals is kol shadakal limnos. In general, how is an animal sold? In general, as an individual unit. In general, but can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kol shadakal limnos. So ultimately, again, if you understand, right? If you understand ultimately, again, according to Reish Lakish, so let's read it now. So all of this makes sense according to Reish Lakish. However, that Yochanan, but according to Yochanan, ultimately, again, by Eshadakal limnos, what is there to say? So which the Gemara says, Amra Papa, Hi Kana Delitric Itziyosu. Shabbos, and listen to this. The Tana of our Mishnah is the Tana ultimately again of the litra Kitzios. And what litra is a measure, Kitzios ultimately again refers to items that are harvested. And we'll see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So the Amar, called Davar, here we go. Called Davar Shiish Minyan, Afidu Bizrabanan Lobato. The host in the right side. So now we're opening the door again. I will say to a whole other group of items over here. So we'll say now watch this. Now the Gemara is introducing us ultimately again to what's called a davar shebanim. Okay, so what's a davar shebanim? Take a look at the top Rashi. So we'll say it's really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing smichas chavar, it's also exciting. We're not up to this yet. However, when we get to halachas and talulas, ultimately we're going to be seeing all of these concepts again as well. So look at Rashi. Top Rashi 73a. See, this is so interesting. Up until now, we were focusing on Kol Shadakal Limnos as Shadakal Limnos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something very often sold as a unit. There's another thing called Davar Shebaminyan. Rashi says over here, Kol Shadakal Limnos Cloud. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit. כגון לטרוז של קציוס, שרוב בני אדם אין מוכן למינין אלא דרסים או סביגו, ומוכן כל האיגו יחד, הויל בקטנים שמונים הלטרוז לבד למוכן מינין. Those are Davar Shemaminian says anything that is at any point in time, sometimes reckoned as an individual unit, has its own kashivos. So this is fascinating because up until now we were focusing on the idea that in order for an item to become kosher, what has to happen? Either it has to be exclusively sold as individual unit or majority of individual unit. There's another concept called Darshaminian. Darshaminian means anything that is at any point in time ever reckoned as an individual unit, whether it's common, uncommon, as long as it occurs at some point, that item has an inherent chashivos as well. So Rabbi said there's another time, another school of thought, and this school of thought says any davar shebaminin, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic law, is not batal. Is not batal. Rabbi says so. This introduces a whole new vista of understanding, and yes, Hashem will pick up with this tomorrow. This is now a new time. So we have Eshadakalimnos, Kol Shadakalimnos, and now a new school of thought that says Kol davar shebaminin. Anything that at any point in time is ever looked at as an individual entity, even if it's not commonly done so or not commonly reckoned as such, ultimately, again, it's not going to be batal as well. How to apply that ultimately again to our case in Yom Hashem tomorrow? New Tana, new Daf tomorrow saying, all right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
5,000 times by
no one sells close up yet. The bundle is the individual unit because the stock is nothing.
Start late everything, make it nominal. It's fair.
And small down. Hashem. And only very specific case. Correct. By animals, and when you sell a herd, when it can't come in front of extra animal, acres nothing. No, that's diesel. That's diesel.
Whoever's writing his tweets wrote that. Yeah. Same shit. He's got to be writing his tweets. I think they made a video of it, right? So the video is like he says things and someone types it out for him. He fucked up on Twitter this week. Well, with the Rob Reiner thing? Yeah, it's crazy. It's all crazy. So if he didn't do the Rob Reiner thing and then put up those plaques, I'd be like, that's funny. But then the Rob Reiner thing, like, God damn it, dude. Well, the plaques are crazy. The plaques are crazy. It's like the White House is supposed to be where each new president, the new guy comes in, you won the new election, congratulations, let me show you around, this is what it's like, these are all the photos, what's fucking it's not allowed. I think that's the photo for Joe Biden. It's an auto pen? Yeah. Okay. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. But again, it's still funny. And he does crazy shit, it's funny. I like it. Right. But the Rob Reiner thing is not funny, right? No. And that's like the same thing. Yeah. It's the same kind of thinking. And when you see it with no empathy, that's when it's hard to like. Yeah. I wish he could apologize. I know you can. No. Listen, there's no justification for what he did that makes any sense in a compassionate society. It's no different than people that were celebrating when Charlie Kirk got shot. That's what. That's the thing that bothers me. Same kind of thing. It'd be like if Obama tweeted. Yeah. Rest in piss. Imagine. Oh my God. Imagine if Obama tweeted, something about someone, after they died in this way, that this person was a deranged person that hated Obama, and he wrote Obama like all caps. Imagine Obama talked like Trump. Imagine Obama talked like Trump. They hated Obama. That was his thing. He talks about himself in third person. That would be crazy. It just shows you how crazy it is the way Trump thinks and talks. It's just like the guy got sliced up by his kid. You know, anybody that doesn't see that and go, fuck, man.
Yeah, it's the worst.
You know,
Also, the kid's claiming not guilty right now.
oh, girl.
I like it.
By reason of what?
I like the move.
Oh, boy. It's so dark, man.
Yeah, it's really fucking horrendous.
But on the other side of it, the Rob Reiner thing is crazy because Rob Reiner made it a mission to try to get Trump out of office and to try to get Trump arrested. There's this really weird video where he's sitting there with John Brennan and James Clapper, these two top dog spooks.
Yeah.
And they're talking about how this is unacceptable that Trump is president. I'm like, this is a crazy thing and high production value.
Yeah.
So it's all filmed together, coming up with reasons why they have to remove Trump from office. Maybe they do something.
All that sucked. I think that sucked.
Yeah.
But then, dude, you get murdered next to your wife by your son.
Horrible.
That's the worst thing possible. The president.
Right. It's a crazy thing to put out.
By the time this episode comes out, we'll have moved on.
Yeah, but it seems it seems like whenever something like that happens, where someone is happy that someone died, so many people just you feel so disappointed. You know, you just feel like it's so disappointing.
Yeah.
It's why if you say that privately, that's one thing, which is also crazy.
Yeah.
But it's
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. We thank our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Alinu.
The way it happened makes it 10 times worse.
Oh God!
Tasvi,
He died in a funny way.
Right.
Just having a lead off. We made a field trip for his children, his grandchildren, 934.
He was like, I'm gonna fucking.
Semi Malka Esther, in memory of their parents, literally people, Yitzchak, Lee, Cohen, Sarah, Steeple, Sarah, Rachel, Avrach, Esther, Sinivas, and Ephraim, in memory of their dear family friends, Staff Sergeant Napoleon, and Gordon, Shemi, Cohen, Gamo, Hanukkah 2023, and Holland Kathy, Vicky, Sherman, Sister Leah Bas Shmuel, and Zachrini, Shuramis Bas Shmuel, Esther Bas Zakaria. The learning sponsors are Mary Rina Dubin in honor of the upcoming Hasana of Tupi, the Zevi Granat, and it will take place this evening. B'Sha'at Tova Ulachas and Manzuka, the family, Hassan College of Mizokai Meretz Hashem, opinion at the Ad Mazel I got no today, Steinberg in the school continuing the floor for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, as well as Marks, wishing a Mazel Tov to Baruch Marina Dubin on the upcoming marriage of the of Edgeware, England. Mazel Tov against the Chassan Kala. Build a vineyard, build a home that America's in the school with Mazel Bracha Simcha Isha Anet Hashanim Tovos. All of them is Shana Shav and Aliyah. All those in Europe, coming together with Kol Kol Yitzhak Yisrael, we should continue to share B'Soros Tovos upon all of Klal Yisrael. We'll say with that, let us begin. This Ayin 72. Left on the base 71 we left off actually kind of in the middle of a sentence, but it's actually its own contained. So again, the lab is Sui Hanon. So 2, 4, 5 lines up on the bottom, 71 B. So if you remember again, our entire discussion of yesterday's daf was really focused on this idea that there are two Mishnayos. There's a Mishnah on the Sechas Spoken, which is the Mishnah on Ayin Olivate, onto Ayin Aleph, on Ayin Aleph Olivate. The first,
my friend has to leave the country.
Now you seem to be saying this thing exactly. I'm an animal that gets twitched. Ultimately, again, this limited animal is not bottled, not nullified. And again, we're going to get more into the mechanics of that a little bit in a minute. And as a result, the entire mixture becomes limited. That's ultimately, again, what's unfolding here. Now, the Gemara was obviously trying to understand why the redundancy, why do I need what seems to be Mishnah.
Don't fucking make it funny. It's a serious thing. It's a serious thing. Why would you make it funny? Yeah. Like, is the thought like that'll make it popular on TikTok and it'll spread that way? Is that the thought? Like, it'd be a video, get people to want to sign up. A lot of those people are obviously just weird fucking psychos. I heard something that I don't know if it's true.
So the Gemara says, one second, but our Mishnah also talks about cases.
Brown University shooting, and it's people claiming that the security cameras.
The Gemara says,
yes.
So
he says, DHS, I didn't approve to be used in this. I know you know my address, so send a check, and please take this down, and please keep me out of your banger deportation videos.
So again, our Mishnah
When it comes to
speaks about
immigration, my
numbers
thoughts and heart are a lot more nuanced than this video allows.
and numbers.
Juan Adam. Perfect response.
Calling them banger videos is hilarious.
Yeah, they're ridiculous.
Yeah, they suck.
They suck. It's like, why are you doing
Oh, just go ahead and just put everything.
not trying to be entertaining?
What the Gemara says
The job
is
is
very interesting. Hatakanta, someone said,
that's weird.
so our Mishnah, that's something very interesting.
Cartel
Mishnah,
members, terrorists, the worst people in the
who
world.
discusses the remedy.
Yeah.
Remember
And
again,
then it's like, anybody. I bet they have quotas.
first of all, again, the Mishnah of the prohibition, and then tells you to remedy the issue. Now remember again, there are different remedies for different cases. It's just
It's
using
bad, man. You get into weird territory. That's when cops pull people over for bullshit.
Yeah, tell my buddy's got DUIs.
Cops need to They just took a chance.
There's the type of covenant again. Whatever the remedy is, the point
Just missing.
Mishnah discusses not just problems, but our Mishnah also discusses solutions. So the Gemara
That's
doesn't
so
say
Did you miss those days?
problems, no solutions. The Mishnah Masechet Zvachim ultimately again discusses problems and
Yeah,
discussion.
we could have beat my extra Catholic.
And the Gemara essentially says we need Mishnayos that discuss
For Christmas. Yeah.
solutions. They both say what a tremendous skill. Yeah,
Shit rules.
right. There are many ways to do the guys who
Families now.
particularly kinds of people like people are incredibly adept at identifying problems.
Go out.
Every problem with every single thing in the world. And they can tell you problems in alphabetical order, chronological order, most severe to less severe. Your problem, someone else's problem, not their problems. Right? All the problems.
That's
Right?
hilarious.
Something they never
But yeah, sorry about the derailing.
are solutions.
Actual
And there are people like that.
No, it's okay. I don't remember what we were talking about.
It's just
talking about
like a sense, an ability to detect
Now,
and to identify.
why did they
And then
have
also there are
security cameras? Why
Well,
were they
yes,
disabled?
also can identify
Because I don't
problems.
want to say
Also have the God-given talent to find
Yeah,
solutions.
it was because they wanted to stop
Or at
ICE
least
from using the
single
feed to
problem.
locate
Be a
criminals.
solution-oriented
campus, maybe?
person. Be a solution, be a person who yes, is good at identifying what's broken, but then also
Because they've done some wild shit.
put
Like
a
they,
way with
I don't know if they wind up deporting that lady, but they were trying to deport that
would you,
lady because
which
she
means find problems, so you could be a
and she
zvachim,
wrote
which
an
means
essay that was critical of Israel.
Yeah.
incredible. I was like that. The head yoke, not in kind of like that.
Democracies.
Now, for me, is that perhaps the Mishnah Torah discusses the idea that that if a prohibited animal gets mixed in, the mixture is not only the carbonos, but ultimately again prohibited even for mundane everyday use. Which the Gemara says, well, a second. Our Mishnah also, sorry, not our Mishnah, but we also there about hedyot. What's a hedyot means? Hedyot means, remember, as opposed to, let's say, the Mishnah which reference carbonos, right? The Gemara suggests that maybe the Mishnah Masechet Tzimura is necessary because it seeks out the idea of when something prohibited to get mixed into a mixture, it's even prohibited for mundane use. So the Gemara says the notion is prohibited even for mundane use. If you have that in it, it's a little chazara. It's like chazara. That was a good mishnah. Okay, Avodah Zarah. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. The Hedyot Nami Kanale, what do we learn in the section of Avodah Zarah? Here we go. The Ela Asuri, Volshim Mechoshin. Most of the following items are prohibited, and when they get to a mixture, they prohibit any amount. What are these items? Yayin Nesach, So let's remember again, Pesach is one that is used for Avodah Zarah. Avodah Kohavim and Avodah Zarah.
Okay, this is contradictory to
Items,
what I read.
and when they
What I read was that somebody had to say,
again, before you turn the page, look at the last Rashi on 71b. Actually, the head yot. Rashi says, "Nami kamei b'mesachas Avodah Zarah." We learned this in Avodah Zarah already. Da'asirei hanoah that when you have somebody asur ba'ano, right? Not bottle below. Don't say, I can remember. I think I mentioned this. Sunday. So again, so in the previous that, remember the whole. What I saw. Whenever you have something that's mixed into something committed, what's the halacha? Like chad betray. Sure, the Torah says that whenever are bottled is a majority, still majority. So this notion that now you have people that are getting mixed in that are not bottled is very unique on a biblical level. That's this more. But here, I call myself, they're seeing it as asur ba'ano, seeing it as and it gets me, even if it's only over.
Richard Jewell. I was there that day. You were in Atlanta? Yeah, that's 96.
But also, so Rashi's Valamim listening. Papa, the Karpas, themselves for Shahani. You learn the concept that if you have something with some Yarinesa, and if you have some Avodah Zarah that gets mixed in with permitted items, Halacha should be no. So if that's the case, why do I need this to be stated in our Mishnah and Spotting? I am base 72a. So what's the both side? 380. I'll tell you why. Dina Hassan, based on the Gemara Masechah Avodah, Hava Amina Lahedyot. I would have say that if an item that is asur ba'ano, but ultimately,
Human rights group team, university administrators, dismantle surveillance, defend free speech.
But if you're talking about Chabad, then Ema lo nifsidimu l'chut. Let's say you have to understand something like this. I would have thought, when did we say something is asur ba'ano, mixed in with other items that the minister is off? I'm not saying the resulting mixture is asur. Why? Because if the resulting mixture is asur, I will say, then what? Then what's the issue? Plus the hektish. And that it can don't cause such a loss to hektish. Therefore, again, our mission is long as says no. See, Suri Hano, it is still going to be asur. And if you would have shown me about the second, I would have thought like this. When do we say that it's asur ba'ano and it gets mixed with other items? The resulting mixture is asur. When is that? I mean, you cut
from one side of it.
That's only for sacrificial purposes. Why? Demise. Because literally translated, it's disgusting. What does that mean? Like the notion of potentially using something for sacrificial purposes that is prohibited, so that's a no-go. So maybe it's not the sacrificial purposes that the resulting mixture is also about hulin. When it comes to mundane things, about hulin, the Gemara says the low mice, which is not disgusting. I would have thought that ultimately, again, we should employ typical bittul barol application in a simple majority. Therefore, it's svicha. Therefore, it's news. Therefore, I'll say this is incredibly important. So essentially, it turns out that you have three different sources for these concepts. You have a Mishnah Masechas Tamura, we have a Mishnah Masechas Zvachim, and we also again have a Mishnah Masechas Avodah Zarah. Interestingly enough, now with the Gemara, so yesterday's that was really much. Mishnah and Tamura. Now, another Mishnah. Why do I need this Mishnah in Masechas Avodah Zarah? This is very important. People say is that when you put it on the website, Canary Mission published a profile. The resulting mixture is going to be asur, even what we call lehed, for simple money use. Our Zvachim highlights the idea that when get mixed in with other items, the result is also legavoa. You cannot use it for official purposes. Avodah teaches us you can't even.
that tears up our university campuses.
Because if it was just ultimately
She was asking.
the resulting mixture is also for mundane purposes, but for sacrificial purposes, you're not such a loss of Beis Hamikdash. Okay, therefore I need Avodah.
Senate passing several
So the
resolutions.
resulting mixture ultimately again is us.
The Tufts Community Union
The
Senate.
Beis Hamikdash, because it's not nice to offer something up like you get in the Beis Hamikdash.
Rights violations.
As long as it's even for mundane purposes.
Like what was she? I want to know what she actually said.
All of these composite missionaries
I mean, we're getting a synopsis of what her actual
that gets mixed
op-ed was.
are permitted
See if we
items.
can find it. It's just interesting. Because like
So
what
both
can
the
get you kicked out of
Gavoa
a
or the
country
Beis Hamikdash,
is the
and
most pro
ultimately
free
again
speech
for
country on the planet
Hezios
Earth.
or
Like
regular.
what gets you kicked out? Is it really is it right? But is it
So the
only that
mixture
one? Is it only that one? Like what if you had an opinion on Ukraine and Russia
Our Mishnah discuss it.
without getting
If
kicked
you can
out?
rectify
That's
where
weird,
the
right?
mixture.
Certainly is. That's kind of weird. It's a little notice. You notice? Give me 2 more
That-
minutes. Okay. I'll let you know. I'll let you know my algorithms.
Because remember again, that first
It's
piece
kind
of
of
our
crazy
Mishnah where the
because,
chakras.
you know,
But again,
unless
not
someone is
every single thing,
outright
not every
calling
single
for
problem has a
violence
solution.
or
It's not
revolution,
a single mixture has a remedy,
or
but let me
laws,
our Mishnah collected remedies. Good. Good.
if they're just
So now
having
we
an
take
opinion on
Developing we take it, and then tomorrow we take care of Mishnah and the science workshop. Now Mark goes back and kind of like dials back a little bit. I don't
kick
understand.
them out of the country.
But it,
Unless there's something more that I don't know.
why don't
Yeah, maybe she must have said something. You would think pretty crazy. But
Right.
that used to
here's what's fascinating?
yeah, she might
You know,
not.
let's say we're just operating under an assumption. And what's the assumption? That the prohibited item is
Try again, President Kumar, renewing calls for Tufts to adopt.
why not? Again, I just want to point out. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says it's the third line from the top.
Universities are
See,
strong
Achiram Tos. The Lord said this is incredibly important. Nida Oraisa. Nida Oraisa. So Isser, prohibited matter, is nullified in a simple majority. That is the law. Simple majority. So then you might just ask, I understand. Why in all of these cases, whatever it is, the Shahanis called
I don't know, they might
why
stop.
isn't it part of the law? So what's is it interesting? If he came up, or maybe it's
Right, but the problem is, aren't those companies, Israel's
Therefore,
not
what?
a communist dictatorship. So those
Well,
companies that you're not going to invest in, they're just citizens of Israel,
Like the
like
whole
you're
idea.
citizens of America.
ultimately, again, when you have an item that is confined itself in a majority, identity of the minority is swallowed up by the minority.
It only has like one thing that they
Not necessarily
think
true,
there's a lot of
where the
people
minority item,
their government.
if it's important, then the mice
Ban
again
their
it's not.
business, not use their ability.
It's not thoughtful. To which the Gemara says, then
Fuck if I know. I don't know. What does that do? Puts pressure on them to vote differently, I guess. Yeah.
not thoughtful.
Yeah.
So once again,
where was she from? But again, is it
the
that?
Amar,
That's
hope
just an opinion.
that
It's an opinion. It didn't even. I don't think she even said anything.
S Shadakal and
Is that what the
Nosarino,
fuck is she
my
gonna think? There's probably a lot more to
this
it
is so
than just.
interesting over here. So the Gemara says, okay, now what you want to tell me is maybe the reason in
talk about shit like that.
the items, the prohibited items are not thoughtful is because
They're
they're
not gonna
hot.
send you out of the country somewhere.
What makes something important? So what's this general?
Once you are in America,
That it is an item reckoned as
other
individual,
than, you know,
as opposed to an item that's always sold in a group.
what's your,
So we'll say, I'll give you, I'm just using for illustrative purposes. An egg is something that's always part of a group. Like you can go to the store and buy, you can't buy one egg in the store. Right? So in other words, so an egg by definition is something that is only sold as a unit.
Watching Fighter Jet highlight videos.
Generally,
It's
among
better off that way.
you can buy 2 eggs in a store.
Wait for the college football playoffs. Yeah. Patient.
Oh,
They found a ton
come on,
of.
man, come on, seriously,
Well, I don't want to
seriously.
pause for a
Right,
second.
so sorry, I'll be more specific, right? Right, so you the conscious, you can't go to the supermarket and buy buy a raw.
Well, they were saying that that 315,000 early votes lacked the poll.
So in general, when we speak of something being item important,
right. So if that's true,
sold.
They admit that 315,000 votes lacked poll workers' signatures, and they were counted in 2020. I don't think that's legal. Put that into perplexity. Is that legal? If that's true,
never sold as part of the group.
should those votes
Oh no, what it means is it's an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit. That's
I think it was 11,000
as part of it.
I read though that they'd already done a hand count of the votes.
I'm going to say exactly what it means over here.
For the last 5 years.
unequal amount are cultural emotions. So let's look at Rashi. That's it's incredible. First of all, in Rashi, culture doctor knows she
the accusation at least is that 315,000 lacked.
the possibly the summer crop. The Khadile till son. Shafir, the Habehemo Sami Hatchos, for example, this portion of culture doctor knows. So once again, the first two are items that are often sold.
I was trying to read into what this means. There's something about each day when they use the machine, they have to like zero out the machine to make sure like
so
it's starting at zero.
We're gonna get
And then at the end of the day, you gotta
moment.
sign off.
But again, but listen to this. But you must animals are good examples. Why animals are good examples? Why? So again, it would be common that all livestock are sold one. כדי אדם שאם מקליטים כל כך, הוא מוסיף מסירה או מוכרים העיד יחד. However, when we say it's not
One of
uncommon,
the things that it could mean is that 315,000 early votes were bullshit.
right? So let's say commonly again a flock. I don't know, a flock is
Right.
21 sheep, right? 21 sheep, right? So let's say, but it wouldn't be uncommon when an extra sheep. Right, so that's what it means when it says culture
The
dark
problem is when you ask Trump about it,
that is commonly sold as an individual. Yes, sometimes it is sold as a group as well. That's the notion of culture dark. Anything is normally counted.
Tell me what they did. They had somebody work on it, and they told
Does that
him, and
make
he
sense?
starts talking
Right,
about it, but he didn't
ultimately
really go
again.
in depth about it. I
What are you
don't
trying to figure
know,
out?
but he didn't have a satisfactory answer. No, he didn't.
Let's say bittle. What does it say bittle, right? The prohibited animal gets mixed in just for a roll. So the Gemara says, oh no, it's choshen. It's choshen. It's important, therefore it's not fatal. So okay, so that makes sense. It's culture dark. That doesn't mean so the individual unit. And sometimes though it's sold as part of the collective, it's choshen and therefore not fatal.
Yeah, you could definitely have a thing where you see the
So
FBI
what
and the Twitter files and all that shit with the Hunter Biden laptops.
Exclusively sold as an individual unit, never sold as part of a group. That doesn't apply to animals, because animals are often sold as individual units, but sold as part of a group as well. If that
was a violation of Georgia election procedure law,
the
i.e.
Gemara
it
says,
is not done in compliance with the statute.
Rashi,
It's not
I remind them
automatically
Esha Dako, she says,
did anything wrong or that their ballots are
Inka
criminal
Adam the
illegal.
most
It
separate.
does mean the county
Yeah,
certification process for those votes
Honey
did not
in that
follow state legal requirements. So those are not supposed to have been counted. Is
But
that
is
what you're saying?
exclusively sold as individual units. Well, if that's the case, that doesn't apply to animals. So although animals
That's what they're
are
saying. So it's
individual
it's
units,
back up against
they're
the wall.
often
So
also
it says co-workers
part
must
of a group
also
as well.
print and sign
So
zero
back
tapes at the start of voting to
quote
show
unquote
machines begin at zero.
And they could be
These
bought.
signed tapes serve as
So
the
we'll say,
official
before the Gemara
certification
applies this
that
question up, the
reported
Gemara
totals
places this in
from
the
the
whole. So
scanner
we'll say,
are
this
authentic.
probably, by the way, is one of the
That's what they require. So they require people to do that. So maybe some
Just
didn't
just
do
again,
that,
to define the
but they
terms.
were required.
Cult
That's a possibility.
I think 36.
reckon
36
as
of
an individual
37
entity,
advanced voting
Even
precincts
though
in Fulton County have failed to sign the tabulation tapes,
or part of a group,
including that
it's
the
still
county
called
violated
cautious. So
official
look at it as
election
an
record
individual entity.
document processes
Telling those means
required by
the
statute.
only thing that is considered something
Once
ultimately that is
the voting precincts put this
sold as an
that
individual entity,
failed
never
to sign the tabulation tapes, were they predominantly Republican or
you
Democrat?
shall look how your son shall listen to this. So,
Just Google Fulton County. Click images.
I think you know. What do you think?
Outrageous.
I don't know.
Spice. They have dealing kosher mode. Apparently, again, but
It's obviously a Democrat.
it's considered to be exceptionally kosher. Sha'af tam ha'eit incredible. So apparently, fenugreek is where the quote-unquote item is seen as the source of the tree. Being grows on, of course, more than a tree. But that it grows. Interesting. This ubalav fenugreek.
I would have figured it out.
Good fenugreek. So as I say, if you have, so again, remember, fenugreek is not sold by the stalk, but rather again, it's sold by the bundle. So again, if you have a bundle, okay, spiker means if you do it right in a prohibited mixture. So what the if you have legal, you have legal. You have legal means it has to be destroyed. It has to be destroyed. Right, so let's say, so that had a common expression for koyak kera. Whenever you have a prohibited mixture, so ultimately, lashna,
that have unsigned tapes are strong Democratic.
and you have legal give Rabbi Meir. So let's say now watch this. So let's say you have a fenugreek. Okay, so for example, this group
Don't worry about it. We just forgot
is
to
being
tally.
koyak
I
kera.
forgot to tally. See, we were so
Yeah, for that
busy
cool, that same
making sure we saved democracy.
He's going to
forgot to tally.
what do you do with koyak? What do you do with it? What do you do? You destroy it.
What a great
Let's say now that bundle of
really
fenugreek
did
gets
steal
mixed
election.
in other bundles of
That's the first
fenugreek.
time anyone's ever done it.
Got mixed with other
I don't know
bundles,
if
and
they
then
did. I'm not saying they did
get
it,
mixed with
but I'm
other
saying
bundles.
if they did do it, what a great movie.
All of it has
A bunch of fucking
those are in
pink-haired
there.
dorks
So again, I will say,
who
even if you have 1,000 bundles of
in
permitted
the fucking
fenugreek,
back rooms, like licking envelopes and sealing mail-in ballots.
all has to be destroyed. The Chum say no. It's bottle. Now it has to be, but the ratio for bittle is 200 to 1.
Hand counted and fully audited after the fact.
Bottles of fenugreek,
There's no other people that
bottle of fenugreek,
didn't
bottle,
sign are the
and
ones
it's going to be more.
making sure to tell
I
everyone.
was gonna what's
It
not
says
focus
hand
on.
counted, but then
But
recounted
by
by
the way,
shall be counted. And those processes included
500 to 1 right?
Fulton, even though the later issue about
What is it?
unsigned early voting
Ramirez
tapes
says
was not
this.
corrected by a new
Shedarko Linos Metalish.
What was that?
Again, so Ramirez
The
says,
issue
Kol
of
Shedarko
unsigned
Linos. That
early
wasn't
voting
culture
tapes
Linos.
was not corrected by a
Anything
new
that is often looked at as often sold as an individual unit, even if not exclusive to something,
Yeah, what does that
is
mean?
kosher.
That's what's
Because it's
confusing.
kosher,
Was there 350
If not-
weird votes or not?
And
Because
because of that,
that's the main like
sold as an
that if you went on
individual
Truth
unit,
Social and asked
therefore
them,
it's kosher.
how do they steal
Because
the
it's
election,
kosher, and it gets mixed in with
but then
even
you can't get
a
banned from Truth
1,000
Social, right? You probably can't get
fenugreek,
banned.
it's
Maybe
not
say
going to be
something
bottled,
you'd
and
have to say,
therefore
well,
the
you'd have to be
entire
crazy
mixture
liberal.
is
Or if you said,
awesome.
I believe
The entire mixture is
there's two
awesome.
genders.
On the other hand, the Chum say no. Ain't a Mekadosh on the Shisha bundle.
Gone. See ya.
And 6 things.
Nuts.
6
Probably go
things
crazy.
that again are never bottled in the majority because they are so important. What are the Rabbi Kiva? Rabbi Kiva
Yeah,
is
we should find
Shit,
out.
Rabbi
Yeah,
Kiva.
let's find out.
7
So
things
McCain
as well.
says
What
that
is
they
also here
created
is the
a
Elaine.
ban
What are
in
these items that are so
Australia
important
on
that they're
social
never
media for
bottled?
kids under 16.
Elaine, it goes in
That
track.
this ban includes
That is
Instagram,
track nuts.
TikTok, but does not include Blue Sky.
The morning for like the time I
Yeah,
by
that's
then.
true. That is
It's
very
very interesting. Sealed
like
barrels
up until
of
16
what?
years old, the
Remember
only
again, a
way
sealed barrel
to
is
communicate
much.
is the most radically leftist site available.
I mean, the wine is
In Blue Sky, I
So
saw this
still
lady,
barrel of wine,
one
and
guy
filthy
rather,
couch,
said, I'm
filthy
trying to be
housing,
zen about it, like
stalks
something
of
happened to him, I'm trying to be zen about it.
dog
And then
feet
this other guy
stalks.
underneath it chimes
Because
in, it would be great if you would stop being
feet
racist to
stalks.
Asians.
So the Gemara says the kilke kruf and cabbage stalks.
No. There's no humor over there. There's no humor. It is a
Okay,
fucking
so those
SSRI
are
soup. There's no
that are
humor.
apparently so cautious
There's no
that
humor.
these items as individual units Anyone permitted items they're never bought.
I've met a lot of people that call it that.
As you know, here in barbecue motion,
The law's initial list of restricted
even
platforms
loaves of
includes
bread
Facebook,
that are made
Instagram,
by
X, TikTok, YouTube, Snapchat,
balabais.
Reddit, Threads, Kick, Twitch, other
Post
platforms
the loaves of
include
bread,
Stream,
some of the again
Steam,
by
Blue Sky,
right?
WhatsApp,
Bakers
and YouTube
are
Kids were considered, but not
like
included in
pro
the ban.
forma loaves.
So that's
They're
true. So
complicated,
Blue Sky,
but the
which
loaf
is
of a
just
balabai
Twitter,
is ultimately again is custom.
super
So
hardcore
it's bread.
lefties,
The bread
is not
you
included.
know, that's where the Akiva ads are. Take a look at that.
So yeah, put that into the books.
Things up in the
Find out
bottom.
the Australian ban includes True
It's
Social.
not called on this Arvin band. It's not changed the Zolan, which may and the current, the Kashuma Minda. Actually says over here,
tanking kids,
I'm the number amongst these.
turning kids trans left and right. Reddit.
Now, Lord,
I thought it just said Reddit was
sorry,
done.
what it just means is that tiny, number expensive, they're fortunate. So
But
these
let's be honest.
items are coming these 6 items that Akiva adds in the 7th, the loaves that are never bottled in a mixture. And therefore, Harai the Arla Arla, Harai the Klayakan and Klayakan. Items, if any of these items are
I tell you, I tried to
mixture into
jack
Arla,
off on
and if they're Klayakan, then they turn the rest of the mixture
they
into
banned Pornhub here. Oh, I see.
Something
So
there
I
and the Chachamim.
jack off
Now
on
watch
Reddit,
this.
and I
These
tried to
tomorrow
open
raw.
Reddit, and as soon as I
The
opened
Yogur
the first thing
Amar
was Shingle is
as
fucking sucks.
Shadaka Windows Shani.
No, I still got one off, but it was a tough one.
Which means
There's a lot of mean and angry
things
people
are
out there.
commonly sold,
People are not after shit.
but not exclusively sold as
That is
individual units.
that's the point. That's a weird one
As
too.
individual
Is
units, therefore what?
VPNs.
Therefore,
You just keep it
to
strictly
the
on
Chashuv,
Twitter.
Chashuv they never
It's probably good.
Rishlakish Omer, Kol Shadaka Windows. Rishlakish says no, these items are Chashuv. Why?
You make another good point. Yeah, you want them all tried out.
The real thing is that the these items are exclusively
Stop jerking off as much as possible.
units, and therefore halacha l'maisa, because of that, they are considered to be never bottled.
Making sure you don't. If you're too smart, fuck you. Yeah, you don't need to pass it. You gotta go study. You go study. But you can hit like a 65 Japanese. They just go ahead, jack
More
off.
often than not, so as individuals.
That would be a
Therefore,
way
they're
to
hush.
keep dumb people
Again, so
like
before we go on, right, let's just remember.
give them as much more.
What did we start with, right? What did the Gemara start with? The Gemara said, let's take this at basics.
24/7.
These investigations are where something that is prohibited is mixed into a much larger mixture. What did the Mishnah say? Essentially, all of it is not bottled. The Gemara, why not? Why not? Why not apply simple bittul below?
Now it's just like I'll be watching. I was watching Revolutionary War doc last night.
What the answer?
In between,
What is my gate? Is that one word?
All right, let's see what happened to Ty
Good
Conner.
question. So both says,
That was last night. One of 99% of the population of men will
now obviously, we're saying it because something that is important,
Seahawks.
not
Seahawks
bottled
fans just
in
finished up. Classic
larger
game.
majorities. How did you define caution? So we just went through this entire incredibly exciting journey. We never knew the Kennedy would be so exciting. Right? So we went through this incredibly exciting journey about how long what's not possible, and all of this comes back.
He was
So you're going to say, what's the definition of a chashuv item? An item that is
he definitely had a family.
sold as an individual unit, never part of a group. Beis Makish says no. Beis Makish says even an item that is commonly sold as an individual unit,
It was like he was a pioneer in interspecies communication.
part of a group, is also still called chashuv. So the Gemara
dolphins how to speak.
So the Gemara says, listen to this. Take a look at it. So our Mishnah makes sense quite clear, right? Why does it make sense quite clear? Because halacha reminds me, I say our case is animals. Right now we assume what's the status of animals? The status of animals is kosher.com. How is an animal sold in general? As an individual unit, in general. But can it be given away as part of a group also? Of course. So that's what's called kosher.com. So ultimately, again, again,
problem with dolphins is they don't have lips,
So let's read this
right? So they make a totally different kind of sound. You can't get them to sound like a human. And these fucking idiots are like,
according to the ultimate again, but that doesn't know. What is there to say? Who is giving myself? How about me?
I swear to God, the Nazis were trying to get dogs to talk. Oh, I bet they were. Everyone's trying to.
The kind of ultimately again of
what do you got? What is it?
A documentary called The Dolphin House.
measure
about the place where this lady lived.
again refers to
This is Lily. That's the
we'll
guy.
see what this case is. The Amar, top of Ayin Gimel, we're just going to read these first two lines. I know. Right? So it says, Suhuda Amar, called Davar Shiish for
This
Minion.
lady just lived with a fucking dolphin. Where was this?
So what's this? And now we're opening the door.
Like, where was the house?
Other items over here. So let's just watch
Check that
this.
dolphin.
Now the
Think if that was your
ultimately
wife,
again
and this
what's called
documentary comes out later.
Davar
you're like,
Shibanim.
what?
Okay, so what's the Davar Shibanim? Take a look at the top
I
sheet.
did research.
So what's is really exciting. By the way, for those of us who are doing smichas chavas, it's also exciting. When I love to see if I'm going to get out of the talus.
I don't care. You didn't tell me.
73 called Davar Shibanim. Kosher Gago Lindos. See, I will say, it's so interesting. Focusing on Kol Shadaka Linos, S Shadaka Linos. Something exclusively sold as an individual unit, or something called or Shibaminion. Rashi says over here, Kol Shadaka Linos Klal. Anything that is ever counted as an individual unit goes Mitros Shalkatsi. Adam a Mokulim in Ella Darsin also
because when they have babies, it takes a long time to raise the baby, and they won't breathe.
So it's like Davar Shibanim says, anything,
I think it's like several.
at any point in
And
time,
so the males will kill
resting as an
babies of the female
individual
they have
unit
sex with.
has its
Yes.
own
So they get a
custody.
fuck.
So
They'll kill the baby of the
so
female
this is
that they
fascinating
haven't
because up until now,
So the female sleep with as
when it
many men as
comes
possible,
what has
so that the dolphin
it
doesn't
has
know
to
whether or
be
not it's his kid.
exclusively sold as individual. Majority of
It is. Yeah, but it's
There's
also
another
like,
concept called Davar Shibanim. Davar Shibanim means anything
Yeah. I mean, dolphins are supposed to be our
reckoned as an individual unit.
spiritual
It's common,
cousins
uncommon,
in the ocean.
or
And
at
meanwhile,
some
they regularly
point,
kill
that
babies
item
and they
has
force their
an
ladies to be
inherent
in hoes so that they don't get babies
So
killed.
again, I will say there's another kind of another school of thought. Any school, any Davar Shibanim, whether it's biblical law or rabbinic
Yeah,
law,
if male dolphins kill
is not thoughtful.
babies of
That's right. So
female
this
dolphins they
is
haven't
all.
had sex with.
This
You gotta think about what we do. You think dolphins are dumber than us? They're probably doing crazy shit.
this is now in these times. We have Eshadaka Limnos,
That's
Kol
what's weird.
Shadaka Limnos, a
They
school
just
of thought that says
They can't
Kol
affect
Davar.
their environment. We assume
At
that
any point in
intelligence
time,
is
it's
only
ever
the
looked
ability
at
to manipulate your environment.
individual entity,
That's what
even
we
if it's not
Because we associate intelligence
reckoned
with
as
all the
such,
stuff that
ultimately, again, is
But
well,
we don't even
I'll
know
apply
what the
that
fuck they're
ultimate.
saying. You
In
know,
our
they haven't
case, in
been able to
Eretz Hashem,
decipher their language. They have very specific language.
She was probably 2 or 3 jack-offs away from finding out. She was
All
right
right,
on the
well,
cusp, and
just-
they were like, "Get alone, you dumb whore, get out of here." She
They
was
need
so
more
close.
funding. They just need more funding. Male dolphins sometimes kill calves sired by other males to bring
No
the
one
mother
sells
back
close
into
up.
estrus
Yeah.
sooner. Yeah.
the bunk
Allowing them
Well,
to
units.
mate and pass
Because
on
the
their genes
stock
behavior called
is
infanticide, observed in species like bottlenose and Pacific white-sided dolphins.
small dogs, small dogs.
High-speed races.
Okay, so they don't only work for very specific things.
Jeez.
Most agile? Shit, that'd be
Oh,
terrible.
they have a race. That's
Hit him with fucking
crazy.
By several miles in high-speed chases.
hit him with
Wow.
the cum drill.
Yes, females show selectivity for agile partners and can control fertilization via vaginal structure. Oh, so a guy could nut in them and they'd be like, no, baby, fuck you.
Oh, that's a nice
That's
thing.
just a nut. That's a nice
Those girls could do that.
Imagine that if they just come up with that instead of abortion. They just go, oh, we're just going to give you a dolphin pussy.
All right, Javo saying good morning or good morning or good Navach. I think so far Hashem to be able to continue.
Sure, you gotta lock it
the
down.
Maseches is working together better and better every single week. Excited for another beautiful week ahead of us. Thank you again to Josh Harris for giving shir yesterday. We begin by taking all of our responsibilities. Baruch Hashem, we have so many Talmud sponsors for the month of Kislev. Alison Adam Steinman, memory of Adam's grandfather, and Sheldon Steinman, Harav Shlomo Tzvi Ben Ruvain Shimon. Shaz and Shamshat and Aliyah should be really kosher for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Memory of Arseni Malka Eskesin, and memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron HaKohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Indra Bas Hannah Chaim, in memory of their dear family friend, Staff Sergeant Natali Yona Gordon, Shemi Kom Damo who fell in battle in Gaza Arab Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy College, memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, Zachary Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zakaria. Our week of learning sponsors, Baruch Meir Nida Dubin, in honor of the upcoming Chatzana of their daughter Sophie, to Zedek Renat, and welcome back to the open house also. Baruch Hashem, incredible. To build the thing in Agad, to build the center of the Chobel Rishon Tov and Mufrachas, and to build a Bayis and the Yisrael Me'er Asmin Shanim Tovos. Our Daf sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and Schutz for continued help and Bushner for Shulamis, Hannah Bas Susha. All of the Nishama staff now, the families in the Chama, all those who need a Ruch Shabbos, together with Kol Yisrael, and Rabbi Mishal Zocher, extra to the Besoros Chalos for Cloud and Snow. Also, with that, we are picking up today's Daf, Iron 70. Good, it's a good Daf, 70. We are picking up 4 lines down from the top, Elahai Shrefa. So we'll say, let's review a little bit. Maybe from the beginning of the Masech, all right? So just a quick, a little bit of a quick recap, right? So again, although I have to say, Josh, thank you before for yesterday's Daf. Thank you again so very much. It's very humble. It comes in only after the gratitude. Incredible. I was also just tell you, short Shabbos is always like a tricky time. People have to figure out when to do that. So I just have to share. I'm not embarrassing the Kappa, but I came to shul a little bit earlier today. I saw Maishi and Josh sitting and doing the Daf together. Really beautiful. Just sometimes the afternoon shit doesn't work for everyone. But get a chavrusa. Whether it's actually, it was beautiful. I walked into the shul early shop this morning before davening and see Maishi and Josh sitting there like plugging away at the Daf. It was beautiful. Also open up an idea. That might be an idea. A lot of times in the Daf share, like I'm giving you share, you're listening. Not a bad idea. Maybe like at some point in time, you also get a Daf chavrusa. Be able to learn it together, because again, it's as beautiful as the Daf Shir is. One of the things you do miss out on is the opportunity to be able to learn the Chavrusa a little bit. The Shafi says, whenever Chazara is something that really is beautiful to see, it makes something beautiful. We can all, I realize even for myself, I miss that a little bit. Very beautiful. But again, subscribe to the Chavrusa, subscribe to Josh. And let's begin. So let's say, a little bit quick recap. So remember again, we had a Mishnah yesterday on the bottom of Samit Ches, Amud Aleph, that went on to Samit Ches on the base. Sorry, Samit Ches, excuse me. We had a Mishnah on Samit Ches. The Mishnah on Samit Ches recorded a Machlokes. What was a Machlokes? It didn't really go, and it turned out that the bird was a treifa. So we'll say, now the shaila is what's the Tuma status of the bird? Remember again, an Aveda, which is an animal which dies without proper shechita, ultimately again conveys tumah. So the shot, now we know a bird. Already a bird also has the ability to convey tumah. Although we already know that a bird is dramatically different than a behemoth. How so? Just off the bat, how so? The behemoth goes ahead and conveys tumah. How? Masa, touching and carrying. Bird, interestingly enough, only conveys tumah. How? Ultimately again when you swallow it. That's how there's tumah. So this is Shaila. He did Malika, and turned out the animal was a treifa. As a treifa, obviously the animal was unusable for kabbalic purposes, unusable for consumption purposes. What is the Tuma status of the bird? So the Meir said, Eino Mekami B'Bei Sabon. The Meir says it does not convey Tuma. Once there was Malika, so Malika removes the ability for the bird to convey Tuma. The Yehuda, on the other hand, said, no, it is Metame. Okay, so let's say, now, let's jump. What was Rabbi Yehuda? So Rabbi Meir makes a lot of sense, right? Essentially, Rabbi Meir says, What shchita is to an animal, malika is to a bird. So therefore, just as shchita removes any possible tumas nevela, so malika will remove any possible tumas nevela as well. Makes a lot of sense. What's Rabbi Yehuda's logic of saying malika doesn't remove tumas if it's in a nevela? So this is what Rabbi Yehuda Gemara says. Don't look at, do not look at it inside, right? I know, you're like, okay, fine. Right, so from yesterday's daf, again, Rabbi Yehuda said, Gemara is rushing up, Kra Ashka Kadash. Rabbi Yehuda found the pasuk and the dashing it. What was the pasuk? Again, I'm just doing this outside just to set the table for today. Nevela Treifa. So the pasuk that Rabbi Yehuda was quoting was, the Chol Nefesh Asher Tochal Nevela Treifa. If a person, a Jew, will go ahead and eat a Nevela or a Treifa, but as a Chubager, the kibes and chibes of the gadol, the rachas amayim, the tamei adar. So the Torah says, if you eat in a vela or a treifa, you're tamei. Rabbi Yehuda said like this, quoting this outside. Rabbi Yehuda said, treifa lama nabra. So Rabbi Yehuda said, ultimately again, why does the Torah have to say treifa? He goes through a whole limud, and bottom line he says, oh, what's the point of treifa? Treifa is to teach you this case. That if you went ahead and you did malika on a bird, and it turned out that the bird is a treifa, that it conveys tumas nevela. That's it. That's it. So that's where we're picking up with today. Elahai treifa, top of ayin, four lines up from the top. Elahai treifa, mibayla siyachai. Supposed to be where therefore asked. So Rabbi Yehuda is the one who dashes this treifa. The shaila is, what does everyone else do with this treifa? Ella, the high treifa mibai la siyachai. That the Gemara says, according to other things, this treifa comes to teach us that halacha l'maisa. Listen to this. The chayla of a chaya kshira is not metana. So let's just remember again. So therefore again, chayla of a chaya does not convey tumah. So the says, okay. So at that time, I would have thought, because I would have thought like this. When does chayla convey tumah? Ultimately, again, in the case where the chayla is asher, but the basar is mutter, the meat is mutter. What is that case? That's by behemoths. Right? Because remember, by behemoth, what's the halacha? The basar, the meat of a behemoth is permitted, yet its chaylev is prohibited. Interesting enough, on both sides, by a chaya, which is a non-domesticated animal, the chaylev is mutter. I would think that it comes to exclude this one, i.e. the chaya, but both by a chaya, both is very interesting. The chaylev of a chaya is permitted. Right? So if you have a chaylev craving, right, there is a permissible way to satisfy that, and that's through a chaya. So I might have thought that therefore, again, by a chaya, where the chaylev and the basar are both mutter, ultimately, perhaps it's excluded. Kamash from that even the chaylev of a chaya, ultimately, again, is not netame. Okay, I'm right. So my shnot meya dein chal b'cholot nebisara. So again, I understand. When it comes to a behemoth tmeya, I will say that tmeya in this context means non-kosher animal. So whenever you see tmeya, that's what it means, a non-kosher species of animal. So the Gemara says, so I don't say, why would you think they distinguish between the caleb and the basar? When it comes to a behemoth tmeya, a non-kosher animal, there is no distinction between its caleb and between its basar. In other words, that once you have the status remains the same for everything. So so to Bakaya. Bakaya, once I know that caleb is permitted, then what's the haram, ultimately again, that its caleb should be any different than its basar. Furthermore, the pasuk says ultimately again you may not consume it. Abaye says you're right. Shreifa ultimately again is needed for its own drush. What is it? Shalom Omar Holio Utmea Asura Michaim Utreifa Asura Michaim. I'm gonna put like this. Abaye Utmea. Now just like Utmea is Asura Michaim. Now remember Utmea, non-kosher animal. Ultimately, again, has its status even when it's alive. And ultimately, again, the treifa also has the status of a treifa while the animal is still alive. Just like by the name of Smeya, its chaylev does convey tumas nevela. So to again, treifa, its chaylev would also convey tumas. And therefore, again, that's why you read the drasha to teach that's not the case. Hainami Nigoi. The Gemara says that that's the case. We also need the following limud. Shalom Tomar Holyo Va'ol Tomei Asura Ba'Achila So, which means again, about say, whenever you see the word tongue, it's not kosher species. So, Asabakila, Trefa, Asabakila, Trefa is also Asabakila, not Old Kame, just like an Old Kame does not convey Tuma. Trefa in the Metama. So, to again, a Trefa also won't convey Tuma. Furthermore, Nidika made of Trefa Mitzmea can actually learn out Trefa from Tmea. After all, why are they fundamentally different? Trefa, well, I slash Asakosha. A Trefa will say, that's right, Tmea was never had a permitted window. Right? It was never good. Tmea is non-kosher species. And in those circumstances, was that animal ever permitted? On the other hand, Trefa, Paiso Shasakosha. But a Trefa animal absolutely did have a tummy which was permitted. If you take Trefa means back then, not your name. But you can have you can have an animal that was called a Trefa back then. Now, remember, again, we'll say, I don't know, maybe we'll touch public session. We didn't even get into this. What is that? A Trefa, we've seen this before. What's the concept of a Trefa? A Trefa is, in a nutshell, an animal that has any condition which would cause its imminent demise. Right? And you remember the goes through a whole list of actual conditions that would render an animal Trefa. So you says you could have what's called a Trefa backend. Trefa backend means an animal born with a Trefa condition. Or so what it's suggesting is, how can you even have a Havamina to learn out Trefa from Tmea? Tmea is a disqualification that exists from the beginning. The Tmea animal never had a time of permissibility, as opposed to the Trefa which did. Which wasn't necessarily. There's a case of Trefa also never had a window of permissibility. What's that case? That's the case ultimately again a Trefa backend. Ultimately an animal that is the Trefa from the time that it was born, to which the Gemara says, no, the Mina Ika. You're right, but species-wise, right? And at the Hema Tmea, the species is fundamentally disqualified and prohibited. Whereas in the Trefa, the species ultimately again is permitted. There's just something specific problematic with this animal. So Rabba comes along and says like this, different idea. Torah Amra, remember again, all of this comes back to one basic pasuk, right? The pasuk that we quoted yesterday, the Chol Nefesh Asher Tochal Nevela Utreifa. The Torah is telling us, if you eat a Nevela or a Treifa, ultimately again, you're coming. Like you're going to say, so you all just try to figure out, why does it have to say Treifa? You know, into this whole exercise. Why does it have to say Treifa? So who don't understand that literally Trefa is coming to teach me that even if you did Malika on a bird that's a Trefa, it still conveys Tama. But according to everyone else, what you're using is, what does the Trefa come to teach me? Tell them about Torah says like this: Yavo Isra Nevela, Yavo Al Isra Kela. This is very interesting. Torah is telling us that Halach Lamaisa, let the prohibition of Nevela devolve upon the Isra Caleb. This is very interesting. Remember again, Caleb is going to be prohibited. Except for Messiah, if the Caleb is prohibited. What the Torah is not teaching me is that when the animal dies, like that's in it's in a Vela. So now the prohibited Caleb will now have an additional dimension of Isra, namely what? Caleb. That the Isra of Caleb ultimately again devolves upon, the Isra of Nevela devolves upon Caleb. The Gemara says, Yavo Isra Trefa, Yachava Isra Caleb. Similarly again, if the name is Trefa, let the prohibition of Trefa devolve upon Nevela. So the Gemara now is suggesting that the pasuk itself is teaching you that when you have an animal that is in a Nevela or Trefa, there's an additional lesson, there's an additional dimension of Isser that devolves upon the Caleb. So the Caleb, which is already prohibited as Caleb, now has an additional dimension of Isser, either of Caleb, either of Nevela or Trefa. Let's repeat. You want to need this. Why? The actual says now the Shaila is, why do you need Torah? In other words, essentially what Rob is saying is like this: Torah is teaching me that although Caleb is already prohibited, and although again about saying we have the concept of Ein Yisr Halal Yisr, that generally once something is prohibited, an additional dimension of it doesn't necessarily develop upon a pre-existing Yisr. But here, if you have Caleb of an animal, and the animal becomes an Avela, so now if you eat the Caleb, you try because of Caleb and Avela. The animal's a Trefa, you try because of Caleb and Trefa. So the Lord says, well, why didn't you teach me that both by Nevela and Trefa? Teach me by one, And I would understand that what? It's a halal, and let's move on. And let's read book. I'll tell you why it's easy. So I would have thought like this. If we were just talking about Nevela, because Nevela ultimately again conveys Torah. About Treifa Imolo, about Treifa that would not be the case. The actual Treifa, as we were just talking about Treifa, which would be Surah Mishani. Interestingly enough, the Treifa designation, remember again, sets in upon the animal even while the animal is still alive. Perhaps that's when the Isra goes and involves upon the Treifa. About Nevela, but Nevela ultimately again, which doesn't occur until death, perhaps it does not devolve upon the Treifa. Therefore, Rabbi says, ultimately, the Torah is the same Nevela and Treifa to teach you that when the animal becomes an Nevela or a Treifa, ultimately again, this additional deserve devolves upon the Treifa. Incredible. But Rabbi Meir has taken my other explosives now become Rabbi Meir, what do you do with the hospitals? Remember again, Rabbi Meir is Rabbi Yehuda's disputing with the Mishnah. Remember again, how do you get into all this? I did Malika on a bird. And then it turns out that the bird is a treifa. Rabbi Meir says the Malika works. It works in that what? The animal is not in a vela, and therefore does not convey tumah. Rabbi Yehuda says the Malika doesn't work. Right? That the bird is mikame. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get that from? The vela treifa. Shkoyach. Rabbi Meir. What do you do with the pasuk? Like with the whole pasuk that serves as the basis of the shita. Rabbi Meir, what do you do with it? Rabbi Meir, I check on my other day. What does Rabbi Meir do with the pasuk? Ultimately, again, from with what does Rabbi Meir do with the pasuk in the village? I will say, I just want to point out. Look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi is about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before it gets wide. This is a Rashi. Rabbi Meir, the Amar O Shchitaso Mitaheres Shiso. According to Rabbi Meir, like the Meir holds that when you do Malika on a bird, even if it turns out that that bird is a treifa, as much as the bird is sacrificially invalid, the Malika works to remove the Tumas Nevela. Right? It's not the Tamer. So there, what do you do with this pasuk? Hi treifa my upper leg. What does he do with this pasuk of treifa? Invite him and he can shchita shiri lefnei. He goes ahead and uses it to exclude the case. Ultimately, an act of shchita that was done inside of the Beis Hamikdash compound, and it's not mechanic the base havriyah. You know the Rashi. The root of shchita should have learned kidamina le'akidamin le'el ma'kshefa sheshava b'fnim kibachutz yatzat shochet ultzulu b'fnim. So Rabbi Yehuda holds Rabbi Meir holds like this. If you shechted a bird, if you did shchita on a bird, now, again, remember, in the Beis Hamikdash, there's no such thing as shchita by a bird. It doesn't exist. Only by only Malika. But if you did do shchita on a bird inside the Beis Hamikdash, as much as it is sacrificially unfit, it will not convey tumah. That's what it means. That's what it means. That's the shchita. When you eat shchita, shiri, and it's not Nekami. And Yehuda, so where does Yehuda learn this out from? And Yehuda, Sheifa Achminiksi. And Yehuda says there's another Sheifa. Torah says the second Sheifa. B'chol nefesh asher tocha nevelo Sheifa. So it says the second Sheifa. Ultimately, again, therefore you learn from that Sheifa right in there. Chalani u'ti shchitlish b'fnim, and chalani u'ti of tameh. So Rabbi Meir uses Rabbi Meir agrees. There's 2 treifas. One treifa to exclude the case of if you shechted a bird inside of the creatures of it, as much as that is sacrificially unfit. It does not convey tumah. The other treifa ultimately again he uses to exclude of tameh. A bird, a non-kosher bird, does not convey tumah. Such as halacha. Only kosher birds convey tumah. Non-kosher birds do not convey tumah. Where does Rabbi Yehuda get that concept from? Nevela not convey. And Yehuda ultimately learns it out from Nevela. Rabbi Meir will say, "Hi Nevela, my upper." What's the name? Hi Nevela. Mashiach here the desires. So this is very interesting. So if you take a look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi now in the third wide line of Rashi, Rabbi Meir, hi, Kra Yisir Nevela lo yacham v'vayre lamed tum asa she'enu metami ela kishir israfi lo ela desires. So interestingly enough, Rabbi Meir learns out from the extra Nevela that the shear for tumah is the same shear for normal akila, which is a kizayis. As I was saying, when we speak about the idea of that a bird conveys tumor when you're swallowing it, how much do you have to be swallowing? How much? Akizayis. Akizayis. So the Gemara says, the safe book when you create Hamon, Lojaf and Yodi Apostle, the Akti Rachmona, the Loshon Achila, Kad Lushir Achila Akizayis, the Kad Lushir Achila Achilas Pass. They will say, after all, again, the Torah itself prohibits it. It's Loshon Achila. So say that there are two things happening over here. Number one, you have to go and eat it Akizayis. Number two, it's actually interesting a lot in general. In general, Isui Achila require Akizayis. Right, the exception to that, when don't you need Akizayis? When don't you need Akizayis? A little bit of a chazar from the Sechus Matis. Right, what we call in halacha, burial. Right, burial. Right, so remember again, this is remember this from Sechus Matis. Right, remember the halacha is if you eat an ant. Remember obviously again, if you eat Akizayis of ants, you have much bigger problems, right? Right. But if you eat an ant, which obviously is tiny, right? So you actually you 7 different problems for shorting. Right? But ultimately, again, why? Because it's a burial, it's a fully intact living being. Aside from that, generally, whatever we have in Isra'ila is desires. There's another important detail in that. It's not just desires, but it's what we call desires b'shtei achilas pras, which means you have to eat desires literally again. Like, my focus is exactly how long it is, right? But you have to eat desires within a certain time frame. Because remember again, in order for an achila to be considered one unified act, it has to happen within a time frame. If you span it too long, then again, it's not considered to be one act of eating. So then we have this. Well, this has many different applications, not for now. So therefore, the Gemara says over here, the halacha l'maisa, when we say that if you eat a kizayis of a bird nevela or a bird treifa potentially, that it conveys tumah, right? If it's a kizayis in your throat, it's exactly that's tough. You have to eat that kizayis within a certain amount of time. So I would have thought like this. Whole is a tradition. Now, so this whole bird thing is a big tradition. Now, what's the big tradition? The big tradition by the bird is, remember, again, when I talk about Isra'ila, we're talking about tumah right now. Right there, how does a bird convey tumah? How does a bird convey tumah? When you're swallowing it. When first I will say, by the way, it's two things. What becomes something when you swallow the become a bird? Your thighs and your clothing. So this is a tremendous kiddush, right? It doesn't normally work. This tumah normally works again. Maga masa. You touch it, you carry it. So since there's a tremendous kiddush here, you also have to I'm going to talk like this, that maybe a bird, kind of like all bets are off, right? It's like the normative construct of tumah does not apply. Because after all, again, think about this. Once a bird is such a kiddush that it's conveying tumah, number one, swallowing. I'm going to talk like this. Even if you need a kizayis, maybe even if you take kizayis over 3 hours, even if it's not the shafiras class, like maybe that still conveys tumah. Kamash Malonov. Kamash Malonov said that as much as bird is a kiddush, at the end of the day, it is still governed by the normative laws of consumption. Therefore, again, you're going to require a kizayis, and that kizayis must be consumed b'shtei achilas pras. Incredible. Turn out what I was supposed to say. Let's go back there. Says the Gemara. Good. Turn up on the chiluk nevela, the chiluk shreifa. So the pasuk says ultimately, and chiluk nevela, the chiluk. So let me give the rest of the pasuk. The chiluk nevela, the chiluk shreifa, the asel l'chol malacha, the achal lo sof lu'u. So that's an interesting halacha. If you have chiluk of a nevela and chiluk of a shreifa, ultimately again, you can do whatever you want with it as long as what? You don't eat it.
Comedy for
you
sure.
don't eat it.
Yeah, stand up for sure. But the podcast.
Okay, so the Gemara says. Fine. Now, what are we talking about again? So the Gemara goes out and says, we're talking about, again, the chilek of a kosher animal. Meaning, if you go ahead and you check the animal, so a behemoth, so we know that Allah you cannot eat chilek, but you can absolutely get enough of chilek. So you want to sell it, you want to use it as fuel, you want to feed it to your animals. You can do whatever you want. The only thing you can't do is eat it. Incredible. I told her the favorite thing was all I cost him that bad. or in the Ella, the Caleb, the Caleb to me. I was like, how do you know? How do you know it's talking about the Caleb of a kosher animal? Maybe he's talking about the Caleb of a non-kosher animal and saying, again, you can't eat the Caleb of non, you get hung up in the Caleb of a non-kosher animal as well. So the Gemara says, the Gemara says, Amit, Tier, Michlal, Shkuta, the Tier, Michlal, Caleb. So one thing very interesting. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, he lines up from the bottom of the dot in Rashi. Tier Mechlal Shkuta, Tier Militane, Mitan Shkita, Shashkita Mitarasa. So as I saw on one hand, what does Shkita do? Shkita is Mitaher an animal, which means that when an animal is shechted, by definition, it no longer conveys tumah. Right? It no longer conveys tumah. Right? So therefore, you're about to say, and by the way, what's important about this is, even if the shkita doesn't render the animal consumable, like you can't eat it, halacha l'maisa, then shkita takes away tara. That's how shkita takes away tumah. So the Gemara says, tia mechlal shkuta, tia mechlal cheleb. Look at that next Rashi. So the Gemara says, tia mechlal cheleb. Mitan cheleb tia esanavela, mitan mechakasa kan shecheleb nevela tar. So ultimately, the Gemara says, so what? So remember, shkita is mitar the animal in general, and shkita is also mitar the cheleb. But the cheleb doesn't convey tumah. Makishetir mechlal shkuta. If the whole ride below the tomato, so where the shkita works with a kosher animal and not a non-kosher animal. Akishetir mechlal cheleb. If the whole ride below the tomato, so to when shkita goes ahead and prevents cheleb from conveying tumah, it's also by a kosher animal and not by a non-kosher animal. That's what it says. And therefore, again, when the Torah says that you can get benefits from the cheleb, what is that talking about? A properly shechted kosher animal. That as much as halacha l'maisa, again, the cheleb is not permitted for consumption, we're absolutely permitted to get hung off. Okay, let's go down to, I don't know, maybe interpret a little bit differently. How so, Gemara says, Zu teaching, Gemara says, okay, let's go down to, Shtir mechlal nevela, Shtir mechlal cheleb. Ultimately, again, the animal was permitted ultimately again from the clown nevela, and therefore ultimately, once you shechted, it's no longer a nevela, and therefore ultimately again, it's permitted to use the cheleb. Ultimately again, when he was going ahead and when he was permitted from the nevela, by a case of Timeh, not by Torah, so to make what it's talking about by the field, it's talking about the behemoth Timeh and not by the behemoth Torah. I'm the verses that can't be why. I'm the days to Shabbat with that because if you interpret it this way, he bit Torah. Ultimately, again, the animal itself is talking about the animal of Torah. Shabbat that zoo, he bit Timeh. But ultimately, again, if you interpret it the second way, then the animal itself is a Timeh, and it doesn't make all that much sense. Because if it's the animal that's a Timeh, then ultimately it still remains. Actually says the Geder Treifa. Okay? Talmud Lomar, Treifa. Therefore, the pasuk says, same pasuk we've done that before, says Treifa, because it's the Chilub Nevela, the Chilub Treifa. So both sides, the Torah goes out of its way to highlight that both the Chilub and the Nevela and of a Treifa are permitted for use. Talmud Lomar Treifa. Mishiyesh the Mina Treifa. We're talking about an animal that has in its category a Treifa. Now both say, what type of animal is subject to the laws of Treifa? What type of animal? Only a kosher animal. A non-kosher animal is not subject to the laws of treifa. Why? Because a non-kosher animal is just simply unfit for use. It doesn't matter if the animal is a treifa or not. Treifa is a specific designation within the category of kosher animals. So you can have an animal that is categorically kosher, but is a treifa. The concept of treifa does not apply to non-kosher animals. Hamaloma treifa, mishish b'mina treifa. Therefore, again, it only applies to something which has categorically a treifa, which applies to kosher animals. Otias hatamea, she'ein b'mina treifa. Otias hatamea, she'ein b'mina treifa. Therefore, again, I will exclude from this non-kosher animals, which are not subject to the laws of treifa. But ultimately, again, I will not exclude chaya, which is subject to the laws, ultimately, again, of treifa. But most of these things like this. So, let's finish that. You shall not eat it. Remember, so Torah says, you can get the benefit from the cheleb of an avela or a treifa, but you can't eat it. So what is the Torah referring to? A a type of animal where the chaylev is not fit for consumption, but what? The meat is. Yatzachaya shechelba ubisara mukhe. It also comes to a state of chaya. The instinct of also never again a chaya, both the meat as well as the chaylev, ultimately again, are going to be permitted for consumption. Therefore, what's going to be more to suggest as follows. When the Torah refers over here to this case, of where the Torah is actually to say that the chaylev of an avela and the chaylev of a treifa ultimately again are permitted for benefit, not permitted for consumption. What kind of animal are we talking about? The Gemara posits it must be talking about a kosher animal, ultimately again which was shechted. And therefore, again, although the beef is not going to be consumable, why not? Why not? Because it's an avela or a treifa, but ultimately again, or with a batch that would be an avela. Ultimately again, halakha l'maisa, the chaylev is permitted for benefit. Not for consumption, but yes, for benefit. Incredible. I'm going to have to finish here. I'm going to leave Rabbi Yaakov.
Okay.
But I will leave Rabbi. Elamiyata, but using this logic, the velas behema tohoru b'mitame. So it says, using this logic, it sounds like English referring to like this. That the vela, a kosher animal, that's what conveys tumah. The velas behema tanea b'mitama. Are you telling me that the kosher, the animal carcass of a non-kosher animal does not convey tumah? So listen to this. It says, Hama Sahi Shibash Dova. How many elders, like how many established, how many chachamim have made this mistake? Look at Rashi. We'll say it's the last wide line in Rashi. Hama Sahi Shibash Dova. Tmiya Ani Azakinim Meribim Shekimoschem Shenishtabashtem Ba. So it isn't terrible. I'll say. So right. So remember. Rav Yaakov, this is Rav Yaakov Bar Abba said to Rava. Now, based on what you're saying, it's only been a vela of a kosher animal which can base tumah. So Rava responds back, it is shocking to me how many wizened Torah sages have made this same mistake. Seifa Asan, the velas of ultimately, again, I will say, the Seifa that Rashi says over the Seifa of the Mishnah, which talks about Tiher, Mechlal Nevela, right? That ultimately, again, that there's something that is removed from the Vela. What is that referring to? Nevelas Ot. So again, when you speak about the fact that a tummy animal does not convey Tumah, the only thing we're referring to over here, Rava said, is bird. That a tummy bird does not convey Tumah Bebeis Habliya. So if you eat a kazayas of a non-kosher bird, you're in violation because you eat a non-kosher bird. Right? But halakha l'maisa does not convey tumah b'beis habliya. Rava suggests that the carcass of a non-kosher animal will convey tumah, ma'ako ubamasa. That's one of the halakha l'maisa still remains to be seen. But that's the distinction that Rava is making. When we exclude something non-kosher from conveying tumah, Rava says that a non-kosher bird does not convey tumah b'beis habliya, but a non-kosher animal will absolutely convey tumah b'ma'amasa. That's what's being suggested over here. I'm going to be open. The real says like this. Okay, so now remember, let's get back. So how did this whole thing start? Like, I don't even know. I don't know what this whole thing started. This is how it all started. It all started yesterday in Mishnah. No, you know what I'm saying? This whole document, it's actually not complicated. We started this going relatively quickly, but it's not complicated because everything really comes back to one part, machlokas. The machlokas, just keep your finger on Shamach Ches on the bottom of 69a. The machlokas in Mishnah. Again, you did Malika. You just the coin minding your own business, doing your Malika. And then what happens? It turns out the bird is a treifa. So let's go through this. Obviously, what do I know? What does everybody agree with? I did Malika, the bird is a treifa. What does everybody agree with? Sacrificially valid. Can't do anything with this. Now the issue is I have a bird carcass, which I happen to be holding in my hand. Right? So the shaila now is, what's the status of this bird carcass? Does it have the ability to convey tumah or not? Rabbi Meir says no. Now again, remember, the truth is holding a bird carcass in your hand a big deal? No, it sounds pretty gross. But aside from that, right? In other words, from a Torah perspective, it's not a big deal. Why? Because the only way birds convey tumah is how? They have to swallow it, right? But obviously, the shayla is going to come up. Let's say whatever it is, Coin didn't realize he ate it. He's tummy. So Rabbi Meir says no. Rabbi Meir holds halakha l'maisa although the Malika did not work sacrificially, the Malika absolutely works to say that the bird is not an Avela. It's not an Avela. Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Yehuda started to so we spent the bulk of today really focusing on Rabbi Yehuda. Now the Gemara comes back. Rabbi Yochanan comes along and says, well, here again, when Rabbi Meir says that the Malika works ultimately again on the bird that the trade off, so that doesn't convey Shema. So you have to use the qualification. Well, here again, Allah, it's meaning. It's only if the bird was a complete bird. Not about mum. Meaning, what does that mean? That the bird itself was technically fit to be offered up as a carbon. And obviously, once you open it up, you realize it's a trade, but it's unfit. So the Open says that the Malika works to go ahead and prevent Tumas Avela only when the bird was unblemished. However, the Gemara says, and rather, if you look at Rashi, what's the logic? Well, here in there, it's in the short lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in. The Malika's trade by Elevatin, the Shaykha Bahu Malika. Those who hear this, what's the Ramir's logic? Ramir's logic is like this. When the coin's holding that bird, right? So again, he's doing Malika. When do you find out that the bird is a trade? When do you find out it's a trade? Only after the fact. So the Kohen is acting in good faith, he's doing his job. And the mayor says the Malika should work, at least that it's not, at least that it doesn't convey Shema. So the Yochanan comes along and says to qualifies. He says, yeah, only when the bird was not blemished. Because if the bird was blemished, then what? You had no kids with the Malika in the first place, because it was sacrificially invalid. So if the bird was coming, if the bird was complete, if the bird was unblemished, and you went ahead and you did the Malika, you acted just in a normal course of sacrificial service, that's when the Meir says the Malika works to prevent Tumas Avela. But if Halacha L'Maisa, ultimately again, you were sacrificially, you were using a blemished error, a bali woman law. If you're doing a bal mum, ultimately again, it does not work. In other words, if you do Malika on a bal mum, that then turns out to be Shripa, ultimately again, it conveys Tumah. Interesting. Now, the Allah says no, you look about a woman. Most is very interesting. It's not true. But in there, so what's that? The Lord is like this. What's the Meir's logic? The Meir's logic is that Malika is the equivalent of Shripa. And just like by Shripa, it doesn't matter again, it doesn't matter if the animal was a Baal Mum or not. If you do Shripa on an animal, that animal does not convey Tumas Avela. If you think Malika on a bird, whether the bird has a mum or not, Malika is the equivalent of Shita for a bird, and therefore Malika will remove any Tumas Avela. So Father my focus, it's my name. So we'll say, watch this, I'm not Bibi, I'm not Lazar. The time I had there about woman. Like Meir, no, it's not true. Even though the Meir supports this idea, first the first will be open on. If you feed Malika on a bal mum, a blemished animal, even though the Meir will agree that what? That the animal conveys Tumah. Vafilu ba'avzin, the tiny gold. No, I'm sorry, I said that incorrectly. Mikhair, how do you have the Meir, the bali woman? Ultimately, again, this supports the Lazar's view. Right, because they didn't know the law says. But ultimately, again, that Rabbi Meir says that even if you did Malika on Ba'ali Mumin, even if you did Malika on a blemished bird, that Malika prevents Tumas Avela. Not only that, I feel the odds in the kind of even if you did Malika on geese or on chickens, like other forms of fowl, which is wild. Malika works on the table side. You can't. There's no such thing as offering. There are no carbonates that are brought from geese or from chickens. And clearly, again, if you do Malika on geese or chickens, you can't eat it. But the Malika at least will work to what? Prevent Tumas Avela from these animals. So most of this is actually crazy. It's actually pretty wild. According to the law essentially holds that Malika, once Malika works by birds, so really Malika is a valid mechanism by all fowl. Now, it's only a valid mechanism in that it will prevent the animal from becoming an Avela and conveying Tumah, will not necessarily work sacrificially or consumption-wise. Right? But again, so just in saying the Svara is once it works, then it should work categorically. So once I know that Malika is the form of Shita by birds in the base of Mikdash, that means that Malika is a valid mechanism of Shita, at least to some degree, the Rosa says, by all fowl. And therefore, if you do malika on chickens, you do malika on geese, you do malika on a bird with a blemish, without a blemish, you might not be able to eat it. You might not be able to use it in the mikdash, but it absolutely renders it. It absolutely prevents it from becoming or conveying or possessing tumas nevela. Incredible. 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 No, this is like weapons of the Civil War. So they had. I don't know. It's never going to be the same. You know what I said? It's incredible. You don't know what to do with this. The cavalry had those. Okay. All right, let's go back there. So let's say now, by the way, once you know this, this opens up a door to a whole bunch of other stuff. So get ready for this. This is actually pretty wild. Listen to this. Ara is Ma'u. Wow. What if you decapitated a goat? Now let's say, okay, a smidge of context, right? Let's say, now listen to this. So what the case? So this is actually fascinating. Think of it as she, Ara is al-hakolo b'makom edla arufa. Watch this. Watch this. So let's say, here's the case. Cases like this, right? Unfortunately, again, we find a person murdered in between two cities. When that happens, and we don't know who killed them, that triggers a process called Eglarufa. We know the process, right? And the Gemara is Soda. So remember again, what happens? The elders of the closest city come out, they bring out the calf to a dry riverbed, they decapitate the calf. They go ahead and they wash their hands over the calf and they say, Yadinu lo shaftu damzeh. Our hands have not gone ahead and spilled this blood. Here's the interesting case. What happens if instead of the calf, you brought a goat and you decapitated, it was on sale, right? And it was so what happens, right? You decapitated the goat in that spot. Now, obviously, what's clear from the outside? What's clear from the outside? It doesn't work. But in other words, you're still going to have to bring an egg. You're going to have to do a calf because that's the process that the Torah mandates. But what's the shiloh? The shiloh is what's the status of the goat? Now, what do I know for sure? What do I know for sure? I can't eat it, right? But what's the shiloh? Does it convey to one? Is it in the Vela or not? So what's the Shnitza? Now, one of the first it's in the Vela, on the other hand, it's died with a proper halachic mechanism. Not the right mechanism for this animal, but the right mechanism for the context, right? So in other words, right context, wrong animal. I needed to decapitate a calf. Instead, I decapitated a goat. So why is this coming up? Because remember, according to Yohanan's understanding, or I should say, according to Belazar's understanding of Rabbi Meir holds that once the malika is established as a valid mechanism of slaughter, it works in all contexts for fowl. Now again, when I say works, it doesn't necessarily work sacrificially, doesn't work for consumption, but absolutely will work to ensure that the fowl is not an avela. So now once I know that, so here's the shiloh, I decapitate a calf in a place where they found the blood. Granted, not good. Sorry, this is the goat. Granted, not going to work to satisfy Eglah. We probably still have to bring an Eglah. But the shiloh is, does the decapitation at least work to say that the goat is not going to be an Avela? Riveting. So now, Zimar says, now, on one hand, obviously, the kind of golden time of mind, to me, is the opposite. Now, say, on one hand, we just said before that according to Nebuchadnezzar, if you do malika on chickens or geese, ultimately it works. Now again, when I say works, what does it mean? It's not going to be an available. Why? But I understand that why. Because chicken and geese are in the family of fowl. It makes sense, we're part of the same family. About these love mean the Eglin. But a goat is not in the calf family. Even if it identifies, right? Even if it identifies as a calf, it's not going to make a difference, right? No matter what it identifies as, a calf, right? A goat cannot become a calf. Can't use the calf locker rooms, can't compete in calf events. It doesn't make a difference, right? That's it. So it's not in the same family. So the Gemara says, okay, so on one hand, perhaps therefore decapitation ultimately again should not work. Oh, Jomo, meaning to behemoth. Well, it's not totally true. Why? Because both the calf and the goat do belong to the same general category called behemoth. So let's see here this. So what we're asking over here. So now we're going to accept the principle. And the principle is that once there is an accepted form of slaughter for a certain category of animals, right, of animals, then ultimately the category of slaughter is going to work for everything. Again, work obviously has to be qualified in different ways, but on the most basic level, at least, if an animal is killed using this mechanism, ultimately it works in the data. The shaila just is how broad can the category be? So if you decapitate a goat at the site of Egla Arufa, obviously, procedurally, you still have to bring a cat. The shaila just is, can we say that decapitation is a valid form of slaughter, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the goat at least will not be an avela? That's the shaila. So Yasser Rabbi, so Rabbi was sitting and he was saying over this particular ruling, so this is Rabbi said, one second, hold up. Your whole question presupposes that an Egla Arufa is not an Avela. It's interesting. Your whole question presupposes that when you decapitate a calf, that calf does not convey Tumah after its death. Abaye says, how do you know that? Abaye says, where do you know that from? So the Gemara says, Amalayini. Which ultimately, again, Rabbi said about you, yes, that is correct. Why? Because what's interesting enough, because the Torah uses the word kapara, atonement, by Egla Arufa, the same word that it uses by Kavanas. And just like by Karbanas, after they shoot or malika, whatever their slaughter mechanism is, after they are sacrificially slaughtered, ultimately, again, they do not convey Tumas Nevela. So too, Egla Arufa does not convey Tumas Nevela. Shabbos says it's fascinating. So again, so there's two pieces of information over here. So number one, Egla Arufa does not go ahead and convey Tumas Nevela. That's kind of a presupposing the whole part. The shadow we still don't know is what about the goat? What about the goat slaughtered on site? So Maser Rav Nosson Avos Rafuna Bar Nosson Va'achol Lo Sofnu. So the pasuk says, "You shall not go and eat from it." Ein ela chelev she'aseh ba'achila moteh ba'ano. So how do we know ultimately again? Chelev. When is there a prohibition to eat from chelev? When you have a chelev that is aseh ba'achila moteh ba'ano. However, again, the Gemara says, "Chelev shosha niskal." How do I know that I can't eat the chelev ultimately again of Shaniska looks like it's an ox that is stoned, let's say killed right? Or Egla Arufa before. How do I know that that chelev is us also? Kol chelev. The pasuk says kol chelev. And kol chelev ultimately again, all chelev is going to be for different consumption. One second. These are like Egla Arufa Tahoriji. Right, so the Gemara says, but I understand. If I lost for myself, I assume that Egla Arufa is not in the veil, doesn't convey Tumah. Keep the whole of the coming. So what I think that ultimately again that the Egla itself is charged, but its skillet is coming. So the Gemara says, think of the other right? Obviously again, it goes down saying the halach l'maisa. If you go ahead and follow the proper procedure for Egla Arufa, right, and decapitated, everyone is going to agree that obviously it's not going to be considered to be a carcass, right? Because in that respect, it's going to be the same as Kabbalas. It's just that Kabbalas, after they go through their proper procedure, then ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, it's not an avela. So if you decapitate the animal, it's not going to be an avela. So interestingly enough, what's the shaila? If you went ahead and you shafted it. So it's very interesting. What happens if you ended up shafting an Egla Arufa? So the Gemara says that perhaps the chelev still remains tahar. But if that's the case again, the shchita ultimately again should be enough to prevent it from going ahead and halacha l'maisa again should be. I'm sorry, the shchita should be enough to go ahead and be matar for nevela as well. So is that to say that again, Egla Arufa becomes dated from when it's still alive? That would say that the status of Egla Arufa develops upon the animal even when it's still alive, should be a little bit strange. Yes, we must say it's actually wild. The Gemara says, halacha l'maisa, the status of Egla Arufa devolves upon the animal while it is actually still alive, even before it's decapitated. Means it's also. I'm not Diana. Diana says, Gbo Shamati Vishachachti. But Diana said, I heard, Gbo Shamati, in other words, I heard that there's a certain time at which Egla Arupa becomes prohibited even before it is shafted, but I forgot when that is. It was like lines like this are always incredible in the Gemara because they're very affirming for us. Right? But when I say again, I don't know. I forgot. Sometimes it's more frustrating than not knowing something is knowing that you knew it, but now forgot it. So again, part of the Yiddish again, it says, ultimately, again, the Bolshamati. I heard that there's banderas. I heard that there's a point at which Egla Arufa ultimately again becomes Aser as Egla Arufa, but I forgot what it was. And then my friends reminded me, and they said, ultimately, son, he Osarta. So it's incredible. When does the Egla Rufa become prohibited? When it goes down, ultimately again, when it goes down to the dry riverbed, ultimately again, that's when it becomes prohibited. So first of all, just put out something. So therefore, Allah, it's interesting enough. We see the Egla Rufa upon the animal even before it actually is decapitated, which is actually quite fascinating. So it's interesting enough. The Gemara doesn't think Egla Arufa does not have Tumas Nevela. So that's number one. Does not have Tumas Nevela. Why? Because the Gemara said, like touch it. It's saying like Kavanos. Once you check ultimately, again, it doesn't have Nevela. So too Egla Arufa does not have Nevela as well. And I will say, interestingly enough, in the Shlomo Machlokas, it's going to be there, the back in the Mishnah, how do we pass him? But I'm not passing like that either. I'm not asking the halacha l'maisa. If you do malika, and it turns out that the bird is the shreifa, halacha l'maisa again we ask him that the bird does convey tuma. Does convey tuma. But ultimately, halacha l'maisa is like I give it up, not like I remember. But I'll also just point out there's two tremendous, beautiful lessons that come out from this little piece of Gemara. So remember again what happened over here. Rav Yana said, "B'Vol Shamati, I know what the halacha was, but I forgot." And let's say who helped him? Gnas and Chabari. His friends helped him. And let's say the power of a positive peer group. Surround yourself with good people. Surround yourself with holy people. And ultimately, again, then when you slip, when you fall, when you forget, they will be there to help you up. We like to think sometimes that the people we surround ourselves with, it's okay. I surround myself by people who I love very much, but are negative influences. Because it's not a big deal. They're not going to have an impact on me. It's not true. Anything and everyone has an impact on who I am. If I surround myself, unfortunately, again, with toxic, negative people, that get toxicity seeps in. Conversely, if I surround myself with positive, holy, growth-oriented people, then what's the devil? And not only does it have a good ashma, not only does it have a good effect on me, but when I forget, when I slip, and when I fall, they will be there to help lift me up. The power of a positive peer group. That's lesson number one. Lesson number two, I will say, when does the Egla Arufa become Aser? The Gemara says, Yiridasa Lenacha Esan. When you go down, when you suffer a descent, ultimately again into a dry riverbed, even before you do anything wrong. That's ultimately again with the tumah, really is sexy. So much of life is not just simply about avoidance of committing avarice, but it's preventing myself from getting into the wrong circumstances to begin with. Like as Chazal tell us, who is wise, Haro es Hanoma. If ultimately again, Rabbi Nachman writes, if ultimately again I'm fighting against the Yitzhak to resist sinning, 9 out of 10 times I've already lost the battle. The key to success is to prevent myself from getting into the negative situations to begin with. Live proactively. Live with foresight. We all know the circumstances in which we find ourselves in which we're going to get ourselves into trouble. It's not like we're new at this thing called life. We have years of experience. I know exactly circumstances are going to put me down the wrong road. What is the Egla Arufa in trouble? When is it us already? Before the decapitation. Once it starts that descent into that dry riverbed, it's done. It's done. What a tremendous metaphor for life. We all have that dry riverbed. Those life circumstances, I know if I allow myself to get into that situation, it's done. I'm going to sin. Life, so much of successful living. is about prevention. Identifying your dry river bed. Identify the circumstances and situations where when you get yourself there, it's never going to end well, and prevent the descent from happening proactively. Identify the circumstances and situations in life in which normally lead to failure. Be proactive in avoiding them, and ultimately, again, Chazal tell us, that's the secret to success. Mazel tov, incredible. All right, Kevin, we'll see Kevin's in. We'll get the other one. So, Mazel tov on the pattern.
Here's a very stupid question, but about what's the difference in fusion and fission? Do we currently use fission, correct? Is that what the new is fusion what we don't use? Which is a nice stupid question. That's an insanely smart question. Because cold fusion is the holy grail. Nuclear fission and fusion are two distinct nuclear processes that release energy by altering atomic nuclei, but they operate in opposite ways. Fission splits heavy atoms like uranium, while fusion combines light atoms like hydrogen isotopes. Oh, okay. So is a hydrogen bomb a fusion bomb? Put that in there. Jim, bring up TJ Duckett highlights. Just find out, please. Is a hydrogen bomb a fusion bomb? It's fission. Hydrogen bomb. It says.
Jose, it is a great spot for some people this morning. I'm sorry that I can't be there with you in person, but at least Baruch Hashem. Thank you to Moshe Ibnson for joining us and for ensuring that at least I can be with you virtually. Begin by thanking our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev Haba Limud Tova. Thank Allison and Adam Steinmetz for dedicating all the Sherman this month in memory of Adam's grandfather, Sheldon Steinmetz, and of Shlomo Tzvi Ben Ruben Shimon, Zichron Lebracha. Mirza Hashem of Neshama Shat and Aliyah, Shivim Yelitz Yosef for his children, his grandchildren, and Kenai Hurts, 34 great grandchildren. Same name of Asperson, dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Lee Ben Aaron Ahon, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Inda Bas Hennech Frank, and in memory of their dear friend, Staff Sergeant Raftali Yora Odner Shemi Komdalo, Gustav Bayer Gaza and Eric Hanadok 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollard for dedicating the Shurim this month in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel Zachary, Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zachariah. Our week of learning sponsors are Mary Lena Dubin, in honor of the upcoming chasana of their daughter Sophie Zavi Benat. As Hashem, they should result in build a binyan that they have. Our sponsors for today, Hayal and Sarah Steinberg, explicit to continue the floor. So Shulamis Fana Bas Shem Alban Shem Alias the families in the Hama, all those who need for Shavan can call for the Hashem. So let's tell us all about this. So with that, let us begin. So Baruch Hashem, to begin the new parak today. The new parak begins in chapter begins today's Ayin 71. And we are picking up the Hashem on Ayin Big 70B. So the Mishnah says as follows. So really a totally different topic now. Actually, really quite interesting. Kol hazvochin nisarvu bechatos hamisos o b'shah nisko afilu achos b'lo yomus. Okay, so the topic of the Mishnah is what happens when you have different types of animals mixed together. What becomes the status of the collective mixture? Now, the way we're going to read the Mishnah is, in fact, not what the Mishnah is actually trying to convey, but in every time we'll get straightened out here. But let's just read it as it's stated. If you have karbanos, you have karbanos that got mixed up with chatos hamisos. Now, what's a chatos hamisos? There are certain cases in which the chatos cannot be offered. So Rashi actually points out that if you look at Rashi, kol hazvochin, afilu ba'achzilon. So essentially, this is somebody who's like this. I have a carbon, whatever, it doesn't matter whatever carbon it is. And it gets mixed up. It's not the way the Mishnah is saying is it gets mixed up in a group of other karbanos. These karbanos happen to be all chatos offerings, and the type of chatos offering that can't be offered, but instead are left to die. Okay, that's the mixture. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, well, first Rashi in the parak. What it sounds like over here is that there is one kosher carbon that is getting mixed up in a group of invalid chatos offerings. And you say invalid chatos offerings, specifically the type of chatos offerings that have to be left to die. So the Gemara Maya, we'll get to that. How he makes this. So skip that. Skip Rashi a little bit. He says, What's the case? Because it's always out chatos, excuse me, chamish chatos nisnim. There are 5 different types of chatos offerings that, depending on the circumstances, are left to die. Now, what I want to draw your attention to, if you notice in Rashi, you see that little hay. That little hay with like the half a bracket over there takes you to the Masoras Hashas, which is on your right, your left hand column, the left hand margin of the column. So let's read it actually over here. Girsas, what's over here? What are the 5 categories of chatos that are left to die? Number 1, Vlad chatos. Chatos has offspring. That offspring cannot be offered, instead that offspring is left to die. Next, Tmuras chatos. If you have a chatos offering, what's the halacha of Tmura? Tmura is you can't exchange one carbon for another. Whether you're exchanging it for a better carbon, an inferior carbon, you're not allowed to do that. That's called Tmura. The halacha by Tmura is V'hayahu U'Tmuras HaKodesh L'Hashem. Both animals become consecrated. It happens to be that by the Tmura of a chatos, the Tmura, the exchanged animal, was left to die. That's number 2. Number 3, chatos shenesu ba'aleha. If you have a chatos offering, Ruvain accidentally ate on Yom Kippur, and therefore you can go ahead and bring a chatos. But then let's say Ruvain died. Once the owner dies, you can't offer up the chatos plus chumas. Chatos was left to die. Number 4, shekipru ba'ala ba'acher. Ultimately, again, number 4 is the following case. Ruvain set aside chatos. He lost the animal. He then designated a replacement animal, offered up the replacement, and then finds the original chatos. That chatos is left to die. And last, Risha'ava Shnasa. Remember again, a chatos is an animal that has to be offered up for the first year, it has to be within a year. If it ages out, such a chatos also is left to die. So the Mishnah's first case requires a regular carbon. And again, it doesn't matter what carbon it is, a shlonim. And my shlonim, it sounds Mishnah saying is my shlonim gets mixed up with a group of these type of chatos offerings that are left to die. This designation, one of these 5 categories, chatos, is there's a whole bunch of animals, a whole bunch of chatos like that. My regular shlonim gets mixed in. What's the halacha? The Gemara says yamusukulam. The halacha is ultimately again, they're all left to die. They're all left to die. Since again, I don't know which are the chatos, right? Which are the chatos offerings that are also left to die. Which is the valid carbon? So I can't offer it up because remember, if they're disqualified chatos offerings, there's nothing to talk about. I can't offer it. And because I don't know which animal is which, therefore halacha l'maisa, they are all left to die. Look at Rashi. Rashi says this arbu. I'm sorry. Sorry, next case. That's halacha number 1. So again, the way we're going to read the case, which is not actually what the case is, but the way we're going to read it is, I have a regular carbon, which is called a shlamim, that gets mixed in with a group of chatos offerings. There are no ordinary chatos offerings. The 5 categories of chatos that are left to die. I obviously don't know which animal is which. So what's the halacha? All of them are left to die. That's halacha number 1. Next. Let's say again, I have a carbon, again, like I said, whatever carbon it is, and my carbon gets mixed in with a shar shene'avta ba'avera. But let's say again, a shar that is used in the commission of a sin. Now we'll see exactly what this means in just a moment. For example, right, it says, oh, now O in this context means, for example, Ayin Aleph 71a, O shehimis is ha'adam. Right, so let's say, for example, again, you killed someone. Actually, before we get to the next case, we go to the last Rashi and Ayin in the base. Rashi says this: Arvu zbachim kshirim b'shar shene'evta ba'avera echad be'echad. Now, this is talking about, as opposed to the previous case, which was talking about a permitted animal that gets mixed in with a group of prohibited animals. Here, it's even like a 1-to-1 mixture. Right, my kosher, my sacrificially kosher shard gets mixed in with a shard that is prohibited from this. Because, for example, an avera was done with it, or it committed an avera, which we'll just explain in a moment. So this is a 1-to-1 mixture. So the Gemara says. So now the Mishnah says, excuse me, what's an example ultimately again of a shard that didn't have avera? So now continuing the Mishnah, we'll come back to Rashi in just a moment. For example. Oh, shehimis es ha'adam ha'kfi'in yachad. For example, let's say again, my shard killed someone, or Reuven shard killed someone, but the only way we know that it killed someone is because there's one witness. Now, the reason why this is important is because if there are 2 witnesses that a shard killed someone, then the shard is executed. If there's only 1 witness, then the shard is precluded for sacrificial use, but it's not executed. That's why the Mishnah gives like these very specific definitions over here. So, for example, if a shard that killed someone, P. Bailen,
kind of look like.
Or, for example, the owner said, right, Ruben said, my shark killed someone. In both of these cases, the shar itself will not be executed, but instead, again, it becomes precluded from sacrificial use. Or the rova, the nirba, or for example, again, the animal sodomized someone or was sodomized by someone, right? Or the muktzeh, or an animal that was set aside for avodah zarah, or an animal actually worshipped for avodah zarah. Right, so all of these cases is I have a shark, and the shark ultimately again was involved in some type of illegal activity. Now let's go back to Rashi for just a moment. That Rashi gets started on the beginning of Ayin Yavis. There's still more cases which we're going to get to in just a moment, but that's not this Rashi. This Rashi says, Zvachim Ksherim remember, I'm back at last Rashi, 7 days. Sorry, we're a little bit all over the place over here. This Rashi says, Zvachim Ksherim B'Shor Shnei Abdabavim. So I have a kosher carbon that got mixed in with this shark that was involved in sinful behavior. For example, echad b'echad, in a one-to-one mixture. What's some examples? Now then the Mishnah goes on to say what are some examples of illegal activity, illegal shark activity. So for example, Kigon, Kappa Ayin Aleph, 71a Rashi, Kigon, Shehemes es Adam Api Echad. For example, let's say Ruvain's shark killed someone. The only way we know about it was that his Echad. One witness. Or Ruben himself admitted, my shark killed someone. The Shor Shehemes Api Bailim, Ifter Lemeskila, the Mod Kimo, the Biknas Potter. Because the halacha is that if you only know that the shark killed someone, if you look at the admission of the owners, the shark itself is not killed, it's not executed. The Chedrova, the nearby or if essentially the shark engaged in bestiality with a person or was violated by a person, and we know about this through the or through the owner, the Hashkala Shah Niskavu, the Lekala Neymar Yamusim, Sharim Karim Lahedot, in Lo Mitne Hazeba Kamu'ura Vine. The Afshalim Kars Kulon and also so again, so the issue over here is I have a sacrificially fit animal that gets mixed in with now this other type of animal. Now this other type of animal is not, it can't be offered up as a carbon, right? Why? Because it's involved in some type of illegal activity, inappropriate or immoral activity, which precludes its use for sacrificial purposes. So it killed someone, right? Or ultimately, again, it was involved in immoral behavior with a person, or it was set aside for avodah zarah, or it was actually worshipped for avodah zarah. In all of these cases, halacha l'maisa, the animal is unfit for sacrificial use. Now I see my problem. I've got a carbonic animal and another animal unfit for sacrificial use. They get mixed together. I do not know which one is which. So how do I resolve this? Well, we're not finished with the list yet. So, by the way, Rashi also points out, he says, the Efshar, this is in the first short line of Rashi, 71a, Ayin Aleph and Aleph. The Efshar Limkaris, Kulon L'Tzarech, and the Post of Zevach, L'Achiva, Shar Psum L'Hakrava. And again, the issue over here is, because it's in gather, I can't sell everything off and use the money to purchase it. I'm going to put this unfit as far as sacrificial use. I'm going to be Tumura. So now, let's go back to the list. Next. The Neva, the Esnon, Umechir. So Esnon, remember again, is an animal that is given as payment to a harlot for her services. Such a carbon also, such an animal is unfit for sacrificial purposes. Mechir Keller means an animal that was used as payment to purchase a dog. So again, something that is used for such a base purpose, you can't use as a carbon. Okay, so I'm a base that's that. 71b, 21b, Dikilayin, Ubitrefa. So again, let's say, for example, Kilayin means, let's say the animal is a crossbreed, ultimately, again, between two other animals, right? So again, or again, looking again to all these cases, or Trefa, the animal is Trefa. Yotze Dolphin, very interesting, an animal, a C-section animal, an animal born by cesarean section. In that case, all of these animals are precluded for use for a carbon. None of them are permitted for carbonic use. So now, here's the problem. Even if I have a one-on-one ratio, so for example, I have a permitted animal, permitted carbonic animal, not just permitted, a carbonic animal designated as a carbon, that gets mixed in with one of these other animals. Now, the common denominator amongst all of these cases, so remember, this is a pretty exhaustive list. The animal killed someone, right? So, by the way, I know about it ultimately, again, is because The owner told me, or an Eid Echad told me. The animal itself is not to be, the animal is not to be executed, but yet still precluded from sacrificial use. Or the animal violated a person, or was violated by a person, or it was set aside for Avodah Zarah, or it was worshipped by Avodah Zarah, or it was given to a harlot as her payment, or it was used to purchase a dog, or it's a result of crossbreeding, or it's a treifa, or it's a cesarean. In all of these cases, this animal gets mixed in with another carbon. I do not know which is which. So what do? So Mishnah says, Yiru Achi Stam. So what do? You let everything graze. Let both animals graze until they develop a mum. V'im kulu, and then sell it off. V'yavi b'bnei hayafa shebayin el-sami, and then bring the value of the more expensive animal to the type of covenant which was originally designated. So, for example, let's say for argument's sake, again, I was supposed to bring a shlomim, right? I was supposed to bring a shlomim. So now, again, these two animals get mixed together. I don't know which is which. So I let them graze. They both have to develop a mum. Once they develop, I can sell it off. Now, because I don't know which one is which, essentially, I have to purchase a new carbon corresponding to the value of the more expensive of the two. Since I'm unsure ultimately again which was the carbon which wasn't, we go with the more expensive of the two.
I'm not sure when he's fighting again.
Bring a carbon corresponding. And what should the value of the carbon be? Corresponding to the more expensive, the more valuable of the two animals. Incredible. Look at Ashley just a moment. Ashley's you actually stop. We let them graze until they develop a mum. The Machamas has had so because remember, since there's a carbon that's mixed into these two animals, right? One of these animals is carbonic, therefore the animal itself is not fit for mundane use. So again, what I want to point out is something very interesting. In many of these other cases, these animals would be fit for mundane use. So for example, if you go ahead and you have an animal that killed someone, but only we notice because the owner said something, or he said something, you can't use it as a carbon, but it is fit for mundane use. The problem is the carbon is not fit for mundane use. Here's the other issue. The Gemara says, furthermore, and furthermore, again, because you have a carbonic animal, you also can't just simply redeem it without a purpose. Like, in other words, you can't just decide to transfer it simply onto money. So rather, what do I need to do? Hilchach, Yiru Achi Staru, that the animals graze until they develop a mum. Yavi b'dnei hayafa shebahan me'osa men mimina karban. In Olahu, Yavi Maos connected in Hayafa Shakulan, Shema Hazeva, Hayafa, Hu Hayafa, and again, so therefore what I allow them to do now and develop them, and then I go ahead and I use the value of the more expensive animal to purchase the brand new carbon corresponding to the original designation of the carbon they got mixed in. That should then point out to the Yoma. And when he offers up the carbon, he should say, say whichever one of these two animals is the sacrificial animal. The animal should be consecrated onto this money. That's piece number 2. So that's piece number 1 is seemingly a carbon getting mixed in with this whole heap of invalid chatas offerings. So in that case, it's have to be everything to die. Case number 2, I have the carbon getting mixed in with another sacrificial invalid. What do I do there? Let everything graze, develop a mum, then go ahead and redeem the sanctity of the animals onto money by redeeming the money, and use the value of the more expensive animal to bring the same type of carbon you were supposed to bring before everything got mixed together. Beautiful. Next case. Miss Arvu B'chulin Tmima. Let's say you have same case, same general case. You have a carbonic animal. The carbonic animals got mixed in, this time with human animals, unconsecrated animals. So if you look at Rashi, Miss Arvu B'chulin Tmima. So then what? So then Rashi says, so Rashi points out this is true whether again one carbonic animal getting mixed in with one sacrificial animal, or for that matter again one carbonic animal getting mixed in with a group of human animals. Doesn't really matter. Whatever the case is. So back to Mishnah. So what do you do? It's very interesting. Once again, we don't know which animal is which. So what do you do? Let's say, for example, there was one shlomim that got mixed in with a whole bunch of whole bunch of cooling animals. So now again, I don't know which is which. What do? I sell off all of those animals ultimately again as shlamim. That's it, right? I look at the whole group as shlamim, and therefore again sell them off to other people who are in need of shlamim. Now back to Rashi. Is Arvo B'Kulin Shlamim, Rashi says, O Echad Ve'echad, O Zevach Echad B'Kulin Echad. Whether it's one carbon that got mixed in with one cooling animal, or one carbon that got mixed in with many cooling animals, it doesn't really matter. So sell off all of the cooling animals for the same type of designation as the carbonic animal. In them says, Harikulan Kachim, Shamin Echad, Elash Ein Yadua Ko Echad Shamin, V'yikravu Kulan Ko Echad Ve'echad L'Shem Nishu. So it's actually very interesting idea here. So now, here's what I know. I know that there's one shlamim animal in this mixture and the rest are cooling. Great, no problem. Just sell them off for shlamim purpose. People are always in the market for shlamim. Sell it off for shlamim. Now, remember the issue I have over here is, let's say one of those, the original shlamim that got mixed in with my shlamim. Now we're selling it off to Ruben and Shimon Lady, who I don't know who's this who's, right? Because I don't know which one is mine, and I don't know which one. So that's okay, because in general, again, we sell by carbonas, even if it's not offered up for a specific owner, as long as halal again, it's offered up for the intended owner. That is going to be enough, even if it only doesn't include the specific owner we said that before. That's a rabbinic legislation. Next, Kachim B'Kachim. Now let's say, watch this. Let's say you have one carbon that gets mixed into other carbons. All right. So the Gemara says, so now again, in this case, what it sounds like over here is happening is shlamim getting mixed with shlamim. Say if it's minbanino, if it goes again, literally again, it's the same kind of kavanos getting mixed up with each other. So literally again, there's a flock of shlamim, a chevra of shlamim, they hang out together. So the fem shlamim is here, and then my shlamim gets mixed into that chevra. So now the issue over here in this case is the identity of the animals is not in question. You know they're all shlamim. So like shlamim, what's the issue? The issue is which one is my shlamim versus which one is someone else's shlamim. So that's going to be the ambiguity. So what's the halacha? Zayikra b'shem yishu. Zayikra b'shem yishu. So interesting enough, what's the halacha? The halacha is you offer them up, and the Kohen has kavanah, but you know what? Each one should be offered up for its designated owner. Now, what's interesting about this is, obviously, the Kohen doesn't know which person owns which shlamim, but that's okay. The Kohen essentially just has in mind whoever is the owner of this shlamim should be offered up and satisfy his obligation. Since this is a little bit easier because we know that the whole chevra is shlamim. Since we know the whole chevra is shlamim, therefore, halacha l'maisa, we could just go ahead and have the Kohen offered up. And in mind, each one should be older, each one should be designated for its respective owner. Incredible. Now, what about Kachim? Kachim means the shit. What about here's the more complicated case, right? The more complicated case ultimately again is the shame. What happens if you have animals mixed together, but they're for different carbonic designations? So therefore again, I don't know which one is which, but Lamaisa again they clearly for different carbonic designations. So let's remember again in the previous case, the mixture was a homogeneous mixture because all of the carbonates were the same type of carbon. Great, each one corresponds to that. In this case, it's different types of carbonates. If there's different types of carbonates, so what do we do? So what's the halacha? And we'll say, obviously, it must be talking about the same type of animal, right? Same types that I can't distinguish. But again, different carbonic designations. So Gemara says, Kachim b'Kachim, min b'shem, of different types of different carbonic designations. What's the halacha? You don't actually let them graze until they go home. You sell it off. It's interesting. This is very similar to what I said before. So what do? Let them graze and then sell it off, take the money. Here's the difference. You have to use, now let's say for example, don't get too caught up in the actual technical examples. It's just let's say I have a chatos that got mixed together, a shlamim that got mixed together with a toga, right? That got mixed together maybe with a rush. So let's just keep it shlamim and toga. Two different types of kabbalas, right? So you'll see why I'm staying away from specific examples in just a moment. But I have two different types of kabbalas. So let's just keep it for argument's sake. Shlamim and a chatos, even though chatos is not a good example, just for illustrative purposes. So chatos get mixed together. Right, so now it's the same type of animal. I don't know which one is which. So I let them graze, develop a mum, sell it off. So now let's say again one of the animals is more expensive, one of the animals is less expensive. I don't know which is which. So what I have to do is I have to use the value of the highest and most expensive animal for a shlamim and the value of the highest animal for a chatos, because I don't know which is which. For 1 second, that means it's going to be a lot. Because that means I'm going to end up having to spend more money than the actual value of the total animals. Because we must unite the Yachsid Hamos in the day. So that's a loss you're going to have to bear. That's a loss I'm going to have to bear. And that's just the way that it is. Next, Misarvu B'Bechar over Meiser. So this is very interesting. Let's say you have a sacrificial animal that got mixed in with a Bechar animal or a Meiser animal. It's a Bechar animal, firstborn animal, Meiser Behema. Right? So what do I do? Or Meiser Shem. So let's say, so again, Meiser animal. So what do you do? Now, first, now look at actually this moment. This is in the intermediate wide lines, about 2, 4, 6, and 7 lines of this army. Zvachim, Kigon, Ola B'Bechar, Ola Meiser Behema. So for example, let's say again, I have an Ola that gets mixed in with a Bechar or with. Okay, now why is this case? Look at that. Shein Tosin B'Yusha Ulak. Shein Tosin B'Meim B'Yusha. Remember again, what's unique about Bechar and Meiser? If they develop a mum, ultimately again they don't have to be offered. They don't have to be redeemed. They don't have to be offered. So these pieces are a little bit different. So I can't offer them both up on ultimately, because remember they are offered up their carbonic practices are different. For example, Ola is totally consumed on this day, and that is not the case ultimately again with Bechar or Meiser. So the Gemara says, "Oh, if you lose Shlamim, is that talking about the Arba? Is that talking about even with the Shlamim, which is partially consumed, there's different types of blood applications. So the Gemara is that. So the Mishnah is not for choosing this case Bechar and Meiser because sacrificially they're different, and that if they develop women, they become the property of the Kohen, and there's no other sacrificial right or ritual. And furthermore, again, they're also sacrificially bonus. So what do I do in this case? You actually stop them, so we let them graze until they develop a home. The yochal, the bechar, ukimaiser. And ultimately, again, you consume it in accordance with the laws of bechar and meiser. So again, we will go ahead and discuss this. Look at actually just a moment. You actually stable. Yavi ma'oz b'nei hayofa. Yomar kamokom shulu azevach hatof eses damadim l'chula ama'oz ha'lo. V'nimtza chulin mu'ura b'bechar. So what do? I allow them to go ahead and develop a mold. Now remember, I have a carbon mixed in. So what I do is, once again, I take the value of the most expensive animal and go ahead and use that money to purchase a new carbon. So I've deconsecrated my carbonic animal. So now what I have is, I have Meiser, Bechar, and Chulin mixed together. So what do I do in that situation? I could consume all of them, but I have to consume them in accordance with the strictures of Meiser and Bechar. So Rashi points out to the what is that? Yokulu love and Chulin B'Toras Bechar, Meiser Chalim Women, Shelo Yishkutu Be'itlis, Velo Yimkulu Be'itlis, Velo Yishkulu Be'litra. It's not. So let's say, so again, interesting, for example, Meiser and Bechar cannot be treated like regular food. So you can't measure it in a regular way, you can't slaughter it in a regular slaughterhouse, you can't slaughter it in a butcher shop, can't have a butcher shop, there are laws. So which we'll get into. But halacha is essentially it's actually this is a two-step process. So in this case over here, my carbon got mixed in with bechar and or rice. So step one, let them graze, develop a mold. Deconsecrate one of the animals onto money. That's my carbonic animal. The most expensive of the animals. Use the money now to purchase a new carbon. So now at least now the carbon is taken care of. Besides the food animal now, together with mice and bachar. If you eat all of them, halacha mice, they have to be consumed in accordance with the halachas of mice and bachar. Incredible, incredible. So the Gemara says, good. Actually, it's down Hakol Yicholim L'Nisalev. It's interesting that now the Mishnah ends up with a fascinating statement. In general, you can have cases of karbanos that get mixed together, with the exception of chutz, min hachatos va'asham. With the exception, ultimately, of the chatos and an asham, because apparently chatos and an asham are unique, are singular, and therefore, again, they never get lost in the mix. And actually points out over here, we'll see what the Gemara means. We'll see what the Mishnah means a little bit earlier. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, okay, so apparently it's unique, and therefore again, you're not going to really have a case ultimately where they get mixed together. Okay, so what exactly that means in Eretz Hashem, we shall see. Okay, good. So it's like that's our Mishnah, jam-packed Mishnah. Let's see the Gemara. So first of all, the Gemara questions the first case. Remember again, how do we read the first case of Mishnah? I have one carbonic animal that gets mixed up in a chevra of invalidated chatos offerings. That was the case. That was the first case in the Mishnah. And the Mishnah said ultimately they're all left to die. So the Gemara says, "My afilu." And if you look at the lesson of the Mishnah is "Kalas matam shnis avu bechatos hamitzos arbashar mispel afilu achas beribo." So the way it sounds like is, if you have a carbon that got mixed up with, let's say, other invalidated chatos offerings, or a shar mispel, or a shar that's going to be put to death, right? Because you put someone. Afilu achas beribo. Even if it's one carbon with 1,000 chatos offerings or 1,000 shahanis. That's not the in other words, if you have one carbon that's mixed together with 1,000 invalidated chatos offerings, okay, of course we all agree you have to treat the mixture like chatos. So what exactly would there be to discuss? Which the says, no, you're right. Actually, it's different. Oh, no. It's not the case. The case is where, let's say, I have 1,000 carbonos, 1,000 valid carbonos, 10, 60, 100 valid carbonos. And then what happens? One of the invalidated chatos, one of the 5 categories of invalidated chatos that has to be left to die, gets mixed in with the mixture. In other words, there's a greater number of valid carbonos, and then my invalidated chatos gets mixed in. Oh, then the Mishnah says, unfortunately, the entire mixture is invalid and is left to die, like the identity of the one chatos that got mixed in, or the one shahanis that got mixed in. So it's not a case of one valid carbon getting mixed into a much larger group of invalidated chatos offerings, shahanis offerings. It's just the opposite. It's actually one invalidated chatos, or one shahanisco that gets mixed into many more valid carbonos. And yet, despite that, the Mishnah says essentially, the chatos is not bottled, right? It's not bottled in a larger amount of valid carbonos, and therefore the entire group is left to die in accordance with the status of the invalidated chatos. That's the halacha. That's the case of Tanina Chadazimba. We actually already learned that. We learned that before. Where did we learn it? The Gemara quotes the Mishnah from the Sefer Tzmura. We learned that in Tzmura. What is in Tzmura? Kol ha'asu l'mekavim mizbeach osin b'chol sheh. Like anything, ultimately, again, any carbon that cannot be offered up on the mizbeach, if it gets mixed in with any other valid carbon, ultimately, again, the mixture is invalid. The mixture is invalid. That's the halacha. Arova Banira gives examples. An animal that sodomized someone was sodomized by someone. So again, we already learned this. So if we already learned this in Tzmura, why do we need to go ahead and state it over here? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, right? So the Mishnah. So again, Rashi points us out over here. The halacha l'maisa, right? We already learned this. That if a prohibited animal gets mixed in with permitted or valid carbonos, the entire mixture becomes prohibited. We already learned this. So why didn't we just state it again over here in the second spot? More than the second spot. First ones I'll tell you why. I'm Rabashi. I'm Misulish might take me to see. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. Tanina Chadizim good. So I'm Rabashi. I'm Misulish might take me to see. So I said this before. I've seen. I've seen. He said, no. We need both. We need both the Mishnah in Tzmura and the Mishnah here in Zman. Why? The Ine Hasam. If we would have just learned this from the Seches Tzmura, I might have thought. I would have said that when does this halacha apply? That ultimately, again, if a carbon, if an invalid animal gets mixed in with a group of valid carbons that the entire mixture is prohibited, I would have thought it's prohibited for sacrificial use. But for mundane use, perhaps we would say that one invalid animal in a larger group is batal. Kamash Shmulon, our Mishnah comes along and says, no, that even for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, again, the mixture is going to be rid of. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, Hani Yidu Legavoa, it's the last short line. Kulan HaMe'uraben Asun Legavoa, Mutar Lahajot, Velaya, Obetudia, Tolo Iri Hasam Ben Isarvo Yisrehana. So I'm going to thought like this, just based on the Mishnah and Tzmura, I would have thought like this. When do we say that if an invalid animal gets mixed in with a group of sacrificially valid animals, then when ultimately again is it invalid for use? Only again for sacrificial purposes, but for mundane purposes, just to redeem it, and ultimately again you could use it. Therefore again we need our Mishnah. Our Mishnah says no, it's not permitted. Our Mishnah says even for mundane use, it's not permitted. And ultimately if you would have just said the halacha over here, in Misakas Zvachim, I would have said, these cases over here, ultimately again, are Isuri Hana. Like we're talking about over here, where the prohibited item that got mixed in was Isuri Hana. Avahani, Ema Lo. Perhaps again, if it's not Isuri Hana, then perhaps ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, the mixture should be permitted in some way. Therefore, the Gemara says, look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Rashi says, so again, if it would have just said from here, I would have said halacha l'maisa. The reason why the mixture is prohibited is because we're dealing with animals which are asur ba'ana. That's why the mixture is prohibited. But halacha l'maisa again, but maybe the cases in Tzmura where halacha l'maisa is not an isra ba'ana, then perhaps again should be the prohibited animal perhaps should be bottled in a larger mixture. And even if it's not going to be permitted for sacrificial purposes, perhaps at least for mundane purposes, therefore it's easy. So the Gemara seems to be saying that halacha l'maisa, no matter what the nature of the mixture, so between our Mishnah and Tzmura combined, we understand that whether the prohibited animal that gets mixed in is an Isser Hana or whether it's not an Isser Hana, the resulting mixture is going to be precluded ultimately again, both for sacrificial use as well as for mundane use. Now, again, proceed now, kind of disentangle that a little bit more and kind of go to this case. We're going to stop here for today. Shukran, everyone. Again, I know a lot of information, a lot of categories, but it may become crystallized as the days ahead, a couple of short ahead of us, which is good. We'll have to be able to keep up with the cycle. Look forward to seeing everyone live on Tuesday morning. Shukran, everyone. Have a great day.
Water's chemical smell. Don't give me head. You shouldn't get that on your mouth anyway. Fucking chemical water from that hot tub destroying your endocrine system. All right. Good shit. Love you. A lot of fun. Bye, everybody.
All right, everyone say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev. Abba Rino Latova. Allison and Adam Steinmetz, in memory of Adam's grandfather, Rabbi Shelby Steinmetz, Rabbi Shlomo Tzvi, Ruben Ben Shimon Yitzchon Lebracha, in honor of his Neshama Shtat Nariya, Yishvin David Joseph, for his children, his grandchildren, and his 34 great-grandchildren. Incredible. Sammy and Malka Eskison, in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib, Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Hannah Fatih, and the next year, you have his friend, Staff Sergeant Napoleon Yonah Gordon, Hashem Yikom Damo, who fell in battle in Gaza on Eretz Hanukkah 2023. Paul and Kathy Pollock, in memory of Paul's sisters, Leah Bas Shmuel, and Zachary Shulamis Bas Shmuel, and Esther Bas Zakaria, all of whom were listed during the month of Kislev. Now, Zachary sponsored for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinberg, and exclusive continued refuah for Shulamis Hannah Bas Susha, and Eretz Hashem, for the enduring refuah for all of Klal Yisrael. We hope that in America, all of the Nishama Staff and Aliyah, your families in the Chama, all those who need refuah, seven, together, comfort, Yisrael, and for Shem Hashem, make this a month of recent and the flows for all of Am Yisrael. So with that, let us begin today's chapter, Sunday 68. We have another Eretz Hashem on Sadat number 67b. We left off at the Tashma, which is 2, 4, 6, 8 lines down from the top. The Tashma. We learned yesterday these very interesting pieces about these two women, Rachel and Leah, who bring a variety of Kavanos into the base of some with specificity, some without specificity, and then again, I'll say the ensuing carbonic chaos that occurs afterwards. So, Chatos va'olos tuma mufreshas. What's the case? So we have to look at Rashi. Rashi's right across. Chatos va'olos tuma mufreshas. Rashi then quotes the rest of the Gemara. Let's go into Rashi itself. Shtim nashim shelach chudim u'kinim ve'elu. So ultimately, there were two men, Rachel and Leah, who brought together collectively 3 pairs of birds. Now, interestingly enough, each of them means something a little bit different. So the Gemara says, so one of them, we call it Rachel, requires an Ola and the bird pair. And again, in that bird pair is 1 katos, 1 Ola. So again, so collectively, Rachel requires 2 olos and a chatos. Zu and Leah, the Zu tzricha shtei chatos. Rola, and the other woman, Leah requires 2 chatos and an ola. And what happens? Pirshu echad min ha'kidim. So they specified regarding one of the bird pairs. This is in Rashi. Preda ola l'zu, preda chatos l'zu. In one of the bird pairs, they said, okay, this bird will be the ola for Rachel. This bird will be the chatos for Leah. One of the bird pairs, they didn't specify at all. But here's the Eza preda chatos, Eza preda ola. That gimel pirshu preda zu ola preda zu chatos about shemos bailamor is passion. The third bird pair, they designated which bird is which, but they did not designate which bird is fertile. Okay, that's the case. So what happens? It says, so if the coin offered all of the birds of Lamala, right, above the red line, then ultimately, again, half of the birds are good, half the birds are not good, which means half of the birds ultimately will count as Ola, right, and the other half will be invalid. The Kula Lamata, ultimately, again, if you offered all of them below the Kukasika, below the red line, then Machzakasha Machzal is the same thing. Below the red line, half of them should count as Sakatas, and half of them would have to be invalid. Chatzi Lamala, Chatzi Lamata, if you did half of them above, half of them below, Init Shira, Elastuma. The only bird pair that is kosher is ultimately again the unspecified pair, which is chalekes beinehen, and ultimately again it is divided. In other words, each woman gets allocated 1 bird. Rigilo nifurashan lo. Yet again, the delineated pair does not count. Now, remember again, what's the backdrop to all of this? The backdrop to all of this is the statement of Rabbi Yeshua. Remember again, this is Rabbi Yeshua from our Mishnah, who displays Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Yeshua was of the understanding, the Gemara said, that when you go ahead and you take an olas ha'ol, right, and you go ahead and essentially you treat it in every way like a chatas ha'ol, which means you sprinkle it, you shut in 1 simon, or as you say, you sprinkle it below the red line. Procedurally, you're doing everything like a chatas. What happens? The moment you cut that first thing, the moment you do a leak on that first thing, it has transformed into a chatas. This was the groundbreaking finish of Rabbi Yeshua. That's the backdrop to all this. The Gemara says, I understand, Ba'amai. The Ola Karva Lamata, Timshach v'tihavi chatas al. So the Gemara says, in all these cases, I don't understand. Even if the Kohen did offer up the olos, lemata, below the kotasaka, below the red line, based on what Rabbi Yeshua taught us, halacha l'maisa, the olos should be transformed into chatas. Granted, it can't count as an olah. But still, every single olah that is offered up lemata should be transformed into a chatas. The chit came hard below Rabbi Yeshua. So maybe you'll say, well, maybe this Brisa just simply doesn't reflect the view, or the Mishnah doesn't reflect the view of Rabbi Yeshua. Gemara says, no, that's not going to tell you why. Mimat is Amar Haki. Can you possibly say it's actually Gemara to look at the rest of it? Tashma. Ha'isha Shamra, a woman said, Hare alai kan in a lezachar. This is interesting case. So a woman said, I hereby take myself, I hereby commit myself to bring a kan. Kan means a bird pair. In this case, it's a pair of olos. I hereby commit upon myself to bring a pair of olos if I give birth to a baby boy. Okay? Mazel tov, she gives birth. Yod Zachar, that's gives birth. Now, listen, I remember again. When she gives birth, what's going to end up happening over here? Yod Zachar, Navia Shtikin. She has to bring two bird pairs. Achas l'nidra v'achas l'cholbasa. So she has to bring two bird pairs. Why two bird pairs? One bird pair ultimately because she made a neder that if I have a boy, I'm going to bring a pair of birds. And ultimately, again, the other for her obligation. What's her obligation? As a yoledes. As a yoledes, what is she obligated to bring? A chatos and an olah. So essentially, what this means is bringing really are three olos and one chatos. Two bird pairs, but comprised of those four birds are three olos and one chatos. So watch the same case. That's not Kohen. So if she when she goes down, she goes to the Kohen. HaKohen tzarech la'asos and shalosh lana lo da'achas mata. So again, obviously, what's the procedure? The procedure is three of the birds are to be done above, i.e., almost, and one to be done below. Good. Lo also came. What if the Kohen didn't do this? Elo also stein v'malo ubeis l'mata. Let's say the Kohen didn't do this. Instead, he went ahead and he did two above, two above and two below. Right? Along the rock, and he did not consult her about this. So what's halacha? Assuming ultimately again it's all the same type of bird. Because remember again, I will say, when it comes to these bird pairs, you do have a choice as to what type of bird. It's a tar or ben yona. It's a pigeon or a turtle dove. So you do have the opportunity to choose. So assuming it's all the same type of bird, what's the halacha? She has to bring another bird that's offered up as an olah. And you're staying in, but ultimately, again, if she brought from two different bird types, ultimately, again, she has to bring two birds. She has to bring two birds. And the Gemara says, fine. Gemara says, Parashat Nidra, but ultimately, again, if she explicitly articulated which birds are which, then she's in the Parashat Nidra, Srit Allahavi, all Gimel Praydim, Minyan Echad. Assuming that it's ultimately, again, the same type of bird, Allah, she has to bring another three birds to make up her obligation. Only base meaning, but if it's two different types of birds, Tavi Galas. This is just all the different variations. Kava Nidra. What if halacha l'maisa covenant that she established in other words, she specifically, actually Rashi says over here that covenant nidra ultimately again is the case. Lahavi im chovasa sha'amra hare alai kan la'avio im chovasi u'persha so the any of that's not persha. She articulated, but then she unsure exactly what she articulated. Half of Samachas 68a. Sricha shetavi od chamesh preidim l'na'la min echad. So if it's all one type of bird, she would have to bring another 5 birds in order to satisfy the obligation. Only base meaning, but if it's two different types of birds, ultimately again, Tani Sheish. She would have to bring 6 more birds in order to satisfy all the possible variations. Nasnasa Lakoin, Yaini Yodas, Man Nasna. If she gave it to the coin, which she's unsure what she gave over, Halacha coin Vasa, she writes the coin went and offered up the birds, and the coin himself, so this case is like the perfect storm. She's not sure what she gave him, he's not sure what he did. He's not sure what he did. So the Gemara says, what's halacha? She has to bring four more birds, ultimately again to satisfy her neder, and 2 more ultimately again to satisfy her obligation. Benazai says, base chatos. Benazai says, ultimately again 2 chatos. They must understand the reason why are all these variations being brought? All of this is being brought as a challenge to Rabbi Yeshua. Essentially, here's the point to remember. If Rabbi Yeshua is correct, all of these numbers should be less. The makeup kabbalah should be less. Why? Because even if you're messing up your olah, it should at least do what? Count as your chatas. That's the underlying question of all this, and that is not happening in any of these cases. In all of these cases, when you mess up your olah and you're offering your pillow, it's not counting, which clearly is a question against Rabbi Yeshua. So the Bryce sends over what's actually Rabbi Yeshua. This is what people mean when they say this. Is a seemingly unrelated statement. Kishu chai kolo echad. When it's alive, it makes one sound. The kishu meis kolo zayin. And when it's shefted, ultimately again it makes 7 sounds. By the way, what is that? I mean, this is an unrelated statement. But just very interesting. If you look at Rashi, so Rashi is all the way towards the bottom of the wide lines, about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 11 lines up from before the line get wide, on the widest ones at the bottom. It's actually interesting. Rashi says, Zeru sha'amru, kishu chai, kolo echad, kishu meis, kolo zayin, hasim afarish lach, u'ba'ayel kamari. Rabbi Yeshua is referring to a ram. So when a ram is alive, Rashi says, kishu chai, ein bo ela kol echad. Apparently rams make one noise. I don't know, whatever, you Google it, right? Whatever the ram noise is, right? They make one noise, they I don't know, whatever, bark, bleat, whatever, like whatever it is.
Volcano itself.
All the
stuff on the other side of the road, it's fucked.
Good.
It just ruins everything.
They make a noise, right? They make one noise. The shoe mace is to this, and ultimately, again, when the ram is shafted, this is fascinating. Mace kolo shiva. It makes 7 sounds. How does it make 7 sounds? Because most of listen to this. There are a variety of instruments that are made from the ram. So listen to this. He wants ketzad, kolo shiva, bass karnosa, bass chatzotsos. It's 2 horns. Ultimately, again, it could become 2 trumpets, 2 shofars. Bass shokab. It's 2 thigh bones. Bass halibin can be fashioned into flutes. Oro, the toe. Its hide or its skin could be made into a drum. Ni'ayim, the belly. It's ultimately, again, its stomach. Its stomach could be made into a lyre. The name Mayar is Kishkas Likinoros. Are harp strings. So let's say, isn't that absolutely incredible? So halakha nice again of everything. So again, the ram that made one sound when it's alive, ultimately again can make 7 sounds again when it's dead. That was about it. What does that do? What does that do with the entire discussion before? And so actually goes on. It says, Rashi essentially says the news is like this. It's the same way that when this woman made a neder, right? Remember again, how did this case start? This case started where a woman made a neder. If I give birth to a boy, I hereby take upon myself a con. I hereby take upon myself to bring 2 birds, 2 olos. Then she gives birth to a boy. So really what that should have done was what? Should have done generated an obligation for karbanas, right? 2 olos. And then again, another bird kind of a chashos and an ola. The fact that there was ambiguity ended up creating multiple more sounds. That's been interesting. Just like the ram, when it's alive, right, it creates 1 sound, and when it's dead, it creates 7 sounds. There are certain situations in life where they start out with a certain number of sounds, meaning a reference to a certain number of obligations, but ultimately again then result in many more obligations. Incredible. So that's the end. That's the end of that right. Now let's just point out over here beautiful, incredible lessons that come out. So first of all, again, you see in life that when you lack explicitity, right? When you are not explicit in terms of what you want to do and what you want to accomplish, you create so much more work for yourself. Where there is ambiguity, you end up having to work so much harder in order to go ahead and accomplish your goals in your past. When you are explicit about what you want to do, and you have an explicit plan for how to execute those goals and aspirations, the job gets done. Again, not always, but there are a much greater statistical probability of getting it done. But when you are ambiguous about what you want to accomplish, when you don't have an explicit life plan, it's so much harder to get to your intended destination. That's this case. What's happening over here? Rachel's not explicit. The Cohen is not explicit. No one knows what's happening. So you can get the job done. Get the job done. Or it started out as 4 birds, what should have been able to get done with 4 birds, ultimately takes so much more because no one is clear. No one has clarity of intention about what they want to do. You want to accomplish things in life, have clarity of intent. Know what you want. Know what your vision is, and please an explicit plan how to get there. Looks like what a lesson to learn on Rosh Chodesh. What a lesson to learn on Rosh Chodesh. There's a new month ahead of us. There's untold possibilities that could materialize. But if you want to maximize this month and get the maximum results from this month, make a plan. Make a plan and be explicit in what you want to get for yourself from this month. Because if there's no plan, there's ambiguity. And with this ambiguity, you may still end up reaching your goals, but it's going to take a lot more time, a lot more effort, and a lot more birds. Incredible. I was going to say, let's go back to it. So it says the Gemara. So again, remember, the point of what's the point of all of this? The point of all of this is that clearly we're not accepting Rabbi Yoshua. Because according to Rabbi Yoshua, in all of these cases where halacha l'maisa, again, you messed up bird offerings, and you went ahead and you offered up more birds. You offered up, let's say, olos underneath, right? L'maka mekota sigra. L'maisa, you should still be yotze for a chatos. That's not happening in any of these cases. To which the Gemara says, "Eimad Amar Yoshua, la'sukim yidi me'ila." This is fascinating. So now the Gemara reframes this. This whole time we've been operating with the following idea: that when what's Rabbi Yoshua's shita? What's the shita? That halacha l'maisa, if you mess up a bird olah, right? You mess up an olah sa'ol, what do? You offer it again, you offer it lamata, right? You go ahead and you offer it lamata mikota sikra. You go ahead and you do it. And essentially, the only thing you're doing for an ola is what l'shem ola. Everything else, procedurally, blood application-wise, is being done like a chatos. What does Rabbi Yoshua say? What does he say? It becomes a chatos. Yoshua says, maybe that's not what he does. Maybe that's not what he does. But maybe what he meant is like, it doesn't actually become a chatos, like satisfy a chatos obligation. That's not what it means. Rather, what does he mean that it becomes a chatos? It's not subject to Nidula. Let's remember again, hearkening back to yesterday's daf. It's been a while since it's a question, right? So hearkening back to yesterday's daf. So remember again, it looks like when does what's the major difference between chatos and olah? An olah is always subject to Nidula. Why is an olah always subject to Nidula? Little chazara. Why? Because it never has a shas heter. Remember again, if a carbon is never permissible to someone, then it always remains in a state of Nidula. Chatos, because it's consumed by Kohanim, ultimately is no longer subject to Nidula. Maybe what Rabbi Yishua is like this. If you take an olah sa'os and you mess it up, and essentially you totally offer it up like a chatos, if that's what you do, then in a finami again, it doesn't become a chatos, because you can't transform an olah into a chatos. But what it does do is it's no longer subject to Nidula. You repurposed it as a chatos, and that it's not subject to Nidula, like a chatos. But it's not a chatos. It's not a chatos. You can't trade. No one says that you could transform an olah into a chatos. Incredible. So even though Yeshua but basically ultimately again could Yeshua actually say that it could actually turn into the obligation of the chatos. Absolutely not. So therefore the Gemara kind of reframes this entire discussion. Now, interestingly enough, halacha l'maisa, how do we pass it? So the Gemara says like this. First of all, there are 2 piskei halacha over here. The first is the halacha of psuli hamukdash. So again, this is Ramaparak Zayin halacha. Listen to this. Between olah sa'ol sha'asa l'mata, I feel so specifically, trying to figure out over here, what happens in this olah sa'ol case? This is really important. Let's say again, I offered up my olah, the Kohen offers up the olah sa'ol and he messes it up. Remember, you also say, great kazara, olah sa'ol. How do you offer it? How is the lika done? Malika? 2 simanim, ultimately egg detached, blood applied, lamala, above, right? Good. Now what happens? Now bird, right? And then obviously there's more to the body and head, slaughtered separately, burned separately, totally burned in the ground. Good. So now let's say,
folks
This is our case. What happens if you messed it up? When you messed it up, so he did all ourselves, it's all ourselves, but he did everything like a chatos. What is the status of that chatos? So watch this. Rambam says, hey, here it is. All ourselves, if you took it all ourselves, and you did the entire service lamata, אפילו מבט סינג אחד למטה וסינג אחד למעלה, פסולה. בין שמלכו כללית והסעולה, בין שעשה כנאי שחד, אז בין שעשה צרוס, then I'm asking if it's possible. Doesn't work. It does not work, which seemingly rejects the view of Rabbi Yoshua. So that's what I say, Allah Kalavesa. If you mess up an old Asa'ol and you do any part of it, Lamata, you're done. You're done. It's an invalid carbide. What about Megillah? So listen to this. So the Rambam says, Kolchatos, this is in Yokos, Megillah Parakmel Allah Chazayin, Kolchatos, all us of Shnifsa, B'Shina, Siyasa, B'Shina, B'Shina, Siyasa, more than Ba, puts me all Asa'ol, Shenimot, Lamata, Kimalika, Chatos, Shin Chatos, Chakap Bishma, also the Bible, Shin Kova, Ein more than Ba. So let's say, now watch this. So in fact, amazingly enough, we do accept the final version of Rabbi Yoshua. So watch this. So this is how this is halakha l'maisa. So halakha l'maisa, if the Kohen goes ahead and takes an olah sa'ol and essentially messes it up by doing the entire service like a chatos, what is the halacha? So halacha number one is the carbon does not work. The carbon is invalid. But, however, it is not subject to Megillah. Not subject to Megillah. So halacha l'maisa, we actually accept the final version of Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua says that it becomes a chatos, doesn't really mean it becomes a chatos. If it becomes a chatos, in that it is not subject to Megillah. Incredible. I was saying, Mishnah, this is actually a great, all great Mishnah. This is really exciting. It says Mishnah, anyone who is hustled, who does Malika, his Malika is invalid. I was saying now, Rashi says over here, the Gemara pligi kolas yemai. We're going to discuss who are we talking about over here, right? Who ultimately, again, are we talking about in terms of being apostle? Who are the people of Psulim? Gemara says next. As we said before, halacha l'maisa, I wasn't doing so before that. Whenever you do a malika, ultimately, again, a malika essentially says that it's no longer a nevela. Right? So even if you have a malika that does not work for carbonic purposes, ultimately, again, malika always works for tumah purposes. So again, so two halachas over there. Number one, if someone who was possible did malika, so the malika is sacrificially invalid. What the Mishnah seems to be saying is that even with a sacrificially invalid malika, halacha l'maisa, again, the animal of the bird is not an avela. Is not an avela, and therefore halacha l'maisa, ultimately again is, and therefore there's no tumas avela. Good. Next, so what's some other case? This is really interesting. Malak is small, so let's say the Kohen did malika with his left hand, or he did malika at night, or shachat chulin b'fnim, the kachim b'chutz, or he shechted chulin inside of the base of Mikdash, or kachim outside of the base of Mikdash. So we're saying all of these cases, and again, we're talking over here exclusively in the world of bird offerings. That's what we're talking about over here. So what's the halacha? Einam and kamas b'beis havliya. So let's say what we're going to see is interesting enough. In all of these cases, these are cases of malika that is sacrificially invalid. But essentially, what we are continuing to see is even in a case where the malika is sacrificially invalid, it still works as a form of shita, ultimately again to prevent the animal from conveying tumas nevela. So all of these cases, so again, we're going to learn all this, but you can't do malika with your left hand. You can't do malika at night. You can't check chulin on the inside of the base of Mikdash, nor can you check kachim outside of the base of Mikdash. But in all of these cases, if you did malika with any of these bird offerings, halacha l'maisa, the malika is sacrificially invalid, but it will work to prevent the bird from becoming an avela, and therefore conveying tumas. Next, malach is sakin. What happens if you did malika with the knife? Right, you did malika with the knife. Obviously, Malika is not done with the knife. Malika is done with the nail. So you did Malika with your knife, or Malak cooling the kachim b'chush, or you did Malika ultimately again on cooling inside the Beis Hamikdash, or kachim outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So let's say, or Amud Beis, or Torah Shaloi Giyas Manon, or Bnei Yona Shavas Manon, or ultimately again, you shechted pigeons that were too young, or turtle doves that were too old. And Rashi points out over here, by the way, how do you know? Here's look at Rashi. Top Rashi, 7 68. Rashi says, Eino Torah Shaloi Giyas Manon, or Bnei Yona Shavas Manon, Eino Ru'udin L'Karban, V'Havlu Malika Schulin. So let's say, so obviously, Halach L'Maisa, the birds aged out, right? You got too young, too old, and Halach L'Maisa, again, it's no longer sacrificially valid. It's just like Shlita Kulin. Actually, the sign about Kol Shoftim, Torah Gidolim Below Kitanim, and the Yonah Kitana Below Gidolim. So when it comes to the pigeons, they have to be older and not young. When it comes to the turtle doves, they have to be young and not too old. So no, it's trying to draw the custom in a yarn and so when it comes to the birds, the Torah doesn't give an explicit age, which is fascinating. So we learn this out. The Masai Torah sharing. So when are pigeons going to be kosher? Mishias Hebrew. Apparently, when their feathers become like a golden color. When the feathers become a golden color, that's ultimately again when they're the right age. They must have been a Yonah Psulim, and when will turtle doves be possible? Mishiat Sifu notes a Musava Shasam Saba, when their neck feathers become golden or become yellow. Right? Become golden. That's when they're age out. Okay, more about that later. Back to the Gemara. Or Shiav Shagaha, if the bird has a withered wing. So some type of moonlight gas that has a withered wing, or Shinishnis Aina, or it has a blinded eye. So these are all moving. Shinita Arakla, or ultimately again that his foot is cut off. And all of these pieces of both like even if you did Malika, what's the halacha? Metame the base of it. The bird is still considered to be in the Vela, and therefore conveys Tuma. Now again, about the teaching is again, birds convey Tuma in a different kind of way than animals. Like an animal Mavela, an animal carcass conveys Tuma how? Maga Masa. Touching it, carrying it. Interestingly enough, a bird in the Vela only conveys Tuma the base of Leo when you're swallowing it. Okay. So then I will say, here's something very interesting. So up until now, the Mishnah was dealing with cases where even though the carbon itself was invalid, the Malika worked ultimately to remove the Vela status. In these last cases, the Mishnah is saying that ultimately, again, Malika does not work to remove the Vela status, and the animal remains unavailable. Right? So the Gemara says, how do you know which is which? Zakral, here it is. Kol should be Sula Bakodesh, Eino Metame Beis Hamikdash. So what does this mean? Anything whose invalidation is inside of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, the Malika will work to remove the Vela status. Now, what does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Kol should be Sula Bakodesh, that's Rashi in the Mishnah, Shepalazar Bakshera V'Nifsula. So here's the rule. Anytime a bird is brought to the Beis Hamikdash, and the bird itself is absolutely sacrificially fit, but then something happens procedurally to render the bird invalid, the Malika will work to remove the Vela status. Right? So you hear this again? Anytime the bird comes to the Beis Hamikdash and is sacrificially fit, but then something happens procedurally to invalidate the bird, the Malika, although sacrificially invalid, will work to remove the Vela status. However, you must lo hayat Sula Bakodesh, but if by the time the bird came to the Beis Hamikdash, it was already sacrificially unfit, then ultimately the time Beis Hamikdash. And the Malika does not work to go ahead and remove it in the Vela status. Let me just illustrate a very simple case, right? And that's I bring the bird to the Beis and the bird is missing a wing. So remember again, I say its eye is blind. So in this case, its eye is blind. That bird is already sacrificially unfit. So because it's sacrificially unfit, the Malika is meaningless in every way. And therefore, again, when that bird dies, it is in a Vela and will convey Tuma. Contrast that with the case of where the Kohen does Malika with the left hand. Now, apparently, we're just introduced to this, but apparently, Malika with the left hand doesn't work. So let's say again, the Kohen does Malika with the left hand. So let's say, so what happened over there? That's a procedural flaw. That's a procedural flaw. the bird was absolutely fit for sacrificial service. That was a procedural for. In that case, although the malika is sacrificially endowed, the malika will work to go ahead and what? Remove ultimately tumas nevela. Fascinating distinction. Incredible. Says the Imam, let's go. So this is really interesting because this, as opposed to the previous procedures, where we are much more focused on the actual procedures of going ahead and where the carbon was done, it's very interesting because he's actually getting into the actual procedures themselves. How do they get done? So that's like this small balayla in the time they something else. Ultimately, again, if the Kohen is very interesting, the Kohen goes ahead and does the lick with his left hand, or he does it at night. So let's say, by the way, so remember, these are two invalidations by Malika. So what's the halacha? Even the time they something else. So the verb does not convey to mas nevela. So remember again, in the time they something is another way of saying, although the Malika is sacrificially invalid, halacha l'maisa, it works so as to remove tumas nevela. Okay. On the other hand, zar v'sakin, the family somebody else. If a non-kohen does malika, or if malika is done with a knife, ultimately again, the bird is considered to be an nevela, and therefore again will convey tuma. So Moses now asks, I don't understand. Maishna small. This the actual Moses. So why is that? So Moses, this is actually very interesting. This is a little bit of the Mishnah sense. So here is God says, if you do malika either again with your left hand or at night, although it is sacrificially invalid, the malika works to tumas nevela. If on the other hand, a non-kohen zar, or malika is done with a knife, the malika is totally irrelevant and doesn't even work to remove tumas nevela. So the says, why is that? Right, Maishna, what's the distinction? So Maishna, listen to this. Maishna small. Here's the actual reality. Because you will say, why is it that the Kohen does it with his left hand? That still works to remove tumas nevela. Because interestingly enough, the left, using your left hand, is not totally foreign and alien to sacrificial service. When does the Kohen use his left hand? On Yom Kippur. What does he use his left hand for? Look at that. She actually right across. Yom Kippur. Not as a matter of yes, I have this small low. So let's listen to it on Yom Kippur. Remember again, as part of the Torah's offering, there is a point in time where the Kohen is holding the shovel or the fire pan, with the coals in his right hand, and is holding the ladle, right, with the Torah in his left hand. So what do you see from here? You see from here that the left hand is sometimes used as part of sacrificial service. So granted, malika with the left hand is an invalid malika, but there's a quasi-validity to it enough to say that the malika at least will go ahead and remove the nevela status. Why? Because the left is not totally foreign to sacrificial service. Laila, nighttime as well, actually points out over here, even though there is no sacrificial service at night in the base of Mikdash, what do you do at night? You burn leftover fats and legs. So because left and night are not totally foreign to sacrificial service, therefore if you did malika with your left hand or at night, although it is sacrificially invalid, the malika at least is meaningful enough in that it will remove the nevela status. On the other hand, the Laila is the Sheberam Zar. One second. So by Zar also. So now, on the other hand, what did Rav say? Rav said that if a Kohen does malika, if a non-Kohen does malika, so the malika is so invalid that it doesn't even help to remove the nevela status. 1 second. Zar Nami is the Shebeshita, but a Zar non-Kohen is also involved in Avodah to a certain degree, because what could a non-Kohen do? Shchita. They can check kavanas. So let's remember again, this reminiscence, we actually had this sugi before, to which the Gemara says, no, shchita la avodah. Shchita is not a form of avodah. Shchita is not a form of avodah. So let's say, so therefore again, you can't count that. The Gemara says, 1 second, no. Shchita is not a form of below. So v'ha'amar Rabbi Zrina, shchita's para bizar shula. Paraduma. If a non-Kohen chefs do paraduma, ultimately again it's invalid. So what do you see from here? That ultimately shchita is a form of avodah, to which the Gemara says, no, it's not a gedaya. Shchita's part is absolute. Umachvi Rav Allah, and Rav mentioned, Rav supported this by saying Elazar The chukah,
they have
he went out of his way to say that halacha l'maisa,
without
but
a
it says
doubt,
that
there's
paraduma,
some
it
man-made
has to be done
structures
by
that
Allah.
are
Actually, that Kodesh says on that pasuk, there's Allah, mitzvah
what
miskan.
happens now? Like, what
Right,
does
that the
everybody
mitzvah
do?
ultimately
Like,
again is that the
look at all
assistant
these
like all of
stores.
others. You see
They
from
think
here,
that that's a
paraduma requires a Kohen for shchita, and it says chukah. Chukah means it's an everlasting statute, which means it's ma'aking. So what do you see here? You see an example of where shchita does require a Kohen, which tells me that what? Shchita is an avodah. If shchita is an avodah, then halacha l'maisa, what does that tell me? That tells me that ultimately, again, a zar is shaykh to shchita. Therefore, when a zar does malika, granted, it's going to be sacrificially invalid, but it should at least work to do what? To remove the nevela status. There's no, don't bring up paraduma. Leave paraduma out of it. Shiny para, the kachi veda kabayisi. You're wrong. You look at paraduma as a form of carbonic service. Remember, also we said this many times. Paraduma is not a carbon. Right? What's the proof that paraduma is not a carbon? What's the proof? It's down outside of the base of Mikdash. Right? If it was a carbon, you can't. That's called shchute chutz. You can't offer up carbon outside of the base of Mikdash. So halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa is clear that paraduma is not. It's interesting. You might say it is not a carbon. Rather, it's what we call kache veda kabayis, which actually means, fascinatingly enough, that paraduma has financial sanctity. So therefore, you can't bring any raya from it. So you might say, I don't understand, but all the more so, we'll call it. I'm sorry, but we'll hold the base. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, make another hold on. Kache veda kabayis bo kahuna. Kache mizbeach miboy. If kache veda kabayis, something with financial sanctity, ultimately again requires a coin, then ultimately certainly actual kabbalas should require a coin for shchita as well. Shisha, not necessarily. I'll tell you why. The lab avoda uboy kumda. I'll give you a good proof. The proof to this, I will say, is the proof to this is Maros Negat. In other words, just what Gemara is suggesting like this. The argument Gemara is advancing is if something requires a Kohen, by definition, it's a form of avodah. To which Gemara says, I'm going to show you that is an incorrect assertion. Look at Maros Negat. What's Maros Negat? Again, Saras. I will say again, a person presents with Saras, where do they have to go to? A Kohen. And the only person who could decide on Saras ultimately again is a Kohen. So what do you see from here? Just because something requires a Kohen doesn't automatically mean that it is a form of avodah. The Gemara says, "V'neilith mibama." Why don't we learn everything out from a bama? And I will say that. Remember again, look at that. V'neilith mibama. Shazat kasher bazel limok ofos v'chakila. Ve'enkihun b'bama. So what's another out from a bama? Remember, you want to talk about a bama. A non-kohen zar is permitted to do avodah on a bama as well. So why don't we'll say, what do you see from here? We'll say, remember, what are we looking for? What are we looking for? Well, we're looking for Rav advances this idea. If you give malika with your left hand, if you malika at night, as much as it's sacrificially invalid, ultimately you're going to malika at least once to remove the nevela status. Why? What's his logic? Because again, left and night are not foreign to sacrificial service. Left Yom Kippur, night burning of fats and wings. But yet he says, if a non-Kohen went ahead and did malika, it's totally, it doesn't do anything, even to remove the nevela. Why not? A zar is also not totally alien to our avodah. So first of all, again, shchita is ksherim b'zar. So the Gemara rejects that. Shchita is not an avodah. Okay, get rid of it. Fine. Fix the Gemara. So what about by a bama? We still say, remember, what's a bama? A bama is a personal carbon. All the halacha by bamas. Ultimately, again, the halacha by bamas ultimately was that anyone should offer us. So why not go ahead and learn out from a bama that's just like a zar could go ahead and do avodah, right? Literally, again, there's no kohanim by bamas. Anyone could offer a karbanis by bamas. So just say like anyone could come by bamas. So to again, everyone's going to agree that of course the malika of the zar doesn't work, but it should at least work to say that what they remove is the nevela. To which the Gemara says. We don't learn anything out from Bama. In general, we don't learn out halachas from Bama. So again, I'm gonna pause over here because I just want to end up with a little verse from the parsha. But again, that's kind of the ending off. Oh, actually, no, that's first end of the discussion quickly. Below the Gemara says, we'll just get to the Yochanan. Below is that true ultimately again that we don't learn from Bama Bakanya. Minayin yotzei shum alolo yarad. How do we know? Oh, the halacha reminds us that you have a sacrificial limb. I was thinking outside of the Mikdash, that's yotzei. Then you're not allowed to put that on the mizbeach. But if they put it on the mizbeach, that you don't take it off. How do we know that? Sharayotse Kasha Bama. Because also again, we don't have a Bama. A Bama ultimately is outside of the base of Mikdash. And yet again, if you put it on the Mizbeach, you're allowed to go and keep it there. It's an interesting comparison. So too again, if you have a piece of sacrificial limb that was taken out of the base of Mikdash, although you shouldn't put it on the Mizbeach, ultimately again, if you do, halacha l'maisa, again, you don't have to take it down. So you see, we do learn from Baba. So which the Gemara says, Kana azos Torah sa'ola samatay. That's actually how we learn it. Remember that we actually saw before. Zos Torah ha'ola. It's an ola. It's an ola. What does that teach us? That although if you have an invalid sacrificial part that is not supposed to be put on the Mizbeach, but you do anyway, you don't take it down. So bottom line, we don't go ahead and learn from Baba. So we'll say, so bottom line, what we are left with is this position of Rav. Right? And Rav, halacha l'maisa holds that, again, if you did Malika with your left hand at night, although it's sacrificially invalid, ultimately, again, it works to remove Nevela status. But if a non-coin did Malika, or if you did it with a knife, that is totally invalid. It's not only sacrificially invalid, but also, again, doesn't even count to go ahead and remove Tumas Nevela. Gemara question, Rav's whole idea ultimately again of Zion kind of left that. And next session in tomorrow's time, we will continue with the position ultimately again of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan is going to go out and disagree with Rav. I'll just read it to you. Rabbi Yochanan says, Rabbi Yochanan Amar, Zar ein mekame adei sabriya, sakin mekame adei sabriya. Rabbi Yochanan disagrees with Rav regarding Zar. Rabbi Yochanan says, if a non-Kohen does Malika, halacha l'maisa, again, it works to remove Tumas Nevela. However, again, if you did it with a knife, everyone agrees that a knife will not work to remove Tumas Nevela. So it turns out that if the Zar does Malika, Machlokas Rav and Rabbi Yochanan, ultimately, again, in terms of the impact of if the Zar does Malika, everyone agrees that, of course, it is sacrificially invalid, but doesn't work to go ahead and remove Tumas Nevela. That ultimately, again, is subject to the hope. So we'll say 1 minute before we have to daven. Remember, again, this is the parasha where Halacha l'maisa Yaakov Yitzchak Avinu gives brachos to his sons. When Yitzchak is pregnant, so I start to see Rabban in the Kirba. Ultimately, again, the children are struggling inside of her. She goes to find out what is happening over here. So she's told, stay going into the Bitnei. There are 2 different nations in your womb. And interestingly enough, she is told about these 2 nations. The Rav Ya'avod Sotner. The Rav Ya'avod Sotner, which means, how do we translate that? The older one will ultimately come to serve the younger one. The older one, Esau, ultimately again will come to serve the younger one. She's told 2 nations, they will not be on equal footing. The older one ultimately again will become subservient to the younger one. Esau will become subservient ultimately to Yaakov. The great Tzaddik, Rav Avram Yaakov Sadigula, who was one of the sons of the Hay division there, says something so beautiful. He says, in this phrase, such a mantra for successful living. Rav Ya'avod Sotner. He says, Rav Ya'avod work very hard when you're young. Work very hard when you're young. If you put in the effort when you're young, you will reap the benefits ultimately when you're older. And you might be thinking to yourself, where were you 30 years ago? So here's the beautiful thing. In general, when it comes to youth is not looked at in a linear fashion. Youth is looked at in a daily fashion. When you wake up in the morning, there is a rebirth. Every single morning is a rebirth, which means every single morning is a brand new world. And therefore, when you are reborn each and every day, there is a decision one has to make. How much effort am I going to expend to maximize the day? This is a new unit of life, not a continuation of what was before. Something totally new. When you morning also begins on a Rosh Chodesh. And Allah has come with a Kama. When that new morning is on a Rosh Chodesh, is on an Erev Shabbos. So much newness, so much Haskalah. And the Rebbe Sadigura tells us there's one simple mantra for success in this month. Rav Ya'avod Sotner. Every single morning when you start the day, make a promise to work hard. And if you make this a month of hard working mornings, Then in Yetz Hashem, there was no telling what we could accomplish. There was no telling the light that we could generate. And there was no telling the nisim and the flows that we Zohar Hashem to receive during this holy month of Kislev and the Shabbos.
The ancient aliens theory. And back, see, I've gone in like multiple stages.
So yeah, this is if I didn't get to it ourselves, but yes.
For a while, I was all in with aliens.
I hear you on the same boat.
And then for a while, I was like, no. There was advanced civilization, and we're just a rebuilding civilization. And that's why we're so barbaric. And now I'm like, why are they mutually exclusive?
Right. Could be things.
Yeah, I don't think they are mutually exclusive.
And when the gods moved amongst us.
Right. And that's when I see the things like the pterodactyl mummies. And I'm like, okay. What is that? What are we talking? Why is Peru so weird? Why do they have artwork you can see from the sky? Like, there's a lot of weird shit going on here. Like, don't be so quick to jump. So my point is, like, I have always been fascinated by stories. First of all, any subject that makes you ridiculous.
One was about Malika,
I was like,
done by
what's that about?
Yeah.
Why is that
Scratch that itch. Yeah.
All the cookie ones. All the cookie ones.
by one of the
Like, what's the resistance there? Why can't you talk shit?
The other one you don't have to see right now. But it's
He claimed that he'd been told this by a military guy out in Russia that
one is that
they were in the rec room of this like Air Force base, and apparently
one
this Russian astronaut trainer at the Yuri Gagarin Space Center in Moscow, and he said that this Yeti Sasquatch type being apparently just waltzed into their rec room, helped itself to some water from the water thing,
here
waved and then vanished.
So this guy, what was his job?
He was a trainer of astronauts at the Yuri Gagarin Space Center in the Star City of Moscow. They probably dosed him up with live, and they did ultra drugs. I mean, if you hold on to that kind of information, they're probably experimenting you.
Yeah, we gave that guy some
I've never given such thing. It's due course in research. And to be honest, I've been very dismissive of that. But maybe
I used to have a Sasquatch Bigfoot footprint, like a cast, like a plaster cast on the desk. And rest in peace, Dr. Jeffrey Meltzer, just recently died. I had him as a guest on the show once too. He's so crazy. I asked him if he was so crazy, but in a wonderful way. I said, if you can cut a finger off to know that Sasquatch was real, would you do it? He was like, yes. It's like, it's your finger. It just comes out of your finger. Damn it. That was awesome. I think Bigfoot was real. I think that's why there's so much.
I think it's just like some sort of like launch creature, because some people think it's like an interdimensional being or
but I think that's Gigantopithecus was an absolute real thing that we didn't even know existed until I believe it was the 20s. This guy had his teeth in an apothecary shop in China and they started researching it, finding where the dig sites were. And, they found jaw bones that indicate that it was bipedal. So this is a bipedal hominid that's 8 to 10 feet tall. What is that? That's Bigfoot. And that's probably, and also this thing 100% lived around modern human beings. Like what we are today, it lived around us. So imagine, you see one of those things. Well, first of all, you're going to fucking run like hell. You're going to have stories. This thing lives in the woods or in the jungle. Stay out of this spot. That's where this thing lives. And that's going to be passed on from generation to generation to generation until even after they're gone. Now it's just a whisper. Now it's just a thing. Now it's a mystery man that lives in the woods.
It's like antiquated stories outside of this model.
Yes. Oh, without doubt. Especially Native American cultures. That's what's interesting is like Native American tribes. There's multiple, obviously, many different tribes, many different languages. They all have a word for this thing. And let's put this into complexity. How many different Native American names are there for Bigfoot? Because I believe Sasquatch is a Native American. I don't know which tribe had that, but there's multiple different names for this hairy creature that lives in the woods. But they don't have names for like a giraffe. They don't have like other mythical creatures. They just have this one. And this one is fucking
That's what I mean with the interdimensional aspect. It's treated different from just an animal, even for
Right.
like,
That might be real too. This is part of the problem. It's like you might be dealing with multiple different things. It might not even be Gigantopithecus. That's right, I heard that. Oh my, that's right, there's a movie called The guy who did the American Werewolf in London.
that's just the last words you say when you see Bigfoot. Oh my!
Yeah, Tonka, second big elder brother, 17 to 18, wicked cannibal, oh boy, Windago, wicked cannibal, Windigo, and yet to show, how to say that? Yet to sow, being God, and that's an abominable. So there's a bunch of things, there's a bunch underneath that too.
Yeah, like I said, about 70 to 18 names when it comes to right now, it's 50 tribes.
Okay, so what is that?
That's the same thing, right? It's like the animal.
Yes. Well, and then brings the same thing, like, brings us to the same subject of what if there is a way to traverse dimensions? What if this is not something simple as something gets in the spaceship and it comes from another planet? What if it's coming from another place? And what if that doorway is open to other things? And what if some of those things are accessible? Like, under the right conditions, this pathway is open, right? Maybe it's not even something that actually exists, but you can see exist in our tangible timeline. But you can see under heavy stress, under like anxiety. And imagine what gets you more stressed out than being in the woods at night, right? The woods at night creates a lot of anxiety for people because there's all the sounds, you're looking around, it's dark, you're vulnerable, especially if you live in real woods that have predators in it. It's sketchy. And I bet there's different states of mind that you would if there's some sort of possibility, some sort of way that an intelligent creature can get to a point where it has the technology to access other dimensions, it can go into other spaces. Would you even be able to see it all the time? Would you only be able to see it if you were like under a highly anxious state in the woods, kind of a little freaked out, more open to weird things, and then it senses that and communicates with you?
Well, we are
Sounds good.
dominates by perception, and we have such a narrow bandwidth of visual perception. You get a whole light spectrum of physical light, just a tiny corridor of physical light that we're able to see. Obviously, we developed an IR, different energy film the night sky with infrared. You get weird shit. You get these orbs and things that seem to fly by, and I think that it is a perceptual thing because the reason I even started my YouTube channel is because I've had my own experiences with UFO type phenomena that were entirely initiated by me. Like I asked them to come, and they did.
See, that sounds kooky. I took that clip, but I dismiss you immediately. This guy's out for it. But this is one of the things that people have been saying for a long time. Is that there's actual groups of people, and there was even some guy who was like, somehow or another connected that was saying that they meet these people out, they go out to the desert, and they have like some sort of a secret frequency. He didn't want to discuss it, that they can push out, they can send out the secret frequency, and it'll call them in, and that other people have done it simply by luring them in. So sitting there and putting out this message that you're trying to communicate with them, and then eventually they show up.
Yeah, I can't speak to technologically assisted psionics and all that kind of stuff, but do you want to hear my UFO story? Okay.
So, did you come up with this idea on your own, or did you hear about people doing this?
No, I heard of it from someone who's a quite polarizing figure in the UFO community. I've spoken to Dr. Stephen Gray.
Polarizing people are right sometimes.
He's right on this.
Yeah, they can be right on a lot of
He's right
things.
on this. And, I know that there are a lot of people have issues with Korea, but he was actually my intro into the UFO subject, so I'll tell you the story. Sorry, just take a sip. So, this was,
How did he find out about it?
that's a good question. He had a near-death experience, and from that, I was actually apparently communicated to ensure things that when he came out of that experience, he became a samadhi type, teacher.
Of course.
Got profoundly
That's a
interesting
great origin story.
Brilliant origin story. My origin story was I was really bored during COVID. No, so like honestly though, it was actually 2019 that I had these experiences, and I do think it's very important to lay a bit of foundational groundwork because I think a lot of people recognize this as well, and it's something you mentioned. With Bigfoot being in a high stress environment in the forest, maybe that changes your perception. And I think there's a degree of trauma and a degree of intense emotional moments that can bring about paranormal experiences. I don't know why. It does seem to be something that a lot of people relate to. Yes, I was in a very dark time. Yes, I was having a very traumatic time. Yes, I was going through something. And then this happened. And so for me, I was in my third year of university and struggling. Just had a whole mix of personal issues going on. So I ended up kind of dropping out before I finished, and it was just a very bad rut. My dad worried about me, and he said, look, I'm out. It's a bit of a long story, but it's important to lay this foundation, I think, before I talk about my actual experience, because it plays in. My dad was worried. He was out in France at the time, and he said, look, do you want to come out and stay at this place with me and just kind of relax and bring yourself back to normal? I was like, yeah, okay. So I come out, and he was like, I've got these books that I've been reading. I think they'd be really beneficial for you. You should read them. I was like, okay, let's see how the book's going to change.
Does he often recommend books?
Massively, no. In fact, no. It's just books that I'm interested. And they were a series of books, Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh.
No.
Okay, so it's interesting. It kind of ties into, I suppose, the channeled works, things that people believe they receive. It's quite well known. He's quite well known. He was a radio DJ, broke his neck in a car accident, became homeless, finally managed to get back on his feet, but was still struggling, wrote an angry letter to God, and then apparently woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning and was having like voices literally telling him to write things down. So he wrote all of this down, and this became Conversations with God. It's literally a dialogue of him asking questions and him receiving answers, which he interpreted as from God. Now, that is intense, and I'm definitely not here to say this is the Bible and never should read it. However, it was incredibly impactful for me at that time. The things that I was reading about was a very different idea of God, universal consciousness, leaning towards some weird patriarchal cloud living figure that just never made sense to me. So it got me in when I was reading it, and it helped tremendously. Weirdly enough, which I didn't expect, and that put me on a path towards researching metaphysics and philosophy and science and consciousness, and that's where it really started for me. But then a couple of years down the line, I found myself in another depression in a sense, because I felt like I'd accumulated a lot of information about various different topics that I thought were like these big questions and big answers and big esoteric things, and I just got to the point that this is actually helping me in my life. I'm actually feeling like words for looking into all this thing. I don't know how this is going to benefit me. So I was sitting in my bed one night, and I just guess I'm not calling a prayer. I just sat on my bed and said out loud to the universe, like, I need something that validates all of this. Like, if I'm meant to be looking into these big picture questions about the universe and consciousness, if there's something tangible here, like, I need to know, and I want evidence. I'm ready for it. Give me that. I want that. And then a week later, my best friend at the time, he was like, hey, I was watching this documentary, you've got to check it out. It's called Unacknowledged by this guy called Dr. Stephen Gray. This is my first introduction to the UFO subject. I was like, okay, cool. Sit down and watch that. Very good documentary. All of these different high-level officers and missile launch guys talking about UFOs. It got me in. And then near the end of that is when he brings up this concept of CE5, initiating contact with these. You can actually have your own experiences by getting into a particular meditative state. If I hadn't been making that request on my bed the week prior, I probably just would have watched that documentary and gone about my life. But it felt like a very strong message to me personally, because I've been asking for something to validate these ideas around consciousness. Now there's a guy saying, yeah, you can actually have an experience by going out and attempting to ask for it.
So talk me through the process of actually doing that.
that the death of the animal is not a prohibition. Ultimately, again, the animal will go ahead and
it was a weird
Yatsa
gradual
Molika
thing where things were happening in the sky that were enough to keep me going out, but not enough for me to be like, okay, this is legit. So like, how many times did you go out
in the
for?
Kames have
Before I saw what I really missed,
ultimately again
probably
that's done
about a month
inside of the
of going out.
Damn, that's
since it removes
I was
certain
seeing
items the animal
but
is
they
no
weren't.
longer in a big
It was kind of
Ain't
just
no
enough
Kames
to
because
make me
they
like,
sub
okay.
therefore
You're
again we'll
saying
say
lots of
just
the
enough the bird
contact
will not
community
go ahead
can flash
and
bulbs, flashes of light in the night sky in a void of space repeatedly without any discernible object attached to it, just one flash, and then send another flash, send another flash. And this happened multiple times. I've been so many watches the night sky all my life. I'm used to seeing satellites and how reduced flares of maybe an hour, 2 hours.
So you sit down, you're receiving.
Hamole
No, I
country.
would actually be standing
What happened?
with my neck craned to the sky, but I would be
On outside of
no,
the mole, the one
I
you
don't know.
go.
I don't
Bringing
think
touch
about
of
things
outside of the
You just lay down on the
The
ground.
mole,
Just lay on
because
the ground.
Malika outside of
Better view of the sky.
Yeah, but it's cold in England. It was mildewy on the floor.
Or you doesn't believe
I was essentially,
inside the base
because of
or
again,
outside of the base
asking the universe for something, the universe seemed to be giving me some sort of response. It kind of lit a fire up under me, and I started going outside. And honestly, a lot of people, like even Greer, has this incredibly complicated method using samadhi and doing various things. I didn't do any of that. I just breathed in through the nose and out through the mouth until I felt very calm, and then began to very clearly model my thoughts around the concept of I want something to respond to me, and then I would essentially visualize that was emanating from me, these thoughts were emanating from me, and it didn't take very long before I'd have flashes of light in the sky that just seemed weird, because I've never seen anything like that, or an incredible influx of them look and behave like satellites, but just at an incredibly high level, which is what's going on here, and it just felt like a kind of step-by-step progression until in August of 2019 I had 4 incredibly vivid and real experiences with rituals of light. So I was outside at this point in my routine. It was in the summer of August and it was relatively warm, so I was out doing this quite a lot, seeing little flashes, seeing things in the sky, trying to figure out what exactly it was I was seeing. And I was standing at the back of my garden towards my house. Night sky, crystal clear. And I saw at the beginning a flash of light in the sky. So I looked over and I saw this flash. It was just blinking, but it was static in space. And then it started moving down. Every time it blinked, it moved further down. And I was observing this. And then it settled above 2 stars and kind of created the apex of a triangle. It was just flashing above these 2 stars. And I was watching this for a while. And it happened for long enough where I just decided, thank you, whatever you are, I'm just going to keep panning around the sky here and looking around. And as I panned my head, I saw that there was a cloud. But I didn't really look at it. Turn around here, come back. And this time I really looked at it. And this cloud, Joe, had so strange. It's like a dark cloud, but when you stared at it, it had a staticky appearance. It's very hard to describe other than imagine a light overlay of TV static. There was particles, it was agitated, it was shuddering. It's not a cloud. It's certainly not anything I've ever seen in my life. And if we pretend this microphone is my house, and this cloud is here, it's drifting this way. So eventually it's going to drift past my house and go this way, at least according to its natural trajectory. It gets to my house, and it doesn't repeat, and it starts going towards me. So eventually it's going to be above my head, this cloud formation.
A cloud does a right angle turn in the sky.
As in 90 degrees, it's going like this, and now it's going like this towards high up in the sky, but it's now in my path, complete 90-degree shift from its trajectory, and I saw it like a jarring, now it's going this way. Okay, so at this point I'm rooted in place, not scared, but I'm shocked at the fact that this thing did what it just did. And I'm watching as it's coming closer and closer towards where I'm going to be eventually. It's directly above my head. It sounds so crazy. And Terrence McKenna said something like this. He was like, if you tell the unvarnished truth about UFO experience, you're being taken for a fool. It's like it's true. If you just tell people what really happened, this is what really happened. So this cloud comes above my head. As it's directly above my head, this cloud like sucked into itself as if there was a central vacuum, a central point where it sucked into itself, and it revealed a triangle formation of about 25, maybe 30 orange blocks of light in a triangle. And this triangle, basically the cloud went, the triangle was revealed, it kept moving, I had to turn around to watch as it went off in this direction. And as I was watching it, I could see that some of these orbs were actually swapping formations, swapping position in this formation. And that was the first time I saw them. I saw them 3 other occasions, all within the space of a month after this. Weirdly enough, I woke up the next day, and this is the only element of the story, as crazy as the whole thing sounds, it's the only element that makes me personally uncomfortable. I was getting out of the shower, and as I was drying myself off, immediately noticed where this tattoo is now. There was a triangle mark of three red marks on here, on here, on here. Very vivid, like and you covered it up with the tattoo. It faded over time. I have taken pictures of it. Yeah. There's a clear, yes.
Then once you
try and
see that
find them,
ultimately
I've
again,
got my internet
the
right
item
now.
is not coming in one location,
Jamie,
then
if you go
ultimately
onto my
again,
X
it is
account
not coming in
and
the
just type
second
in
location as well. That's what it means. Done in Dovish Loback
J.
Shero,
Anderson
Dovish Loback
Marks
Shero,
and
then
R.
done
Maybe
in
that will come up.
Dovish
I'm sorry, I
Loback
should have
Shero,
reset that ahead of time, but I do have
So
images
again,
online. People
if you
have seen
see
them,
that
and I've
particular
discussed it
thing
many
does not
times.
It looked like a
then
This is the thing. So
either it means or about
3 red marks,
no
no bump, no scab, no itching, no feeling of discomfort.
that same
There was a slight
to the
shine
other
to them, as if it was almost like a healed over burn. And this was very vivid. It didn't dissipate for over a year. It was on my arm for about a year before it faded away, eventually faded away, and then I got home as Chris Magician started to go, wow. Weirdly enough, I got this tattoo and then got invited to Egypt. But yeah, I had these experiences. I had another experience where they came down and hovered above my house.
Can I ask you this? These orbs,
Yeah.
But it came back in and if you put it on the chaos,
Yeah,
it looks like you burned 3 cigarettes in your
that's
house.
what some of online definitely claimed.
you'll see the
But I didn't.
That's what I would say.
This is great. Yeah, this I noticed it immediately. I'm not particularly comfortable with it. I don't know what it really means. I'm a bit of an idiot, Joe, because like I should have gone to a dermatologist. I should have like actually had them someone look at it.
Like cows.
That's the same time.
Keep an eye on this one.
Can I even be mad at them? I was like, show me, give me evidence. Someone was like, fucking find that.
Right.
There you go, dude. Like,
Let's say whatever that is on your arm, who knows, maybe a dermatologist could explain it. It's just a coincidence. The actual thing itself is far more interesting to me. And like, one of the things that people always say is if they were out there, wouldn't we see them? Like, God, if they can come here from another dimension, or if they can come here from another planet or another solar system, don't you think they can probably hide? Like, where do you get it hiding?
in general,
Like,
anyone who is
like we have
did
technology right now, like stealth bomber stuff, that diminishes the radar. Signal, things like that. You can't pick them up on radar. Why would it be impossible to somehow or other manipulate your visual field? Project what looks like clouds on the outside. We know that they can do stuff like that with plasma. Like they have these plasma things that can spin in the sky and so we make objects out of them.
I wonder if that was plasma. I actually do wonder if this was a self-organizing plasma. Because that's definitely something that people have looked into.
But I mean, there's many plasma has intelligence.
Yes,
Some, yeah.
yes, and perhaps these are a form of individuated plasmic intelligence that can interact. And one thing that's very interesting about that is a brilliant paper actually I did
other
different
fun
scientific
or on
institutes
TV,
looking
right?
the
We thought
idea
that
of self-organizing plasma
that
and
gas
entelloplasma,
will get
and
leaked
they
out,
were using some
or the
reference,
shoes got
you know,
off,
the
or it had a
STS-75 NASA missions
dried
where
up
the
with
tether
wings,
broke
or
and you
was
had all
driving
these
one eye
strange things
missing
going
the
on the
leg.
tether.
Didn't
So
believe
that's
that was
this
these animals, then
part.
what?
Yeah.
And now look, it's in a
If you've seen the
also,
motion
here's the part
tracking
that I want you
version
to
of that,
remember.
where someone actually
Zach
attached the flight
here's the
path to
picture.
each
The
object
names
so
that
you can
I'm
see the flight
Hoshi
path.
Sula Bakodesh,
That's crazy.
Sula Ve'inona Vela.
Yeah, I'm sure if
Lahaya
Jamie
Sula
looks up
Bakodesh,
STS
Haration the Vela
it's
Kodesh.
like
Here we go. What
Lights
we
are
learned from this
going
grandma
towards
is
that
very
thing,
important.
checking it out.
yeah, so this
Whenever,
is you know, this is a gigantic tether. I think it's like 2 kilometers
carbon
long. I think it's absolutely insane.
valid,
Look away from the
because
ship.
of some
As
detail
it broke
regarding
away,
the
you had
Malika
these,
itself. In other words,
well,
the animal is
what some
totally
people
fine.
believe to be
I just
UFOs
messed
or
up the
cosmic
Malika. Then I was like,
intelligences,
you
or
know
if
it is
you're
sacrificially
the
invalid.
mainstream
The
side, you say
Malika
there's
acts
at
as
least
a
part
proper
of
act of
There you go.
slaughter,
If you go
and
slightly
therefore
further
again,
back,
the bird
slightly
will
further
not
back,
be in
there
the
you go. So
Malika.
look, just as
However,
that green one
where
starting
the
up,
problem
this
is
is the
not with
flight
the
path. So
Malika,
if you just take
like
it back to
Bible
the
says,
beginning of
what?
that,
Is with the animal
and
itself.
this is
The
where they've
animal
attached the flight
itself
path.
is
So you will see
compromised. Then what?
90-degree
The
turn.
Malika is
You
not
see
only
absolute
sacrificially
stops,
invalid,
reversals,
but the Malika
change.
is totally invalid,
And
and the
it's
bird has the
incredible.
status of an Adela. So, for example, I will say, if I go ahead and I do
Just a
Malika with
kind
my
of
left
life
hand,
that
or
we
I am not
I truly
pointing
think that's the
the
case.
assume
bird is
exists.
totally fine.
Lives
The
in
Malika
space.
is
I think
invalid.
so. I really do.
Carbon is
The
invalid.
things they
The
find
carbon is
in these
considered to be
volcanic
what?
vents
The
at the
bird
bottom
is
of the ocean,
considered to be
we're
what?
like, oh, we didn't even know
Sharp
something
dragon
could
is
survive
considered to
down
be
here.
shafted,
Right?
and
It could
therefore
be a
again it's
type
not
of
in the
life
Malika.
that
As
survives in the
opposed to
void of
if I
space.
take a bird with one leg,
And it just
and I
it
do
wouldn't be a
on the point, I
biological
do
thing. It
Malika
would
on
be
it,
some
or say
form
then
of energy or
issue
light.
is not
This is
sufficient
I
to
don't know
Malika.
all the
Issue
secrets
is
were telling Tom
the
DeLonge
bird.
when he went to the
And
Pentagon.
obviously
There's
it's
some universe in
sacrificially
space
invalid,
the size
the
of
animal
whales,
is
and you know that these
invalid,
things
and not only that,
yeah,
the animal, the bird is
I remember
considered
when
to
he
be
was
a
on he
Adela,
was on
and
Fate
therefore
Black, he
again,
was talking about, you know, there are these amoebas in
but
space.
let's say that is,
Why would they
that's
tell
the
him
reason
that
how
he
long
goes
my
on those shows and tells like I
Like,
feel like that's the kind of guy that you tell
it's
things
the
that
bottom
you
of bottom
want to get out.
of Tesla.
Yeah, and it doesn't necessarily have to be true.
No.
As a matter of fact, it's more fun if it's not true. And make
Mom,
him say as much cookie shit as possible,
So what happens
so that the stuff that he's going to say that's true
and it turns out
looks
that the animal
And
is
ridiculous.
now
straight.
all of those guys that gave him that
So let's say, so
information
I
are
do
on the
Malika on the bird,
Exactly.
you open up the bird,
Yeah, we
you
should
find
trust
that the bird,
We should trust all of these governments.
one of
It's
the
fun. If you're playing, it's like the
So
world
it's not
is
a
a
silent,
gigantic
so
escape
obviously,
room.
it's not the
You're
So the animal is
playing
the
a bunch of
animal
weird
is.
puzzles.
The
You're
bird
trying to
is
figure
valid.
it out, but
What about the Puma?
nothing is what it
The
seems.
mirror says,
Nothing,
you know what kind of
nothing
The mirror says,
I
the
think
bird
with,
does not
with
contain
Tom
Puma.
DeLonge,
The bird is not
the UFO subject in
I'm
Two
a
Stars
base,
Academy,
but you
and
don't
things
understand.
have happened since like
You just says, no, it does
2017 New
contain
York
Puma.
Times. It's
I'm going to be
I
there,
have my
California.
opinions
I'm
on
going
it
to tell you why I
because
hold that it does not
I think I
contain
might
Puma.
be the first
Tell the
guest
Coleman.
we've had
Tell
on
the
that
Coleman.
wasn't
Tell the Coleman.
already
In the day, let's say,
established.
so
So I've had to work
let's
my way up through
because
social
the
media,
shade
through the interactions in the
Let's say when it comes to a
community,
day, let's say, let's the day,
relations
let's
with
say,
people that aren't big
exactly as it
names or
says.
anything
An
like
animal,
that.
right? An animal that,
I've had to
an
work
animal
my
that
way up
dies.
with. So I've seen
Seven-
and been
I'm not the
exposed
Mago
to things
Ubermass.
that perhaps
It wasn't
people like
the biggest
Jeremy
thing.
Corbell and
The
others
interesting
who
part
are
is
quite
that
big names haven't seen because they're
just
too big. They don't
just
look on social media
becomes-
looking at fucking comments or like, you know,
animal,
what's going
then
on
by
in the X
definition
space.
it becomes you become
But if you
something
are,
after the animal is
you
dead.
start to notice things.
Yet,
And
when
so,
Because
What's interesting to me,
Mitaharas,
despite
so
what
it's
anyone wants to
nevertheless
say about
the
Stephen
sheep of
Greer,
the
and I've got
animal
my own
causes
issues with
the guards.
What's interesting to me is that the only person
Shebasa,
who was making
Masa,
noise prior to TTSA was Stephen Greer. He was the one that was putting out
So
Netflix
in
documentaries and being seen by millions
the
of people
Mago
all over the world.
Masa,
And
Shikasa,
he was saying
Mitaharas,
these are
Shebasa,
black budget
Mitumasa,
legal
was
programs.
ultimately
This is
again. If you have an
anti-congressional crime
Maga
against
and
humanity. We need to
Masa.
be
What's
busting down
what's the
doors. This is
halacha?
not exactly
is
what they
German
would
animal
want to
that
hear
is
if they were inside the
So
national
say
security
any
state. This guy out there saying,
any animal which has some type
what
of
do you do
mutation,
about that?
which is going to
Well,
cause
do you know how Tom DeLonge got linked up at the very beginning of all of
And
this?
yet,
No.
if you go
So
ahead and
he's
check
always been a UFO guy,
straight
and because of his
then I will say, what
background,
is the
and,
halacha?
you know,
The
the money
halacha
he was
is
able to
checking of that
secure
shofar.
connections
Each
and he was very friendly with her. He was best buds with her at one point. There's a video of him quite young. He's pointing out all of the UFO witness tapes that he's got in his library. He's like, these are all, I'm holding on to these for a guy. He's got like 50 whistleblowers. He's bringing this and that. This is before Graham kind of made the announcement. So it's obviously Graham. And Tom DeLonge's on Fade to Black, I want to say 2015, talking about this, where he tells the story of how a friend of his at Lockheed Martin calls him up and says, hey, we're having a family and friends meeting greet over at Lockheed Martin. Would you want to introduce the masses to the stage?
Guess what?
He said,
If you
yeah,
check
but
the
I want
animal
10 minutes
and
with
it
your
turns out
bosses
to be a
afterwards.
stray dog,
And they were
that
like,
treat is
okay.
enough to remove the
And so he went
of
and he
the daily
introduced them on
tumor.
stage, and then
Certainly by a
tells
bird,
a story of being
does
taken
not
through,
contain
you know,
too
these
much
white
tobacco
noise
and
corridors
but
and
instead
down into
only
this
to
place
make
where
some
eventually he
ultimately
was
what
chilling
they
with the guys at Skunk Works
just
and you know, these big
if you go ahead
directors are
and
all sitting
check
in
this,
this room.
even if it
Okay,
turns out to be a
what
stray
do we want to
dog,
talk about?
it
This
certainly
is where
should
he
remove
pitches to
any
his
kind
guys
of
academy
tumor.
of arts and
Which
science and this
said,
framework. And
which
what's interesting is on the radio when he's talking about this, he's saying you have to approach these guys like you want to be of service. I was saying in being of service, I want to help. So
just
you've
like
got
Vice,
a disruptive
which are
rogue
almost
person out there, Stephen Greer,
but at the
saying
same
all this
time, we'll
stuff,
go
causing
ahead and
commotion.
take away from
What do we do about that? I have no idea. Suddenly, in walks a rock star, because that's basically what he said. Use me. I'm happy to do whatever. I am your contributor to the public. Now, no disrespect to Tom. I've met him. He's a lovely guy. And he's very passionate about the subject. But I do think he was used.
Just like Akila goes ahead and
permits
permits
is the
consumption.
Suicide Academy platform. Suddenly you have this official kind of
We'll go ahead and
pre-lit
prevent
disclosure, very soft disclosure. There's nothing like Stephen Green's disclosure.
which permits
And we're all
consumption.
being
Also
encouraged
be
to
enough to
partake and
remove any
support in this
possibility of tumor
very
when it turns out that the animal was eating a
curated
trade
method of
Yossi
soft
Omer
disclosure for
Dayov
people.
in the
I
Velas
think
today.
they were very worried about what
Omer
type of
says,
disruptive
also
truths
the
might
Yossi
come out
says we're
before
going
it was
to
time to
limit
talk about them, and then something tumbled along. It's very
comparison
useful
that a bird should
medium
be like in the
for
Velas in one
communicating this.
sense.
And when you see
Shasa
things like the
Matarasa,
WikiLeaks emails between him and John Podesta, where he's literally saying this is about bolstering PR for the military-industrial complex, for disenfranchised youth, and the generations of today don't trust the government. We want to change that. We want to change the perception of the military and the government. He's literally emailing John Podesta about this. So it's very clear that at the very least he was willing to be the messenger of whatever message they wanted to give him. And it just so happens that that message completely counteracts what Greer is talking about in terms of classified black budget programs, and cracked reverse engineering, cracked anti-gravity in October 1954, this kind of stuff. It's like a complete reverse of that narrative.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, it makes sense. That's what's the term?
Already, I know that
Yeah, they love
what
doing
does
that.
that tell me?
Yeah.
It is sacrificially
I've
imbalanced.
said
That I
it before,
know.
I'll say it again.
What's
I know
my
that
shayla?
this
What's my
podcast are
shayla?
doing that with me.
Does it convey
I know
tumor
they were
or
coming on
not?
saying
The
a bunch
legal
of
knows, and
nonsense.
again, I want to
But
point
you have
out
to let them talk
this is
because,
a proper
you know, the
right?
truth
You
comes
know,
out
so
in the wash.
here's the regular going.
And
Proper
I think
Malaysia,
what's interesting
shayla
about the
is
age
what
of
does the
disclosure is
status,
this
the
narrative
status of trade laws, the status of trade law convey tumor or not. The mayor said,
the reality
not
of
with
what
that,
happened.
the
If
right
it
to be
did
something
happen, there's blind Congress, there's
and the mayor
misappropriation of
preaches
funds,
stuff
you're going to need amnesty.
ultimately on what?
So this is the narrative. This narrative is we need amnesty. It's like, it's kind of a smart way to do it, right? Do it in a documentary. Have all these people that are probably implicated in some way say we need amnesty. All these people that say that they know about these programs, amnesty support, because you know, it's like, well, but what they've been doing really, if they have been doing what we assume they've been doing. We assume that they've retrieved crashed UFOs and that they've back engineered them. We assume they've used that technology. We assume they're aware that there's non-human intelligences that are far beyond our technological capabilities and that we interact with them. You've committed a crime against humanity by not telling people that. Because we all operate under the assumption that we have an understanding of what our role is in this ecosystem of life. And if our role is not even remotely at the apex, if we are being visited and manipulated, and if we're actually a product of experiments, you should fucking tell us. You can't, you guys can't be hanging out at Raytheon in the fucking conference room like gold Rolexes on, you motherfuckers. Tell everybody we can't handle the truth, but they're right. They are right with the amnesty thing. I think that's the pathway. These guys are not gonna. What they stole, they stole. Okay. What they did, they did. The lie to Congress, the lies have been told. Let's fucking find out what the truth is. These guys, whatever they did, they did. Okay, you didn't stop it then. Let it go. The more important thing is, let's find out if this is real. That's more important than everything. For the race, for the human race, the entire human race. And for science and technology, to have all this stuff locked down like that and not allow the great young minds that are coming up right now to have access to this. It's crazy. You're wasting one of the most valuable resources that we have in secrecy. I think there's so many different reasons why they might want to keep this a secret in terms of breakthrough energy propulsion systems. So there's so many different implications to that. Massively disruptive, massively disruptive. And, could you imagine like wiped out fucking dude with an energy device? Like, or you imagine some guy who's running an oil company finds out that they're about to do something like that. What the fuck you are? This guy at MIT that just got assassinated. So, dude. This works in the cultural world is very real. This is very real. This guy was more disturbing theories he had was that not only is the shift of the magnetic poles that here I'll send it to you, James. His take on it was that the shift of magnetic poles is necessary in order to maintain natural Earth cycle. Yeah, it has to happen. I'm sorry. I'm trying to think and look it up.
Her father would just spit in her face, which she had to be embarrassed ultimately again and seclude herself for 7 days. So it's like, so it's like for her father, she would go ahead and
seclude herself for the dead air, folks. Okay, so it says
Shekhinah is angry at her, then what?
The assassinated MIT plasma scientist warned that it requires periodic magnetic reversals to sustain its field. Interesting. No reversal equals no dynamo as the magnetic field dissipates. The last time this happened in the tweet says Noah's flood. So this guy has this,
7 days.
Is that not loading?
But Dio says that God is riveted to any from the source, and if Miriam is in seclusion for 7 days. I'm going to be able to read the Mir Kra Ashkaf Madash. The answer of Mir Kra Hosek and Dash in the puzzle. What's the puzzle?
The Earth's magnetic field was
constant in the last. So the puzzle says, these are the laws, this is the Torah of the Behemoth and the Oath.
Is it right that the Earth has lost 10% of its magnetic field in the last 150 years?
So, in what way is it comparable to a behemoth and a behemoth to an oath? Behemoth and Tanya did not go to Masa. Both in Tanya did not go to Masa. I'm not exactly clear how they're similar. On one hand, a behemoth conveys two levels of Maga, contact, mass, carry. A bird does not go ahead and convey two levels, Maga and mass, rather only doing less. All from Tanya because that makes up here. Behemoth ain't no time to go to a base of when you go ahead and you ingest an available, give us an open one, you can be similar to your person and to your clothing. Yet interesting enough, you touch an available site or if you carry an available, what does it convey too much to your body, to your person, but not to your clothing? So in which way is oath and behemoth comparable? Ma behemoth. Dover Shemashira La'achila, Nekar Shebasa Mitumasa. Right, what is the teaching is as follows. Just like by behemoth, the very action which normally allows for consumption, i.e. shchita, is the action which prevents Tumas Nadela from devolving upon an animal, even if the animal was a trait. Oath, Dover Shemashira La'achila, Nekar Shebasa Mitumasa. So it's also about oath. The very action which normally commits it, but some by oath will be God, the entire shape of something that same Malika, if done on the bird, even if the bird itself is a shape of, nevertheless will prevent the animal, the bird carcass, from becoming to us. So it's actually near the
also is possible that somebody killed him. And imagine they killed him because he's telling us that Earth's about to reverse its magnetic poles and we might be fucked. A cataclysm might be coming. This is what I think. There was a knowledge of in antiquity. There was a knowledge of Earth cycles. They were preparing for it. Why are these structures?
So by oath, Malika, which normally permits consumption, will also go ahead and prevent the animal from consuming even if the animal was already
He's a really incredible example. I mean, and also the fact that they're finding these also right? Because not just the excavation where they're going deep down and finding new blocks of stone, but just the walls. There's key excavations going on around the walls. So it's like there's possible places where maybe not Earth pushed up around,
the Pasuk says
clearly this place experienced some form of global
ונפש
upheaval.
אשר
And
תאכל
what's really weird
נבלה ותריפה.
about a place like Peru, for
שאמרה לי
example,
ותריפה למה
is
נאמרה
that
שרוצה why does it has
prior to the,
תריפה
well, the
אין
end of the
תריפה
last glacial
חיה
maximum,
שרוצה
around 19,000
תריפה
years ago,
that's alive
when the Earth
and it
started to warm
dies
up
as
again,
a result of its
there were
tarifa
certain
status
climatologically stable corridors, and Peru was one of those areas which was actually quite climatologically stable.
dead already
So at the end of the AGM, last glacial maximum, to the younger dryas, it's about 6,000 plus, 6,000 and change. We've taken ourselves from crossing cars to see the computers in less than 150 years. So the idea, the areas of the world that had stability, for about 6,000 years, creates something incredible. When the younger dryas comes, that takes it all away from the start. It's very provocative because of, again, the existence of the structures are very quite pristine actually in their standing, very simple, and yet they are surrounded by megaliths and multi-ton structures that have gone through incredible damage.
already in the
And
daylight.
what I was getting at, what I was saying about that area is the way the stones are
And it was like, why does the
protected against
passing
earthquakes.
Yeah, dissipate the
that
force
would
through these different areas. It allows for the force, the
shape of
kinetic
that
force to dissipate through the
And even
structure.
if
So
it was
they
shafted
focus
while it
all
was
in
straight,
one
so it
area of
didn't
it. So it's
die of
clearly
shape
done
status.
for the purposes
It
of
was shafted
trying
while
to
it was
prevent
shaper.
massive
Nevertheless,
amounts
was
of
the halach is
force.
that what?
Where would
And
they
it
get
goes in
that type of a concept
what
from?
they study with
It
the
makes me
shita,
wonder,
and
because
you
we
shaft
did
an
have a
animal,
knowledge
you
of
shaft
great
the bird.
cycles.
You find
Like
it,
the Adam and
you
Eve story, you know,
shaper,
that thing that was
the halach
classified by the
is
CIA for a minute.
I'm
The Adam
gonna
and Eve
choose
story.
element
It was classified by the
It was
CIA.
listed on their Freedom of Information
Oh,
application.
right. What was that again?
It was a deep research into cycles, great cycles of cataclysmic destruction on Earth by a guy called, his name was Shanti Ellsworth, it was a fake, not a real name. And he actually had at the beginning of it like a series of people he listed who, without knowing what this would be possible, it was like, you know, top 5 star generals. It's like, okay. So, you know, this guy had a chance on this Adam and Eve story. It's all about this great cyclical cataclysm that does take place every, was it like 12,000 years or something like that? And that the ancients had a knowledge of this. And I think that this is something that we will probably begin to realize is that somewhere in deep antiquity there was a level of knowledge that is very contradictory to what we understand now. And I think places like Peru, places like Egypt, and others, Malta, Göbekli Tepe, of course, it's becoming very cold. There was proof of this.
Also, when you see the spikes of the Earth's temperature, when you see those ups and downs, those glaciers, those warming periods, like, is there a uniform time in between those spikes?
In terms of,
Is it like predictable?
I don't know.
So like every just
I don't
fucking
I imagine
last 12,000 years coming back, right?
What
probably not, but this is one of the things that people in, like, you know, the tourists will say they're keeping from
the
this.
Libra
Yes, there
status,
are 12,000
removing
years.
the Vela status,
We're
seemingly
just not
very
to know that
Russia.
knowledge,
He
but
said he think out
that's
the positive, which
I don't
compares,
Well,
which
they
compares
have
what, which compares to
models
Behema,
exactly.
just like
Yeah,
Behema. He's no longer a shaper after the experience.
we do know
So
that it's
the
never
open
static, and we do know that there have been these periods, and they do look like a strange graph. It's not a flat line, like it's all getting warmer. No, it's always crazy. So like, what is causing these dips and these rises and these weird periods that seem to be rhythmic? You know what I'm saying? It's not like there's an immense time of heating and a small time of cooling. And then,
all right, so it's like good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our time with our sponsors for the month of Kashva, Stephen Parisian, for dedicating all the Sherman Joshua this month in loving memory of Steve. Father Albert Zin William Steve Ben Chaim Shkol Rafa on the occasion of his 20th yard session. And our only sponsors for today, Ayala and Sarah Steinbush, and this was continued help. Sylvanas Anna Bas Susha,
obviously it's not moving because it's
for an
tissue,
ultimate and enduring
but that
reform
doesn't
for
mean
Rainbow.
that there's not a force
And
that's
Bracha and
all
Restream,
connected.
memory of Yaakov Ben Yisrael.
Exactly.
Aaron,
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think
Dova Bas
plasmic intelligence
Avram,
is very
Label
interesting,
Ben
because it's this
Yaakov,
idea
and
that a
Frankel Bas
self-organizing
Label
plasmic
Zichron
structure can some
Gabriel, and
way
Merit of our Talmud Torah. All those in the
consciousness
Shem
inside of
Sab
it. We
Melvin,
don't
the families in the
understand
Chama,
where
all those in
consciousness
the
comes
Torah
from. We still
should
don't.
have
So it's very
one
open to
together
the
with
idea of
Kol,
possibility.
Ole,
And
Yisrael, and
some
Halvai
pretty
Shizot, and
interesting
Nes Hashem.
scientists like
Continue to
Dr.
show us
Seth
cloud
Case,
stuff.
the guy that
Well,
looks
so with that, let us
the
begin. The
UFO
first gap ahead of us
UFO
today, the
patents
gap
that got put out a
is
few years back, like
Isaiah 67,
underwater,
and
undersea
we are picking up in Nes Hashem
plasmic generators and things like this. You could say US Space Force engineer, and
it's
very much of the opinion that plasma itself is
capable of
becoming conscious
66
on its own.
The Mishnah says as follows.
99% of the observable universe is made out of plasma. 99%. Okay, isn't it weird how we get taught about
we started this interesting yesterday, but let's just start it again. It's okay. But Kulan and Tam Mishnah, what is it now? The Mishnah is picking up with what we call, batch carbonics. Meaning what? It happens, right? These are the carbonic outtakes. So what happens over here? Something went wrong with the carbon. Now, by the way, as we've seen already, there's a variety of different things that can go wrong. What went wrong is not really as important in this moment as the fact that halacha l'maisa, and remember, we're talking about carbon off. See, the kata off, ola off. So what exactly went wrong is not so important. What matters right now is you have a carbon hull that is not usable. It's not usable. So now we're in Mishnah telling even though again it's not usable, but Kulan in the town of Beis Havliya. So remember again, halacha l'maisa, even though it's not usable. However, Malika removes the status of Nevela. As we spoke about at the end of yesterday's year, halacha l'maisa, generally an animal dies without shchita, then it's called a Nevela. A Nevela can be from the Margo Lamasa with either carrying or with touching. But when an animal has shchita, even if it's actually unfit for consumption, it's no longer a Nevela, therefore no longer can be Tumah. The same idea applies by bird offerings as well. Once a bird offering has had malika, even if it turns out that the carbon is not a valid carbon, malika is the equivalent to shchita and removes tumah. So therefore, again, this bird carcass will not go ahead and convey tumas nevela. Incredible. So it says, furthermore, they are all subject to Nehila. Now, let's say now a word about this for just a moment. When is something subject to Nehila?
Is there a way to create gold?
Generally, what is Nehila? Nehila means, again, let's define our terms. So inappropriate use or mundane use of consecrated property. Let me further qualify that. Mundane personal use of consecrated property. When is something subject to Nehila? When it's not given over to human use. If something is given over to human use, it's not subject to Nehila. Let me give you an example. So let's say, again, a carbon before Zrika is subject to Nehila. After Zrika, for example, let's take a chatas. Chatas off. So let's remember again, chatas off. How is the chatas off done? Number one, quick review. How many simanim? Chatas off? One. Right? Again, it has both Zrika and Nisui. Where's the blood applied? Right? Ultimately again below. What happens ultimately again to the body of the bird after you do your Zrika and Nisui? What happens to it? It's eaten by the Kohanim. Now again, since the chatas is given over to Kohanim, therefore again it's no longer subject to Nehila, right? Which makes sense now again, even though you and I, us non-Kohanim, right? I can't eat that carbon. I can't eat that chatas, but since it's given over to consumption for someone, i.e. the Kohanim, therefore it's no longer subject to Nehila. So that just remember that rule. Once something is usable by someone, it's not subject to Nehila. Usable by no one, it is subject to Nehila. So the first thing the Mishnah is introducing you to is that halacha l'maisa, if you have a carbon off and the carbon didn't work, whatever the reason, the malika it's not working, the carbon is invalid. So number one, it is not metame. So in other words, the malika worked like shchita, it's not the nevela. Number two, the Mishnah says it will still be subject to Nehila. What's in such the Nehila? Okay. With the exception of what's not subject to Nehila, chatas house that was done lamata, meaning the blood application was done appropriately below the chota sikra. Kimaisa chatas, and procedurally it was done exactly like the chatas is supposed to be done. L'shem chatas, with the intention for chatas, which is another way of saying a proper chatas. A proper chatas is not subject to Nehila. Why is the proper chatas not subject to Nehila? Why not? Because since it's consumed by the Kohanim, it's given over for use by someone, therefore not subject to Nehila. Now again, remember, it's not subject to Nehila once the Zrika is done. Right? Obviously, please read all this as Nehila, but post this as Nehila. But let's say that this stands in contradistinction, for example,
context where it's kind of
the
like
chatas
made
al.
to mind
Sorry,
the
to
goal.
olas al.
That's all I'm
Because
saying,
remember,
right?
this
It's
olas al.
right?
Who's the
Yeah,
consumable
Zechariah's
by?
teaching, though,
Who's
is
the
very
consumable by?
controversial.
No,
Very
right? It's
stupid
fully
to
on this
know,
gap. So because
right?
it's not given over
But I
to
do
anyone,
know that I was,
therefore
when I was talking
subject
about
to
Zechariah, I was talking
milah.
about the website Sitchin is wrong.
Incredible. The Gemara goes
So
like
this
this.
website, it seems
Right,
like he was
just
the
to
only
take a quick
one
look at
that was
Rashi, just to
buying
show you
into
this.
that.
Rashi
And,
says this
you know,
is
when I
in
talked to
the
Wes Huff,
bottom line, the wide
he
lines about
doesn't even
2,
think
4,
that
6,
Zechariah
8,
Sitchin could
9
actually be
lines up at the bottom.
experiment.
חוץ מחטא
Fucking
שאול
guess
שאסור
people
למטה כמעשה חטא ושם חטא שירה היא ויש לש"ס התר לכהנים ושוב אין במחילה אפילו לזר. So listen, you hear how interesting this is? Since if a chata sa'ot is done appropriately, like you go through the entire procedure, it is given over to the kohanim for consumption. Therefore, it's not subject to milah, even to a zar. Right? Which means if I go ahead and I come into the base of English and I go ahead and I take that bird and I use it for fuel in my fire. And again, in some maybe it's something a little bit different, but I use it for fuel. I'm that's not milah. It's not milah. It might be that. Right? In other words, I take the kohanim, but the right say not milah. So once something has a heter, right? It's not heter. Ultimately, again, that's subject to milah. Fascinating. All right, let's go back there. Olas also salamata k'maisa chatas l'shem chatas. These words say now we get a little bit more complicated. Watch this case.
At the end of the day,
Watch this case. Olas al. So now again, olas al. Let's go through this. Olas al. How many simanim? How many simanim? Two. Right? Remember again, what do you do with it? Mitzui, right? You can squeeze out the blood. Where do you squeeze out the blood from? Head and body, right? Head and body both offered up separately. Where's the blood application? Lamala above the kotasikra, and ultimately again fully burned on the mizbech. Okay, so now in this case, I messed up my olas halv. I messed up my olas halv. Right? How do I mess? By the way, Joe, you're my hero. Anyone who joins that Yom during Svachim, right? Either you're out of your mind or you're ridiculously holy. Right? I'm gonna go with the second, ridiculously holy. Welcome. Okay. Now let's say make sure your next Tuesday comes back.
This is the reality of
Says the Gemara, Ola Sa'ol, Shasal Lemata, K'maisa Chatas L'Shem Chatas. So watch this. So now, in this case, I messed up Ola Sa'ol. What did I do wrong? So again, number one, Asal Lemata, which means what? Where did I do the blood application? Below the Chota Sikra. Problem number one. Because remember again, where Ola Sa'ol done? Lemala. So issue number one is I messed up the blood application. Number two, K'maisa Chatas. And procedurally, I treated this like a chatas, which means what? One simon, right? One simon with leaving the head attached. So already again, I'm totally messing this up. Wrong blood placement, wrong procedures, the same chatas. And ultimately, again, I had in mind that it should be for a chatas. I totally botched this on every single level. So the shaila now is, what's the status of the covenant? The Velozer Omer, Molimba. The Velozer says it is subject to Milah. It's subject to Milah. The Velozer said, now why would it be subject to Milah? Look at Rashi. So Rashi says, the Velozer said about 6 lines up about him. The Ha'olahi, the Milah, says Shas Hadot Milah. So the Velozer says, look, it's subject to Milah. Why is it subject to Milah? Why? Because it's an Olah. And the only thing that removes you from the Milah is what? A Shas head. Remember, what I said, this is important. In order to be extracted from the construct of Milah, what do you need? There has to be permissibility to someone. In this case, was this botch Olah ever permissible to someone? No. And since its designation is an Olah, as much as you mess this up on every single level, it is still subject to Milah. The Yeshua says, no, in Molimba, absolutely not. It's not in Milah. So we're going to see something absolutely, dramatically, ridiculously, overwhelmingly amazing, which is that Yeshua actually holds that this Olah is converted into a chatas. I know, it's crazy. I know it's crazy, but it's actually going to be true. Let's make it Yeshua. He says that when you have a situation like this, even though designatively wise, right? But designatively wise, it was instead of being Olah, since on every single level, right? The actual blood application, the actual procedure, so the actual kavanah, you did it with Shem Chatas, it becomes a Chatas. Now, the good news about that is once it becomes a Chatas is not subject to Milah. Right? Why? Why not? because it's usable by the Kohan. So let's say, so fascinating machlokes. So again, which we'll see. And if you look at it, it actually says 4, 5, and the bottom of the shul of Eiman, even the Shina Shma Umasa Umekoma, the Shin Chatos Nasis Chatos. It was wild. Wild again. And Yeshua says that literally again, even though the whole intention of this was to do an Olah, because we changed it essentially procedurally and Kavanah wise to a Chatos, it becomes a Chatos. Crazy. So okay, it not just becomes a conversation. I'm going to excuse me. So Eliezer is disputed to Rabbi Yeshua. So the Eliezer says back, Eliezer, Uma in Chatos, Shein Molim Balishma. So when it comes to a Chatos, when it comes to that, when you're done with Shema, when you Chatos the Shema, there is no milah. Okay? If you see a Shema, when you go ahead and you have in mind for something different, ultimately, it is subject to milah. So that's the case. Ola Shemol and Bal Shema. Therefore, Ola, which is subject to milah when done from the Shema, Kishashina Eshma, Inodin Shema. Certainly, if you go ahead and halakha like to change its designation, it should be subject to milah. That's his kavachomer. Yeshua Karchak. I'm going to show about in Amr Chakach. Most of it, I actually want to point out how interesting it is to see this type of dialogue in the Mishnah. Like, you don't usually see this dialogue in the Mishnah. This sounds like Gemara dialogue. Interesting. I'm going to be Yeshua. No, in Amrit. I'm going to be Yeshua. No. In Amrit, the Chata Shashina Eshma B'Shem Ola, so they show the parts back. It's not true. Think about this. If you have a Chatos, which you change the designation, right? You change the Kavanah for an Ola. You get it for an Ola. Shina Eshma B'Davar Sheish B'Milah. You're changing the designation to something that is subject to Milah. Tomar Ba'ola Shashina Eshma B'Shem Chatos. In the case of an Ola that was offered up B'Shem Chatos, Shina Eshma B'Davar Shein B'Milah. You're changing the designation ultimately again to something that is not subject to Milah. Kabbalah Samachai 67a. Amar Lo Rabbi Eliezer. I'll bring you a case of Kachek Hadashim. I was thinking about Kachek Hadashim. I'm going to say this way back a little bit ago. Where are Kachek Hadashim shafted? Where they shafted? Softened. Right? So, as opposed to Kachek Kali, where are Kachek Kali shafted? Anyway, they're supposed to say, by the way, how good does it feel to possess carbonic knowledge? And how good does that feel? To not be mystified, baffled, and pretend like you don't hear the question when someone asks you something about carbonics. But at least to be in possession of some, I'm not getting sneaky, but at least to be in possession of some basic carbonic knowledge. And if you're thinking to yourself, well, I don't possess an answer, it's okay. It's not too late because we're going to be doing this for the foreseeable future, right? So even if you have not yet amassed your basic carbonic knowledge, just open your ears, open your heart, and again it'll flow in. So again, the Lord says like this: when it comes to Kachek Hadashim, Sheshkitasam Sheshacham B'Garam B'Shacham Sheshachim Kam Yohichma. Moshe, watch this. What about a case of Kachek Hadashim, which again, you made the mistake. Where did you do? You shachted in the south. Now again, well, I remember again, that's wrong because Kachek Hadashim are shachted in the south, are shachted in the north. And what happens? You shachted the same Kachek Hadashim. They must say that here's a case where you back Kachek Hadashim. You do two things wrong. Number one, Kavanah wise, you did it wrong. You did it with the same Kachek Hadashim, like the lowest section of Kavanah, like a shlomin, right? And number two, you also botched it because you did it in the south, as opposed to Kachek Hadashim that had to be done in the north. In this case, Shekin Shina Eshma, but that was in Bombila. Change the designation to something that does not have to be lost, like the Kachek Hadashim don't have to be lost. For more in mind, yes, they will still be subject to Milah. Those who are going to the Lord that says, that's going to be a true art, so don't wonder about the case of the Olah. Because he really changed his designation. There's some that says subject to Milah, Shema Lubah. So it's the true subject to Milah, like the original designation. I'm going to be pretty sure there's no law. In Amrit the Kachek Hadashim, the Shachtan, the Garam, the Shachtan, and the Kachek Hadashim. Now, it's like the case of Kachek Hadashim. So again, I will say, number one, you back the location. Like you should have been done on the north, you did in the south. And furthermore, again, you back the intent. You should have been done with Shem Kachek Hadashim, but instead you did it with Shem Kachek Hadashim. Shekhin Eshma L'Davashim, you focus on the head. So this is very interesting. You change the designation ultimately again to something that is both Isser and Heter. Now let's see if it's interesting. Kachim Kalin Remember again, let's take a shlomin for example. A shlomin has part of it that is consumed by the owners, like Kohanim, and part of it that's burnt on the Mizbeach. The part that is burnt on the Mizbeach is subject to Ne'ilah, and the part that is consumed is not subject to Ne'ilah. See, interestingly enough, this is a different kind of case. It's different than the case of the old one that was shechted l'shem chatos, because there you totally switch its designation, and it is not subject to Megillah at all. Okay, so let's say, so bottom line, what comes out from the Mishnah are a number of important facts. Number one, even when you mess up a carbon oath, if you did malika, ultimately again, that will remove any type of thought. Right? So malika takes away the Vela status. It's exception ultimately. That's halacha number one. Halacha number two. But it is fully subject to Ne'ilah. The only time a carbon oath is not subject to Ne'ilah is when? A chatos. Because again, when it comes to Ne'ilah, Ne'ilah is removed ultimately again when it is permitted for usage by someone. But if it's not permitted for usage by someone, it ultimately remains subject to Ne'ilah. The rest of the Mishnah then is designated to one simple case. You have an Ola Sa'ol that you totally messed up. How did you mess it up? You did proper Malika, but ultimately, again, blood placement was wrong. Like, when you put the blood below the red line, below the Chota Sikra, that's problem number one. Procedurally, you followed the procedure for Chatos, and you even had Kavanah for Chatos. What is the status of this Kavanah? So the Lord says, ultimately, again, Halacha l'maisa, it is subject to Ne'ilah. Because essentially he says it's treated like an Olah. It's treated like an Olah, even though again, halacha l'maisa, it won't satisfy your obligation as an Olah. It is treated like an Olah. And the Yeshua says, what are you talking about? It's not treated like an Olah. And I'm sure this say this explicitly. Rashi says, if I've seen the Gemara, essentially the Yeshua says, no, it's converted to a chatos. And once it's converted to a chatos, ultimately not subject to Ne'ilah. The rest of the Mishnah is then going back and forth regarding this machlok. It's good. Says, well, let's go. I was going to say sign up. 67 Gemara. Tanya, I'm going to go to Yeshua.
Are you saying aliens?
Below the Yeshua like this. Hashem shechted the stuff on the Shem from Yokia. What's the still going on? So what about the following case? What about Hashem that was shechted in the north? Also, again, for the sake of shlamim, we'll prove my point. Now, both say, remember again, in this case, Hashem, what category is Hashem? Category? Kashe Kadashim. Right, Kashe Kadashim, right? Hashem Chatos, Kashe Kadashim. So where is it normally shechted? Right? South, north. Now, again, see here in this case, you went ahead, you shechted it in the right location, but you shechted it for the wrong designation. Right? Ultimately, again, right? Again, the halacha l'maisa. So I point out is Asham. Remember, Afrika is not subject to law because Asham like us is consumed by the Kohanim. So halacha l'maisa over here, you shechted it in the right place, but for the wrong designation. Shishina Eshmo, ultimately you change the designation to more than and it is subject to Ne'ilah, which is interesting. So what you see from here, that a change of designation ultimately again can go ahead and make it subject to Ne'ilah. Therefore, don't wonder about the piece of Olah. Even though you change the designation, Shema Rupa, and it should still be subject to Ne'ilah. However, it just went back and forth. Rishon says, no. In Amrit Ba'asham, Shem Shina as Shmo, Lo Shina as Mikomo. So here's the difference with the Asham case. It's true. You changed the designation. You had it in mind, ultimately again for Shlamim, but you did it, you offered it in the right place. Tomar Ba'olah, in the case of the Olah, this is referring to the case of the Mishnah. Like the most, again, remember, the case of the Mishnah was the most extreme case of change. You have an Olah Sa'ot, and what did you do? You had in mind that it should be for a chatos. Procedurally, you did like a chatos. You applied the blood like a chatos. And you changed everything over here. Tomar Ba'olah, Shishina Eshma, Shishina Esmikola. In the case of the Mishnah, you changed the place and the designation ultimately again of the Olah. Amalo Rabbi Eliezer said, Asher Sheshachtu B'dam L'Shem Shlamim Yochia. I'm bringing it up. What about the case of an Asham that was shechted in the south, the Shem Shlamim? I will say here, you botched everything, right? Because Asham is supposed to be done where? It's Safon in the north. So here you shekel it in the wrong location for the wrong designation. The Gemara says, Sheshina Eshma B'Shina Esmikamo. You change ultimately again literally the designation of the carbon, and you also change the location. And yet, Umol involved will be subject to Milah. So to don't wonder about the case of the Olah. Even though there was a, remember, whenever we say Olah, we're referring to the case in our Mishnah. That's the Olah Sa'ot, where again everything was done with Shin Chatos. So don't wonder about the case of the Olah. Even though you went ahead and you changed the designation, Shema means like you changed the designation and you changed the location, it will still be subject to Mi'ilah. No, because in the case of Asham, where you change the designation, you change the location of Loshinas Masa, but procedurally, you still did to it what's supposed to be done for Asham. Yet in the case of Mishnah Tomar Ba'oba Shashim, Ve'es Ma'asehah, Shashinas Mikoma. See, I will say what's very unique about the case in Mishnah is that Manashi changed everything about the carbon, right? The only thing that was Ola about this carbon, Ola was what? Was the initial designation. But after that, everything else that you did was halacha l'mensa, some type of Ola, some type of chatos. From a Rava, the name of Ray, why does it say Ashim Shishak to the down machine from the machinery value? So why not go and stop? So why not start the following case? Maybe the case of Ashim should like this. A Russian that was shafted in the south, so the third was against, remember that wrong location, the shame shvamin, right, wrong designation, the machinery value for wrong owners. Ooh, that's good. It's not good, it's bad. But in terms of like from a change perspective, you changed everything. Shishina Eshmo, Shishina Esmikomo, Shishina Esmais. So in that case over here, you changed everything. You changed the designation, you changed the location, and you changed the procedure. So you want to need the local Hati, so ultimately, again, from the fact that Rabbi Eliezer did not answer this, it turns out that also that what? Rabbi Eliezer must have been convinced of the reasoning of Rabbi Yoshua. We'll say, here we go, here it is, get ready for it, get ready for it. The Omer Rav Ada Ba'ava, Omer Haya Rabbi Yoshua. Rabbi Yoshua is the same thing. We'll say, this is, now remember, we've said this outside, but we've never seen this explicitly, and the Gemara is just coming to this conclusion right now, and it sounds like even Rabbi Eliezer, who is the disputing of Rabbi in the Mishnah, comes around to this logic. And what is this logic here? It is Ola Sa'of Sha'asa Lemata K'maise Chatos L'Shem Chatos. So if you have an Ola Sa'of, then ultimately again, you did Lemata, you did the blood application, ultimately below the red line. And procedurally, you're doing it just like a chatos, and l'shem chatos you have kavana for a chatos. Get ready for it. Even shemava tvasim and echad nimsheches v'nasis chatos ha'ol. Now, once you check in one simon, the carbon is fundamentally transformed into a chatos ha'ol. I will say that is dramatically amazing, bordering on ridiculous, right? Because I will say nowhere else in the world of carbonos do we ever find that a carbon can actually be transformed into something else. But here, Rabbi Yishua's logic is like this. In this case, I understand you designated it as a chatas, as I understand, but l'maisa, you've done nothing that indicates that this is an Ola Sa'of and Paket. It's the opposite. Everything you've done ultimately again has shown that what? That this is a chatas. And I will say again, I want to point out what's unique. Every single step in this carbonic process is screaming chatas. Screaming chatas. This is what the Shua says, essentially, let's halachically and categorically transform it into a chatas, which is incredible. That's super incredible. I will say, that's what Risho's logic, and it turns out it sounds like Eliezer are using it. There's also a tremendous haskell in this. What's the tremendous haskell? In life, at the end of the day, what truly defines you is not what you think, but it's what you do. You can think whatever you want. It's your actions that truly concretize, create, and solidify your identity. So you could have a machshava that I'm an ola sa'ol. You could think that. But if you behave like the chatas, then that's what you are. Who you are and what you are is defined by what you do, not what you think. Not to say that what I will say now, I know what you're going to say, I know what you're thinking. You're like, oh my gosh, your man is using that you need to contradict the Psalmic. Right? Because the Psalmic just said to us the last 2 mornings that it's all about the creation. It's all about what you desire. Again, yes, desire is incredibly important. But at the end of the day, the metric of successful living is not what you think, but it's what you do. The Lord said this is one of the greatest challenges in life. Because we all have beautiful ideas and hashkafas, goals, and inspirations, and it's beautiful, it's fantastic. But Lamaisa, having beautiful thoughts and beautiful goals and vision aspirations really is only meaningful if they find expression in dynamic activity. What you think in life will only get you so far, but it's what you do that truly solidifies and concretizes who and what you are. You can think all you want that you're Ola Sa'of, but if your behaviors are chatos, then your behaviors define ultimately who you are. Incredible. The Gemara says, if that's the case, so that's the case. So then the reverse should also be true. Right? What's the reverse case? The reverse case is like this. So chatas, so again I will say, so if I have a chatos, then I did lamala. So I did a blood applications above the chotasekra. Good or bad? Good or bad? Chatos bad, right? Because remember, chatos is below ola. So in this case over here, I'm doing the blood applications like an ola. Kemaisa ola. And again, I'm treating it like an ola as well. Treating like an ola as well. So that's the case. He malik boss but my say that the ola self say just the opposite. If I have a chatos, and the chatos, right, it doesn't have chatos, and I do a blood application above, and I do a procedure like an ola, as soon as I shut it, what's it mean? Ultimately, it's you transform into an ola. The case came out in maybe you'll say, yeah, you're right, that should work. That should work. Here's the problem. This is how the Mishnah is set up. My love, Kaki Atzah V'Sulo. Now, both says, you know this, by the way, the Mishnah only discusses one case. That was the case in Mishnah. The case in Mishnah was an Ola Sa'ol that was done like a Chatas. The Mishnah never discusses the other case. Never discusses the Chatas Sa'ol that was done like an Ola. So the words of my love, Kaki Atzah V'Sulo, isn't it saying that this is the structure of the Mishnah and don't infer any other case? No. And the Gemara says, no, perhaps this is the structure of the Mishnah in its entirety. In other words, perhaps the Mishnah was just giving one example of an Ola Sa'ol that was done like a Chatas, but maybe the same logic can apply ultimately again to a Chatas that was done like an Ola. The Rashi says it's not true. I'll tell you why. Ola Sa'ol, the case of an Ola Sa'ol that essentially was done fully like a Chatas. And done fully means blood application, procedure, and intent. The reason why that becomes a chatas kevan, the ha'hechshira b'simin echad, v'hechshira b'shnei simon. So let's say, so ultimately, v'ola sa'ol l'mata lesa. So let's say, here's the issue. The issue is like this. The reason why that'll work, that case of Ola Sa'ol done like a chatas, is because once the blood application is done below, you're out of the parsha of Ola. There's no such thing as an Ola that has a blood application below. Furthermore, again, interestingly enough, there's a commonality between Ola Sa'ol, which is all of them require checking of Simon. Obviously, Ola 2, chatas 1. But once you've done that first one, you've done the blood application below, you've removed yourself from the parsha of Ola. Even the malach was seen echad and shechas benasis chatas ha'ol. So also, this is incredibly important. Remember, this all goes back to 114 by Karbanos, which is this Yuka defines everything. So once you're talking about a case where you give zika or mitzvah, below the chotasekra, there's nothing, you can't call yourself an Ola anymore. Like there's certain actions that a person does that are done that fundamentally remove something categorically. So once the blood is applied below, that's it, you're not an Ola anymore. You can't be an Ola. Al-Chatas Ol, listen to this. Even the Amar Malika B'Chomok Shira, V'chi Malach B'Sim Tifsla. Interesting enough, by Chatas Ol, right, Mas said that what? That Malika is kasher ultimately again anywhere. So the Gemara says, so once that happens, you know, you're actually small, she's very cross. Even the Amar Malika B'Chomok B'Mizbeach Shira, Mishum Malika's Mala in Kan Shinui Lachkein and Shin Chatas. שינוי השם. וכי בנדחתוס גרמה עבודס בסימין אחד, מקודם שנגמר מהסעורה, חל עליה שמחר שינוי לככולו בשורש השלוש. Since Chata, since it can be done anywhere, therefore the first sin echad ipsala. So we'll say, so that's the case. One sin, ultimately again this is invalidated Chata. The other mullet either sin in the mashka havi also. So there's the difference. Chata interesting enough is more the issue just is one first sin is cut, and it's cut in a way of a Chata's psula that renders it unfit. How you can't then go ahead and say Moshech the second sin, but now which transforms ultimately into an Omer. In other words, by the Chata's case, once already messed up the process is messed up already by the first sin. Omer doesn't become until when? The second sin. But once it's been messed up at stage 1, you can't then recategorize it at a Chatas at stage 2. Finish up the rest of that. Rashi, he says, once keeping the Chatas Gora Avodas and saying, Nikodem Shugma Maisola. So remember again, the Chatas designation is solidified and concretized earlier because it becomes a Chatas after the first sin in the Shechting. Once that happens, Kal Aleh Shem Chatas, Shenim What's happening over here? This is fascinating. This is so interesting. A chatas becomes a chatas way, right? At the moment you check one sin. What's the problem with the chatas in our case over here? You're having in mind for what? You're having in mind for what? Ola. So the problem is, I just checked it, a chatas, the shem ola. What's the designation of a chatas that checked the shem ola? What's halacha? What's halacha? Let's remember that chatas is the one carbon where if you check the shalom lishma, you can't redeem it. The problem is, I just did the first sin, I checked the shalom lishma, it's possible. So now what do you want to say? When I check the second sin, let it be categorized as an ola. It doesn't work that way. You can't do that. Once something has become possible, you can't go ahead and pull it back and make it conscious. So you see, here is a fascinating distinction. In the case of the ola, that was checked in the shem chatas, ultimately, again, essentially from the beginning, I removed it from the parsha of Ola. How did I remove it from the parsha? Because nothing about it says Ola. Nothing about it says Ola. Everything about it says Chatas. Okay, it's not going to be categorized. In the case of the Chatas, here's the problem. Remember again, a carbon becomes a chatas before it becomes an ola, so to speak, right? Because a chatas becomes a person. So once I discover as a chatas, and I've checked the Grimariga, the shem ola. Once I cut that first sin, I'm done. I messed it up. I messed up because I already did a chatas open the wrong kavara. Once that's been done, the carbon is invalidated. Now you want to say, okay, but keep going. You do the second sin with shem ola. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Once the carbon has been invalidated, you can't bring it back ultimately again to the point of redemption. Fascinating. So the Gemara, Rupa, Omer Hava, and Yeshua. Now we're going to go back and analyze this a little bit. And you might be why. Okay, good. All right. That says as follows. Good. So this was a 555, that's fine. So Rupa, maybe 550. Omer Hava, Yeshua. All right, so once now we're going back. Remember, all of this really centers on what core principle of Rabbi Yeshua, which is that what? That you could take an Ola Sa'ol that has been compromised on every single level and transform it into a Chad. I'm sorry. You could take an Ola Sa'ol that was compromised on every single level and ultimately transform it into a Chad. That's Rabbi Yeshua's core concept. Now we're going to analyze this a bit more. So, Rupa, Over Yeshua, Ola Sa'ol Salamata, Kimai Sechatos, the Shem Chatos, if you have an Ola Sa'ol, this is the Mishnah. You have an Ola Sa'ol ultimately again. That was compromised on every single level, meaning number one, blood application below the red line. Number two, procedurally, it was done like a chatos. Number three, it was done with shem chatos. One, two, malika on one siman. Mishakas dinasis chatos. Ultimately, again, it becomes a chatos, transformed into a chatos on the days. So Tasha Shabbat said this is a really interesting case. So these cases are a little bit more involved. Listen to this. Chatos l'zu ba'olo l'zu. Alright, so we'll say now watch this case. Take a look at Rashi. This is very interesting. So the second Rashi, Chatos Lazu, Rachel. Very interesting. Also, it's not so common that Rashi uses names, which is also fascinating. Rachel. By the way, if Rashi uses names, you know this is confusing. Alright, so here we go. So listen to this. So Rachel, Shahaisa Tzricha Chatos Luegasa, Ba'olasa Kvar Karvas. So here's the case. Remember again, we haven't really gotten into this in terms of like when you bring bird offerings, but one of the cases where a person will potentially bring bird offerings is in the aftermath of childbirth. Childbirth, again, it doesn't have to be birds, but if a person is impoverished, they can bring birds. So what happens? So Rachel has to go ahead and bring out, after birth, you bring in Chatos and an Ola. So Rachel Baruch Hashem Mazel Tov had a baby, she has to bring a Chatos and an Ola. But she already brought her Ola. So she has to bring a Chatos. So again, Rachel Leah both gave birth. So what happened? Rachel brought her Ola, but still needs to bring a Chatos. Leah brought her Chatos, but still has to bring her Ola. So you do that Hashem up to Beis Hamikdash with a bird. So Rachel can be looked, the couple who played the Achas, the Chatos Rachel, who played the Achas, the Ola, Leah, the rest of the place. What happens? Rachel and Leah are good friends. Again, Rachel needs a Chatos, she already brought the Ola. Leah needs an Ola, she already brought the Chatos. Together they bought a pair of birds. They brought the birds to the Kohen. Said Kohen, Rachel needs a Chatos, Leah needs an Ola, get to it, and they give the Kohen this pair of birds. So what happens? So Chatos was the Ola, so I will say that what happens? The Kohen gets a little bit confused. What does he do? It's a lot of pressure. It's a lot of pressure. So I say, so what happens now if you offered up both birds lamala? So essentially what that means is you offered up both birds as an Ola. Both birds as an Ola. So what's the halacha? Mechza kasher, mechza pasal. So again, that means the Ola's kasher. So whoever needed the Ola, she's good to go. And whoever needed the Chatos, she's a pasal. She missed out. It's not good. She's bringing on the Chatos. Shtei lamata, right? Again, so if you offered up both birds below, what does that represent? Like a Chatos. Then again, mechza kasher, mechza pasal. Then again, the one who needed the Chatos, she's good to go. But the one who needs the Ola, she needs to bring the other carbon. Achas lamala, the achas lamata. Oh, watch this. What happens if you offer one of them above and one of them below? So we'll say, what's the halacha? Shtei and Sulos. Wow, fascinating. Then both are possible. Both are possible. Why are both possible? Shani Omer, Chatos Karva Lamala, Va'ola Karva Lamala. Because since it was in this case, we have to be concerned maybe the Kohen offered up the wrong carbon in the wrong place. And therefore, maybe you offered up ultimately again the Ola below and the Chatos above. So neither ultimately again are going to be yours. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. So what happened over here? So the answer was, I understand. But based on what we said, again, why would you say Shnei and Psulos? Right? Why would you say Shnei and Psulos? Worst case scenario over here, with both of them are offered below, I could understand why perhaps one who needed the Ola wouldn't be Yotzei. But both Kabbalah should be kosher. Why? I will say, what did we say about ultimately again an Ola Sa'ol that is totally offered up like a Chatos? What's halacha? The Kaddish becomes like a Chatos. So girls, so you can say the woman who needed a Chatos, she's good to go. The woman who needed an Ola, okay, she's not Yotzei, but halacha l'maisa, carbon is still effective. Why would you say Shtei and Psulos? You must say, no, I'll tell you why. Yeshua, the Chad Gavra, betrayed Gavri the Amr. Because it's very possible that halacha l'maisa, when did Rabbi Yeshua say that you can repurpose the carbine? That's by one person. But when you have two people, ultimately again, halacha l'maisa, that's not going to work. If you only apply it again in an individual's carbine, that can be repurposed. But once you're dealing with two people, then Yeshua perhaps would not hold that incredible. So Tashma, Chatos va'olah is Tuman Mefurash. Now watch this. Here's another case. Here's another case. Chatos, Ola, Stuma, Mefurash. He's actually going to be dealing with three sets of words. We'll take a quick look at Rashi for just a moment. You see it actually, it's actually very close. Chatos, Ola, Stuma, Mefurash. Just a full next up. Just keep down a little bit of Rashi. Now we got seen. I love him to the skin. Here we go. Shkin Yashrin, Shalach Hu Gimel Kinim Be'elim. Two women, Rachel and Leah. They brought together three pairs of birds that they're sharing. They're sharing in all these pairs of birds. Here we go. Zut Tzricha Ola V'kan Shalem. Achas Chatos V'achas Ola. The Hainu Shtei Olos V'chatos. So one woman needs an Ola. She needs a bird pair, plus an olah, which means she needs two olos and one chatos. The why is irrelevant right now, but this is what she needs. The zut tzricha shtei chatos v'olah. Another woman needs one chatos and a pair. So one woman needs two olos and a chatos, and one woman needs ultimately again two chatos and an olah. U'pershu echa min hakinim play the olah l'zu, play the chatos l'zu. Echa min hakinim l'mitzvah stuma. U'pershu iza play the chatos ve'iza play the olah. V'agimo persha play the zu olah u'play the zu chatos. Al hashemos ba'ilem loris parshu. Okay, so I watch this case. So essentially, these women collectively need three pairs of birds. Why? Each of them needs a pair, a chatas olah pair, and then each of them individually needs an olah and needs a chatas. So what do? Watch this. So one pair of birds, they said, okay, Rachel, the chatas is for you, the olah is for you. One pair of birds, they said, the chatas is for one and the olah is for the other, and they did not designate which is for which. And the third pair of birds, they didn't even designate which is the chatas, which is the olah. Okay? That's the case over here. Don't ask why, right? They show up to the Beis HaMikdash, and they say to the Kohen, here. You can imagine, you're the Kohen, you're like one of like a PSA agent. My shift is over. I gotta go. I gotta go. Right? So they show up to the Beis HaMikdash, and give again these collective pairs of birds ultimately. All right, so we're gonna stop over here in this case. This is a good case to pick up with tomorrow. It's a short tap tomorrow, so it'll be fine. What a daf.
Weirdly similar to
Have a good day, everyone.
Newgrange is another psychoacoustic temple, if you want to call it a temple. It's a huge mound if you look it up. But within it, they've done, again, acoustic studies, and it propagates infrasound, sound below the threshold of human hearing. And that's the stuff that reverberates through your chest cavity, through your bone structure. That's what that guy is describing. It's infrasonic sound. You know when you're like, yeah. And there's what's that? Oh, God, it's again Neolithic. I don't know the exact date, but it's Neolithic. And these spiral patterns are in the hypogeum. Those spiral patterns are in the hypogeum in Red Ochre. This is Ireland. The same structure. That's very
all right, so listen, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's sacred thing. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Hashvan Amalinu Ladova. Stephen Tarzin, Ragnoria Steve's father, Albert, is being willing to Steve, and friends for the on the occasion of his 20th yard site. The family sponsors for today are Sarah Steinberg, and Sosa continued to for Shulamis Kana Bas Susha. Very cultural ladies, so remember, you know, put all the Shabbos had now, all the families had, and the Chama, all those who haven't given Kol Israel, for which continue to shower, so is Tavos Pav Israel, many years to come. So with that, let us begin with a lot today, which is essentially a little bit of a later start to it. I didn't get back to you until later, so I apologize for that. One of the advantages of being able to focus schedule. So can't control anything else in life, but this time, that's no research. Right? So today's now here is Samuel Zval at 66, and we are picking up on 65 East on the pay on the days. So we left off kind of like in the middle of our conversation over here. Abaye Amar, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, the amount of recording is from the home, so you know the Lazar Shimon and the kind of camel. So we're just trying to interpret a number of different interpretations about that machlokus. Abaye Amar Abaye says, "Lo basim ma'akiv ikabenani." Abaye says, ultimately again, the fundamental machlokus was does one have to cut away the majority of the flesh around the neck by the third offering. Again, there's another machlokus in the Zera Shalai Yisach Tak Amar Shia B'Shibin Ba'olah Sa'olf Ma'akev. So one said, no. The machlokus is actually between the Lazar and the Tana Kamo is whether or not Shia. We spoke about Shia Hosai, remember again in yesterday's daf, but ultimately you gotta remember when you should just stop one of the disqualifying factors is pausing in between the cutting of the first and second simon. Out of concern that if you cut the first and you leave the second and the animal rides, the second simon may cut or maybe cut through the animal's cut is the wrong word. Maybe torn, thank you. Maybe torn through the riding of the animal, not through the act of cutting, which would go ahead and invalidate your shechita. The Gemara says over here, so Yitzchak says, Ad Mashiach is in Shem, all those not, what the focus is whether or not Shihiyah by the second sin, by Ola Salve, ultimately again invalidates the covenant or not. The Chad Amar, Rov Basum Ati. Another thing he says, you have to go ahead and cut the majority of the flesh around the bird's neck. That's the knot. That's whether or not that's knockage, that's the knot. I mean, merciful second. The clouds are going on rope bosser. So is that to say that by Katas Ha'of you have to cut away the majority of flesh? So the merciful Tequila in, yeah, you should. So remember again, remember, I actually make up copies. I'm going to bring a copy tomorrow because it'll still be shot for tomorrow. Also, a very good table that just goes through all of the, one of my Kabbalah books. All of the distinctions between Chatas Ha'of and Olas Ha'of in Eretz Hashem, because we're going to be spending a little bit of time on that in Eretz Hashem, so we'll go through all of that, see all that we can just have it in a total sense right in front of you. But again, remember, one of the distinctions between these two Kabbalos is whether or not the entire both simanim have to be cut, which ultimately, again, for example, Chatas Ha'of, you're only really cutting one siman and you don't attach the head. Olas Ha'of, you're cutting both simanim and detaching the head. So the Gemara discusses over here. The Gemara says over here by Chatas Ha'of, do you require robust? Which the Gemara says yes. That's how you learn. Keep yourself in Chatas Ha'of. How do you go ahead and do Malika by Chatas Ha'of? What's the process for Malika? So the Gemara says, remember again, we'll say Chatas Ha'of. Chatas Ha'of is going to be one sin, right? I really break the Lashon of the Mishnah, just so you understand our Mishnah. The Lashon of the Mishnah is Hayamolik Rosha Mimul Artach Ve'ino Mavio. So the Chatas Ha'of, you're cutting one sin. Ultimately, again, the Lashon of the Mishnah is you do not detach the head. So the Gemara says, "V'hata yekisa mokin Chatas Ha'of Hani Malika by Chatas Ha'of Hotek Shedra." Yes, below low basa. So you cut both the spinal cord as well as the neck bone without cutting through the majority of the flesh. Until you get to the esophagus or the windpipe. So you want to say, if you get, now again, I'm also remember, you're only extracting one of the simanim. It doesn't matter which of the simanim you cut. So you get to the windpipe, you get to the esophagus, the windpipe. You cut one of them, or the majority, because when we're also in general, whenever you speak about cutting simanim, you never have to cut the entirety, you just have to cut the majority. The roll of basar and the majority of flesh along with it. That's by Chatos. By Ola Salve, what's that? You have to cut two simanim. We'll say this is probably one of the biggest distinctions ultimately again between as another distinction. Between Chatas Ha'of and Ola Salve. Chatas Ha'of, leave the head attached and only cut one siman. Ola Salve, cut two simanim. Ola, Shna'im or Roshna. By Ola, ultimately again, two simanim or the majority of two simanim. Amur Kamei Zavir Amar Lo have you not heard that which Restream ben Yochim said, Mishum Rav Elazar ben Hadas, Mishum Rav Elazar ben Shavua, Homer Ani Rav Elazar ben Shimon, Shamati Bechatas of Shlosa, they all said the name of Rav Elazar Shimon said, Shamati Bechatas of Shemavdili. I heard by Chatas of ultimately that what? That Allah saw that Mavdili, that we go ahead and we detach the head from the body. Now that's very interesting because that stands in contradistinction to our Mishnah. The Mishnah said that by Chatas of in Mavdili, you cut one sin. And yet, Rav Elazar Shimon says, I heard at Chatas of that we detach the head from the body. The Gemara says, in my loyalty, we'll say, here's the problem with that position. Here's the problem with that position. It seems to contradict an explicit pasuk. What's the pasuk? Behavior of some elakoin, behavior of some behavior as a shalakatos rishona, umalak as a shalakol, below yavdio. So let's say the Torah repeats that Chatas Ha'of uses lo yavdio. Lo yavdio means what? Do not separate it. which sounds like Tatasol, you are not supposed to separate the head from the body. And again, so just to keep all this in mind, the Mishnah says that Tatasol, you only sheft one sitting and lo yavdo, don't attach. Now the Gemara says, by the way, it's not just a suggestion, it's not like what the Torah is saying. That by Chazon, don't detach the head from the body. Yet, the Veloza Ben Reb Shimon says, I heard that by Tatasol, not human. My lo yavdo, what does it mean the pasuk says lo yavdo, top of Samech Vav? Interesting means you don't have to detach that. In other words, as opposed to Ola Sal, where the obligation is to check through both simanim and remove the head, by Chata Sal, you don't have to. You don't have to. In other words, you don't have to. You just have to. So Rashi says over here, Kapash on 66a, right? So you don't have to remove the head, and therefore, but if you did so, it is not considered to be a deviation in the service itself. It's a fascinating idea. Fascinating idea. So again, just want to point out, this is actually a pretty riveting machlokas. Might not feel that way yet, but it will. Right? So this is pretty riveting machlokas because this gets to the actual core of the avodah katasol. The Mishnah telling us lo yavdo, which means to say that if you did detach the head by katasol, this would actually be a shinur to invalidate the service. Yet the Rav Shimon says, no. Lo yavdo just means you don't have to. But if you did, it's absolutely fine. So here's the interesting part. The interesting part of all of this is how the Rav Shimon read the pasuk, right? Because the pasuk itself says lo yavdo explicitly. So the Rav says lo yavdo just means what? You don't have to detach that. So that's actually reading a phrase on the outside. Kabel bar. So it's nothing to do with the figure, but interesting. What about a bar? What's halacha by a bar? If you dig a pit, let's say in the Shosaratu, not just if you bar, or kiyafers, but if you dig a pit, or you uncover a pit, below your chasenu, and you do not go ahead and cover it back up, and not all shama chamot. So let's say I dug a pit, and I failed to cover it up after I dug it, and Reuben's ox or his donkey falls into the pit. What's the halacha? I am liable. I'm liable for that. So the Gemara says, 1 second. When the pasuk says lo yikasenu, now remember, the blood of Shin. You say, what does lo yavdo mean? What does lo yavdo mean? Does mean you don't have to detach the head. But if you do it, it's fine. So what is lo yikasenu? So lo yikasenu, hakanami. So does that mean with the Muslim terms that lo yikasenu means you're not obligated to go ahead and cover it? The Gemara says, how can I get inside for tassels? To which the Gemara says, no, come on, that doesn't make any sense. Haki ashta hasam even the sit bala boy yishal. You have to read the next bus. The next bus explicitly says, but if you did not cover the pit, then what? Bala boy yishal. The owner of the pit has to pay for anything done. So there is quite explicit halacha l'meisa, failure to cover the pit results in liability. So the Gemara says, "Bala b'yishalim, iluya u'dirami lechasuya." Obviously, the owner of the pit has the obligation to cover it. About hacha, but over here, again, by tatasol, the pasuk says he shall offer it. So the Torah itself makes it fundamental distinction between tatasol and ola sa'ol. Lo yavdio. Why do I need the pasuk of lo yavdio? In other words, once the pasuk ultimately says that you will go ahead and offer it up, Torah makes a fundamental distinction between the process of tatasol and ola sa'ol. If that's the case, then why do you need to be extra phrase lo yavdio? Shmanina in sarach lahavdio. But you see from here that halacha l'maisa, you don't have to go ahead and separate it. So we'll say, so therefore, again, interestingly enough, just an alternate version, not an alternate version, but different opinion. So Tanakama, our Mishnah clearly holds that halacha l'maisa, by tatasol, this one semen is supposed to be severed, and the head is to remain in place. The doctrine is supposed to be separated. On the other hand, the Restream holds that halacha l'maisa, no, you should go ahead. You don't have to separate it, but if you do, it's fine. What's the machlokas? What's the machlokas? The machlokas is that tatasol, you did cut both simanim and you detached the head. According to Tanakama, that tatasol would be invalid. According to Rav Shimon, it would be kosher. It's a fundamental machlokas. Says the Gemara, how do we pass? It was like Tanakama. That by tatasol, ultimately again, you're only cutting one siman. and leaving the head attached. That's how we press it. Because if you notice, by the way, and actually some of the pictures that I sent out earlier in the week, if you notice again some of the black and white pictures, you'll see a picture ultimately again of a Kohen holding a bird with the head pulled back and he's like spritzing the blood. That's chatasol. That's chatasol. Because remember again, the actual mitzvah, right? The zrika and the mitzvah are done with the head actually still attached. That's how we pass it. It's not like a burger. Okay, incredible. Three translating. The word says as follows: Mitzvah dam haguf. Ola. This is actually very important as well. Ola. Afa pisha mitzvah dam haguf. Ola mitzvah dam halosh. Now this is very interesting. So remember. This is not segue. So we saw before that a lot of them. So one of the things that literally before like 2 seconds ago. Since we can track ourselves and all ourselves, is how you detaching the head. How many simon how you detaching the head? So again, by katos, by katos, one simon head attached, by Ola both simon head detached. And also interestingly enough, the other two things is by Ola there's mitzvah, like there's squeezing out of the blood both of the body and of the head, which again makes sense for 2 different parts, right? By chatos, ultimately again only squeezing out of the body. He says in the Matana, but we learn Ola, Afa Pisha Mitzvah Dam Haguf, Ola Mitzvah Dam Halosh. So it's now by Ola, interestingly enough, as much as it's supposed to be squeezing out of the blood, both by the head and by the body. If Halacha L'Maisa, you did the body, but you did not do the head, the carbon is still kosher. Carbon is still kosher. Yochel Mitzvah Dam Halosh, Ola Mitzvah Dam Haguf. You might have thought maybe the opposite is true as well. Now, what if you just squeezed out, right? You didn't need to ultimately again by the head, but didn't do by the body. You might have thought that might be kosher as well. To which the Gemara says, "Hamlomar food." Therefore, the pasuk says food. Now again, the pasuk says, "The shisa also b'knafav lo yavdil." Right? You tear apart, you tear it in two. This is by the olah salt. You tear it in two, but you do not go ahead and tear it into. Well, you tear it apart, but you do not tear it into 2 pieces. Ola food. It's an Ola food. So the Gemara says, "My Talmud sounds like what is food? What does food teach me?" I'm looking up. Mistabra the road drumming the book. Obviously, where's the majority of the blood in the bird? Where's the majority of the blood? Ultimately, again, in its body. So because the majority of the blood in its body, that's going to be the mitzvah. That's going to be the squeezing out that is ma'akiv. But ultimately, again, if you fail to do the squeezing out of the blood of the head, you're still going to be open. There are a couple of very important halachas just to close out of this. So we've gone through obviously many distinctions between chatasol and olah salt. The two that the parrot chose to end off with is number one in the cutting of the siman. So remember again, chatasol, one siman, the head remains attached. Olah salt, two simanim, the head is detached. One of the other distinctions we're going to see, therefore by extension, is chatasol. The mitzvah is squeezing out of the blood is only done from the body, not from the head. By olah salt, the squeezing out of the blood is done both from the body and the head. By olah salt, the halacha is right, the part that is ma'akiv is the squeezing out of the body. If you fail to squeeze out the blood from the head, ultimately again you're still yosef. Incredible. Hadr Allah, kachre kadosh. We'll say mazel tov. But wait, there's water. So let's say we are not finished. We are not finished. Chatasol. Let's go. Chatasol. So now, it's actually interesting. I don't quite understand in general. Like one thing that I guess you never actually learned in Shiva is the structure of Gemara or the structure of Mishnayos or history or a lot of math. Or a lot of other things, but just something interesting to point out is it's interesting how this Mishnah seems to be like literally a direct continuation of the previous Mishnah. So why? I know it's interesting. I'm sure the Mishnah is not the structure of it, but again, nevertheless, this Mishnah is a continuation. So let's now watch this. Now, just to give you kind of just topically, or a little bit of like an overview in terms of what the Mishnah is going to be focusing on is, now that we've spent specifically the last 2 Mishnahs, right? The 2 Mishnahs really are Samach Daled on the days, both of them are on 64b, detailing the distinctions between Chatas Chatas Ha'ol and Olas Ha'ol. Ultimately, again, the Gemara is going to discuss halacha l'maisa. If you vary the services, what's ma'akev, what's not, what invalidates it, what doesn't. So here we go. So chatas ha'ol she'asa l'mata, k'maisa chatas l'shem chatas k'sheya. Shabbos said this is very interesting. So literally translated, if you did a chatas ha'ol and you did the blood applications l'mata below the red line, k'maisa chatas, and you did everything in the way that the chatas is supposed to be done. Now let's say, how is the chatas supposed to be done? Number one, as we just said, how much are you shechting? One simon, leaving the head attack, and there's both hazah sprinkling, and right, because remember again, how's hazah done? Hazah is done, literally take the body of the bird and sprinkle it, and mitzvah. How's mitzvah done? Squeezing out blood. Either it could be squeezing out the body of the bird or actually pressing it against the wall of the mizbeach. So let's say, if you did a chatas like this, right, then what's the halacha? Sheva, the chatas is kosher. Now let's say, that is a very obvious thing. What did the Mishnah just say? If you do the chatas the way the chatas is supposed to be done, then ultimately again it is kosher. So again, how is the chatas supposed to be done? Number one, lamata, blood applications below the red line. Number one simon needs to have attached. Right. Number two, blood applications of both hazah and mitzvah, which is again sprinkling with the body of the bird, mitzvah squeezing out from the body of the bird, and again it's done on hazah and mitzvah, right? Yeah. So below the red line, also below the red line. Ultimately, again, that is kosher. That is kosher. So let's say what's interesting to know about this. So first of all, why did Mishnah put a line like this? It's just kind of just like setting the bar, because everything else is deviation. And also, there's also a tremendous musafah skill. What is the tremendous skill? If you want results in life, follow a process. A lot of things in life we want results, but we're unwilling to stick to a process. If you want a particular result, again, just because you follow the process doesn't always mean you're going to get the result. Certainly, the statistical probability of success is much higher if you follow the defined test. Part of the beauty of the regimentation of leadership is that Shvarko constantly tries to reinforce that idea. You want certain results out of life. Figure out what the process is to get you there. Stick to that process. Don't deviate from that process. And ultimately, again, you have the highest probability of achieving those results. So you want a kosher chatas ha'ol. Here is how you do it. Here are the steps. And if you follow the steps, sheva. If you deviate from the steps, puzzle. And what incredible metaphor for life. You want results. Decide, figure out what the process is, stick to that process, and keep repeating. Next, what happens if you went ahead and you followed the process of chatas? So remember, it was like, just understand that terms over here. Kimaisa means actually, you follow the actual steps of chatas, but l'shem olah. But you had in mind, the kavana was the olah, or kimaisa olah l'shem chatas, or for that matter, you followed the procedures, ultimately again of olah, but you had kavana for chatas, or kimaisa olah l'shem olah, or you did a purge chatas, but ultimately again you followed the process for olah and you did a l'shem olah. That makes sense. I will say, remember again, understand why is that important? Why is that important? Because the halach with the chatas, again, this is Vakum 101. There is no doubt. The first Mishnah. Whenever you change anything in a chatas, what happens? It's possible. It's possible. So therefore, again, all of these cases where you're making some type of deviation in the chatas process, you should be so ultimately again, it's possible. Next, asal l'mala, kimaisa kula psula. If halacha l'maisa, now remember again, one of the other invalidating factors that chatas is all parts of the chatas blood applications are done l'matani for the sake of below the red line. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, if you did any part of it l'mala above the red line, ultimately again it is possible. So we'll say again, that first section of the Mishnah was talking about chatas, right? So part one was telling you how to do a valid chatas. Part two is if you have any deviation in the chatas process, either procedurally or kavana-wise, ultimately again your chatas is going to be paused. Next. Next, so now the part two of the Mishnah is introducing once again halacha l'maisa to an olah, to to an Ola Saul. So again, if you did Ola Saul Shasal Mala, Kimaisa Ola. So again, if you follow the power of the procedures for Ola, which is you shaf both Simani, you shaf both Simani. Ultimately, again, blood application is done, or I should say, squeezing of the blood is done from the head and from the body. Everything done below the red line. Ultimately, again, Shira. Then your Ola will be, above the red line by Ola. Above the red line for Ola. Everything follow the procedures for Ola. Shira, ultimately, again, it will be kosher. Fine. The nice old Lashin Katos. But so what happens if you follow the procedures for Ola Sol, which you have in mind for Katos? Shira. It's kosher. Obivachla also about that. So let's remember again. Katos is the one carbon where if you deviate at all, the carbon is invalid and does right carbon is totally invalid. By other carbonos, if you switch things up, the carbon is depending on what you switch up. The carbon could still be valid, but just won't count towards the owner's obligation. So assuming again, if you're offering up an Ola Sol, but you do it with Shem Katos, the carbon itself will still be valid, but it does not count towards the owner's obligation. The nice Katos with Shem Ola, if you go ahead and you use the procedures of a Katos, you have it buying for Ola, or Kimaisa Katos with Shem Katos, or you're offering an Ola, but you again follow the procedures of a Katos with Shem Katos, Sula. Ultimately, again, that's going to be possible. So the matter Kimaisa Kulim Sula. And let's say, furthermore, what also validates an Ola if you do the blood applications below the red line. Remember again, the blood application, let's say in any carbon, the ikar of any carbon is Zrika. Now, by bird offerings, remember again, there's Zrika, there's Mitzvah, there's two things, but over here, the difference just is it must be done above the red line. Therefore, anything you do below the red line, by definition, ultimately, again, we're going to validate. And we'll say some of the the shining the max. Let's say, so now, interestingly enough, right, the Mishnah said over here, the Mishnah said, Mishani the night. So here's what we're starting. Look at Rashi. A nice Ola Mishin Katas, and we find it is double the Katas Asa Kamaisa Ola. So remember again, one of the initial cases we had was like this. If you have a Katas, right, a Katas solve, that ultimately again you did Kamaisa Ola. That was much from the Mishnah. You follow, let's say, the procedures of an Ola. L'shem Chatas, right? But you're doing it with Kavanah. So again, I'm offering up a Chatas Hov, and let's start over here. I had in mind so it could be a Chatas Hov, but I'm following the procedures. I did something procedurally like Ola Hov. Ultimately, again, it is possible. It is possible. So you might ask me, when you say you're doing something procedurally like Ola Hov, what are you referring to? What is it exactly that you are changing? So I'll say, some of our base 66B. First, like Elema, Kishani ben Malika, maybe we're talking about the Kishani ben Malika. Is that right? Because remember, here was that Chata Self, ultimately again, one Simmons, head is attached, by Ola Self, two Simon, head is detached. So maybe that's the distinction. So that's, so let's say, it's beautiful because it links literally back to the beginning of our daf today. Name would look a little Reb Shimon. So ultimately, obviously, this does not reflect the view of Reb Shimon. What does? Reb Shimon said, Shamati Shemav Givin Bachata Sol. Again, we just had this. Reb Shimon said that Halacha L'maisa Lo Yavdil says you don't have to detach the head of the Chatas. But if you want to cut through both Simanim and detach, you can do so. So the Gemara says, and let's say ultimately again, so again, we could say that we do not establish the resolution, we could say that. That Gemara says, no, here's the distinction. The distinction of Osai is with the sprinkling of blood. Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the second short line. Shalom Hiza Halamitza Shamitzu Hi Aboda Saola. So here's what happens. Halacha L'maisa, you didn't sprinkle. Now, remember again, by Chata Saul, there's two distinct cuts. There's Hazah sprinkling, and there's Mitzvah squeezing. By Ola Saul, all there is Mitzvah squeezing. There's no Hazah, there's no sprinkling. So perhaps what happened over here is as follows. I'm offering up a Chata Saul, but yet the Gemara says procedurally I performed it, I offered it like an Ola Saul. So perhaps what I did is I didn't go ahead and be sprinkling, rather I just did the squeezing, like an Ola. Like an Ola, maybe that's what it is. So how can I tell you, yeah, this seems to be correct. This seems to be correct, that must
14
be
plus category.
that the shinui that the
And
Mishnah is talking about
it's
is,
more of a
even though
kind
I'm
of,
offering up a kata
precursor
solve,
program.
I
Wasn't
did
being
not
run
do the
by
zrika.
Lewis
I
Under, that's
didn't
the
do the
advanced web
sprinkling.
and
Instead,
application
all I
space
did was the
program.
mitzvah,
We've got the
the
actual
squeezing
acronym now.
out,
What's that?
like an
ATIP
ola.
is
So I
meant to be
feel like
used,
that. A
and I
kata
just
solve
think
has
that
both
I
zrika
have to be
and mitzvah.
careful.
It has both.
But
But I love
very
what I said
prominent
in this case,
journalist in the
I was
UFO
Mishara, the
community
shinui I
told
did
me
was
that
I
told
procedurally,
him that
I treated
this
this like an
was
ola
created
solve,
for
and
to
all I
Stars
did was
Academy
the
as like a way
squeezing
to
and not the
generate
sprinkling.
a
How can I understand that?
an
This seems
understandable
to make the
structure.
most sense.
Here's this
You
guy,
can see, because
he's
look at the end of the
running
Mishnah,
ATIP.
I
I have
saw
an
the
issue
Malach
with the
nice
idea that someone like Lou Elizondo can go to the New York
if you want
Times and say
to
that the Secretary
right?
of
And
Defense wasn't
you
being
did the
briefed
blood
on
application
UFOs,
above the
and I'm the one that was running a
the nice
program when
whatever
people
set
like
of
Julian
procedures you
Assange,
use,
Edward Snowden
ultimately,
are
again,
being
it's
thrown to
possible.
the wolves for just revealing standard national security issues. This is meant to
And
be
even
deep, right? It's a
ultimately,
black
again, if you
budget.
follow the procedures
This
of the
guy gets brought
Chatos,
out to the New York
if you
Times.
machine
It
Chatos,
seemed a little bit
someone says,
planned.
the
Seemed a
showing
little
the
bit
nice.
curated
So
and
again, once
forced.
again,
So I
what was
started
the
asking
deviation?
those
How did you
questions, and
change?
especially when things like this were happening, when there were
So it's like
discrepancies where he's
this whole
bringing up
conversation.
images that are being
If we
debunked.
say
It's
that
like
you
the
change
US
with
stuff.
Malika,
You know,
and
who is this guy
ultimately,
really?
again, let's say
And then his
instead of
book
doing
comes
one
out
simming, you
talking
did two
about being
simming. Well, that's
the
not going to work.
torture czar
The
in
Gemara says,
Guantanamo Bay, and
Malika, sorry,
the
it
people
changed
there
location
called
of
the Darth
the, it
Vader of
changed the
the United
location of the
States. Is
Malika.
his book.
Hamamar,
He
Malika
admitted
the
they called
Chamakom
the
the
torture czar
Mizbeach
Guantanamo
Shira.
Bay because
So
he
listen,
ran
we learned that
camp
Malika
planning.
could actually be
Guantanamo
done
Bay, black
anywhere
site,
on the
CIA, black
Mizbeach.
site.
We're actually going to expand
Yeah.
upon that point in
So,
just a little bit.
you know,
Alalab the
he
Shani
actually had
Baza.
in his book
Rather, it
that
must be
he
that
was
what
known
happened,
as
what's the Shina?
the
The
Darth
Shina
Vader
must
of the
be
United States by
ultimately again
certain
with the
people
sprinkling.
and the torture
We
czar
need the Sefer
of
Baza,
Guantanamo Bay.
Reishnami
I don't
Baza,
really
and the
trust
Sefer's
people like
talking
this
about
who, waterboarded people
Sinning.
for a living and are now trying to
Shina.
tell me
That was done
what's
with
going on
Haisa,
in the UFO
with
subject.
ultimately sprinkling. And the Reisha must be talking about that as well. This might as well not necessarily Nigeria, Hakidisa, Hakidisa. Maybe not just because the Sefer is talking about it, doesn't necessarily mean the Reisha is
come
talking
out
about
and
it.
have
The Sefer will say, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to end off a little bit inconclusively, but really what the Gemara established for us is as follows, that the case, really was just defining one specific case. The Mishnah said, if you were offering up an Ola Sa'ol, but procedurally you treated it ultimately again, so you were offering up a Chata Sa'ol, and you had in mind for Chata Sa'ol, but you followed the procedures of Ola, ultimately again the carbon is going to be
if we don't, what happens?
so the Gemara is trying to
Keeps
find
going
out
the same
what
way
was
it's
the
been going.
deviation.
There's no
So the
actual
Gemara just
disclosure.
the
Keep
deviation
talking
must
about
have
it.
been
It gets
all
nuts.
you did.
It gets to the point where it's
All
driving
you
you
did,
crazy.
all
Like, I
you
don't even want to hear
failed
about
to do
any fucking
sprinkling.
UFOs till
All
you show
you
me
did
one.
was squeezing, mitzvah.
It's a
So
real
remember again,
subject.
here lies what
And the
another
only
one of
thing
the
that's keeping
fundamental
us from learning
distinctions
this real
between Chata
subject
Sa'ol
is
and Ola
that.
Sa'ol.
And so they're
Chata
trying to push
Sa'ol
out this
requires
narrative
both
of amnesty.
zrika, which means you
I'll
hold
bite.
the bird's body
What
and
are we
you
talking about?
sprinkle it
I
against the
think for me,
mizbeach,
again,
and
coming up through
mitzvah,
it,
which means
seeing
you
how these
squeeze
people
up
actually
the
act
blood
when you
as well.
challenge them, and
Ola
the fact that there
Sa'ol
were
only
absolutely
requires
organized groups
mitzvah,
of
squeezing out,
quite
not
frankly,
zrika.
quite mentally
Furthermore,
unstable people
Ola
that
Sa'ol
were very
requires
easily
mitzvah
misled
somewhere,
into believing that
ideally,
Right.
both
were
the
getting
head
employed
and
these
the
single
body.
chats, these
But as
private
it's
group
from the end of
chats,
the last
you know,
parak,
I'm
if you
touching
neglected to
the
squeeze out the blood from the head,
so
and all you do is from the
you know,
body, you're still okay.
yeah,
Vice
useful
versa,
and like
if
there's
you
a
just
lot
did
of
the
them,
head and not the body, that
there's a
would
few
invalidate
people out
the
there that are
cover. Okay,
extremely
good.
dark
So we're
individuals
saying
that
that
connected to
Ola
all sorts
Sa'ol,
of weird
so we're
Satanism
going to the
groups, and
next
looks to
piece,
have selfies, like hanging out with these
was
guys.
an Ola
Like he's
Sa'ol.
a
So
dodgy
again, now I'm
dude.
offering up a bird Ola, and
I'm
the Mishnah
freaked
said,
out
I
even
did
saying
it
this on the
to
show
my
right now. He's
sechatos.
like,
I
it's
did
gonna
it
provoke you in my
ultimately
brain
again
or something, but at the same
procedurally
time, he is a
like a
dodgy
chata.
guy. Like
It's like
he's
the
shady.
Gemara.
But you do
The Shani
believe in the
B'mais. The Gemara
existence
once
of
again
these
asks the
things.
same question. When we say that you're
Right.
offering up an
Yeah,
Ola
like,
Sa'ol,
So what
right?
you
So you're doing
think
it for
is
right. So
that
it is
there
an
is
Ola. I
a
have in mind for an Ola, but somehow
decision
procedurally
somewhere
I'm going
in our
ahead
government
and
to
doing it
muddy
as
the
a
water
chatos.
and to
What
put
does
out
that mean?
this
Right? What's the
narrative
actual
that
deviation?
whistleblowers are trying to tell
So
everybody.
really,
So slowly trickle the stuff
if
out
we want to say
there. And
ultimately
then
again,
float out
maybe
amnesty.
I
Yes, which is a
change
big
things up
part
when
of
it
the
comes to
Asian
Malika.
disclosure documentary. Really the first
And those
time
of us
I've
that so
ever heard anybody
maybe
like
halacha
where
l'maisa,
everyone
that again again, I'm offering up an OLS which requires the cutting of both seams. One of these attaching of the head. Maybe I did a molecular stock loss. Because I only threw one seam. Maybe that's what I'm talking about over here. Maybe trying to save a cooler in the time and base up or more environment. Name a girl for your show. So listen, we're going to see this in the next Mishnah. That interestingly, we see the halacha l'maisa in the next Mishnah that even when you mess up a carbon, if the carbon had no leak, ultimately again that prevents the carbon from disseminating tumor. So in other words, even if the carbon is invalid, malika essentially prevents the bird from becoming a vela and thereby transmitting tumor. So the Gemara says, furthermore, more than that, and it's subject to Ela, Nimador Kav Yeshua. It must not just like the Rav Yeshua. Why? Because Yeshua, Ha'amar ain't more. Yeshua says ultimately again, there is no Mehila, Ve'ela b'mitzvah. Rather, it must be that the case, the Mishnah deviation that you make with mitzvah, with the squeezing out of the blood. Rashi says over here, mitzvah, Yeshua. Fine, reference Rashi. Mitzvah, Ema Sefer. So maybe that's a deviation when it comes to squeezing out the blood from the body of the bird. Ema Sefer, look at the Sefer. Ola Sa'ol, Shasta, the Martha, Kimai Zachatas, the Shem Chatas. Then ultimately, again, Ola Sa'ol. If you did any part of the blood application below the red line, you might say chatos the same chatos. It's possible. The Belaza Omer more and more. The Belaza says ultimately it is subject to Milah. The Yeshua Omer ain't more than more. Yeshua says it's not subject to Milah. To which once again the verse is just showing the knives. What's the shinoi? Even if the mitzvah is we say that the squeezing out of the blood. Amar, Dhamma Yeshua is showing the Malika. The mitzvah in the Amar. Yeshua said again, the case of the Shino is going to be Malika, but does he talk about a case of Shino is the Ella and Malika? Rather, once you're about saying, must be that in this case, the Mishnah of the Shino that's being done is deviated with the process of Malika. So Gemara says that that's the case, Reisha is safer than Malika, and it's Yasa than Mitzvah. So once again, structurally, the way the Mishnah works is that the Reisha, first part of the Mishnah, is talking about ultimately again a situation where deviated by Malika. And the middle part of the Mishnah is talking about mitzvah in Reisha the Sefer Malika or Mitzvah Mitzvah. Ultimately, that is the case. Even though ideally you don't like to do it, I really like to maintain the straight symmetry. But I call myself different cases of deviation in different parts of the Mishnah. Good. I will say, what is the takeaway? So the takeaway ultimately again is the Mishnah once again reinforcing the distinctions between Chata Sa'ol and Ola Sa'ol. By Chata Sa'ol, we begin to see that any type of deviation really is going to render the carbon unfit. But that's not unique to Chata Sa'ol. That's specific to the category of Chatas. In general, carbon Chatas itself is very sensitive to any kind of change, and therefore any type of deviation ultimately again will render the carbon unfit. By Ola Sa'ol, again, certain changes specifically, again, for example, the type of Malika that you use will absolutely render the carbon unfit, as will the placement of blood application. That's another big thing. Ola Sa'ol again, blood application is above the red line, Chatas below the red line. Another thing to add to the list ultimately of distinctions. And anytime you mess blood placements, that's ultimately going to render the carbon unfit as well, which makes a lot of sense because in general the part of Kabbalah that is in the Akej most is Zrika mitzvah, blood application. If you mess with placement, that's always going to render it unfit. Beautiful. So let's say Mishnah. This is a very interesting Mishnah, and now goes a little bit, not off topic, but just extension. The Kulan in Mitzvah Beis Abiyah. Most of you now watch this. The halacha is like this. Anytime, Rashi points out the Kulan, even if a Malika is in that, let's say for example, you did the wrong Malika, right? I'm going back and I'm shafting an Ola cell, which means how many simanim? Two. Instead, I only do one. Right? So obviously the carbon is going to be invalid, right? But halacha says something very interesting happens, which is, can you actually take one step? And the animal carcass conveys tumah. Now, generally, let's say by a regular animal, the way it conveys tumah is maga mas. If you touch it or if you carry it, that's halacha. Now, what shechita does, just about a regular animal, not bird trainer, but what shechita does is, shechita is entire midday nevela. So once an animal has had shechita, let's say even if for some reason the animal becomes, let's say, unfit for consumption. You do a practical, you open it up, there's some type of problem with the lungs, now the animal is a trade-off. So you can't eat it. You can't eat it. But because it had shechita, it is no longer considered to be an nevela. That's the general halacha of shechita. The Mishnah is now saying the same halacha applies to birds as well, which is if you do malika on a bird, even if it turns out that carbonically the malika wasn't right, you did the wrong type of malika to a bird is the equivalent of shechita to an animal. And therefore, once the malika is done, even if sacrificially the bird is unfit, it is not an avela, and therefore does not convey tumah. That's the Mishnah saying. So again, the Kulan in the Mitzvah Beis Abiyah. So the Kulan is in the wide lines of us. It was about 5 lines in.
a candle.
The Gulas, even though the Malika might be invalid, i.e. the carbon itself is invalid, ultimately, again, the Malika itself precludes, or I should say, prevents the animal from conveying Tuma as an Avela. Furthermore, only common the base Havlia. So most of this is very interesting. Now, in general, where, let's say, there wasn't a valid Avela. So let's say, again, the bird does convey Tuma. There's a unique halacha by birds. That a bird, whereas an animal conveys Tumas Avela through how? Maga Masa, touching it, carrying it. If you touch a bird carcass, that let's say died without proper shechita, right? The halacha is it doesn't convey tuma. The bird carcass only conveys tuma. The base havlia when you're swallowing it. Only once it's we'll see again. That's just exercise. Also, it only conveys halacha motion. It conveys tuma. Ultimately, again, the base havlia only once it's swallowed. And furthermore, again, it is subject to Mila. And actually, Mola Brian, Va'af hold the Nipsulu, Bain by Shas Heta La'akwanin, Lo Yatsu Migay Ne'ila Shabai. So ultimately, again, this is talking about even if a carbon is invalid, it is still going to be subject to Me'ila. So so three halachas over here. Number one, if it has Malika, it's no longer going to be an Avela. Number two, if it isn't a Vela, it only conveys Tuma when it's being swallowed. And number three, ultimately, again, it is subject to Nidila. Puts the chatas old, shasa lemata, kimai sechatas l'shem chatas. The exception of also to this rule, the wording of it is very interesting, is chatas old, where the blood application was done below the red line, followed procedurally the process for chatas and the shem chatas. What is that called? That's called the proper chatas. If you offer them also with the same like this, if you offered up a proper chatas, the halacha is it is no longer subject to Nidila after the avoda has been done. Now, I will say this is not unique over here. This is the general halacha with Nidila. Once carbonic process has been done, usually the carbon itself is no longer subject to Nidila. Think about this. After halacha, I will say, if you go ahead and you do Malik, let's just run through this. So this is good chazara. How do you do Malik on a chatas? How do you do Malik on a chatas? One sin, leave the head attached. What did you buy a chatas? Both zrika, like sprinkling of the blood, and mutually squeezing out. Where is it done? Where is it done? Right below the red line, the mata. Then we'll say, what happens after all this is done? Who gets to eat the meat? Kohen. Remember again, after you do zrika and mutually, ultimately the carbon itself becomes the property of the Kohen. Once that happens, it's no longer subject to Nehila, which makes sense. Why? Because when it's something subject to Nehila, when it's the property of the Beis Hamikdash, but obviously once you've done Zrika and Mutzli, it belongs to the Kohen, therefore no longer subject to Nehila. So we'll say, Ola Sa'uf. Next is Dasomra, Kimaisa Chatas, the Shem Chatas. So now let's go through. So now this is very interesting. So Chatas Sa'ot, once you've gone through the procedures of Chatas, is no longer subject to Nehila. It's done. It's done. What about Ola Sa'ot? What about Ola Sa'ot? So we'll stop over here for today. We'll pick up and we'll this last part of the Mishnah tomorrow. So again, going through the policies and procedures over here. So we'll see Meir Session Ola Sa'ot tomorrow. Incredible. Incredible. What a daf. What a daf. Shkrak, everyone. All right, everyone, have a great day. Dr. Cannon, it's so wonderful to see you on Hashem online. Incredible. Very yourself, Thanksgiving. Every day. Again, it's also a mazel tov to our electors. Chayil Shem Alaska and Keith Anna Bagdadi Zopan. Last night, Shkrak as well. Have a Shkrak, have a great day.
And it's a case of how do we kind of get rid of all this legacy program, stoving and stovepiping because of Cold War paranoia. It's too late now because we're in 2025 and you've got to try and tell us that you've got 0 point energy. Right. We've been flying around in fucking Wright Brothers planes for 100 years and shit. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it's not going to go down well. So amnesty, right? Yeah. Amnesty. It might be the only way. And if it is the only way, that's fine. But like I said,
it sucks that they're not going to get punished for crimes, but so what? So at least we are not being punished by being withheld.
Exactly.
Information being withheld that I think would change the course of humanity in probably a fantastic way.
But I feel like the world would have to become a more heavily controlled place for these types of technologies to come out. Do you know what I mean? Like,
I was trying to wrap this up on a high note. Digital ID coming up.
Well, that's all I'm saying. Like, the control structures around something like free energy would have to be quite profound because of the things we were saying about some psycho with a CPE device.
Exactly.
So
Like what just happened in Bondi Beach in Australia. Imagine if you have access to that.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning.
Especially off the internet, you figure out how to design one. It's not that hard.
Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our television sponsor for the month of Cheshvan, Stephen Tarizin, for dedicating all the Shuman Shoshos this month in love memory of Steve's father, Bunim Tzvi Ben Chaim, the phone, the graph on the page of this 20 website.
So I just have two channels, Project Unity on YouTube.
Our Dr. Only sponsors for today are Alan Sarah Steinberg,
And if you want
and
to follow
Scott
me,
I'm speaking about Chatas, per Chatas. And we've already begun to enter into the world of burnt offerings, which in certain ways obviously are similar to animal offerings, but in other ways are fundamentally and profoundly distinct and different. So with that, let us begin. Let's go through this journey together. Says the Mishnah. Ola Sa'ov Kitzad Nas. How is the Ola Sa'ov performed? So let's begin. Ola L'Karesh, the part of the Sofi. The Bolo Karen Drum this Mizrach. So let's remember again, we're continuing our journey through the Beis HaMikdash. Continuing our journey through the Beis HaMikdash. So let's remember again, Ola L'Karesh. Remember again, the Kohen is coming up the ramp. And as he comes up the ramp, remember again, we'll say, what's our rule for any time you're in Mizrach? Anytime you turn, you always turn right. So therefore, again, he's going to come up, hang a right, which brings him then to the southeast corner. Remember, when he hangs that right, he is walking on a ledge called the soul base. Right, so essentially he's walking below. You can't see because it's too far from it. Like these little round squares. Those are the tunnels. Those are the horns. The extended, the protruding corners of the Beis HaMikdash, of the Mizbeach. Sorry, he's walking along this soul base, walking along this ledge now in the southeast corner. Okay, so now, all the games front of the Zolbe, of all the current drum is Mizrachas. And I will say here now he's going to go ahead and do the and come to the southeast corner. I will say, now what I want to point out is something very interesting, just to contrast this, and hopefully, in Hashem, hopefully tomorrow we finish the parak, which means we also close out the sugi of the bird karbanos. I want to do hopefully a couple of Rambams to Hashem together to kind of help frame this, because there's a little bit of interesting back and forth in the Mishnah. Because remember, in the previous Mishnah, if you notice, there was a phrase in parentheses, right, when it was talking about Chatasal. So the Mishnah also had this same phrase that you go up to the ramp, hang a right, come to the Sobek, and come to the southeast corner. Now, what's interesting is many erase that line. They kick out that line, which would then indicate to us that one of the primary distinctions between the Chata Sa'ol and the Ola Sa'ol was the actual location of the Malika. If you take out that line, what that indicates to us is that Chata Sa'ol was not shechted, right? The Malika did not take place on the ledge by the southeast corner. Rather, it took place on the ground, okay? Which would then put it in contradistinction to the Ola Sa'ol, which is happening on the ledge at the southeast corner. So this, again, you don't have to remember that. No problem, already forgot it, right? But again, but I just wanted to get out because there are some interesting similarities and some other distinctions, but in Hashem tomorrow, we'll go through the Rambam in a little bit greater depth. So in any event, coming up the ramp, hang a right, go to the southeast corner. So same thing, you do Malika, and we spoke about Malika. We spoke about Malika yesterday, how Malika takes place. From the back of the neck. They will say, if you notice, another distinction. Just keep in mind the thing, what does Mabdo mean? According to Rashi, if we're getting yesterday's daf, Mabdo means you cut through the esophagus and the windpipe. By all ourselves, Rashi says you only sever one of the semen, either the esophagus or the windpipe, and the head remains attached. Now, the Gemara is saying over here that when it comes to Ola Saul, the head is fully severed. Okay, Mafio, Umitsa Astama Mizbeach. Now again, remember by both Kabbalah we already find that Halacha Lamaisa.
I gotta get up early, and the only way I can get up early is by staying on
Good.
top of
Now,
what I go to bed.
when
When we met, I was
that
going to bed at 3
when it
o'clock
comes to
in the
both of
morning.
these
Normal
kabbalos,
stuff. Yeah.
so remember again,
Get
there's
up
no
at like
kabbalah.
11.
We don't receive the
like a
blood
normal person.
ultimately in a clean.
And
Instead,
then
the blood
I would
is
say in the last
shaken
decade,
from the body of the bird
a lot of
onto
my
the
bedtime
mizbeach
kind of
itself.
shifted
That's
to
called
like
mitzvah.
around midnight.
Umitza
And then it
esdama
shifted
al
to
keren
like
mizbeach,
a little
and
bit like
ultimately
closer
again we
to
sprinkle
11.
the blood on the
In the
wall
last
of the
few
mizbeach.
months,
Not to
like
es
sticking
harosh,
to this
the
plan,
hikit
I've
basically cuts
started
over
to
the
go to bed
mizbeach. Listen
sometimes
to
at
this. Then
like
you take the head. You put the
10:30,
head
which
back
for me
over what we
is
call
like
the base
very
vericus.
early.
Base vericus means remember again, everything
It's
in the
very
liga,
hard.
the head
That's
is
the biggest
detached
challenge for me has been
from the body.
to get to
Then
bed.
we do
That's
something interesting,
hard
which is
for
we
me.
bring the head back
That's hard.
to the
That
neck.
would be
And what
hard.
But I
happens?
also,
I bring
I
it to
don't
the
think I'm
mizbeach.
gonna be at 5:30
Sakko
forever.
b'mela.
This is just right.
Then we cover
This
it
is
in
right.
salt.
Normally
The
you get up
circle on Gabi Aish, and you throw it on the fires.
27.
Remember again, which
That's-
fires
that's
we're talking
That's
about?
reasonable. And I don't have
Fires
to go
on
to
the
bed at
mizbeach.
10.
Right, fires on the mizbeach.
Well, my kids
So
are in
ultimately,
school, I
again,
get
taking
up
the
at
salted
7.
head of the Ola Sa'ol,
Usually
throwing it on the mizbeach.
7 and
Okay,
7:15,
bundle
depending
the
on when they have to
Now you
leave.
come back and deal with the
And then
body.
when they're
But
not
now
in
let's
school
remember
right
again,
now,
this is
today
an
I got up
Ola.
at
So remember again, what happens with every
Just
Ola? Every
I
Ola
got up
fully
around 7:30
consumed on the
8. If I
mizbeach.
don't
Okay,
work out
so
first
remember
thing in the
again,
morning, though,
contradistinction
it
to
used to
Ola
be I
Sa'ol.
used to
Excuse
like
me.
working out at night.
Chata Sa'ol, Chata Sa'ol.
Jiu-jitsu, I'd always like
The
do at
only
night.
part of the
Morning
bird that
classes
went on
were
the
tough.
mizbeach was the
Tough
blood.
to get in there
The
early
rest of the bird
train,
was
and also you don't
consumed
feel
or
warmed
used
up
by
and
the
feel like
Kohanim.
feel
So
like
now
your
back
body's
to
gonna
the
get
Ola
hurt.
Sa'ol. So what happened?
But
Bundle with the Hesher Samara, best not Savas
I can't
Miami,
work
I
out anymore.
Yotzin
I
Imam.
can't do that.
The
I've
Shtikhala
completely
Beis
changed in this
Hadash.
regard too.
So again, you
I
come
used
back
to
to the
say,
body
well,
of
I
the
will
bird,
say
and
that
what
like
do you
I
do?
feel
You
like
take out
the
the more
strongest
than those. Remember, again,
between
Mora,
like 11 and 1,
crop,
like the middle of the day.
Notza,
So if you
its
were like
feathers,
drop an
and
ideal
ultimately, again, when you
strength
pull out
time,
these items,
that's when I feel like
apparently
I'm like, oh,
the
that's
kishkas
at my
of the
best.
birds
Why-
come
why is
out
it done?
along
I think
with
you're-
this.
You woke
You
up,
should
you
call
woke
a base
up,
hadash.
fired up, you're fucked
And
up,
now
and
you
you're
take
ready to
this
go.
again,
Yeah,
the
you
crop,
feel-
the feathers,
I feel
and the
good,
kishkas,
but
and you
I'm
throw it out
pivoted
like the
to now
intestines.
really
You draw a
enjoying
base hadash.
these
So
first
yesterday,
thing
where's the base
workouts where I
hadash?
feel like
Then
my
we'll say
whole
right here.
day
Right
is
here,
set when I have those
southeast
workouts.
corner
And I
again,
also realized
southeast
that
corner,
if I don't,
right to the
I
ramp,
feel so
right,
much
3
different
amas
throughout
away,
that day.
3 amas
Right.
away from
That's
the
a-
from the
that's a
ramp,
good factor.
10 amas
One,
down
that
from
first
the
big
start
win in the
of
morning,
the ramp.
got it done.
You
You're-
go
you
ahead
got
and you
good
burn it by the
momentum
base
going,
hadash.
but also you're
She's
more
below him, yo.
Yeah,
So it's
definitely.
ultimately then you can't, what you do is you rip the bird
When we
into,
did that
you
sober
rip the
October
bird
thing,
in
we were all
two,
doing
but
crazy,
you do not
crazy
tear it
cardio.
into
One
two
thing you said to me
distinct
that
pieces.
really rang true
The
was like, it
hivdil
totally
kasha, but if you did tear it into two
silences all
pieces,
that internal
ultimately the
chatter.
bird is
Yeah, it
kosher.
does.
Salt
Yeah.
kobamela,
And I
you
think
go ahead
I
and you
think
go
one
ahead
thing about the
and you
writers'
can
room
cover it with
is that,
salt, right?
you
Immerse it
have
in
to
salt.
be alert, you have to
Zoi
be focused.
agadish, you
Right.
throw it
You
on
can't
the
have all
fire.
this
So it's just want to
shit,
point out,
like the noise
if you
going on
notice
in the
again, the
background. So
Ola
it was
Sa'ol
a great
essentially has
way to
3
show up to
different
the room.
avodas
It's
done
like,
for it. There's the
you have
mitzvah,
that
is the
win,
sprinkling of the blood,
you've done something
right? The
hard,
blood
and now
application.
ready
There
to
is
work.
the throwing
Yeah,
of
for me,
the
it's
crops, the
not just
feathers,
a hard
and the
workout, but
intestines
it
onto the
generally
base
has to have some
hadash,
cardio.
which is
Really?
over here.
Yeah,
And
cardio
then
is
there's
what
the burning
really
of the rest of
shuts
the
off
bird,
all the
carcass,
chatter.
bird
It
body
is different
on the top of
than
the
weightlifting.
mizbeach.
Yeah, weightlifting is great.
Okay. So let's
Weightlifting
look.
makes
He
you
says,
feel
"Moravos,
better,
no
makes you
sabes,
feel
Miami,
like
I know it's
energized. It feels
So
like,
we'll say
oh,
now
I feel
the mission
good.
said, let's say you
But
didn't do certain
cardio
things.
is
For
like,
example, let's say you didn't
Yeah.
pull
like
out
when I
the
have a
crop,
really
the
hard
feathers,
cardio
and the
session,
intestines,
Yeah.
or below subclamella, or you didn't go
I
ahead
noticed
and
the
cover
difference
it
between,
with
because I
salt.
was doing
What's
45
that?
minute
Kol
cardio
sheshina
sessions,
b'me'achar
when I
shenit
upped it
zestama
to an
kshira.
hour,
So
the
here's the
15
thing people
minute
say.
difference
So remember,
for me
going back
felt like
to the good old
another
days
hour.
of animal
Like
covenants.
pushing
What
it
is the
15
ikr
minutes
avoda
before
of a
Oh,
carbon? Ikr avoda?
well, that's
Zrika.
when it's hardest.
Pretty
When
much
you're
once you're
tired.
at Zrika,
Yeah,
you're good to go.
when you're
Mishnah says the same
extending
also applies to bird
your
offerings as
cardio
well.
capability.
What's not
That's
what we call the mitzvah? Remember again, the mitzvah is the act of taking the bird body and smearing the blood, sprinkling the blood against the mizbeach. Once you have mitzvah, you're good to go. And even in the event that you omitted something else, halacha l'maisa, the rest of the avodah is still kosher. He says that I said same idea. He says higdil. Higdil b'chatas v'lo higdil ba'olam. Now what happens if you sever the head by a chatas, do so by the olam? And what's the halacha possible? Let's go back to yesterday. This was the Mishnah. This is the Mishnah. Mitzvah es damarosh v'lo mitzvah damaguf psula. If you squeeze out the blood of the head, but didn't squeeze out the blood of the body, the carbon is possible. Damaguf v'lo mitzvah damarosh shila. But if you squeeze out the blood of the body, but didn't squeeze out the blood of the head, ultimately again the carbon is kosher. Good. Chatas sa'ol shalos. I say now, just giving up a little bit of a throwback. We're getting back to some halachos of l'shma, shalom l'shma, pigol, and shima b'kamot. She's very excited. Chatas sa'ol shemalka shalom l'shma. If you have a chatas sa'ol, chatas sa'ol is now remember, we're turning back to the previous Mishnah. So remember, yesterday's daf was chatas sa'ol. Today, what? Today is Ola Sa'of, but then Mishnah combines elements of both. Chata Sa'of Shemalka Shalom B'Shma. You have a Chatos where Malika was done Shalom B'Shma. Right? Again, I will say, his heart comes back to the first Mishnah Mesachas Tzvot. What was the first Mishnah Mesachah? So again, in general, if you do a Chatos, sorry, if you do a carbon Shalom B'Shma, what's halacha? In a nutshell, what's halacha? Carbon is good, but does not count towards the obligation of the owners. 101, literally the first halacha is beautiful Mesachah. There's an exception to that. Two exceptions to the rule. What are the two exceptions? Chatos and
I saw that.
That's
you guys. Incredible. Chatos and Pesach, beautiful. Chatos and Pesach, those are the two exceptions to that rule. So remember again, this concept follows us through all of Svartim. Similarly again, so remember we're dealing over here now with Chatos Sa'ov. So Chatos Sa'ov, Shemalka Shalom B'Shma. If you have a Chatos Sa'ov, the Mitzvah was done Shalom B'Shma. Or Mitzvah Dama Shalom B'Shma. Or again, the blood application was done Shalom B'Shma. Or B'Shma Shalom B'Shma. B'Shma Shalom B'Shma. You have proper Kavanah by part of it, erroneous Kavanah by another part of it. Oh, Shalom B'Shma, U'L'Shma. This is again, I will say, on the order in which you have the mindset. Shalom B'Shma B'Shma. What's the halacha? Puzzle. No matter what, if you have a Shalom B'Shma intention, sometime during the Chatas Sa'ov, ultimately the carbon is invalid. That's the way it works by a Chatas. Ola Sa'ov, I will say, I remember again now we're jumping back. That's by a Chatas. What about by Ola Sa'ov? If you have a Shalom B'Shma intention by Ola Sa'ov, the carbon is still kosher. However, the Vat shall also Levailum L'Shem Chola. So again, I will say, this is Kabbalah 101. If by a non-Chatas offering you have Kabbalah Shalom B'Shma Kabbalah, the carbon itself is still effective, but does not count towards your obligation. Echad Chatas Sa'ov ve'echad Ola Sa'ov. Whether it's a Chatas Sa'ov or an Ola Sa'ov, Shemalka, where you did Malika, you should mitzvah Taman, and you went ahead and you did mitzvah, which is the squeezing out of the blood. Le'echol davar shadak le'echol ulahakir davar shadak ulahakir chutzlin komo possibly in both colors. What is now going to transition to a different topic. By both chatas and ola soul, if you did some part of the avodah, and when doing it, you had in mind to go ahead and consume the carbon chutzlin komo outside of its permitted time, or to burn outside of its permitted place, or to burn part of the carbon outside of its permitted place. So if we go chutzlin komo, what's halacha? Hustle the bokaris. The most said that is general halachos of chutzlin komo we've seen many times before. Chutz is mano. What happens if during some part of chatas or ola sa'ov you have in mind to do some part of the avodah or to eat some part of the carbon outside of the permitted time? Then what is that called? What is that called?
This idea.
They go, the chayav and Allah kares, and ultimately again your chayav kares. Incredible. Odovan shiyakri hamakri mitzvah. I will say that. Remember again, back to also Pigel 101. A carbon only becomes Pigel if what? The matter. Remember again, I will say it's been a little while since we've had this. The matter is the permitter. If the permitter, as long as the permitter itself, right, which is the avodah, which is the part of the service that ultimately renders the carbon effective. As long as the matter itself was offered, then ultimately again the carbon can become pigel. If the matter was not offered, pigel status cannot set in. So the Gemara says, let's give examples of this. So what's an example where the permitter was done in the right way? Mala Ushnika. So let's say the Koi did Malika. Malika Ushnika means, let's say, you didn't have any specific Kavanah. I remember again, one of the things we've seen by Kavanos is that, sounds strange, but don't apply this anywhere else in life. The no Kavanah is good Kavanah. Right? Remember again, that's our word Metakim, that you don't have that explicit intent for Kavanah. Rather, again, it's more like negative intent ultimately undermines Kavanah. So, for example, let's say you did Malika, really means you can leap in silence, which for our purposes actually means that you just didn't have any specific intent. So Malach Shishkika, Umitza Hadam Kuslizmano, and ultimately again he had in mind the blood application outside of the right time. Osha Malach Kuslizmano, or for that matter again you had in mind to do Malika, right, with an intention outside of the time. Umitza Hadam Shishkika, and you did Mitzui, without any
Like,
kavana.
you didn't get it right, or the writer decided to change something,
Or you did both malika and
whatever
mitzvah
reason you
with
do
an
a
intention
bunch
for
of them
chutz
after
lizmano.
the audience
So we'll say all of these are
You know, so I
examples.
saw those
Zehu
about the
shakara
laughter, and I was like,
hamatir
what is
ki
this?
mitzvah.
This is not
This is
funny.
an example
It's terrible.
ultimately again where the
What is
emitter
this,
was
like,
offered correctly and the carbon will become
boring
pigel.
fucking
Why
drone
so what's happening over here?
Then I
Because in
watched the
all
show,
of these
the
cases,
actual show,
halacha
I was like,
lemaisa,
oh, this is a
there
really
is an intense
well-written
ultimately
sitcom.
again for
Yeah.
chutz
And it's
lizmano
interesting because the
and no
main guy's autistic
contravening
and
or
he's like
contradicting
totally
intent
socially
to
retarded.
conduct
Yeah.
like that.
And
This is
it's
Singapore,
funny
therefore
though.
the carbon
But
becomes
it's all about
pigel.
nerds. It's
Case
like,
son, lo
it's a good
kara
show.
hamatir ki
It's a
mitzvah.
solid
So
show.
we'll say what's an example of where the matzah was not offered up in the right way?
Yeah.
For example,
But
malach
that's like
chutz
stuff that I
binkomo.
watch with
When
my
the kohen
family.
did
Like, there's
malika,
certain
he had in
shows
mind
I
to do it
only
outside the
watch
permitted
with my
area.
family. Really?
Mitzvah
Yeah, that's
adam,
you know what just
chutz
happened with our kids
lizmano,
is
and then he went ahead and
they,
he did mitzvah
they
outside
started, you know,
of
they
the
had
permitted
the
time.
movies that
Oh,
they always
Shamalak
watch. Kids
chutz
don't have
lizmano,
just
or
the
you did
capacity
malika
to rewatch the
ultimately
show. Yeah. You're like, Jesus Christ, I
or
watched
you
Frozen
did
like
malika
8 times. Yeah.
ultimately again
Sometimes we watch this
outside of the permitted time. Umitza adam chutz binkomo, and he did had kavanah for mitzvah outside of the permitted time. Oh, Shamalak umitza adam chutz binkomo, or he had in mind ultimately again to do malika and mitzvah outside of the permitted area. So we'll say so again. So or top of Samachay 65a. Hata so Shamalku shalom b'shma umitza adam chutz lizmano. Or for example, like Hata so he did malika ultimately again shalom b'shma, and he had in mind for the mitzvah, but for the but he chutz lizmano. Oh Shamalak chutz lizmano umitza damo shalom b'shma. Or he did malika outside of the kavanah outside of the permitted time and mitzvah shalom b'shma. Oh Shamalak umitza adam shalom b'shma. Or he did malika and mitzvah shalom b'shma. All of these are examples. Zel shalom karav hamatik mitzvah. So let's remember again a little bit of chazara by pigel. Remember, in order for a cover to become pigel, two things have to happen. Number one, the matir, the permitter has to be offered, and what else? There can't be any other intent, negative intent other than pigel. So remember again, if you mix in any other invalidating intent with a machshava of pigel, then what happens? Then what happens? The covenant is hustle, but doesn't become pigel. Covenant only becomes pigel if pigel is the only disqualifying intent that you have. If you mix in anything else in there, a chutz l'komo, a shalom lishma, ultimately the covenant will be hustle, but not pigel, and therefore no kiyuv kares. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, so the Zeshlo Karma is good stuff. Lecho kizayis, so other examples. Lecho kizayis b'chutz. Kizayis l'mach. That's what we'll say again, you have in mind. One kizayis is the karma of chutz outside of the permitted time, and one kizayis l'mach, sorry, outside of the permitted place, and one kizayis l'mach tomorrow outside of the permitted time, or kizayis b'chutz, or kizayis l'mach and kizayis b'chutz, or kichat kizayis b'chutz. Or ultimately again a half a kizayis outside the permitted area, and a half a kizayis outside the permitted time. Kichatzi zayis l'machar, or half a kizayis tomorrow outside the permitted time. Kichatzi zayis b'chutz. In all of these cases, hustle the ain bone cards. Also the same thing. In order for a covenant to become legal, number one, first of all, you have to have in mind about its kizayis, right? Because halacha l'maisa, half a kizayis don't combine. Someone has to be a kizayis. And number two, halacha l'maisa, you only need one disqualifying intent. The moment you mix in something else into the machshava, the thoughts over here, the carbon can still be possible, but it cannot be incredible. This says as follows. This is the rule. In machshavas hazman, chazal l'machshavas hamakom. We'll say ultimately again, if the machshava about chutz lishmano comes before machshavas hamakom, ultimately again a machshava of eating, if you have a machshava to eat the cover or to use some type of avoda outside of the permitted time, and that machshava precedes the machshava to go ahead and consume the cover and do part of avoda outside the permitted place, the cover ultimately is pigel. The Hayavin Allah colors, and ultimately again, you will be highest colors. Again, I will say, so Rabbi Huber says, even if you have another machshava soul, or right, an erroneous mindset, as long as your machshava for chutz lishmano is first, that can make the covenant. So it's the במחשבת המקום חזור למחשבת הזמן, חזור באין בו carbon. But ultimately, again, if your machshava for going out and consuming or burning part of the carbon outside the permitted place comes before doing it or doing some type of the above outside the permitted time, the carbon is possible, but ultimately, again, it is no carbs.
First touchdown,
anytime
TD live bets when your team scores and score. And don't forget, DraftKings has your back with early eggs. And if your player goes down in the first half, you still get paid
The moment you have
cash.
some
With
other
DraftKings,
erroneous
you're protected through
mindset
the entire first
mixed in
half.
into the
Why
sacrificial
bet anywhere
service
else?
is the moment
New customers
ultimately
bet
again
just
that the
$5
carbon
if your
can
bet
no
wins, you
longer
get
become
$200
legal,
of bonus
it can
bets
only become
instantly.
a hustle
Download the
and
DraftKings
it isn't
Sportsbook
value.
app
You know, it's
and
like
use the code Grogan. That's code Grogan. Bet $5 and win $200 in bonus bets if your bet
sometimes
wins.
just to see
In
different
partnership with
phrases and different
DraftKings,
ways
the
to
crown
take
is
part.
yours.
Struck me yesterday a little bit at that phrase. Go back to Yehuda, Zach 12. במחשבת הזמן, חדמה במחשבת המקום, ego, וחיים עליו קרס. So I think that Yehuda, Yehuda is like this, just like literally halacha. Yehuda says, if your machshava of chutzpah zmano, of going ahead and eating the carbon, of doing some part of the avodah, outside of the committed time, comes before machshava hamakom, outside of the committed, machshava outside of the committed area, but Yehuda says it's still legal. Right? So halacha, what Yehuda is saying is, even if you have mixed in there another disqualifying mindset, as long as the machshava for pigel comes first, ultimately the carbon is going to be the carbon is going to be pigel. So that sense, you have a lot like in life. So there's kind of like two things that occupy our mind a lot. Like the things that we constantly think about. Number one is the machshavas hazman. Machshavas hazman ultimately is contemplation of our future. Like what do I want to be in life? Where do I want to go? What do I want to accomplish? Life goes by so quickly. And by the time we wake up and we realize that we'd like to do something with our lives, ultimately, again, so much of it is behind us. It's like I mentioned, it's a lot of the PHX that I see is opening for Tzad Seirus, right, which is his diary. He opens essentially the PHX and says that by the time we know what we want to do in life, life is over. Right? The PHX says it's only the Baruch will give us two lifetimes. In the first lifetime, I would figure out what I want to do when I grow up, and then in the second lifetime, I would actually do it. But ultimately, since the PHX doesn't work that way, by the time I figure out what I want to do in life, PHX says so much of life is already in the rearview mirror. So it's machshavas hazman. Zman represents ultimately again what do I want to do with my future, what do I want to do with my life. But there's also machshavas hamakom. Machshavas hamakom means a focus on the maximization of where I am right now. Because in life there's this tension. On one hand, you could be fully focused on the future to the exclusion of the present. Right? And so a person says, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. All this time spent on planning the future, while fundamentally missing out on the maximization of the present. So there's machshavas hazman, which is machshava about what the future is going to be, and machshavas hamakom. Here's where I am. I'm literally here right now. And what am I doing to maximize my present? Now, Yehuda says something amazing. But Yehuda says, if you live a life where machshavas hazman is always kadma machshavas hamakom. If you're living a life where all you're doing is always focusing on the future and what's going to be, and you fail to focus on the maximization of the present, that Yehuda says, that's perhaps the greatest sin of all. It's important to plan for your future. But you know, there's something interesting about planning for your future, which is, right, no matter how much you plan, it is going to be dramatically different than anything you imagine. Hopefully better, but certainly different. So people who spend their entire lives planning for their future, but don't focus on the maximization of their present, that Yehuda says, that's the greatest sin of all. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you really can do in life
That's
is
20
right
years
now.
ago. Yeah, that's
Is this
nothing.
moment. What you
That's like
do with
that.
this moment
Time
in
just
front of
flies
you
by.
right now,
Also,
that is
just
the
said by
only thing in life you absolutely
Exactly.
unequivocally control.
Yeah, exactly.
You control
How old are you
your
now?
makom.
I just turned 30.
You control
See?
the present
So
moment.
think of that. Yeah.
And failure to
Because 20
maximize
years
that
difference. You to me is
because
20
you're
years.
planning some type of
But me to
unknown
like a
future,
dead guy
and
is
who
20
says
years.
perhaps the greatest idea of person. Pickle the Ishbal colors.
So
You have to plan for your future, but at the end of the
consciously
day,
thinking
more
about that,
important
like,
than planning for your
don't
future,
let it
just
get
as
away
important
from
as planning for your future,
That's the thing.
is maximization of the present moment.
Don't let it get away from you.
Lechol kichatzi zayis, that's the finish of the Mishnah.
Fucking insane.
To eat
Incredible.
a half
Yeah.
a kizayis,
Just
and
added
ultimately against the burn half a kizayis,
Oh,
kosher,
for sure.
shlomo says, so that's like, that's talking about over here. Let's see, two different machshavas, right? The machshava eat half a kizayis now and half a kizayis tomorrow, right? So, or put them come up with his mano. Ultimately, as the Gemara says, that's kosher. That doesn't impact the carbon. Why? Should have even about Torah instead. But ultimately, again, so this is let's say a person has in mind to eat half of his eyes tomorrow and to burn half of his eyes tomorrow. So on one hand, both machshavas ultimately are for what? Are for chutzpah's mano. But because they're each on half of his eyes ultimately doesn't combine to see what people call it. Incredible. That was a Mishnah, right? That has a lot of information. So the Gemara says as follows. Turn up on. Where do we go? Turn up on. So we'll say the Pasuk over here. Now, listen, what I want to point out is just a little bit of the confusing part. But a little bit of the confusing part. But a little bit of the confusing part just stylistically is that although the Mishnah began with a conversation about Ola Sa'ol, remember, this Mishnah goes to Ola and Hachar. I'll just point out, by the way, you'll notice if looking in the Mishnayos and Zvach, this one over here is about 3 or 4 different. So again, it's always interesting to see like how Mishnayos are picking up in Mishnayos, similar in Gemara. Often multiple Mishnayos become one conversation. But anyway, so when you see it as separate Mishnayos, they're a lot more topical. But here is one Shalom of Mishnah. Beautiful Shalom of Mishnah. So the Gemara says, and we'll say this pasuk where the Gemara is quoting is by Ola Sa'ol. So the pasuk is the Kiva Akoin Elam Mizbeach, bring to the pasuk. The coin will bring the Ola Sa'ol to the Mizbeach. Malach Esro Shol. Literally, he'll do Malika to his head. The Hekri on Mizbeach. He'll burn it on Mizbeach. The inside Damo Al Mizbeach. And he will go ahead and apply the blood. Apply the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach. So remember again, this is Ola Sa'ol. Ola Sa'ol is telling us, remember again, coin comes up the ramp, hangs a right, comes to the southeast corner, goes on the Solday, does Malika on the Solday. So here we go. So what is the pasuk teaching? The Mishnah, since the tells us that when you bring an Ola Sa'ol, you can bring from Torah or B'nai Yonah, which means again, pigeons or turtle doves. You might have thought like this. I'm also interesting enough, it phrases it in the plural. You might have thought that whenever you bring an Ola Sa'ol, it's a minimum, it's a two-bird minimum for Ola Sa'ol, since it's phrased in the plural. Therefore, the pasuk phrases it in the singular. So you shall sacrifice it, which tells us that even a singular bird could be offered up as a carbon. Yavi Elam's bath, it shall be brought to his bath. Not Tamaloma, right? Top Kohen. Let's say, why does the pasuk have to say the Kohen? Let's say now, once it says it's been done by the Mizbeach, then what? Who else is doing it? Obviously, it's going to be the Kohen. So you might look to this. So my Kohen, Kohen. The Kohen, he tells the Kohen has to do it. He wants to learn it. Okay, Shiyoko, I will put it so I love you. Then some should cover itself. I will cover the Kohen. They will say an animal sacrifice. Remember again, we'll say animal coverless where they offer supper in the north. Right? So we'll say remember again, north. Yet, halacha l'beis, again, even though there is a stuffos requirement, it does not require a Kohen. Why doesn't it require a Kohen? Shivas Sheva Zah. Even a non-Kohen can go ahead and do the avodah. Only shalom kavalot safar, so a bird which does not have a northern requirement, usually for a Kohen, perhaps should not require a Kohen either. The Torah says no, it has to be done by a Kohen. So this is very interesting. As much as you say Shvita Kshera Bizar, it's only the Shvita of a regular animal carbon that is cut by non-Kohen. But Allah L'Maisa, bird offering must be done by the Kohen, which I will say is actually not in Kiddush anyway, because the truth is the Yisrael couldn't be altered into this area where the carbon is being shafted anyway. But okay, has to be done by the Kohen. I'm not, but maybe the leaf is done with a knife. So the Gemara says, the dinner, the Kabbalah Umma in Shrita, Shalom Kabbalah Kohen, Kabbalah Kli. So Shrita, which doesn't require a Kohen, yet it does require a utensil, a knife. Malika should Kabbalah Kohen and within Kabbalah Kli. So Malika, which does require a Kohen, should certainly require a knife. Kabbalah Kohen Ummala. Therefore, the Pasha yes requires a Kohen, but doesn't require a knife. It requires Malika done by hand. I'm going to be a Kiva, if you sell out a knife card, is that part of the God in his back? I don't understand. What's the Havamina? The non-Kohen would be shefting the bird. Like, what's the Havamina for that? After all, again, the bird offering has to be done by the Mizbeach. How can a non-Kohen come to the Mizbeach? Ella, Makala, Kohen, so therefore the Hebrew says differently. Why does the Torah say Kohen? Listen to this. Shetehi Malika Ba'asmo Shal Kohen. That the Malika itself must be done by the Kohen himself, which means, like the Mosai, what does it mean? By the Kohen's body and not by a knife. So instead, Rabbi Akiva understands that Malika is done by hand and not by knife through the word HaKohen. Fascinating. Y'all you mechanic amount of master. So I'm going to put them in the done. And once he says Malika, but really what it means is the blood application. I want to put that the blood application to be done. The amount of master. Again, I won't say remember again. Above the foot, below the foot. Remember again, the red line that bisects them is there. I'm going to thought it doesn't matter where you do the blood application. You can do it wherever you want. Come along out. Therefore, the pastor said you. The Malika and Hakar burning. Just like burning of the birds is done on the top of the Mizbeach. After Malika Barosh was there. So the burn application is done on top. Now, remember, it's not literal because remember, burning is done actually on top. When it says on the top of the Mizbeach for the blood application, what does it mean? On the upper part of the Mizbeach, above the red line, above the foot, a sikra. So the Gemara says, Umalak, you do Malika, or it's done from the back of the neck of the bird. You're saying from the back of the neck, maybe not, maybe it's from the front, maybe it's from the actual front of the neck, but they know. It says over here, and it says over there, the Malika. So over there, it's also from the back of the neck. At first white line, I'm currently more oil. Also over here, it's from the back of the neck. You do Malika only on one cinch, only the side is further in pipe, and the rest remains attached. Constantly, by all that off, we say the same thing. I'm always paying them. Therefore, the pasuk said you shall do Malika and burn it. Not Torah, just like by all that stuff, excuse me. Not Torah, just like ultimately again, you burn the head and the body separately by all that soul. Malika so too when it comes to all that soul, the Malika totally severs. Incredible. How do you know that by all the body and the head are burned separately? When the thing you shall burn it, that's referring to the burning of the body of the Ola. So we'll say we're 65A, 4 wide line. Because I have to go on the hot Mary and time they extract this thing. So when it says you burn it on this death, what is that referring to? That is referring ultimately again to the burning of the head. So you see over here that the head and the body are burned separately. I will say that we saw that in the Mishnah, right? That the head is burned earlier on, and the body itself is only burned later. The Nimsa Gamo, Kula Kemisbeach. So ultimately, again, you shall apply the blood, right, of the bird onto the wall of the Mizbeach. So the Gemara says, below Akira HaKadosh, below Akira HaKadosh. Ultimately, to tell us that the blood application of the bird is on the wall of the Mizbeach, and not on the wall of the rest, nor on the wall of the Heichal. The Nimsa Zeh, and which part of the wall of the Mizbeach is this done? Once again, this refers to the part of the wall of the Mizbeach above the line that put that signal. Oh, and the Akira HaKadosh, maybe it's below the red line. When it comes to animal sacrifice, a chatos is done above put the Sikra, and all is done below. So the matter, inshallah, so the matter, so by where again, already established that the matter, so the blood application to the put the Sikra. So you always need to look at the matter, the Sikra, Kamala, when it's still the new sun, much of the Salah Daika, the Akas, the Ishmael, Hoser, and there was an interesting enough. The order of the pasuk is very strange. Like the pasuk itself says, you would burn the offering, and then you do the blood application. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense. How can you do a blood application after the bird is already done? It's like so possible that you're going to burn the offering and then go back and apply the blood. Allah al-Halal is the deepest that was. Mahatala Barosh on the chair, Meets the Barosh on the chair. Just like Hakara, just like the burning is done on the top of the chair, so to the blood application is done on the top of the chair. As we said before, remember again, burning is quite literally done on the top of the chair. And because that blood application is being done on top, what is that referring to? Ultimately, again, it's referring to the area above the red line. So say how was it done? All of the cabbage, who kind of a soul. So here it is. You go up to it, it's cutting again out by all the soul. You come up the ramp,
just like there's guys like that out
and go right. Follow the turns of the Skizakis, going to the Soviet, going to the ledge, come to the southeast corner. How you move as well something will our talk, and ultimately again the coin holding the burning is like about the yesterday we demonstrated, right? We saw the pictures. How Malika was done, the focus close to everybody else, one hand, two hands. Like you do Malika from the back of the neck, now again, this is talking about all our soul. You sever both the windpipe and the esophagus, sever the head from the body, and the nuts and the dama are carried there. And you do the blood application on the wall of the neck. Now, let's say that, just to understand something. So remember, because all of this is happening on the Soviet, the Chukasika, the red line, is below the Soviet. Right? So by definition, the coin is only standing on the ledge, which is above the red line. He's applying the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach over here above the red line. Okay, so it says, in my saw, actually become out of cameras there. So it's therefore again, just to understand, so the coin is quite literally again, standing on the ledge, and applying the blood on the wall of the Mizbeach right in front of me. Right in front of it, which is above the red line. That's interesting enough. The red line was actually one amma below the solar. And therefore the Gemara says over here, even if the Kohen did the blood application down, and he did the blood application below him, it would still be kosher. Right? Why? Because even one amma up to one amma below him is still above the red line. Very interesting. So what's interesting enough, and the Herald of Yaakov say that the entire avodah was done ultimately again the Rosh Hashanah. Rashi says Rosh Hashanah. The Ba'ina Deitz Divinim Satamo. She is so big to Shira Hasamas Monacham Askara. So one says in sort of the Herald of Yaakov disagrees. But according to Tanakama, right? So remember again. The blood application of the bird offering has to be done above the foot of Sikra. But they have become a hold that even if the coin that bit on the staff below the Soviet, as long as it's within one amma below the Soviet, you're good. Because the foot of Sikra was one amma below the Soviet. So as long as it's applied below the Soviet, you're fine. But the Kenya of Rosary Yaakov disagrees. They say no. It has to be, the blood application has to be done on the wall of the staff above the Soviet. What's the fundamental difference? My bad, I was trying to do this. You're not getting about the can you make a fire on the Soviet? Again, I will say, the halakha is like this. Because we call ourselves juxtaposers, the blood application to burning, we learn from that just geographically, the blood application and the burning are in the same space, so we close other. So therefore, the shaila is, can you go ahead and actually kindle a fire on the Soviet? Not a good idea, but not a good idea, but can you do it? Tanakama says yes. Therefore, you need a blood application with the amma below the Soviet, because ultimately the blood application was going to still be juxtaposed close to each other. And the And the Lord is saying, no, you can't make a fire on the building, and fire is only made on the top of the building. Or, in order for the blood application to be next to the fire itself, the blood application has to be on the wall of the Mizbeach above the building and not below. Fascinating. Okay, so the Gemara says as follows. The Hesias Marasa, cleaning again in the abode of the bird cover. Son of the Hesias Marasa, Minosasa, Zuzeka. First, when the person said you shall remove the crop with its feathers, so Zepek is another word for crop. You might have thought that maybe like you go ahead and make a cut in the bird with a knife and remove the crop like that. Have a little bit of sauce, because the crop does with its feathers. No thoughts and no seam, take the feathers together. Abu Yosef and Kana Omer. No drop and no tail. You also take out the gizzard along with the other parts of the bird. So the Gemara says, the being that Yishmael Kana Ben Otsasa, the note says Shalom, Kodra the Sakin to Mirabah. So this is very interesting. Kana Yishmael says, what we do is we make a little bit of an incision in the bird, almost like a window like opening, so as to allow us to go ahead and go in and grab out these parts of the bird, grabbing the crop that comes out together with the gizzard, that then brings out the intestines, and the feathers, surrounding feathers come out with it as well. On the days, she's a little video. So it's remember again, by Ola Sa'ot, what you do, you tear the bird in half. You tear the bird in half, but you do not totally separate the two parts. The Shisa and the Shisa Alabiyad. When the Kohen tears the bird into two, it's ultimately being done by hand. So the Gemara says, "Katin Omer, Vayishaseh Keshes Sagdi." So it's interesting enough what's the raya for this. The raya for this ultimately again is from Shishon. Right now, when Shishon tore apart the animal, ultimately again he tore it apart by hand. So much of Vayishaseh. So the Shisa means carrying something apart by hand. So to the Kohen almost tears the bird into two, again not separating the two pieces by hand. Incredible. So it's a below Yisrael Sambo, below Yisrael Sambo. What's this number again? The Mishnah then went on to say as follows: as much as we outline all of the different parts of the avodah of Chakasot and Ola Sa'ot, like an animal carbon, as long as you did Tzrika, right? As long as by a bird it's meat soft. As long as you did the blood application, ultimately again you're good to go. And if you omitted any of the other subsequent parts, Halacha L'maisa, the carbon is still affected. So the Gemara says, Maslichim the local the Lazim Shem, the Sanjay. However, Shemati Shemat given the Chakasot. So Rosh Hashem says, I heard ultimately again Shemat given. Listen, now in this context, Shemat ultimately means separating the head from the body. I heard that we do separate the head of the body from the Chakasot. Now listen, remember again, in our Mishnah, in yesterday's Mishnah, we saw by Chakasot you only separate one of the simanim and leave the head connected. By Ola Sa'ot, we're severing both simanim. Now the Gemara says, by the way, there is another opinion. The Elizabeth Shimon says, I heard Shemat given the Chakasot. Elizabeth Shimon holds that no, you sever the head even by Chakasot. So the Gemara says, what is the practical difference between these two? The fundamental distinction ultimately in between them is mitzvah b'chakasot ma'akim. In other words, the squeezing out of the blood from the chakasot is that ma'akim. Is that process ma'akim? If you take a look, actually, let's see. Whereas the Tanakh Savar, mitzvah chakasot ma'akim. Squeezing out of the blood by chakasot is actually ma'akim. Since ultimately again, mitzvah dam is going to be ma'akid, so therefore again, halacha l'maisa, if you end up separating the head, that becomes an act ultimately again of ola sa'ot by chasas, and therefore again, it would be the lots of Shim's already holds mitzvah chakasot lo ma'akid, that ultimately again, mitzvah chakasot not ma'akid, and therefore halacha l'maisa, the it's considered to be that taking off of the head, that additional amount taking off the head, shouldn't be cutting away flesh of the bird, and therefore again does not render the carbon particle. Rava says, no, my whole case is something else very interesting. Shihiyah, singing Shini Ba'ola Sa'ot for the night. Shabbat is very quickly. By Shita, by Hikbo Shita. One of the interesting things that Shita is what we call Shihiyah literally means waiting or delay. You're taking the animal for dinner. Now look, you have to cut both, so we have to cut them quickly. Because let's say you cut the esophagus, and then you wait to go ahead and cut the windpipe. What's the concern? The animal rides. Once it rides, the second sin, but not as a result of cutting, as a result of the animal's movement. It actually renders an animal a trade-off. So this cheetah, one of the most important pieces is quickness, quick kites, right? Quick kites, right? Yeah, it has to be right. Immediate alacrity, right? Jesus, right? You have to do it very quickly. See, the my focus over here is Shehiyah b'Shim Sheni ba'Olah Asal. What happens by Olah Asal if you delay cutting the second sin? Gemara says, Tanakama Savar Sheva Simon Sheni ba'Olah Asal Ma'ati. He knows that she is not a big deal, and therefore the Abagab Shia Ka'avid Ma'isa Olah B'Chatas. Therefore Allah Kol Ma'isa. So even if the first was Ma'ati, he ended up doing a Ma'isa Olah by a Chatas over to make it possible. The Lord of Shimon Savar Ma'ati, it is Ma'ati, the Kavid Shia B'Chatas Pasha Ba'almo. Ultimately, again, even though he isn't shot, even though he does delay, it's just considered to be halakha l'maisa, just cutting away flesh, and ultimately, again, and therefore it's mechati versus the and therefore again does not invalidate. Abaye says, Rov basar ma'ashi u'zemina. Abaye says, no, we'll stop over there for today. Sorry, I'm learning over quickly this last piece. Again, we'll see Abaye's interpretation ultimately again of this machlokes, close out the sugya, and in your Hashem again see the Rambam Malachim L'Maisa tomorrow. Shkayach, everyone. Wow, what a knock.
I was standing next to him, and I was like,
all right, because
it's funny, you guys sound just the same as you do on podcasts. I listen to you guys' podcasts.
I know.
Who the fuck are you? Yeah, it's not.
You're not going to see birds. They're just birds now.
How can you? You have to go through it. If you don't go through it, you're not going to be comfortable. You got to be weirded out. There's no way around it. You want them to be your friend. Oh, yeah. You know what I mean? You want them to like you. They have no idea who you are. You're like standing next to them. Yeah. And then it gets, there's levels of weirdness. Like sometimes I'll be, here talking to someone, I'm like, that's fucking Quentin Tarantino. Like, how weird is this? Sitting here talking to Quentin Tarantino. There's certain guys that never stop being weird. Yeah. It's like always stays a little weird because they're so famous. Yeah. Mine's always athletes. It's always an athlete that I didn't think was going to make me feel that way. That's interesting.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
I can't even talk. It's fucking recent.
Okay, good morning. One second. We're going to begin a new week together. Thank you for Richter for giving shir over the last couple of days. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. To thank our commentary sponsors for the month of Teshuvah. Involving the Torah Stephen Perry Zinn, for dedicating all the instructions this month for loving memory of Steve's father, William C. and Chaim Zichron Lebracha. And our Dafyomi sponsors are Alan Sarah Steinberg and discuss health for Shulamis Hana Bas Susha, for enduring and continuing refuah shalom. We hope that she can recall for the have a complete and enduring refuah and all the Neshama staff and the families in the Chama and that she can continue to child the soul levels upon all the clouds. Because we got us speaking of a lot today. Today's daf is $7.64. We are kicking off on $7 Aleph at the two dots, 3 lines down from the top. Shlosha Dvarim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, this was the Mishnah on the top of Samach Gimel Amud Aleph 3a. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are 3 things. Shlosha Dvarim Haisa Osakam Mishameshes Milamato Shlosha Milamalo. There are 3 things on the southwest corner that were done. Actually, the southwest corner is there. 3 things that were done above the Chut HaSikra, 3 things that were done above the red line, 3 things that were done below the red line. So the Mishnah said, Milamata Chachas Ha'of. Hagashas Shigari Hadam. So again, below the red line was Chatas Ha'of, the bird Chatas. Hagashas, which means the meaning of the Mincha, the meats of the Mincha, and Shigari Hadam, and spilling out of the leftover blood. And above the Chut HaSikra, above the red line, Nisuch Hayayin wine libation, Nayin wine libation, Va'olas Ha'of, and the bird Ola. Okay, so now we're picking up on this. And let's remember again, we still see that the southwest corner, Just remember again, that's this corner over here, right? Southwest corner. Good. So now the Gemara says as follows: Social divine. Chata sa'ol hadam. Now this is just going through these three. So chata sa'ol, that was in yesterday's daf. Hagashos. How do we know about the bringing of the leftover, not the leftover, but the knitza of the mincha? The siv, the yisha elfnei mizbeach. Shiyari hadam, leftover blood. The siv, there's kol hadam hapar yishbo al yisol hamizbeach. Okay. So the Gemara therefore quotes these three psukim ultimately again highlighting these three items. Next, Mila Ma'alot, Yisro Chamayim, V'hayayin, V'ola Sa'ol, Kishirabim, suppose I cover it. Now remember, the next three items were offered up above, or as you say, were done on the upper part of the southwest corner. And what was that? Niso Hamayim, which was the pouring of the water. So again, I'm sure we're going to cover this in Mishnah. And Niso Hamayim, of course, is done on a very unique and specific type of water libation, only done once a year. Niso Hamayim is a wine libation which accompanies many kabanos. And Ola Sa'ol, the bird Ola. Again, we're going to speak more about the bird Ola. We started already the bird Ola in the last Mishnah. We're going to the next Mishnah as well. Ola Sa'ol Kishirabim Mizrach. Now, this last part is very interesting. When is the Ola Sa'ol offered up on the southwest corner? So the lesson of the Mishnah is Kishirabim Mizrach, which means ultimately, again, when there's too much stuff going on in the southeast corner, we move things over to the southwest corner. So just to understand, just to appreciate this just a moment. Right? So remember again, Mishnah says that we're doing Ola Sa'ol in the southwest corner. When do we do ultimately again Ola Sa'ol in the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So in other words, it sounds like normally you'd want to be doing Ola Sa'ol by the southeast corner, but if it's too crowded, ultimately we'll move it over to the southwest corner. Says the Gemara, my time. Why teach that? So in other words, why? Just to follow this. Why do you say Lechatchila, Ola Sa'ol, the bird Ola, should be done in the southeast corner? Right? Because remember, the fact that the Mishnah says that we do Ola Sa'ol in the southwest corner, when there's too much happening in the southeast corner, indicates to us that the ideal location for Sa'ol is southeast corner. So why is that? Why is this the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My time. So Yochanan says, it makes Shekrova in base Hadashan. Ultimately, again, because it's much closer to the base Hadashan. So as I say now, interesting enough now, what does that mean exactly? The base Hadashan. Remember again, I will say one of the first avodas that was done in the base Hamikdash every single morning was something called Trumas Hadashan. So what would happen? So if you take a look, by the way, at Rashi for just a moment, in the base Hadashan, it's Rashi in the about 5 lines up from before it gets wide. I should say 5 lines up for the intermediate wide lines. And in the base Hadashan, Makom Shenos Ben Sham B'Choboket Trumas Hadashan Shekasim Bo. Somewhat Isa Hamizbeach. Behu, the Mizracho Shel Kadesh, Sivkal Morav Mutza, the Hishbut Osa El Isa Hamizbeach Kima, on the Makom Hadashan. Okay, so let's now watch this. First thing the Kohen would do every single morning is he would come up, follow my point over here. He would come up on the Mizbeach, right? And what he would do is he would take ash. We're gonna go a few months to as well. So let's just do the general layout. Let's say I apologize. Not everybody can see this. He comes up from the gap. He's gonna take ash. After he takes ash, he comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base Hadashan. This is where you take it out. He's only taking some of the residual ash. He's putting it over here on the base Hadashan. Now, what does that do with anything? Because the Torah says that when the Kohen dismembers the bird Ola, he takes, we're going to see the feathers and the cloth, and he throws it by the base Hadashan. Okay? So now again, so remember first thing in the morning, coming up the ramp, taking some ash, coming back down, and putting it in this area over here, which you can see is in the southeast. Really like the east side of the Mizbeach, southeast orientation. But, and then the Torah says when it says that the bird Ola, you will take the sacrificial parts and you will throw it by the base Hadassah. So because of that, the Gemara says, because anyway, the bird parts have to be thrown by the base Hadassah, it makes sense that where would the bird Ola normally be done? Southeast. Because that's much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, he'll move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for them to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, that's now let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, here we go. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So it's a very beautiful Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. See how strong Kohanim are. Why? Because obviously the lightest part of the bird. Now again, remember, we're going to see like a bird, sacrificial parts of the bird are the mora and the notes. The mora is the crop. The crop of Osei, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food. What it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the crop is like the stomach, but it's not down here, it's up here. Right, where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the more on the feathers. So those are the parts that are thrown by the base Hadassah. And sometimes the Kohen has to throw it more than 30 amas. And I remember again, it takes more strength to throw a light item far than it does to take a heavier item, right? Because it's hard. If something is light, it's hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the mora and the notes of the crop and the feathers of the bird more than 30 amas. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. Listen, there's not only Machzor Shokes, that's all of the Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually a very beautiful Gemara. Actually, the Gemara is coming over here from the second Yuma and the second coming. So what would happen is the first thing in the morning, the Kohen would go ahead and he would walk up to the ramp with a Machzor Shokes. Literally, a Machzor is really like a shovel. Really means like a pan, like a pan shovel made of silver. All of the Rosh Hashanah, you go to the top of the Mizbeach. You would move the coals to two sides. And he would take from the hottest coals or from the hottest ashes, and he would then come back down to the floor. We'll show you what just happened over here. The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Trumas Hadassah. So, okay, so watch what the Gemara just described. I'm going to show it to you here. He would come up the ramp, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side, and he would take some of the hottest ashes, that's this with his shovel. He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, it says then he would turn northward. Why does it say turn northward? Because when it comes down the ramp, then where is he going? North. Remember again, he's running facing north, he's down. He would go north on the eastern side of the Mizbeach. And remember again, we know where he's going. He's going over here to this place called the base Hadassah. And what would happen? The idea of the Maxim on top is suffering. You would go, you would chase towards the north to hold it from the Zachar Saltebek, and you would come to the eastern side of the ramp. What at Ke'eser Amos. You would walk approximately 10 Amos. So 10 Amos, just so you understand. So here's the base Hadassah. Here's the reason they would deposit the ash. He would come up the ramp. Now turn northward, going in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ramp. Walk 10 Amos down. And you would go ahead and you would place the coals, right, the ashes, then down on the floor of the base of Dutch, approximately 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. That's the distance of it. 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. menorah, the notza, the rishon from the gas ha'mini, the hamenorah. And I both said, just to understand, so what was deposited here in this case, Hadashan? So it was deposited here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash was coming on top of the mizbeach. There were also other ashes. Remember, both said, every morning the kohen would also go into the heichal, right? He's going to the heichal. He would clean up the mizbeach ha'ketoras, like the incense altar, which also had ash. He would clean up the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk around the mizbeach, come deposit it over here. So in this place, the base Hadashan, which was on what called the southeastern side of the mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the top of it, some of the ash from the top of the mizbeach, ash from the mizbeach close to the incense altar, ash from the menorah, and not only that, what else was placed there? Furthermore, and that's where Makom Shinostin Morah denotes up. That's also where he would place, again, the part of the bird that was discarded, right? The crop and the feathers of the bird. Of the bird Ola. So the Gemara says, like Ola Saul. That's what he deposits, right? But also, this is exactly Menorah. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says sometimes, so you can see the strength of the coin, because what did he have to do? Sometimes the coin would have to throw it 30 amos. Now, when would he have to throw it 30 amos? When would that be required? Because what he's thinking about it. If, remember again, there was too much going on in the southeastern corner. Where would the Ola be done? Where would the bird Ola be done? Southwest. So Rashi does the math, so we don't have to do it. We just take his word for it. So if you take the diagonal here, now, the Gemara says it's 30 amos. I must say, in reality, it's actually more than 30 amos. It's actually 32 amos from here to here. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But the point where the Gemara is making is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the crop and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base Hadashan. As he says, the Gemara, 1 second. Honey, stay with plus. Honey, stay with plus in the Hadashan. So second, but it's actually more than 30. It's more than 30. So why does the Gemara say it's 30? Which in reality it's actually 31. So which was Makom Gabi no Chashuv. You're right. In other words, the Gemara is not counting the actual space that the coin himself occupied. So when you look at the amount of space between the coin himself and the base Hadashan, that could have been 30 amos. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just understand this procedurally. We're focusing on the bird offering. Salok Lamais, again, bird offering, ideally done southeast corner. If there's too much happening here, it goes to the southwest corner. Understand that after Shita or Malika, which we'll discuss, the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadashan, which is this deposit, right? This deposit area over here on the southeast side of the mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ramp, 3 amos from the side of the mizbeach. What was placed here? Trumas Hadashan from the morning ash from the mizbeach, ash from the interior mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the top and the feathers are the bird Ola. Incredible. Let's go back there. Kala Ola mizbeach. What's next? Now remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. Mishnah established another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the mizbeach, like whenever the coin goes in the mizbeach, so what happens? Kala Ola mizbeach, Ola's got a yamin. Supposed to remember again, how does the mizbeach work? So in general, remember again, what's our rule? Mishnah said, what's the rule? Whenever you go somewhere, or like whenever you're turning somewhere, you always turn right. So remember again, you come up the ramp, which that means whenever you're coming up the ramp, you would go and you would turn right. You would turn right. So remember again, depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether or not you're standing on the ground of the base of the church or you're taking a sobek, that ledge. But normally what you would do is you would come up this ramp, come and angle right, start with the southeastern corner, and make his way around. The Mishnah then says there were 3 exceptions to this rule. What were the 3 exceptions to this rule? With the exception ultimately again that the Kohen is coming up to do these 3 things. What are the 3 things that we're referring to? Miso Hamayim, like water, or I should say, Miso Hamayim, wine libations, water libation, and Olas Hov. Those are the three exceptions. Now, let's say now, why? What happens with those three? All three of those things are done on the southwest corner. So what would happen is, this is very interesting. This is the only time this would happen in the base language. Coin would come up, right up to the southwest corner, do his thing. Nisuch Hamayim, Nisuch Hayayin, all that. Write that down. There was no hakafa. There was no circling of death. Come up to the southwest corner, do what you have to do, come right back down afterwards. Says the Gemara. My type. Why is that? Why is that exactly? That he would not do the circling of the death. He would just do his thing and come right back down afterwards. So by the libation, that they should not become smoky. Right? In other words, that the issue over here is that both the water and the wine could absorb some of the smoke smell of smoke, right? And therefore it goes to smoke flavor. And apparently that would go ahead and be validated. So all that's all Shem Kamos Ba'ashim. So all that's is that you take the bird, right, and you do the entire like hakaf and circle the mizbeach, the bird itself could back in smoke inhalation, which is fascinating, right? Tells you just apparently the amount of smoke that was I guess where that was going, right? But when I worried about the bird, right? But bird need the bird to die from below. It's not going to smoke inhalation. Also, to me, comes to us. 1 second. When the queen comes to circle the mizbeach, from where does he begin? Mikaren Romis Mizrachis. So again, in general, whenever you go to the mizbeach, you start from the southwest corner. After the southwest corner, then Mizrachis Sifonis. You go to ultimately the northeast corner. Then Sifonis Ma'aravis, northwest corner. And then Ma'aravis Duromis, southeast corner. So that's even described this entire time. Start again from southeast and make your way around counterclockwise. Now listen to this. In no scene mode, now let me give you a little bit of context over here. This is actually a very beautiful Gemara. So look at Rashi. Rashi is 4 lines up from the bottom. Follow the Hakif. Rashi says, Mishnah in the Sefes Tamid. The Gemara is quoting the Mishnah from the Sefes Tamid. What does the Mishnah say? Gabi Kohen Gadol, She'eno Kasher, She'eno Tishar Kohanim, L'Zachok L'Gatayis La'avoda Achos Elo, Only the goal of the whole chapter, in some sense. So let's listen to this. Kohen Gadol Matu Chilik Rosh. Amar Olu Zuani Makrid. His man Shumat Zosov Midday Zachos. Where it works, some of the back of Kohanim, is that there was a price, there was a lottery, right? Because there's a lot of Kohanim, and again, there's a finite amount of avodah to be done. Now, one man's always had the right to exercise prerogative to do the avodah, and now he's a Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol could roll into the base of session. He could say, I'm doing this, and that's prerogative to do so, which is pretty incredible. So now that's where this Gemara is picking up. So let's say Kohen rolls in, and he says, I'm going to offer up this Ola. So the way that the Mishnah makes it sound like over here is that what happens? Kohen Gadol comes up, and again, he does his hakaf. He comes up, turns to the right, starts with the southeast corner, and then makes his way counterclockwise. And when he gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine libation. Now, when you read this Mishnah, it makes it sound like he's carrying the wine with him as he goes around the mizbeach. Now, that obviously contradicts what we just said before, because before we just said, where's wine libation done? Here also said this clear. Where's wine libation done? Southwest corner. But wine libation is being kept to the rule. Where does he go? He comes up from his back. Where does he go? Right to the southwest corner. Why? He don't want the wine absorbing any smoke smell as he goes around. So that contradicts what we just said before. Here we're saying, go up to the southwest corner, do your thing, go back down. Here it sounds like he's going around his back, holding the wine, and then does that to the southwest corner. To which the Gemara says, last time, or Rabbi Yochanan said, let's say on the base 64b. Rabbi Yochanan, that looks longer this morning than it did last night. All right, so what happened? So Rabbi Yochanan said, Hakafa b'regel. No. What it means is like this: the Kohen Gadol would in fact circle the mizbeach, but he was not holding the wine. Rather, what would happen? They would give him the wine when he reached the southwest corner. It's interesting enough. So he did the hakafa. He did. Right, he walked around the mizbeach, but not with the wine. They would hand him the wine. Stop when he reached the southwest corner. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand. Well, the mitzvah of the alma. And so, listen, so I understand. So he's coming up to do a wine libation, and the wine libation has to be done at the southwest corner. So why is he walking around the whole mizbeach? What's going on up here? So Rashi says it's a mitzvah. Only Yamin Umakipin, the Zela Haki, only Raficha, Makip, Ubala Malcolm Shamachnis, Sham, the Nostim, Yayin, and I say, Avashar Kohanim, Shazoka, the Sakin, the Bayis, Lozaka, La Avoda Haris, Ola Bayan Biado. So it's interesting enough. This was apparently unique by the Kohen Gadol, because since the Kohen Gadol could do whatever he wanted when he came into the Beis Hamikdash, he could even be doing multiple avodos, which means that he could be going up to on his back to do multiple things. For other Kohanim, generally again, you were only designated one avodah. So therefore, again, if you were the Kohen doing the wine libations, ultimately again you would come up the ramp, come to the southwest corner, do your libation, and you were done. Kohen Gadol, who himself may be coming up for other things, would come up, start at the southeast corner, make his way around, but again would not carry the wine with him as he made his rounds around his back, but ultimately again would only receive wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, I want to point out there's no contradiction. So that's which the Mishnah said, which is that halacha l'maisa. So wine libation was done in the southwest corner, and again the Kohen would come right up to the southwest corner, would not walk around the back, do the libation, and come right back down. Amarava, only exception to this rule, Kohen Gadol. Amarava Geshanami Diktani, no snimo yayin lenasi. And again, it wasn't in fact he looked lush in the Mishnah. The Mishnah was they would give the Kohen Gadol the wine through the libation, which indicates to us that even as he was walking around the mizbeach, he would not be holding the wine with him, but rather would only receive the wine when he reached the southwest corner. Incredible. So again, around there and kind of no yayin lenase, below kakani omer lo nase. Again, I want to say that's Rosh Hashanah. Rosh Hashanah, they would give him. Ultimately, they would give him the wine to do the libation when he got to the southwest corner. Shmamina, again, therefore, Allah just understand. So, just to reinforce this point, wine libation done on the southwest corner, but as opposed to other things which were done at the southwest corner, where the Kohen would arrive there by aiming the right and going counterclockwise on his back, for the wine libation would come right up on the side of the back, come right to the southwest corner through the libation. Why? We don't want the wine to absorb any of the flavor. The yard in derech small. That was in general, whenever you would come up to this derech, so this is the rule that we say before, what would you do? You would hang a right. Right? So the Kohen would come up to this derech, and again, you would hang a right. And then he would come down on the left side of the mizbeach. Good. The Gemara says, Olden derech small. Olden derech mizrach, the yarden derech ma'ariv. Against when they would come up on the eastern side, right, and come down the west. Remember again, coming up on this side of the mizbeach, so it's east, and then come down on the western side of the mizbeach. Good. With the exception of the Kohen who was coming up with these three things. Again, what are the three things? Nisoch hayayim, wine libations, Nisoch hamayim, water libations, and Obas ha'ov. That for these people, Sha'olin derech ma'ariv, the Yarden derech ma'ariv, they would come up on the western side and go down the western side. So remember again, this is the western side of the mizbeach. Right, they come up on the western side, do your thing at the southwest corner, and then come down on the western side. Olin derech yamin, the Yarden derech yamin. They would go up on the right side and go down on the right side. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. What do you mean they go up on the right side? People say it's contradictory. They're not going up on the right side, they're going up on the left side of the staff, right? Remember again on both sides. We're seeing over here about the coins left and right. So therefore, again, remember, if you tell me they're going up on the western side of the Mizbeach, this is the coin's left, not the coin's right. So what's going on over here? Ravina, honey, I'm sorry, good. That's small. Ravina, honey, small. Ravina says that, I'm sorry, it's changing. It means it goes up on the left side and comes down on the left side. Rava, no, my Yamin the Mizbeach. When it says right is referring to the right of the Mizbeach. The nice, small, the Gavra. When it says, so this is a bit confusing. When it says the right, it's referring ultimately again to the right of the Mizbeach. Now listen now why? Because this is very interesting. From the Mizbeach's perspective, the Mizbeach faces south. Because the Mizbeach is facing south, so therefore we look at it from this direction. From literally again north facing south, which means that this is considered to be the right side. For the Kohen going up, like ascending in there, this is considered to be the left side. From a Mizbeach orientation, like you look at the Mizbeach oriented southward, then this is the right. You look at from the Kohen's perspective going up, this is the left. That's why I call it the left and the right. To which the Gemara says, come on. Oh, no, that's called, right? Benisni o edi mizbeach o edi gavra. Why are you going here? Why put it or choose an orientation? Choose an orientation. Either look at it from the orientation of the mizbeach or look at it from the orientation of the Kohen. But for God's sake, don't do it both because that's incredibly confusing. To which the Gemara says, Kasha, you're right. That is a little bit confusing. We're not sure why exactly the Gemara chose to phrase it that way. Okay, but I will say, but again, bottom line for us to take away because we're getting some good solid carbonic information over here. So remember again, in general, the Mishnah told us the rule was when you go up to the Mizbeach, you always hang the right, and you make your way around counterclockwise in the back, end up by the southwest corner. 3 exceptions: Nisuch Hamayim, Nisuch Hayayim, Olas Ha'of. So we are afraid that if you go ahead and you do this, it's going to get smoke logged or smoke scented. Therefore, what does the Kohen do? Come right up on what we'll call either the western side, or we're just going to keep it simple, or the left side from the Kohen's orientation, the left side of the Mizbeach. Do Nisuch Hamayim, Nisuch Hayayin, Olas Ha'of on the southwest corner. Come back down and be done. Now, listen, I have one more piece of information for Olas Ha'of. Remember again, the more in the notes up, the top and the feathers were placed where? Beis Hadeshen, right? Now remember again, that's why ideally, where was the Olas Ha'of done? Southeast corner. Only if there's too much going on over here, you move to the southwest corner, and then the Kohen would literally again throw the crop and the feathers over to here. What else is going on in the Beis Hadeshen? Ash from here in the morning to Beis Hadeshen, ash from the Mizbeach HaTorah, Mizbeach HaZav, ash from the menorah, all placed on the same place. Beautiful. Okay, we'll say next. That up until now was Olas Ha'of, the bird Olas. Now we're transitioning to another bird offering, Chatas Ha'of. A bird Chatas. So you want to have a bird Chatas. Kate said, how was the Chatas Ha'of done? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Parentheses for now. So remember again, bird karbanos were not shafted. Instead, what happened with bird karbanos? They had malika done. Now again, we'll discuss the process for malika in just a little bit. So hayamolik. So listen to the last. Hayamolik esoshami mularpa. So literally again, he would do malika on its head, from the back of its neck. So we'll say again, we'll get into the exact process of malika, but the idea was the bird was slaughtered from the back of its neck, not from the front. But you do not go ahead and totally remove the head from its neck. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, this is first Rashi in the Mishnah. Rashi in Mishnah Ve'eno Ma'avyo Harosh Min Agof Ela Siman Ata Levado Mole. Did it say Ba Umalak Es Rosho Mimul Arpon? So, both say so. According to Rashi, what this means is as follows. Generally, both say by sheep or as a sheep of an animal, you have to shaft two simanim, right? The windpipe and the esophagus. According to Rashi, by Malika, you only have to cut one of them. You only have to cut one. Right? So that's what it means when it says Eno Mavdo means you do not sever both simanim, rather only one of them. Eno Mavdo, okay? So therefore, what this means is one of the either the windpipe or the esophagus is severed, which means the head is still attached. That is still attached. Again, we'll get into this more. The umazeh midama al mizbeach, and again, you sprinkle from the blood of the bird onto the mizbeach itself. So remember again, we saw already that is opposed to an animal sacrifice, where after shechita, blood is collected in a kli sharis, the process we call kabbalah, and then the blood is taken from the kli and sprinkled on the mizbeach. By a bird offering, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So that's when you're actually taking the bird and sprinkling the blood on the mizbeach. First line on 64b. And you go ahead and you sprinkle the blood on the wall of the mizbeach. And what's it, by the way, which also sounds like over here, that where is the bird, where is Chatas all taking place? What's taking place? It sounds like it's taking place on the ground, right? On the ground, because remember again, where is the blood being placed? On the wall of the desk. Just hold on to all this information. Okay, so again, no Kabbalah, no receiving the blood in the kli. Instead, again, the blood is actually sprinkled from the back of the bird itself. So ultimately, again, any residual blood. So after the blood applications take place, any residual blood ultimately again is placed on the base of the mizbeach yisod. And the only part of the burnt offering that actually goes in the mizbeach is what? Is the blood. There's no other sacrificial part. So remember again, this stands in contradistinction to what? To the Olas hole, where again the crop and the feathers were placed from the base hadeshen. By Chatas hole, the only thing that is placed in his back is the blood. And then what happens to the rest of the bird? Belongs to the Kohanim. Right, the Kohanim get to eat it. They get to have it. They in his back, everything else goes to them. Which I will say, by the way, it's actually quite interesting because it sounds like the Kohanim can eat the bird, right? Even though what? Right? It was interesting. There wasn't a shechit. I mean, it is a shechit. It's a malika, but it's fascinating. You're able to eat the bird even from a malika. Again, we're going to talk about all this. Just keep it in mind. Something about let's analyze this. So the pasuk says. So again, what's interesting about the bird offering, about the bird chatos, is that halacha l'maisa there's no kabbalah in a kli. Instead, what's happening over here is that the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the oak itself. So how does this work? You hold onto the head and to the body of the bird, and ultimately sprinkle from the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. Below al kira kedesh, but ultimately again not on the wall of the lamb. Below al kir echal, not on the wall of the base the structure of the building. Below al kir ulam, not on the wall of the antechamber. So again, but the highlighting over here, there's a very specific placement of the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. The izah, and which part of the wall of the mizbeach is done? This is the lower part of the wall, which once again remember it means under the chota under the red line. I says the Gemara, maybe the blood application is done on an upper part of the wall above the chota sikra. Gemara says no, we didn't know it's a kabachol, so when it comes to an animal offering, where the blood application for an ova is done below, and for a chatas is done above. All so for an oath, where the blood application is done above, or the more so ultimately again, a chatas blood application should also be done above. Therefore, the pasuk said that the residual blood will be placed by the base of the mizbeach. Here, so place it on a part of the wall. Place it on a part of the wall where the residual blood ultimately easily flows down to the base. the Azosa, and which part of the wall does that refer to? Zakirat Tachto. This refers to the lower part of the wall. Meaning below the foot, below the red line. The Gemara says, so there's two blood applications. Maybe you do one application above the red line and one blood application below. So the Gemara says, does the pasuk say Yamset? It shall be placed 3 months, which means the most like it shall like gradually flow down. The Mela Mashma, that you should place the blood on a part of the wall of the Mizbeach that it can easily and just gradually flow down to the base. What does that refer to? The lower part of the wall below the red line. Incredible. So what is this about today? Most is very exciting. So this about today says this. Keep milking Chata Saul. So let's say I watch this. How do we do Malika? So the Gemara says, okay, so now, okay, so then okay, you do very often. But take a look on the WhatsApp chat. Only for this. Don't check anything else. Right? If you go to the document, I sent out a bunch of pictures. Okay, so if you take a look, this is interesting. It might be a little bit easier to illustrate this with the pictures. Because I put in also there are a couple of pictures of the Chuma Sadeshan. So now I want to point out also the issue I want to say at the outset, which is there is a fundamental focus about how Malika was done. Was Malika a one-handed process or a two-handed process? Tosfos is of the opinion that it was one-handed. That is actually the last image that you have on the chat that I sent you is actually Tosfos. Like the bottom image left hand where you see Malika is being done with one hand, that's Tosfos. The majority of opinions actually hold that halacha l'maaseh Malika was a two-handed process. So that's, again, you're looking at this image. That's obviously totally unhelpful. Like, it's the color image that I put out. And you can see over here what's happening. And also you can see that, we're going to go through it now in the Gemara, but you can see how the bird itself was acting. So let's go through this now in the Gemara. So first of all, you would take the bird in your hand, and ultimately, again, you would hold its wings in between your two fingers. Now, essentially, what you can see over here is that the wings were positioned between the index finger and the middle finger. So what you would do is you would immobilize the wings. And then you would hold, ultimately, again, you would hold the feet of the bird between your pinky and ring finger. Right? So you're immobilizing the wings between index and middle finger, and then ultimately again holding the feet between again ring finger and pinky. Okay. Omosach savara arocha godlo, and then also you can see over here. You would bend the bird's head forward using your thumb, between your thumb and your index finger, like that's the image over here. So remember again, this image I'm showing you, this is not like Tosfos, right? And then you would take your other hand, thumbnail, and Dumalito. And as we said before, again, by Kratos, you also, because remember, the Mishnah is talking over here about Kratos, so you would go ahead and you would sever only one of the symbols. You stop the piece of the windpipe, not both, right? You would sever one of them. Alternatively, from the bar, the oak is up of the stairs also, and by the way, if you look at the other image, right, the other image is there are two different ways potentially you could go ahead and hold the bird. So, for example, if you go ahead and you take a look at the last image, you can see again on both sides the bird is held in different ways, kind of like, but in the first image, the bird is held on the inside of the hand. In the second image, if you'll notice again, the head is bent back towards the back of the hand. So the point that Gemara is making over here is there's two different positions for Malika. So I want to point out something very interesting before we even go on. The Rambam passes, let me just read this to you. So the Rambam passes, the Rambam says, Kiz ochis chatas al kishas Malika, ochis shtirag leben shtez bosav, ushtek avav shtez bosav, umosik tzavar al rochav shtez bosav, umolek. First of all, the Rambam goes with the first image that we saw, which is most, I say, really, that first image is really, according to the Rambam, the most authoritative one, which is, again, remember, you're holding You're holding again wings immobilized between the index finger and middle finger, feet immobilized between ring finger and pinky, thumb pushing the head forward, right? And therefore Malika done with your other hand. Now I want to point out what the Rambam says. This is actually quite fascinating. It doesn't actually matter who holds the bird, as long as Malika was done appropriately, meaning with the thumbnail back of the neck, severing one of the simanim, you're good to go. It's interesting. That's why, again, how you actually end up holding the bird in order to immobilize it and check it really is discretionary. As long as it's held immobilized and ultimately, again, one of the simanim are severed. That was, as the Gemara says, Zu avoda kasha shelemikdash. This was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. Which also, by the way, if you look at this, especially according to Tosfos, if this is done with one hand, that is a tremendous amount of dexterity. But the truth is, even if it's done with two hands, it's a tremendous amount of dexterity. That's just a lot going on over here. So therefore, the Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, now I should say, it says, Zu avoda kasha shelemikdash. Actually, the Gemara is, this was the hardest avoda in the Beis Hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, really? Va'ita kmitza v'chakina. 1 second, hold up. There's kmitza. They will say, remember again, what's kmitza? Kmitza is right by the mincha. The Kohen takes his 3 middle fingers, right, and he has to go ahead and scoop out. Then what does he have to do? He has to shave off anything extra that's extending with the finger and with the stub. Now you say to yourself, that doesn't sound so hard, but it is. Why? Because I was saying, when he has to be careful, especially certain minchas, which will have solid matter, when he shaves it off, he has to make sure that it's only shaving off the excess and not removing anything that is lodged within his fingers. There can't be any space within his fingers. So that also requires a tremendous amount of dexterity. Furthermore, there's chafina. I will say, what's chafina? Chafina is on Yom Kippur. Remember again, there was a tremendous amount of the Kohen had to do when he had to take a larger shovel of Kedores, empty into a smaller shovel of Kedores, and he can't spill anything. So there's a tremendous amount of balance and dexterity that goes into that as well. You must understand why saying Malik is the hardest. Mitzah, Chafina, these sound difficult as well. Elaima, the word is you're right. Elaima, Avoda Kasha, Avoda Kasha Shibim. That is you're right. And we didn't mean to say it's the hardest. Rather, what did we mean to say? What did we mean to say? It's of the most complicated. Right? It's of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. It's not that for the heart. But also, here's what we'll say. Halacha l'maaseh, it turns out that you learned a very important piece of information. Number one, by Chatas Ha'or, ultimately, again, the halacha was that the animal, the bird itself, is killed by Malika. How was Malika done? Thumbnail to the back of the neck. The Gemara gives two machlokas, Tosfos, and the rest of them are partial. Malika done with one hand, Malika done with two hands. Right? It doesn't really matter. As long as ultimately, again, the bird is killed from the back of the neck, one of the simanim is severed. Now, again, we're going to see about the head and the rest of the body. That's going to be the next Mishnah. And ultimately, again, no Kabbalah done in a separate thing. Rather, these are done directly from the blood of the animal itself, to which the Gemara says this is one of the hardest avodos done in the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara says it's going to be something absolutely beautiful in the Beis Hamikdash. It's interesting. So the second of the Rebbe, says something incredibly beautiful. He says, what is this mean? The Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. I want to read you something absolutely magnificent. He says, listen to this. He says, Makshavos Adam Hema. Listen to this lashon. Kiyam Nigrash Hashati Lo Yuchal. We'll say one of the hardest things in life to control are our thoughts. Sometimes a person's thoughts are like a turbulent sea. And sometimes the hardest thing in life is I can't control what I think. Like thoughts come into my mind, and I don't have any control. And listen, this is my simple because like stuff happens, I see things, I observe, experience things, and thoughts like flood my mind, and I can't control what I think. We'll do that right.
I don't know.
יש כוח לאדם למנוע מהם מלחתור אל הלב ולהרהר.
For sure.
You may not have control over what you initially think, but you absolutely have control about what you allow to remain in your heart and what you constantly continue to think about going forward. So in other words, you might not have control over instantaneous stuff, the stuff that pops into my head just like random. But what I allow to remain in my heart and what I allow to remain in my consciousness, that I absolutely have control over. And says that is something beautiful. Goes over here again. So what happens? What happens by the Chata Sa'ov? What do? You do Malika. The Rebbe say, what does Malika represent? Malika is a severing of the head from the body, from the heart. Malika represents the process by which we are able to go ahead and sever, make a distinction between the thoughts that just pop into our head and the things we allow to remain inside of our hearts. Sometimes you can't decide, like you don't get to choose what just fills your head instantaneously. I feel a loss, a desire, jealousy, different kinds of things that just pop into my head. Sometimes I really can't control those things. What I absolutely do control is what do I allow to occupy permanent real estate and permanent place in my heart and in my life. Malika is an art form. Sometimes you have to sever the head from the heart. It says the Gemara that is one of the hardest avodas to do. Not just in the Beis Hamikdash, but ultimately again in life as well. You can't always choose what pops into your head, but you absolutely always have a choice to what occupies permanent space in your heart and in your spiritual consciousness. Not easy, but one of the hardest avodas to do. So we stop over here for today. What a Gemara. What a Gemara. More. We're not finished. We're not finished. More things tomorrow.
Process included Fulton, even though the later issue about
all right, everyone, have a great day, everyone.
corrected by a new post 2024 account. The issue of unsigned voting tapes was
Oh,
not
sorry, Sebby, I
corrected
didn't see your message
by a
until
new
now.
post
I will go ahead and look instead of tomorrow. My apologies.
Yeah, what does that mean? That's what's confusing. Was there 315 weird votes or not? Because that is the main right wing. I bet if you went on Truth Social and asked them how did they steal the election, they fucking. I bet you can't get banned from it.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
You'd have to, but you'd have to look crazy liberal. Or if you said, I believe that there's two
Like
genders.
okay, good morning, Wilson. Great to begin a new week together. Thank you for Richter for giving cheer over the last couple of days. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this one year. We thank our commentator sponsors for the month of Teshuvah. Above with Rachel, Stephen Tarizin, to dedicate all the instructions this month in loving memory of Steve's father, William Steve Ben Chaim Zichron Lebracha. And our film sponsors are Alan Sarah Steinberg, and it's supposed to continue health for Shulamis Chana Bas Susha, and for enduring and continued refuah shalem with hope. And she together with Kol Chodesh will have a complete and enduring refuah. They're all going to Shama Shtab Rali, the families in the Chama, and the marriage of the Torah will continue to shower the solos upon all the clouds of Israel. But with that, let us begin with the last of today. Today's daf is Samech Daf 64. We are picking up on Samech Daf Amud Aleph at the two dots, 3 lines down from the top. Shlosha Dvarim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, this was the Mishnah on the top of Samech Gimel Amud Aleph 63a. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are 3 things. Shlosha Dvarim Haisa, Osekem Mishameshes Milamato, Shlosha Milamalo. There are 3 things on the southwest corner that were done. Southwest corner, there 3 things that were done above the Chut HaSikra, 3 things that were done above the red line, 3 things that were done below the red line. So the Mishnah said, Milamata, Chatas Ha'of, Hagasha Shiyari Hadam. So again, below the red line was Chatas Ha'of, the bird. Hagasha, which means the ringing of the minchas treats of the mincha, and shiari hadam, and the spilling out of the leftover blood, umilamalon, and above the chotasikra, above the red line, nisuch hayayin wine libation, Naim, wine libation, va'ola sa'ov, and the bird ola. Okay, so now we up on it. So let's remember again, the spoon figure out the southwest corner. Just remember again, that's this corner over here, right? Southwest corner. Good. So now that's how social divided. Sa'ov hadam. Just going through these three. Sakata sa'ov, that was in yesterday's daf. Hagashos. How do we know about the bringing of the leftover, not the leftover, but the mitzvah of the ksiv, the al pnei mizbeach. She already had that leftover blood. The ksiv, there's kol hadam hapar yishbo al yisod hamizbeach. Okay, so we want to therefore quote these speaks between ultimately again highlighting these three items. Next, mila ma'alot, so hamayim v'hayayin va'ova ha'ov tishi rabba suppose it's a couple of now remember, the next three items were offered up above, or I should say were done on the upper part of the southwest corner. And what was that? Nisuch hamayim, which was the pouring of the water. So again, I'm sure we're going to cover this in Mishnah. Nisuch hamayim, of course, is done on sukkahs, a very unique and specific type of libation, only done once a year. Nisuch hamayim is a wine libation which accompanies many kabanos, and olas ha'ol, the bird olah. Now, again, I was speaking more about the bird off. We started already the bird off in the last one, so we're into the next Mishnah as well. Now, this last part is very interesting. When is the Olas Ha'of offered up on the southwest corner? So the Lashon of the Mishnah is Tishirabba Mizrach, which means ultimately, again, when there's too much stuff going on in the southeast corner, we move things over to the southwest corner. So just to understand, just to appreciate this for just a moment. Right, so remember again, Mishnah says that we're doing Olas Ha'of in the southwest corner. When do we do ultimately again Olas Ha'of in the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So in other words, normally it sounds like normally you'd want to be doing Olas Ha'of by the southeast corner. But if it's too crowded, ultimately we'll move it over to the southwest corner. Says the Gemara, my time. Why is that? In other words, why? Just to follow this. Why do you say that Olas Ha'of, the bird olah, should be done in the southeast corner? Right? Because remember, when the fact that the Mishnah says that we do Olas Ha'of in the southwest corner, when there's too much happening in the southeast corner, would indicate to us that the ideal location for Olas Ha'of is southeast corner. So why is that? Why is this the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My time. So Yochanan says it makes the Tova Midas Hadashan. Ultimately, again, because it's much closer to the base Hadashan. So it says, interesting enough now, what does that mean exactly? So base Hadashan, remember again, I will say one of the first avodas that was done in the Beis Hamikdash every single morning was something called Shumas Hadashin. So what would happen? So if you take a look by the way at Rashi, just a moment, the Beis Hadashin is Rashi in the about 5 lines up before it gets wide. Say 5 lines before the intermediate wide lines. So in the Beis Hadashin, Makom Shenos Nisham B'Choboker Shumas Hadashin Shekasav Bo B'Samo Itza HaMizbeach V'hu B'Mizracho Shel Kadesh Ksiv Gal Mora B'Notza B'Hishlik Osa El Itza HaMizbeach B'Nor on the Kom Hadashin. Okay, so what's in our watches? First thing the Kohen would do every single morning is he would come up, follow my points over here. He would come up on the Mizbeach, right? And what he would do is he would take ash. We're gonna go through more three lessons as well. First, just do general layout. I know what's that. Not everybody can see this. He comes up in the back. He's gonna take ash. After he takes ash, he comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base Hadashin. This is where he's taking out. He's only taking some of the residual ash. He's putting it over here on the base Hadashin. Now, what does that do with anything? Because the Torah says that when the Kohen dismembers the bird olah, he takes we're going to see the feathers and the top, and he throws it by the base Hadashin. Okay? So now again, so the first thing in the morning is coming up the ramp, taking some ash, coming back down, and putting it in this area over here, which you see is in the southeast, like the east side of the there, southeast orientation. Good, and then the Torah says, and if you set the bird Ola, you will take the sacrificial parts and you will throw it by the base Hadash. So because of that, the Gemara says, because anyway, the bird parts have to be thrown by the base Hadash, it makes sense that where would the bird Ola normally be done? Southeast, because that's much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, we'll move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for them to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, that's not now. Let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, "Here we go. I'm gonna be open. So what's the very beautiful? I'm gonna be open on Bo'ulei Kamabol Koshel Kohanim. See how strong Kohanim are. Why? She'in lecha kal ba'os yoser mimora v'nosa. Obviously, the lightest part of the bird. Now, again, remember, we're going to see like a bird, the sacrificial parts of the bird are the mora and the nosa. The mora is the crop. The crop of Osei, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food. What it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the crop is like the stomach, but it's not down here. Right? Where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the more on the notes on the feathers. So those are the parts that are thrown by the base Hadash. Listen to this. Shakoin Zakon Yoser. And sometimes the Kohen has to throw it more than 30 amas. And I remember again, it takes more strength to throw a light item far than it does to take a heavy item, right? Because it's hard. Something is light, but hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the mora and the notes, or the crop and the feathers of the bird more than 30 amas. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. Listen, there's not on Machta Shokesef for all of the Roshim. So this is actually a very beautiful Gemara. Rashi, the Gemara is going over here from the Sechas Yuma and the Sechas Tamid. So what happens the first thing in the morning? The Kohen would go ahead and he would walk up the ramp with a Machta Shokesef. Literally, a Machta is really like a shovel. Really like a pan shovel made of silver. But all of the Rosh Hashanah, we go to the top of the Mizbeach, and we would move the coals to two sides, and he would take from the hottest coals, or from the hottest ashes, the Yorek and he would then come back down to the floor. Machzir Panav Klape Soften, Baholech Lemizrach Oshaket. What's his finish here? What just happened over here? The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Shumas Hadasha. Okay, so watch what the Gemara just said. I'm going to show it to you anyway. He would come up the ramp, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side, and he would take from the hottest ashes, that's just taking with the shovel. He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the Lashon of the Mishnah, it says then he would turn northward. Why does it say turn northward? Because he would come down the ramp, and then where is he going? North. Remember again, he's right facing north, he's down. He would go north on the eastern side of the Mizbeach. And remember again, we know where he's going. He's going over here to this place called the base Hadash. And what would happen? The year of the Machzir Panav itself, and he would face towards the north, the whole way from the he would come to the eastern side of the ramp. What else? So Esther Amos. You walk approximately 10 amos. So let's say 10 amos to the stairs. So here's the base Hadash. Here's where you deposit the ash. He would come up the ramp. He would come up the ramp. Now turn northward, go in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ramp. Walk 10 amos down. Sabra said, "You come Magabi Arizal. Rock off in that Kadesh. Moshe Fire." And he would go ahead and he would place the coals, like the ashes, then down on the floor of the base of the Dutch, approximately 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. That's the difference of it. 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. Makom Shenosim Mora'ah, V'notza, V'disha, Mizbeach HaKnimi, V'hamenorah. And I also just understand what was the positive here in this base Hadashan. So the positive here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash, the top of the Mizbeach. There were also other ashes. Remember, both sides. Every morning, the Kohen would also go into the Heichal, right? Go into the Heichal. He would clean out the Mizbeach HaKtoras, right? The incense altar, which also had ash. He would clean out the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk on the Mizbeach, come to pass over here. So in this place called the Beis Hadashan, which was on what called the southeastern side of the Mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the top of it, some of the ash from the top of the Mizbeach, ash from the Mizbeach, towards the incense altar, ash from the menorah, and not only that, what else did he place there? Furthermore, and that's where Makom Shenosim Mora'ah V'notza. That's also where he would place, again, the parts of the bird that were discarded, right? The top and the feathers of the bird. The bird Ola. So the Gemara says, like Ola Sal. That's where the deposit, right? So the nose of Bishop Yakni Vamnora. So it's interesting enough, the Gemara says sometimes, so you can see the strength of the coin, because what did he have to do? Sometimes the coin would have to throw it 30 ounces. Now, when would he have to throw it 30 ounces? When would that be required? Because what's the thing about it? If, remember, again, there was too much going on in the southeastern corner. Where would the Ola be done? Where would the bird Ola be done? Southwest. So Rashi does the math, so we don't have to do it. We can take his word for it. So as I said, you take the diagonal of here, it's, now, the Gemara says it's 30 amas. I will say, in reality, it's actually more than 30 amas. It's actually 32 amas from here to here. So we'll get to this in a moment. The point of the motivation is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the crop and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base Hadashan. As it says the Gemara, 1 second. Hani statement plus. Hani statement plus in the Chad Hadron. So second, it's actually more than 30. It's more than 30. So why did the Gemara say it's 30? To which in reality it's actually 31. To which was Makom Gadi Lo Chashi. You're right. In other words, the Gemara is not counting the actual space that the coin himself occupied. When you look at the amount of space between the coin himself and the base Hadashan, that would have been 30 ounces. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just understand this procedurally. We're focusing on the bird offerings. So again, bird offering ideally done southeast corner. If there's too much happening here, it goes to the southwest corner. Understand that after Shkita or Malika, which we'll discuss, the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadashan, which is this deposit, right? This deposit area over here on the southeast side of the Mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ramp, 3 amos from the side of the Mizbeach. What was placed here? Shumas Hadashan from the morning ash from the Mizbeach, ash from the interior Mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the crop and the feathers of the bird Ola. Incredible. Incredible. Let's go back there. Kala Olam was asked. What's this next? Now remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. The Mishnah espoused another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the Mizbeach, whenever the coin goes in the Mizbeach, so what happens? Kala Olam Mizbeach, Olam Derech Yavin. Supposed to remember again, how does the Mizbeach work? So in general, remember again, what's our rule? Mishnah said, what's the rule? Whenever you go somewhere, or like whenever you're turning somewhere, you always turn right. So remember again, you come up the ramp. What that means is, whenever you're coming up the ramp, you would go and you would turn right. You would turn right. So remember again, the coin, depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether or not you're standing on the ground of the base of the Mikdash or you're taking a sobek, that ledge. But normally what you do is come up this ramp, call you an angle right, start with the southeastern corner, and make his way around. The Mishnah then says there were 3 exceptions to this rule. What were the 3 exceptions to this rule? Mina Ola, the Ola Gimel, with the exception ultimately again that the Kohen is coming up to do these 3 things. What are the things that we're referring to?
What is cute?
Miso Hamayim, right? Wine or water, or Miso Hayayim, wine libations, water libation, and Olas Hol. Those are the three exceptions. Now let's say that why? What happens with those three? All three of those things are done on the southwest corner. So what would happen is, this is very interesting. This is the only time this would happen is like this. Kohen would come up, right up to the southwest corner, do his thing, Miso Hamayim, Miso Dain Olas Hol, come right back down. There was no hakafa. There was no circling of there. Come up to the southwest corner, do what you have to do, come right back down. Says the Gemara. My type, why is that? Why is that exactly? That he would not do the circling of the deck. He would just do his thing and come right back down afterwards. So by the libation, that they should not become smoky. Right? In other words, that the issue over here is that both the water and the wine could absorb some of the smoke smell of smoke, right? And therefore it doesn't smoke flavor. And then apparently that would go ahead and invalidate. And what Olas about the Olas is that you take the bird, right, and you do the entire like cup and circle the chaos, the bird itself could die from smoke inhalation, which is fascinating, by the way. Tells you just apparently the amount of smoke that was I guess you weren't worried about the Kohen, right? But the mice worried about the bird, right? About the bird smoke inhalation, and therefore, obviously, the bird need the bird to die from malika, not from smoke inhalation. Also, for me, one second, for a minute, when the queen comes to circle the Mizbeach, from where does he begin? His parent, so again, in general, whenever you go up to the Mizbeach, you start from the southwest corner. After the southwest corner, then Mizrach is bonus. You go to ultimately the northeast corner. Then bonus Ma'arav is northwest corner, and then Ma'arav is the southeast corner. So that's even this entire time. You start again from southeast and make your way around counterclockwise. Now listen to this. In no steam mode, Yayin and Anas. Now let me give you a little bit of context over here, because it's actually a very beautiful Gemara. If you look at Rashi, Rashi is 4 lines up from the bottom. Rashi says, Mishnahi in the Sefes Tamid. See, the Gemara is quoting the Mishnah from the Sefes Tamid. What does the Mishnah say? Gabi Kohen Gadol, She'ino Kasher, She'ino Kishar Shahanim, V'zachos L'Bethayin La'avoda Achot Elo, Ovi V'kol V'chol Kapit. In some sense, let's listen to this. Kohen Gadol Machri Chilis Rosh. Amar Olos Zu'ani Machri. His man Shematz was okay. The way it worked, generally by Kohanim, is that there was a prize, there was a lottery, right? Because there was a lot of Kohanim, and again, there's a finite amount of avoda to be done. Now, one man always had the right to exercise prerogative to do the avoda, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So Kohen Gadol could roll into the base of the mikdash, and he could say, I'm doing this, and that's his prerogative to do so, which is pretty incredible. So now, that's where this Gemara is picking up. So let's say Kohen rolls in, and he says, I'm going to offer up this olah. So the way that the Mishnah makes it sound like over here is that what happens, Kohen Gadol comes up, and again, he does the up. He comes up, hangs the right, starts at the southeast corner, and then makes his way counterclockwise. And when he gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine libation. Now, when you read this Mishnah, it sounds like he's carrying the wine with him as he goes around in his back. Now, that obviously contradicts what we just said before, because before we just said, where's wine libation done? Let's get this clear. Where's wine libation done? Southwest corner. But wine libation is the exception to the rule. Where does he go? He comes up from his back, and where does he go? Right to the southwest corner. Why? We don't want the wine absorbing any smoke smell as he goes up. So that contradicts what we just said before. Here we're saying, go up to the southwest corner, do your thing, go back down. Here it sounds like he's going around his back, holding the wine, and then does that to the southwest corner. Which the Gemara says, the nose will lie. Last time, Rabbi Yochanan said, let's say, on the day 64b, Rabbi Yochanan, that was longer this morning than it did last night. All right, so what happened? So Rabbi Yochanan said, Hakafa Beregel. Hakafa Beregel. So no, what it means is like this: the Kohen Gadol would in fact circle the Mizbeach, but he was not holding the wine. Rather, what would happen? They would give him the wine when he reached the southwest corner. It's interesting enough. So he did the Hakafa. He did, right? He walked around the Mizbeach, but not with the wine. They would hand him the wine. That's when he reached the southwest corner. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ve'in hayayin biyado. Ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand. Or the mitzvah of the alma. And so, one second. So, I understand. So, he's coming up to do a wine libation. And the wine libation has to be done at the southwest corner. So, why is he walking around the whole Mizbeach? What's going on up here? So, Rashi says, it's a mitzvah. Only Yamin Makifin is all of the Makif. שם ונוסעים לו יאיר ונעשה, אבל שאר כהנים שזוכה ונסחים בטייס, לא זוכה לעבור לאחרס, או לבעיין בידו. So interestingly enough, this was apparently unique by the Kohen Gadol. Because since the Kohen Gadol would do whatever he wanted, King's tradition it does, he could even be doing multiple odos, which means that he could be going up to on his bed to do multiple things. For other Kohanim, generally, again, you were only designated in one avodah. So therefore, again, if you were the Kohen doing wine libations, ultimately, again, you would come up the ramp, come to the southwest corner, do your libation, and you were done. Kohen Gadol, who himself may be coming up for other things, would come up, start at the southeast corner, make his way around, but again would not carry the wine with him as he made his rounds around his back, but ultimately again would only receive the wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, I want to point out there's no contradiction. So that's just which the Mishnah said, which is that halacha l'maisa. So wine libation was done in the southwest corner, and again, the Kohen would come right up to the southwest corner, would not walk around his back, do the libation, and come right back down. Amarava, only exception to this rule, Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, Amarava, Zekinani, Diktani, no steam or yayin renasi. And again, it was in fact, we looked lush in the Mishnah. The Mishnah was, they would give the Kohen Gadol the wine to do the libation. Which indicates to us that even as he was walking around in his day, he would not be holding the wine with him, but rather would only receive the wine when he reached the southwest corner. Incredible. So again, around there, no single yayin renasi, but lo katoni omer lo nasi. That's what's in the Mishnah. They would give him, ultimately, they would give him the wine to do the libation when he got to the southwest corner. Shemamina. The animal says, therefore, Allah just understand, so just reinforce this point. Wine libation done on the south corner, but as opposed to other things which were done at the southwest corner, when the Kohen would arrive there by again aiming the right and going counterclockwise on the Mizbeach, for the wine libation, the Kohen would come right up on the side of the Mizbeach, come right to the southwest corner, do the libation. Why? You don't want the wine to absorb any of the smoke flavor. The owner of the derech yamin, the yard in derech small. It was in general, whenever you would come up to this derech, so what would you do as you do what I was saying before? What would you do? You would hang a right. Right, so the Kohen would come up in his derech, and again you would hang a right, and then he would come down on the left side of the derech. Good. So the Gemara says, Olden derech yamin, the yard in derech small. Olden derech mizrach, the yard in derech matter. And guess when they would come up on the eastern side, right, and come down on the west. Remember again, you're coming up on this side of the Mizbeach, which is towards the east, and then come down on the western side of the Mizbeach. With the exception of the Kohen who was coming up with these three things. Again, what are the three things? Misoch hayayin, wine libations, misoch hamayim, water libations, and obas haof. That for these people, Sha'olin Derech Ma'arav, the Yorkin Derech Ma'arav, they would come up on the western side and go down the western side. So Moses, remember again, this is the western side of the Mizbeach. Right, they come up on the western side, do your thing at the southwest corner, and then come down on the western side. Olin Derech Yamin, the Yorkin Derech Yamin. They would go up one side and go down on the right side. Says, I understand. What do you mean they go up on the right side? It was contradictory. They're not going up on the right side, they're going up on the left side of the staff, right? Remember again on both sides. We're swinging over to the coins left and right. So therefore, again, remember, if you tell me they're going up on the western side of the staff, this is the coin's left, not the coin's right. So what's going on over here? I'm sorry. Good. That's small. Honey, small. Ravina says that, I'm sorry. Change it means it goes up on the left side and comes down the left side. Rava Amar, no. My Yamin the Mizbeach. When it says right is referring to the right of the Mizbeach. My small the Gavra. When it's supposed to say, okay, this is a bit confusing. When it says the right, it's referring ultimately again to the right of the Mizbeach. I will say now why. Because this is very interesting. From the Mizbeach's perspective, the Mizbeach faces south. Because the Mizbeach is facing south, so therefore when you look at it from this direction, from literally again north facing south, which means that this is considered to be the right side. For the Kohen going up, like ascending there, this is considered to be the left side. So from the Mizbeach orientation, right? If you look at the Mizbeach oriented southward, then this is the right. Look at from the Kohen's perspective going up, this is the left. That's why I call it the left and the right. To which the Gemara says, come on, that's right? So Nisni, O Edi Mizbeach, O Edi Gafra. Why are you going to choose an orientation? Choose an orientation. Either look at it from the orientation of the Mizbeach or look at the picture of the Kohen. But for God's sake, don't do it both because that's incredibly confusing. Which the Gemara says, Kasha. You're right, right? That is a little bit confusing. We're not sure why exactly the Gemara chose to phrase it that way. Okay, so I won't say, but again, bottom line for us, the question is we're getting some good, solid, combined information over here. Again, in general, they told us to rule one, when you go up to the staff, you always hang the right, and you make your way around counterclockwise in the staff, ends up by the southwest corner. 3 exceptions, Niso Hamayim, Niso Hayayim, Ola Sa'of. Where we are afraid that if you go ahead and you do this, it's going to get smoke logged, the smoke scented, therefore, what they're going to do, come right up on what we'll call either the western side, which is simple, or the left side, in the coin's orientation, the left side of the Mizbeach, do Niso Hayayin Ola Sa'of on the southwest corner, come back down and be done. Now, once again, one more piece of information for Ola Sa'of. Remember again, the more in the notes up, the crop and the feathers were placed where? Beis Hadashen, right? And remember again, that's why ideally, where was the Ola Sa'of done? The southeast corner. Only if there's too many on over here do you move to the southwest corner, and then the coin would literally begin to roll the crop and the feathers over to here. What else is going on in the Beis Hadashen? Ash from here in the morning to Beis Hadashen. Ash from the Mizbeach HaGedolah, Mizbeach HaZah, ash from the menorah, all placed on the same place. Beautiful. Okay, but so next. That up until now was Ola Sa'of, the bird Ola. Now we're transitioning to another bird offering, Chata Sa'of. Or bird Chata. So we went, well, bird Chata. It's a higher analysis. So how was the Chata Sa'of done? So the Gemara says, listen to this. Hayamolek, good parentheses now. Hayamolek es Roshah, Yimul Arpah, Ve'yomadlo. So let's remember again, bird Kabbalos were not shefted. Instead, what happened with bird Kabbalos? They had Malika. Now again, we'll discuss the context for Malika in just a little bit. So Hayamolek, so listen to the Rush. Hayamolek es Roshah, Yimul Arpah. So literally again, he would do Malika on its head, Yimul Arpah, from the back of its neck. So I'll say again, we'll get into the exact process of Malika, but the idea was the bird was slaughtered from the back of its neck, not from the front. But you do not go ahead and totally remove the head from its neck. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, this is first Rashi in the Mishnah Rashi in the Ve'eno Ma'avyo. Arosh min agof elasim akal levado Molech, Yiditzib, Ba, Umalak Esrog, only Mul Arpon. So according to what this means is as follows. Generally, most like a sheet or as a sheet of an animal, you have to check two simon, right? The windpipe and the esophagus. According to that, by Malika, you only have to cut one of them. You only have to cut one. Right? So that's what it says. Mavdo means you do not sever both simonim, rather only one of them. Mavdo, okay? So therefore, you're about to say what this means is one of the either the windpipe or the esophagus is severed, which means the head is still attached. That is still attached. Again, we'll get into this more. The umazah yidama al-kremzeh. And again, you sprinkle from the blood of the bird onto the mizbeach itself. So let's remember again, we saw this already. That is opposed to an animal sacrifice, where after shechita, blood is collected in a kli sharis process we call kabbalah, and then the blood is taken from the kli and sprinkled on the mizbeach. By a bird offering, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So that's where you're actually taking the bird and sprinkling the blood on the mizbeach. First white line on 64b. And you go ahead and sprinkle the blood on the wall of the mizbeach. And listen, that way, which also sounds like over here, that where is the bird, where is Chatas taking place? Where is it taking place? It sounds like it's taking place on the ground. Right on the ground, because remember again, where is the blood being placed? Here on the wall of the death. Just hold on to all this information. Okay, so again, no Kabbalah, no receiving the blood in the kli. Instead, again, the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the bird itself. So ultimately, again, any residual blood, after the blood application takes place, any residual blood ultimately again is placed on the base. Exactly so. And the only part of the burnt offering that actually goes on the Mizbeach of Osai is what? Is the blood. Is the blood. There's no other sacrificial parts. Remember again, this stands in constant distinction to what? To the Ola Sa'ol, where again the crop and the feathers were placed in the base Hadeshen. By Chata Sa'ol, the only thing that is placed on his back is the blood. And then what happens to the rest of the bird? Belongs to the Kohanim. That Kohanim get to eat it. We get to have it. Everything else goes to Kohanim. Which I will say, by the way, it's actually quite interesting because it sounds like the Kohanim could eat the bird, right? Even though what? Right? It was interesting. There wasn't a sheep. I mean, it is a sheep. It's a malika. But it's fascinating. They're able to eat the bird even from a malika. Okay, we're going to talk about all this. Keep it in mind. Something about it. Let's analyze this. Moses, the Pasuk says, so again, what's interesting about the bird offering, about the bird chatos, is that halacha l'maisa there's no kabbalah in it. Instead, what's happening over here is that the blood is actually sprinkled from the body of the oak itself. How does this work? You hold onto the head and to the body of the bird. And ultimately you sprinkle from the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. Below al kir hakedesh, but ultimately again not on the wall of the lamb. Below al kir heichal, not on the wall of the base, I mean the structure of the building. Below al kir ulam, not on the wall of the antechamber. So what is again? But what's highlighting over here is there's a very specific placement of the blood on the actual wall of the mizbeach. And which part of the wall of the mizbeach is this done? This is the lower part of the wall. Once again, remember, it means under the chota sikra, under the red line. I says the Gemara. Making that the blood application is done on the upper part of the wall above the chota sikra. So it comes to an animal offering where the blood application for an olah is done below and for a chatas is done above. So for an oath where the blood application is done above, or the more so ultimately again the chatas blood application should also be done above. Therefore, the pasuk said that the residual blood will be placed by the base of the Mizbeach. Here, so place it on a part of the wall. Place it on a part of the wall where the residual blood ultimately easily flows down to the base. The Azozah, and which part of the wall does that refer to? Zekirat Takto. This refers to the lower part of the wall. Meaning below the foot, below the red line. The Gemara says, and there's two blood applications. Maybe do one application above the red line and one blood application below. So the Gemara says, does the pasuk say Yamset shall be placed 3 months, and it means the both sides it shall like gradually flow down. In a Mela Mashma, that you should place the blood on a part of the wall that is there, and it can easily and just gradually flow down to the base. What does that refer to? The lower part of the wall below the red line. Incredible. So I was about to there. I was very excited. So this one typically says this house. I'm going to Kitzad Mokin Chata Sal. So let's say I watch this. How do we do Malika? So the Gemara says, okay, so now, in case I don't say you do very often, but take a look on the WhatsApp chat. Only for this. Don't check anything else. Right? If you go to the document when I sent out last night a bunch of pictures. So as I said, if you take a look, this is interesting. It might be a little bit easier to illustrate this with the pictures. So first I put in also a couple of this of the Shumas Adesha. So now I want to point out also the issue I want to say at the outset, which is there is a fundamental machlokas about how Malika was done. Was Malika a one-handed process or a two-handed process? Tosfos is of the opinion that it was one-handed. That is actually the last image that you have on the chat that I sent you is actually Tosfos. Like the bottom image left hand where you see Malika being done with one hand, that's Tosfos. The majority of the opinions actually hold that Halach L'Maaseh Malika was a two-handed process. So that's, again, if you're looking at this image, right? It's the color image that I put out. And you can see over here what's happening. And also you can see that, we're going to go through it now in the Gemara, but you can see how the bird itself was actually out. So let's go through this now in the Gemara. Okay, so first of all, so you take the bird in your hand, and ultimately, again, you would hold its wings in between your two fingers. Now, essentially, what you can see over here is that the wings were positioned between the index finger and the middle finger. So what you would do is you would immobilize the wings. And you would hold, ultimately, again, you would hold the feet of the bird between your pinky and ring finger, right? So you're immobilizing the wings between index and middle finger, and then ultimately again holding the feet between again ring finger and pinky. Okay. Omosach savara alocha godlo, and then also you can see over here. You would bend the bird's head forward using your thumb, between your thumb and your index finger, like that's the image over here. Umolka. So remember again, this image I'm showing you, this is not like Tosfos, right? And then you would take your other hand, thumbnail, and do Malika. As we said before, again, by Shata Sa'ol, you open, because remember, the Mishnah is talking about Shatos, so you go ahead and you would sever only one of the simon. You would stop because of the windpipe, not both, right? You would sever one of them. Umolka. And that's Nishatana. Alternatively, Sifra Miladar, ואוכיס ככה בשתי אצבעות, בשתי רגליים בשתי אצבעות, ומוסך צווארו ארוך בשתי אצבעות. And by the way, if you look at the other image, right, the other image is, there are two different ways potentially you can go ahead and hold the bird. So for example, if you go ahead and you take a look at the last image, so you can see again on both sides, the bird is held a different way, kind of like. But in the first image, the bird is held, we'll call it like in the inside of the hand. In the second image, if you'll notice again, the head is bent back towards the back of the hand. So the point that Gemara is making over here is there's two different positionings for Malika. Umole. So I want to point out something very interesting, just before we even go on. The Rambam asking, let me just read this to you. So the Rambam asking, I'm just please say, okay, Chatas of the Chash Malika, okay, Shtirak Levin Shans Bosel, or Shtirak Levin Shans Bosel, Umosik Savar Aloch of Shans Bosel, Umole. So first of all, the Rambam holds the first image that we saw, which is again, so we'll say, so really that first image is really, according to the Rambam, the most authoritative one, which is, again, remember, you're holding again, wings immobilized between the index finger and middle finger, feet immobilized between ring finger and pinky, thumb pushing the head forward, right? And therefore, Malik is done with your other hand. Now, I want to point out what the Rambam says. This is actually quite fascinating. Halacha just is about saying it doesn't actually matter how you hold the bird, as long as Malika was done appropriately, meaning with the thumbnail, back of the neck, severing one of the simanim, you're good to go. This is interesting. That's why, again, how you actually end up holding the bird in order to immobilize it and check it really is discretionary. As long as it's held, immobilized, and ultimately, again, one of the simanim are severed. The Gemara says, Avoda kasha shel mikdash. This was one of the hardest avodas in the mikdash. Which also, by the way, if you look at this, especially according to Tosis, if this is done with one hand, that is a tremendous amount of dexterity. But the truth is, even if it's done with two hands, it's a tremendous amount of dexterity. That's just a lot going on over here. So therefore, the Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas in the Beis Hamikdash. So the Gemara says, now I should say, it says, Zu avodas kasha shel mikdash. Actually, the Gemara is, this was the hardest avodah in the Beis Hamikdash. To which the Gemara says, really? One second, hold up. There's Kmitza. Let's say, remember again, what's Kmitza? Kmitza is right beside the Mincha. The coin takes his three middle fingers, and he has to go ahead and scoop out. And then what does he have to do? He has to shave off anything extra that's extending with his finger and with his thumb. And I say to yourself, that doesn't sound so hard. But it is. Why? Because also what he has to be careful with, especially certain minchas which had solid matter. When he shaves it off, he has to make sure that he's only shaving off the excess and not removing anything that is lodged within his fingers. There can't be any space within his fingers. So that also requires a tremendous amount of dexterity. Furthermore, there's chafina. The boss said, what's chafina? Chafina is on Yom Kippur. Remember again, there was a tremendous amount of balancing that the Kohen had to do when he had to take a larger shovel of Kedores, empty into a smaller shovel of Kedores, and he can't spill anything. So there's a tremendous amount of balance and dexterity that goes into that as well. So you must understand why seeing Malik is the hardest. Mitzah, Hasina, these sound difficult as well. Ela'ima, the Gemara says, you're right. Ela'ima, zu avodas kasha, me avodas kasha shel mikdash. The Gemara says, you're right. We didn't mean to say it's the hardest. Rather, what did we mean to say? It's of the most complicated, right? It's of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. Stop that for the hardest, but ultimately, there's the verse that halacha l'maaseh. It turns out that you learned a very important piece of information on it. Number one, by Chatas ultimately, again, the halacha was that the animal, the bird itself, is killed by Malika. How was Malika done? Thumbnail to the back of the neck. The Gemara gives two machlokas, Tosis, and the rest of them are partial. Malika done with one hand, Malika done with two hands. Right? But it doesn't really matter. As long as ultimately, again, the bird is killed from the back of the neck, one of the simanim is severed. Now, again, we're going to see about the head and the rest of the body. That's going to be the next mission. And ultimately, again, no kabbalah in a separate key. Rajrika is done directly from the blood of the animal itself, which the Gemara says this is one of the hardest avodos done in the Beis Hamikdash. The Gemara says the Beis Hamikdash is absolutely beautiful and amazing. It's interesting. So the second Chavareda, the Shimon says something incredibly beautiful. He says, what is this new? The Gemara says this was one of the hardest avodas done in the Beis Hamikdash. I want to read to you something absolutely magnificent. So listen to this. He says, Makshavos Adam Hema. Listen to this version. Kiyam Migrash Shatim Loyim. I will say one of the hardest things in life to control are our thoughts. Sometimes a person's thoughts are like a turbulent sea. And sometimes the hardest thing in life is I can't control what I think. Like thoughts pop into my mind and I don't have any control. must say, my because like stuff happens, I see things, I observe things, I experience things, and thoughts like flood my mind, and I can't control what I think. We'll get that right. Follow. יש כוח לאדם למנוע מהם מלחתור אל הלב ולהר הבית. You may not have control over what you initially think, but you have control about what you allow to remain and what constantly continue to think about going forward. In other words, you might not have control over instantaneous stuff, the stuff that pops into my head just like randomly. But what I allow to remain in my heart and what I allow to remain in my consciousness, that I absolutely have control over. I said that is something beautiful. Goes over here again. What happens? What happens by the Chata Sa'ov? What do? You do Malika. The Bible says, what does Malika represent? Malika is a severing of the head from the body, from the heart. Malika represents the process by which we are able to go ahead and sever, make a distinction between the thoughts that just pop into our head and the things we allow to remain inside of our hearts. Sometimes you can't decide, right? You don't get to choose what just fills your head instantaneously. I feel a loss, a desire, jealousy, different kinds of things that just pop into my head. Sometimes I really can't control those things. What I absolutely do control is what do I allow to occupy permanent real estate and permanent place in my heart and in my life. Malika is an art form. Sometimes you have to sever the head from the heart. It says the Gemara that is one of the hardest avodas to do. Not just in the days of Mikdash, but ultimately again in life as well. You can't always let pops into your head, but you absolutely always have a choice. It occupies permanent space in your heart and in your spiritual consciousness. Not easy, but one of the hardest avodas for us. Those are the stuff over for today. Shkach, what a Gemara. What a Gemara. More, we're not finished. We're not finished. More to tomorrow.
So it's just like if you just full step. Yeah. But it's everybody's step as well.
All right, have a great day, everyone.
So what is it like? If you're shooting a card with a fucking musket at 80 yards, you know how retarded that is? If you're doing a draw, it's a short guy, you're fucked.
Oh, sorry, Zebby, I didn't see your message until now. I will go ahead and work this better for tomorrow. My apologies.
10 paces.
This is the first guy. It also says he was the first Union officer in line combat.
It's dark. He was trying to wear cool clothes and got shot.
Yeah, my first thought is how would a law student in Chicago have read about these guys fighting in Africa?
It was a dark
newspaper article.
Yeah. He probably was like way too into looking good and not really thinking about the war part of it. Just and all of a sudden, First Manassas comes around. We're gonna whip them. Watch out, they have guns too. Yeah. There's some good last quotes from Gettysburg. They're from just the Civil War. They're hilarious. Because this guy's talking like that back to like, I just remember one from Gettysburg where a guy's last quote was like, "What are you guys ducking for? They couldn't hit an elephant from that distance. They get shot in the head." Who said that to? He said that to like a transcriber. All of his boys were ducking.
All right, it looks like good morning. Let us begin.
An elephant from this distance. It's a tough last.
Okay, good morning. A great close partnership to begin a new week together. Thank you for giving share over the last couple of days. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors. Just wanted to thank our common sponsors for the month of Heshvan. Our brother Stephen Tarizin dedicating all the showings for this month to loving the Steve's father, William C. Very kind to come to Rafa. And our Dachshund sponsors are Alan Sarah Steinberg and his host continued up. Shmalis Hana Bas Susha, and for an enduring and continued Refuah Shalom. We hope as we together call colleagues will have a complete and enduring Refuah, and all the Neshama staff and the families in the Kama, and marriage should continue to shower the soul of Phobos upon all the cloud Israel. So as with that, let us begin the last week today. Today's daf is Samach Dalet 64. We are kicking off on Samach Dalet Amud Aleph at 2 dots. 3 lines down from the top. Shlosha Dvarim. So let's remember again, the Mishnah said, this was the Mishnah on the top of Sanchimut of the Aleph 63a. So the Mishnah spoke about the idea that there are three things. Shlosha Dvarim Haisa, Osakan Mishameshes, Milamato, Shlosha Milamalo. There are three things on the southwest corner that were done. I say the southwest corner is there. Three things were done. Above the Chush HaSikra, three things that were done above the red line, three things that were done below the red line. So the Mishnah said, Milamata, Hata'of, Hagashas Shiari Hadam. So again, below the red line was Chatasof, the bird Chatas. Hagashas, which means the meaning of the Nidpah, the meats of the Nidpah, and Shiari Hadam, and the spilling out of the leftover blood. And Milamalan, and above the Chot HaSikra, above the red line, Niso Hayayin, wine libation, Mayim, wine libation, Va'ola Sa'ol, and the bird Ola. Okay, so now we're picking up on it. So let's remember again, this is figure out the southwest corner. Just remember again that this corner over here, like southwest corner. Good. So now the Gemara says as follows: Social divine. Kata solve Adam. It's not just going through these three. So kata solve. That was in yesterday's daf. Hagashas. How do we know about the bringing of the leftovers? Not the leftovers. The meats of the Yichsid. The Shah of Yam. Shiari Hadam. Leftover blood. Yichsid. There's called Hadam Hadam. Yishbok. Yisod HaMizbeach. Okay, we might therefore quote these three psukim openly again, highlighting these three items. Next, Milamalo, Yiso HaMayim, V'Hayayin, Va'ova Sa'ov, Kishirav Mizrach. So what's it? A couple of things over here. Now remember, the next three items were offered up above. What I see we've done on the upper part of the southwest corner. And what was Yiso HaMayim, which was the pouring of the water. So again, I'm sure that to cover this in Mishnah. The Nisha Kamayim, of course, is done on Sukkot, a very unique and specific type of water libation, only done once a year. Nisha Kamayim is a wine libation which accompanies many kavanos. And Ola Sa'ol, the bird Ola. And again, we're going to speak more about the bird Ola. We started already the bird Ola in the last Mishnah. The next Mishnah is Ola Sa'ol Kishirav Mizrach. Now, this last part is very interesting. When is the Ola Sa'ol offered up on the southwest corner? So the Lashon of the Mishnah is Kishiraba Mizrach, which means ultimately again when there's too much stuff going on in the southeast corner, we move things over to the southwest corner. So just to understand, just a moment. Right, so remember again, Mishnah says that we're doing Olas open the southwest corner. When do we do ultimately again Olas open the southwest corner? When there's too much going on in the southeast corner. So which is interesting. So it sounds like normally you'd want to be doing Olas off by the southeast corner, but if it's too crowded, ultimately we'll move it over to the southwest corner. So that's my timer. Why is that? In other words, just to follow this, why do we say L'chatchila, Ola Sa'of, the bird Ola, should be done in the southeast corner? Right? Because remember, from the fact that the Mishnah says that we do Ola Sa'of in the southwest corner, when there's too much happening in the southeast corner, would indicate to us that the ideal location for Ola Sa'of is southeast corner. So why is that? Why is the ideal location? So this is very interesting. My timer. So Yochanan says, if you Shikroka means Hadesha, already because it's much closer to the base Hadesha. So it says, now, interestingly enough, now, what does that mean exactly? So base Hadesha, remember, I want to say one of the first avodas that was done in the base every single morning was something called Shumash Hadesha. So what would happen? So what's that? So if you take a look at it, Rashi, this morning, the base Hadesha, it's Rashi in the about 5 lines up from before it gets wide. I should say 5 lines up for the intermediate wide line. And the base Hadesha, Makom shenos nisham b'chovot et Shumash Hadesha, shekasel bo, shesamo itzach hamizbeach. במזרחו של קדש, סיכן מורה ונוצה, ויש לפעוסה אל איצל המזבח כלימו, על מקום הדשן. Okay, so now watch watch
It
this.
might be a simulation.
First thing the Kohen would do every single morning is he would come up,
Imagine being there, though,
follow my
walking
Kohen
around,
over here.
fucked
He would
everybody.
come
It's
up on
probably
his
the best
Mizbeach, right? And what he would
crazy
do is
40 days,
he would
just
take
drinking it.
ash. We're gonna go be more throughout this one first to see general layout. And I will say, he comes up in his back, he's gonna take ash. After he takes ash, he comes back down the ramp and he deposits it right here. This is called the base Hadesh. This is what he's taking out. He's only taking some of the residual ash. He's putting it over here on the base Hadesh. Now, what does that do with anything? Because the Torah says that when the Kohen dismembers the bird Ola, he takes we're going to see the feathers and the crop, and he throws it by the base Hadesh. Okay? So now again, so remember, first thing in the morning is coming up the ramp, taking some ash, coming back down and putting it in this area over here, which you can see is in the southeast, like the east side of the southeast orientation. Good. And then it also says that he does a bird Ola, you will take the sacrificial parts and you will throw it by the base Hadesh. So because of that, because anyway, the bird parts have to be thrown by the base Hadesh, it makes sense that wherever the bird Ola will be done, southeast. Because that's much closer. Obviously, if there's a lot going on in the southeast, it'll move over to the southwest. But because the bird parts have to end up over here, it makes more sense for them to be in the southeast corner, not in the southwest corner. Okay, now let's see it inside. So the Gemara says, here we go. I'm going to be open on. Someone say right before the Gemara. I'm going to be open on. Bo'ulei, kama gadol kol chol kohanim. See how strong kohanim are. Why? Shein lecha kal ba'ofos, yosem mola v'notza. So they will say, obviously, the lightest part of the bird. Now, again, remember, we're going to see that a bird, the sacrificial parts of the bird are the mola and the notza. The mola is the crop. The crop, I will say, by the way, is like it's a pouch. It's a digestive pouch of a bird. What a bird does is, a bird is able to store food. What it's able to do is ingest a tremendous amount of food, and then it digests it gradually. So the crop is like the stomach, but it's not down here, it's up here. Right? Where the bird is able to store everything and then digest it gradually. So the lightest part of the bird is the more on the notes on the feathers. So those are the parts that are by the base Hadesh. Tamin, listen to it. Tamin, Shakon, Shakon, Yosher, Boshimama. Sometimes the Kohen has to throw it more than 30 ounces. I remember again, it takes more strength to throw a light item far than it does to take a heavier item, right? It's hard, something is light, so it's hard to throw a distance. So the Gemara says, see how strong the Kohanim are, because the Kohanim sometimes have to throw the mola and the notes of the crop and the feathers of the bird more than 30 ounces. Now, where do you get that from? So watch this. It's not. Listen to this. Not from Machta Shokasha, for all of the Rosh Hashanah. So it's actually very beautiful Gemara. Actually, the first going over here from the second Yuma and the second place. Just what would happen is the first thing in the morning, the Kohen would go ahead and he would walk up to the ramp with a Machta Shokasha. Really, a Machta is really like a shovel. Really like a pan shovel. Made of silver. But all of the Rosh was there. He wrote to the top of his there. Ukinas HaGicholim Ila Ve'ila. He would move the coals to two sides. Min HaMa'acholas HaKnimis. And he would take from the hottest coals, or from the hottest ashes, the Yori Yivia L'Ritzvah. He would then come back down to the floor. Not on a plate soften, but hold it when the Rachel Shoket. What's it going to say what just happened over here? The Gemara over here is describing ultimately again the Shumas Hadasha. Okay, so watch what the Gemara just described. I'm going to show it to you here. You would come up to the ramp, and what would he do? He would come to the ash pile, and he would move the ashes on the side, and he would take from the hottest ashes, that's what he's taking with the shovel. He would come back down the ramp. Now, if you look at the introduction of the Mishnah, the Mishnah says, then he would turn northward. Why did he say northward? Because he was talking about where he's going. North. Remember again, the orientation north is down. He would go north on the eastern side of the Mizbeach. And then you know where he's going. He's going over there to the street called the base hydration. And what would happen? The year of the Nazi for a fabric soften, you would go, you would face towards the north, but when you got Moshe Kevesh, you would come to the eastern side of the ram. What I Esa Amos. You walk approximately 10 Amos. Supposed to say 10 Amos. You understand? So here's the base hydration. There's a little bit of the ash off the ram. You come off the ram. Now turn in the northward, go in the northern direction on the eastern side of the ram. Walk 10 Amos down. Sabra said you come about the Aritzbah. Rock off in a Kevesh. Moshe fucking. And he would go ahead and he would place the coals, like the ashes, then down on the floor of the base of the brush, approximately 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. That's the distance of it. 3 fucking away from the Mizbeach. Makom shenostim morah, v'notza, v'yishon hamizbeach ha'pnimi, v'hamenola. And I also just understand what was the positive here in this base hydration? So the positive here is the morning ash, right? The morning ash that comes from top of the Mizbeach. There were also other ashes. Remember what I said? Every morning, the Kohen would also go into the Heichal, right? It's going to the Heichal to clean out the Mizbeach HaKetoras, like the incense holes, which also had ash. He would clean out the menorah, which would also have ash. He would bring these items out, walk around the Mizbeach, come deposit it over here. So in this place, Beis Hadashen, which was on what called the southeastern side of the Mizbeach, in a northward orientation, he would deposit the ash from the top of it, some of the ash from the top of the Mizbeach, ash from the Mizbeach, first the incense altar, ash from the menorah. And what else would he place there? Furthermore, and that's what Makom shenostim morah v'notza. That's also he would place again the parts of the bird that were discarded, right? The crop and the feathers of the bird Ola. So the Gemara says, like Ola Saul. That's what he deposits, right? Shebenoza v'lishon v'yachnim v'amenorah. So interestingly enough, the Gemara says sometimes, so you can see the strength of the coin, because what did he have to do? Sometimes the coin would have to throw it 30 amos. Now, when would he have to throw it 30 amos? When would that be required? Because what they're thinking about it, if remember again, the first player are in the southeastern corner. Where would the Ola be done? Where would the bird Ola be done? Southwest. So Rashi does the math. So it says, if you pick the diagonal over there, it's now, Gemara says it's 30 amos. I want to say in reality, it's actually more than 30 amos. It's actually 32 amos. From here to here. We'll get to that in just a moment. But the point that he's making is that sometimes the Kohen would have to go ahead and throw the crop and the feathers from here all the way to here. So see again how strong the Kohanim must have been to be able to throw it again from the southwestern corner all the way to the base Hadash. So says the Gemara, one second. Honey stated plus so seconds. But it's actually more than 30. No, it's more than 30. So why does the Gemara say it's 30? So which in reality it's actually 31. So which you must no cautious, right? In other words, you must not counting the actual space that the coin itself occupies. When you look at the amount of space between the coin itself and the base hydration, that would have been 30 ounces. Incredible. So let's say, so again, the takeaway from here is just mentioned this procedurally. We're focusing on the bird offerings. South offerings, again, bird offerings. I've really done southeast corner. If this is what's happening here, it goes to the southwest corner. And after Shkita or Malika, which we'll discuss, the crop and the feathers were placed on the base Hadeshen, which is this deposit, that is the deposit area over here on the southeast side of the Mizbeach, situated 10 amos forward from the edge of the ram, 3 amos from the side of the Mizbeach. What was placed here? Trumas Hadeshen from the morning ash from the Mizbeach, ash from the interior Mizbeach, ash from the interior menorah, and the crop and the feathers of the bird Ola. Incredible. Let's go back to Kol Ola Mizbeach. What's it next? Now remember, in general, the Mishnah said like this. Mishnah established another rule. The Mishnah said in general, whenever you go up in the Mizbeach, whenever the coin goes in the Mizbeach, so what happens? Kol Ola Mizbeach, only Derek Yavin. So remember again, how does the Mizbeach work? So in general, remember again, what's our rule? Mishnah said, what's the rule? Whenever you go somewhere, or whenever you're turning somewhere, you always turn right. So remember again, you come up the ramp. What that means is whenever you're coming up the ramp, you would go and you would turn right. You would turn right. So remember again, depending on what the avoda was, depends on whether or not you're standing on the ground of the base of Mikdash or you're taking a sobel that ledge. But normally what you would do is you would come up this ramp, Kohen would angle right, start with the southeastern corner, and make his way around. The Mishnah then says there were 3 exceptions to this rule. What were the 3 exceptions to this rule? With the exception ultimately again for the Kohen who's coming up to do these 3 things. What are the 3 things that we're referring to? Yisel Hamayim, like water, or I should say, Yisel Hamayim, wine libations, water libations, and Olas Hal. Those are the 3 exceptions. Now we'll say now why? What happens with those 3? All 3 of those things are done on the southwest corner. So what would happen is, this is very interesting. This is the only time this would happen in this English. Kohen would come up, come right up to the southwest corner, do his thing, Yisel Hamayim, Yisel Hayayin, Olas Hal, come right back down. There was no cut-off. There was no circling of that. Come up to the southwest corner, do what you have to do, come right back down afterwards. So says the Gemara, my time. Why is that? Why is that exactly? That he would not do the circling of the Mizbeach. He would just do his thing and come right back down afterwards. So by the libations, that they should not become smoky. Right? In other words, that the issue over here is that both the water and the wine could absorb some of the smoke smell or some of the spice, and therefore it goes to the smoke flavor. And apparently that would go ahead and validate them. And what we're talking about the Olas Ha'ol is that you take the bird, right, when you do the entire like hakaf, and you circle them with the bird itself could die from smoke inhalation, which is fascinating, by the way. It tells you just apparently the amount of smoke that was there. I mean, I guess you weren't worried about the Kohen, right? But when I saw it about the bird, right, smoke inhalation, and therefore, obviously, the bird needs the bird to die from malika, not from smoke inhalation. Also, for me, couple of options. But 1 second, for me, I'll use the cash now. When the Kohen comes to circle them back from where does he begin? We carry the Dromis Mizrahi. So again, in general, whenever you go to Mizbeach, you start from the southwest corner. After the southwest corner, then Mizrahi is Tzivonis. You go to ultimately the northeast corner. Then Tzivonis Ma'arav is northwest corner, and then Ma'arav is below the southeast corner. So we'll say, so that's what we've been describing this entire time. You start again from southeast and make your way around counterclockwise. Now listen to this. In Nosin Lo, Yain and Anas, and let me give you a little bit of context over here. It's actually a very beautiful Gemara. If you look at Rashi is 4 lines up from the bottom. Bottom of the Rashi says, Mishnah in the Sefes Hamid. Gemara is quoting a Mishnah from the Sefes Hamid. What does the Mishnah say? That the Kohen Gadol, She'eno Kasher, She'eno Tzishat Kohanim, L'Zachos L'Betayis La'avoda Achas Elo, over the goal of the couples in some sentences. Let's listen to this. Amar always on stories. Amar always do I naked. Is maximum supposed to get that. Point was shown by Kohanim is that there is a pious, there was a lot of, right? Because there's a lot of Kohanim. Again, it's a finite amount of avoda to be done. Now, one man always had the right to exercise prerogative to do the avoda, and that was the Kohen Gadol. So the Kohen Gadol could roll into the base and make that say, I'm doing this, and that's his prerogative to do so, which is pretty incredible. So now that's where this Gemara is picking up. So let's say Kohen rolls in, and he says, I'm going to offer up this Olah. So both say, so the way that the Mishnah makes it sound like over here is that what happens? Kohen Gadol comes up, and again, he does his accomplice. He comes up, hangs the right, starts with the southeast corner, and then makes his way counterclockwise. And when it gets to the southwest corner, that's where he does the wine libation. Southwest corner wine libation. Now, when this Mishnah makes it sound like he's carrying the wine with him as he goes around the Mizbeach. Now that obviously contradicts what we just said before. before we just said, where's wine libation done? Let's get this clear. Where's wine libation done? Southwest corner. But wine libation is the exception to the rule. Where does he go? He comes up from his left. Where does he go? Right to the southwest corner. Why? Why? We don't want the wine absorbing any smoke smell as he goes around. So contradicts what we said before. Because here we're saying, go up to the southwest corner, do your thing, go back down. Here it sounds like he's going around his back, holding the wine, and then goes back to the southwest corner. To which the Gemara says, Menos Harai Nasik. Last Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Yochanan said, we'll say other days, 64b. Rabbi Yochanan, wow. It's longer this morning than it did last night. All right, so what happened? So Rabbi Yochanan says, Hakafa B'Regal. Hakafa B'Regal. So no, what it means is like this: the Kohen Gadol would in fact circle in his back, but he was not holding the wine. Rather, what would happen? He would give him the wine when he reached the southwest corner. It's interesting, he did the Hakafa like he did, but he walked around in his back, but not with the wine. He would hand him the wine just when he reached the southwest corner. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Hakafa B'Regal. Then Hayayin B'Yado. Ultimately, again, the wine was not in his hand, it was from the Alma. And so, one second, so what I don't understand, so he's coming up to do a wine libation, and the wine libation has to be done at the southwest corner, so why is he walking around the whole back? What's going on? So Rashi says it's a mitzvah. Only young and Umakifin, Zella Akti, all of these are Makif, Obalamam Shamachis, Nishan, Benosim, Yayin, and Asay, Avashako Hanim, Shizoka, Benisafin, the Thais, Lozaka, Ola Paris, Ola Bayan Yado. So it's interestingly enough. This was apparently unique by the Kohen Gadol. Because since the Kohen Gadol could do whatever he wanted when he finished the Beit Mikdash, he could even be doing multiple avodos, which means that he could be going up on his back to do multiple things. So other Kohanim, generally, again, you were only designated in one avodah. So therefore, again, if you were the Kohen doing the wine libation, ultimately, again, you would come up the ramp, come to the southwest corner, do your libation, and you were done. Kohen Gadol, who himself may be coming up for other things, would come up, start at the southeast corner, make his way around, but again, would not carry the wine with him as he made his rounds around his back, but ultimately, again, would only receive the wine when he got to the southwest corner. So again, point out there's no contradiction. So that which the Mishnah said, which is that so wine libation was done in the southwest corner, and again, the Kohen would come right up to the southwest corner, would not walk around in his back, do the libation, and come right back down. Only says in this rule, Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol, Amrava Gekani Gekani, no skin or Yayin Menashe. And we're going to look, in fact, he looks lush in the Mishnah. The Mishnah was, they would give the Kohen Gadol the wine in the libation, which indicates to us that even as he was walking around in his back, he would not be holding the wine with him, but rather would only receive the wine when he reached the southwest corner. Incredible. So again, I'm not saying that time, no stimul, Yayin, and I say, for those Katani, over nothing. Again, we'll say that's what's a mission. What's a mission is ultimately, they would keep getting the wine to use the libation when he got to the southwest corner. Funny enough, here about says, if our local man says, just understand, so just reinforce this point. Wine libation done on the southwest corner. But as opposed to other things which were done at the southwest corner, where the Kohen would arrive there by again turning the right and going counterclockwise on his back, so the wine libation Kohen would come right up on the side of his back, come right to the southwest corner, do the libation. Why? You don't want the wine to absorb any of the smoke flavor. The owner of his back, holding that the origin direct small. It was in general, whenever he would come up in his back, so he would do the rule that we said before, what would he do? He would hang the right. As the Kohen would come up to his back, and again, he would hang the right, and then he would come down on the left side of his back. Good. So now it says, Open Jackson, we argue that small. Open Jackson, we argue that matter. And again, he would come up on the eastern side, right, and come down the west. Remember again, you're coming up on this side of the back, which is still the east, and then come down on the western side of the back. Good. with the exception of the coin that was coming up for these three things. And what are the three things? Miso Hayani, wine libations, Miso Hamayim, water libations, and Ovas Ha'ov. But for these people, Sha'olin Derech Meirah, the Yorgin Derech Meirah, they would come up on the western side and go down the western side. So let's say, again, this is the western side of the Mizbeach. They come up on the western side, do your thing at the southwest corner, and then come down on the western side. Olin Derech Yamin, the Yorgin Derech Yamin. They would go up on the right side and go down on the right side. So the Gemara says, I understand. Derech Yamin, what do you mean they go up on the right side? Well, it's contradictory. They're not going up on the right side, they're going up on the left side of the stack, right? Remember, they're both sides. We're assuming that the cone is left and right. Okay, remember, if you tell me they're going up on the western side of the stack, this is the cone's left. And that's the cone's right. So what's going on over here? I'm sorry. Good. Derech Yamin, Derech Small. Rabina, honey small. Rabina says, yes, I'm sorry. Change it. It means he goes up on the left side and he comes down the left side. Rava Amar, no. My Yamin in this day. When it says right is referring to the right of the Mizbeach. The my small the Gafra. So what's this? Okay, this is confusing. When it says the right, it's referring ultimately again to the right of the Mizbeach. Now listen why? Because this is very interesting. From the Mizbeach